Newcastle in their black and white striped shirts, and Newcastle United just looking to carry on that momentum from last season, because they were one of the form teams.
They were brilliant. As soon as Eddie Howe came into the football club, he changed the culture, he changed the environment, and you can see what he's trying to build here at Newcastle United. I mean, when they get the fans behind them, when they get them behind this team, they could become unstoppable. I fancy them to go high up the table, European places. They've bought well, and they'll keep on buying as well, Deno.
The referee is Simon Hooper. Both sides at the moment are just forming a huddle. Nottingham Forest will be defending the Gallowgate end in the first half. And it's 8,483 days. It's the longest ever gap between Premier League seasons, but the long wait is over for Forest. In fact, Newcastle United have dipped twice into the Championship since Forest were last in the top flight. But these two great clubs, with the history and the tradition, are going to kick off the new season on BBC Radio 5 Live, which for the next 3 years, after our 3 o'clock commentary and the usual goal service, we'll also have a tea time game for you. It's Everton against Chelsea to follow as the players take the knee. Referee Simon Hooper blows the whistle, and we're underway at St James's Park, with Newcastle in their black and white striped shirts, playing from left to right as we look earlier. 2 results: Fulham 2, Liverpool 2, Norwich City 1, Wigan 1 in the Championship, and Newcastle United already working an early corner in the opening 20-odd seconds through Callum Wilson.
The work rate from Callum Wilson. Newcastle fans just hope he stays fit all season, because he's an outstanding striker. His goals per minute are up there with the top ones. If anything, Newcastle could do with someone to help him.
It's going to be a corner kick to Newcastle United. We'll be going to Bournemouth very, very soon, but there's a corner is taken short, and then it's played back to Target, and they've worked it back. Cher got the shot away just inside the penalty area, comes back out. Target lifts the ball high and towards the penalty area. Byrne heads it and gathered in by Henderson. Goal at Bournemouth then, Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0. Marcus Tavernier's corner played in from this near side, headed down, and there was Jefferson Lerner to drill the ball home. Bournemouth 1, Villa 0.
So that's a surprise. Bournemouth, who are tipped by many to be going straight back down, one of the relegation favourites, but they are leading. And Connor Shaughnessy has been sent off inside the opening minute for Burton Albion at home to Bristol Rovers. So Burton are down to 10 men in League One. 0-0 here. Niakate coming under pressure straight away. Back towards Henderson. Had to really dig that one out, did Dean Henderson. Out of play it goes for a throw in front of the East Stand here at St James's.
It's a pressing from Newcastle's forwards. Almiron really on the front foot. Callum Wilson did it earlier. But you can see how Newcastle want to play right on the front foot and pressing.
Toffolo with the interception. Forward now on this near side, the Forest left. Ahead of him is Surridge, blonde-haired striker. Used to play, of course, for Bournemouth. Guimaraes with the interception. Coming forward now out of midfield, tracked by Colback, slides into the challenge, wins the ball fairly. O'Brien is on hand now, out towards Williams. Nico Williams, the signing from Liverpool, forward ball. Brennan Johnson was on that right-hand side, but he'd stayed out wide, and the ball went through in towards the penalty area, and it's gathered by Nick Pope in his yellow goalkeeping jersey, short sleeves. Not surprising on a day like this, although there's a little bit more cloud cover now above St James's Park, but still the sun is shining here in the northeast of England as Joel Linton passes the ball back to Dan Byrne, goes across the front of his penalty area to Fabian Cher. Ball forward up towards Williams, trying to roll away from Niakate. Ball played back by Niakate to Henderson. Told by scouts that have seen Niakate from his time in France and Germany, he likes to be aggressive, he likes to get touch tight, but of course you've then got the worry that your striker will be able to roll you.
Yeah, and if you're doing that against Callum Wilson, who's naturally strong, chases everything, he will find it difficult. But you can see what Newcastle are trying to do. They're drawing the wing backs in, and then they're looking to play it around the corner. to Callum Wilson, who's fantastic at holding the ball up, and he's a difficult player to play against.
Ball played forward. That was a very good interception by Trippier, because Surridge was looking to make that run in between the right back and Cher. Trippier just stepped forward. Now Saint-Maximin, you can hear the roar of the crowd. Saint-Maximin in off the left touchline. Worrell backpedaling, twisting and turning, plays it inside. Willett out from underneath him, shoots, takes a deflection, and behind and out for a goes before and out for a corner kick, as we welcome listeners to the BBC World Service. As always, wherever you are in the world, it's a pleasure to have your company. The opening day of the Premier League season, you haven't missed anything. 4 minutes played, Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Forest back in the Premier League after an absence of 23 years. However, they're coming under early pressure from the home side. Corner kick to Newcastle, in front of the Gallagate end. Black and white striped shirts playing from left to right. Trippier near side, right arm aloft. Trippier right-footed corner kick, it's an outswinger. Helped away by O'Brien on the edge of the area, only as far as target, right side of the centre circle. Forward ball to Joel Linton. Joel Linton along the ground, out towards Trippier. Trippier with the cross is very, very deep, takes a deflection, and there was another header away. Joel Linton will head it forward, and then the ball is hit by Trippier up into the air. We're going to Ellen Road in a moment, but Saint-Maximin, couple of touches. The crowd enjoyed that, keeping up from Saint-Maximin, and then he's brought down quickly to Ellen Road. Goal, Vicky Sparks.
Wolves lead by a goal to nil. Daniel Perrins, after Hwang headed it back to him, down into the ground. Pass Meslier in off the bar. Leeds 0, Wolves 1.
And there's been a goal at Turf Moor, Juliet.
And Luton lead Burnley by 1 goal to nil. Dan Potts, the goal scorer, taking advantage from Bell's cross. Burnley didn't clear. Potts stabbed home to give Luton a 1-0 lead here.
Free kick then to Newcastle United, left-hand side, level with the penalty area. Forest have every red shirt back in and around their penalty area. Target's going to take it. Number of players to aim for. In it comes now. Joel Linton gets his head onto it. Colback heads it away. Almiron back pedals away from the ball, plays it out, reverse ball to Cher, unmarked, right hand side, delivers the ball. Byrne up towards the far post, directs his header off target, goal kick. And another goal. It's at Bramall Lane. Lee Blakeman in the Championship.
Sheffield United 1, Millwall 0. Illiman and Dye in behind, right side of the area, drilled it hard and low. Great finish. Sheffield United 1 up.
Forest play out from the back. Then they give the ball away. 0-0 here. Bristol City 0, Sunderland 1 is the latest score in the Championship. Ellis Sims, their new signing, has scored for Sunderland down at Ashton Gate. Trippier's forward ball strikes Surridge, will fall actually quite kindly to the feet of Callum Wilson. Colback doing his industrious job there, combative midfielder helping out for Forest. Bruno Guimaraes though picks it up for Newcastle United, out towards target. Jonathan Woodgate said that the home side were on the front foot. Here they come again. Saint-Maximin, left corner of the area, into the box he goes, left hand side, cuts it back, takes a deflection, and behind for another corner kick.
You can see what Newcastle are doing. They're keeping Saint-Maximin really high, and on the other side with Almiron keeping him so high so that the outside centre-back has to really get over, and they're struggling with it. Joe Worrell's struggling on that side with Saint-Maximin. He's finding it difficult.
We mentioned that Burton were down to 10 men. Bristol Rovers have taken full advantage. They're now leading by a goal to nil at the Pirelli Stadium in League One. Corner kick. Trippier rolls it short into the penalty area. Saint-Maximin back towards Trippier, goes deep towards the far post. Byrne was there again, comes off the top of the head of Byrne and out for a goal kick. But Forest are going to have to dig in these early stages.
But the ball's going in the box. That's 6 crosses gone in the box already. They'll do it all day long with the likes of Trippier, with his distribution. Puts very good balls into the box. Likewise on target on the other side.
Got to say, Cardiff have enjoyed a good start to life in the Championship this season. They beat Norwich last weekend. They're leading now away from home at Reading by a goal to nil. Let's go back to Bournemouth, Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0. Bournemouth so close to a second. Jordan Zamora with some neat work after a drill cross into the area. He controlled it. Dominic Solanke took over and lashed a shot towards goal, which was parried away by Emi Martinez. Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0.
Remember, Leeds United 0, Wolves 1 is early scoreline at Ellen Road as the ball goes long from Henderson, gathered in by Nick Pope. What about Tottenham Southampton? Sahel Sahi.
9 minutes played here, Ian. Tottenham 0, Southampton 0. It's pretty quiet at the moment action wise. Both players have had both teams, beg your pardon, have had the ball in opposition penalty boxes, but no real danger. Tottenham 0, Southampton 0.
Here's Jesse Lingard for Nottingham Forest in front of the East Stand, far side. The Forest right as they play from right to left as we look. O'Brien now takes over, passes the ball too far ahead of McKenna. And he apologises to the Scottish international, who's being watched by John Carver, just behind us here at St James's Park.
Forest just look a little bit nervous in possession. It's probably because of the intensity from Newcastle, I suppose, with the determination to win the ball back. And that's 3 times they've lost it now on the trot.
It was Lingard on that occasion as Willock passes the ball out towards target. Saint-Maximin ahead of him. Peterborough United 1, Morecambe 0 is the latest score in League One. It's a throw to Newcastle United. Saint-Maximin will take it. Bruno Guimaraes now coming forward. The Brazilian, left-hand side of the penalty area, goes down towards the byline, challenged by Worrell. Last touch came off the Forest central defender. It's another corner kick to Newcastle.
You can see how much they adore him. The Newcastle fans, he's got that X factor. Sits in the middle of the park for Newcastle and really can dominate the game.
Contributed a number of goals last season, 4 in fact in his last 7 appearances. 5 goals actually was his best scoring season for the 24-year-old Brazilian international. Bristol City have equalised at home to Sunderland in the Championship, 1-1 at Ashton Gate. Corner kick though to Newcastle, 0-0 here. 5 live sport at St James's. Trippier, in it goes, it was an in-swinger. Surridge back there helping out the striker, heads it away at the near post. There's now been a goal at Tottenham. Sahel Sahi.
Tottenham 0, Southampton 1, and it's club captain James Ward-Prowse. Ginefo with the cross from the dead ball line, and Ward-Prowse with a half volley. Tottenham 0, Southampton 1.
And Gillingham are leading Rochdale by a 0 in League 2. The goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live. 5 Live and BBC Sounds for your football fix. More Premier League games than anyone else. As Dean Henderson, all in a ultra blue goalkeeping outfit, thought about taking it short, but in fact will go long with the goal kick because Newcastle with a high press were poised and ready. Surridge rolls away from Trippier, gets away on this left-hand side, looking towards Johnson in the penalty area. The tall figure of Dan Burn with the interception in the box for Newcastle United. Joel Linton now finds Saint-Maximin, hauled back by Colback, releases Almiron, round the back, right-hand side in the area, crosses the ball back, it wouldn't reach Willock. Interception from O'Brien, holds on to the ball under the challenge of Willock, and then gets it from Surridge.
Saint-Maximin, they're struggling to handle him when he turns. He gets on his back foot and he can drive up the defenders, and they do struggle with it. But this is the Premier League, this is what you're up against. You're up against top players in every single team you play against.
Jamal Lascelles, I've just been told, was injured in the warm-up. He's been replaced on the bench by Paul Dummett. Sven Botman will have to wait for his Newcastle United debut after that £32 million arrival from Lille. Lingard, good through ball. Surridge here. Surridge edge of the area, just couldn't find a way through. Forest have won it back. Lingard with a first-time shot, but the referee's blown his whistle, and it was a free kick to Newcastle United on the edge of the area. Bristol Rovers have now got a second goal. Burton 0, Bristol Rovers 2. And talking of Joe Willock here at Newcastle United, his brother Chris has scored for Queen's Park Rangers at Loftus Road in the Championship. Queen's Park Rangers 1, Middlesbrough 0 is a latest score. But here in the northeast, under now slightly cloudier skies, it remains 0-0. But it's been an entertaining opening 12 minutes.
Well, Newcastle have been right on the front foot. They've had to defend some crosses. Nottingham Forest, but it's the pace that Newcastle play at.
Here is Almiron up against Nia Karte, but the central defender, French defender, 26 years of age, £9 million from Mainz for a 3-year deal. Playing in the centre of that back three, held him off and did well. Just as a reminder with the new Premier League season about what the referees will be looking to clamp down on, the time wasting, they're keen to minimise that. Last season, 55 minutes and 7 seconds the ball was in play as an average out of the 90 minutes. So as a result, they're going to be keen to try and hurry up goalkeepers. You've got the multi-ball system with the 10 balls available that's in operation. And of course, 5 substitutes are now permitted to be used on the 3 occasions, plus of course at half-time. So just some of the new rules introduced for this new Premier League season. And of course, after this game, Goodison Park, Everton-Chelsea at 5:30. But we'll keep you up to date with the goals as they go in. We've got regular reporters around the ground, such as Pat Murphy at Stoke City.
It's 0-0 here against Blackpool. Bright start from Stoke though. They've been camped in Blackpool's area just now. Good move, chest down from Brown to Gale, 20 yards out. Didn't quite get hold of it, straight at the keeper though. But a chance. Stoke 0, Blackpool 0 in.
Saint-Maximin forward, brought down, just pulled back a little bit and might well result in a yellow card here with the referee, Simon Hooper. He's just having a look, and in fact Worrell is booked. Joe Worrell has been shown a yellow card, the Nottingham Forest captain.
You could see it for the first 2 minutes, so when Neco Williams is pressing high on the target, Worrell's having to get across to then mark Maximin, and he's finding it difficult to play against him, like a lot of centre-halves would do, having to go out in the far space and try and defend against him 1v1. It's difficult for him.
It's 0-0, but Newcastle have this free kick. The majority of this first half has been spent in the Nottingham Forest half. 15 minutes played, Target walks away, it's left now to Kieran Trippier. So just away from the left corner of the penalty area, the England international might well have a dig here at this free kick. Saint-Maximin is square to him just outside the D, but Trippier takes 4 or 5 steps back. He's side onto the ball now. It's Trippier, hits a 3-man wall, comes out towards Willock, thought about the shot, decided against it, instead plays it to Guimaraes, plays it in low and strikes Toffolo, and out of play for a Newcastle United throw. We'll quickly nip to Swansea and Laura Kenyon.
Swansea 0, Blackburn 0. Best chance so far fell to Blackburn. Sam Gallagher had a shot comfortably saved by Andy Fisher. Pretty cagey overall. Swansea 0, Blackburn 0.
Newcastle United then with a throw on this near side as they attack the Gallagate end. So many supporters in that stand. In fact, anywhere you look around St James's Park are wearing the black and white replica shirt. Barcodes wherever you go, wherever you look here. The Cher rolls it in low, only as far as O'Brien. Newcastle though win it back. Guimaraes given away then by Joel Linton, and that'll be a free kick. Let's get an update in the Commonwealth Games. It's the netball, it's England-Australia. Betty Glover.
Half-time here in this semi-final. England 23, Australia 29. Strong first half for Australia, who are blocking out the echo of boos every time they touch the ball. England need to be more clinical in attack. The Aussies have been marking them out of the game. Shooting star Ellie Cardwell has come on though and did inject a bit of pace. Big second half coming up in this semi-final. Half-time, England 23, Australia 29.
Toffolo with a cross, cleared away on the half volley by Dan Burn.
It's interesting when Nottingham Forest have the ball. Alan Saint-Maximin's not going all the way back defensively, so it's making Neco Williams sometimes drop back, because if it drops to Saint-Maximin, he's running again at Worrell, who's on a yellow card.
Did you notice that when Byrne cleared that ball out of play for a throw which has been taken, he just held his left shoulder as if he was wincing? It might have been nothing, but maybe just something to keep an eye on for Dan Byrne. Preferred as the partner alongside Fabian Schär at the heart of the Newcastle United defence. Sutton United are leading at Doncaster Rovers away from home by a 0-0 in League Two as O'Brien picks it up. He served his time in the Football League with a loan spell at Bradford City and did well for Huddersfield Town. Out towards McKenna. Almiron sliding back, wins it back for Newcastle. Now it's with Guimaraes midway through their own half. Forward ball. And that was Worrell coming across to cover to head it away. And out of play it goes, and out for a throw that Linkard tried to prevent Trippier from taking quickly. Didn't succeed. Newcastle trying to keep this momentum going. The pressure on the Premier League new boys. Target on the overlap, delivers the cross, turn behind for a corner kick. How many corners have they won in this game so far, Newcastle?
I think with Forest, it's just a shock to the system. The intensity, I think it's a shock. I've counted now, I'd say 5 times either give the ball away through pressure or being caught on the ball. It's just the Premier League is a different animal. It's the pressure, it's the intensity to the play.
Well, they only conceded 12 goals in the Championship in 2022. That defensive record will certainly be tested here, is being tested here. corner kick. It's an outswinger. Byrne again was up there. O'Brien just inside his penalty area, heads it away, helped further on by the Welsh international Brennan Johnson. Lingard couldn't hold on to it. Newcastle will come again. Guimaraes just comes away from a challenge of Toffolo, threads it through. Both Almiron and Wilson were trying to get round the back, and Nottingham Forest again have put the ball out of play, and they are being stretched, the Nottingham Forest defence. 0-0 though it remains, 19 minutes played. Colchester United lead Carlisle United by 1-0. You're up to date with the goals as they go in. It's another corner kick that in front of the Gallagate end on this near side, the right, Trippier will take. Byrne, arms aloft, stands by the penalty spot. Joe Linton and Cher just behind him. Ball floated over from the right. Byrne now again gets his head onto it and cleared away by McKenna. Brought under control well by O'Brien. Unfortunate that he slipped and presented it back towards Joel Linton. There's been another goal at Tottenham. Sahel Sahi.
Tottenham have equalised. It's Tottenham 1, Southampton 1. Kulusevski with a deep cross, and Ryan Sessegnon was there at the far post. It's Tottenham 1, Southampton 1.
Henderson has just been tested. Joel Linton's let one go from long range. It was parried by the England international. Newcastle though again. Trippier inside. Bruno Guimaraes waits. Short ball, Almiron lays it out towards Trippier, down the right hand side of the penalty area for Almiron, back with Trippier level with the area, scoops the ball inside. Willock takes it on the chest to get past O'Brien, works over the cross but it drifts out of play. It's a nice idea, it's a goal kick, but it's all Newcastle.
I think it's only going to be a matter of time if Nottingham Forest keep on giving the ball away so cheaply like they're doing, and he keeps on landing to Trippier. He will produce balls and Callum Wilson will eventually score. They're knocking on the door.
They are knocking on the door. Bolton Wanderers 1, Wycombe 0 is the latest score in League One. Forest have lost each of their last 6 away league games at Newcastle United, all the way back since 1988 when Lee Chapman scored here in a 1-0 win. Mind you, they have won on their last visit. That was a League Cup tie in 2017 by 3-2. But as far as their league record is concerned, it's not the best. In fact, Newcastle have faced Forest more often without losing than any other opponent in the Premier League. Mind you, their last game was 1999. But it's 0-0, and Forest are certainly having to try and keep at bay the wave after wave of pressure from Newcastle United. Chances at Ellen Road, Vicky Sparks.
Leeds 0, Wolves 1 it still is, but the debutants of Leeds looking bright. Brendan Aronson's gone close, Rasmus Christensen's been clattered into by Jose Sarr after winning a header. Leeds fans screaming for VAR, nothing doing at the other end. Hwang has sent a good chance straight at Meslier. Leeds 0, Wolves 1.
And you could have had more than the one goal at Dean Court, Aaron Paul.
Yeah, Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0. Ian Jefferson Lerma's goal still separates the two sides, but Villa have had their chances. Danny Ings and Jacob Ramsey have both seen long-range efforts, well saved by Mark Travers. Bournemouth very, very aggressive in their ball recovery though, and they lead Aston Villa here by 1-0.
Old habits die hard. Dean Court, Vitality Stadium. Place, of course, that Jonathan Woodgate knows well as Almiron charges down near Kate, and in the end Dean Henderson, who was wandering out of his penalty area, had to all of a sudden turn and dart back into his penalty area to slide on the ball.
Again, the pressure, Denno, the pressure that Newcastle are putting him, Nottingham the Forest, is huge.
Toffolo lifts it forward. Cher with the header away, headed back by Toffolo. The complaining Forest that he thought he was pushed from behind. Near Catty then will head it back forward. Another goal at Bramall Lane in the Championship, Lee Blakeman.
Another one for Sheffield United. Mistake by Millwall's Charlie Cresswell, who got both last week. Sanderberger pounced, slotted home this week to make it Sheffield United 2, Millwall 0.
And Sheffield Wednesday are leading by 1-0 in League One. MK Dons 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. You're up to date with the goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live. Of course, you can listen through the BBC Sounds app as well. 5 Premier League commentaries that will bring you over the course of the weekend. Tomorrow, 5 Live Premier League Sunday from midday. Manchester United Brighton, followed by West Ham Manchester City, Leicester Brentford on Sports Extra. Meanwhile, another goal at Ellen Road, Vicky Sparks.
1-1, Rodrigo, tight angle, beat Jose Sarr at his near post. He got a hat-trick in their final pre-season friendly. He's drawn them level with Wolves today. Leeds 1, Wolves 1.
Newcastle are attacking. Joel Linton, left-hand side. Wilson tries to meet it. Almiron gets there, doesn't go, turns away from goal. Almiron looks for the opportunity. Support by Trippier. Chips the ball towards the far post and saved by the hands of Henderson.
I thought Almiron could have just slid in and scored. That's how it looked from me.
He seemed reluctant to dive in. It was Wilson at the near post. Newcastle being urged on by this crowd. Nice turn by Willock. Caught by Niakate. Said he likes to get touch tight. Almiron was just too sharp for him.
That's what happens when you get too tight. You can be rash. You can be aggressive in football, but that's too aggressive being on the front foot. It's a dangerous position now for Newcastle.
Fleetwood 0, Plymouth 1. Scott Brown, his first home game in charge, the former Celtic midfielder. Of course, they drew last weekend, trailing at home to Plymouth. As Newcastle United with this free kick, about 30 yards out, it's right of centre, it's still 0-0, we've been playing for 24 minutes, and it goes towards Wilson. Actually came off a Forest head there, and Henderson was alert to it and dives on the ball. Jonathan.
Trippier's quality from right back, his delivery, way to pass, timing, exceptional on the ball. A top signing for Newcastle last season, really set the trend, especially in the dressing room standards.
Now this is an area that the referees are meant to be clamping down on. Dean Henderson is clearly time wasting. And they certainly got the crowds back up. Eventually he clears the ball away downfield. Whilst we're away, I think with Vicky for that Leeds United equaliser, Nico Williams has been booked. So 2 Forest players now have been booked inside the first quarter of the game. Nico Williams joining Joe Worrell, the Forest captain, as the ball runs through towards Dean Henderson. What was it that he said? He was promised number 1 at Manchester United. He's wasted 12 months of his career. Criminal. As today he marks his 50th appearance in the Premier League in his career. He'll have a point to prove, of course, against his opposite number today, Nick Pope.
Yeah, 2 England goalkeepers going for it. Who will make the England squad for the World Cup?
Exeter lead Port Vale 1-0 in League One. Newcastle go back to Pope. Pope, all in yellow, plays it out, just sweeps it short towards Byrne, out to target on that far side. He's made that lone move from Aston Villa permanent as he runs up towards the halfway line. So Maximan drops back inside his own half as the cloud cover now has disappeared. We can see much more of the blue sky here on Tyneside as the sun shines, as Willock to Almiron, dropping back midway through his own half, an area of space maybe for Almiron to run into, passes the ball to Trippier. Trippier stands still, Almiron waits for it on the right touchline, back to Trippier, over the top, playing around the back of Toffolo, and now he comes on the inside of Toffolo and works over the cross. So Maximan was there, Joel Linton tries to stab it goalwards, and Niakate gets the ball away. That was a chance for Newcastle. Guimaraes picks it up, he shoots, and Henderson goes to make the save, and at the last minute pulls away his right arm, and it goes out for a goal kick, 0-0.
I think Nico Williams just does enough, but if that was Callum Wilson, that is 1-0. Don't think Alan St. Maximin had the predatory instincts there, but if that fell to Callum Wilson, that was 1-0.
Reading have equalised, Reading 1, Cardiff City 1. Aberdeen are leading St Mirren by a goal to 0, and St Mirren are down to 10 men. Declan Gallagher has been sent off at Pittodrie. We'll go to Ibrox, Roddy Forsyth.
One-way traffic here, and it's all heading towards Sam Walker in the Kilmarnock goal. Tillman with a shot on target blocked. Kolak with a shot across the face of goal. Right shot deflected and Walker save. Header wide from Lawrence, and then Lawrence beating Water at last but hitting the crossbar. So lots of pressure, but it's a blunt instrument, and that's why it's Rangers 0, Kilmarnock 0.
Motherwell 0, St Johnstone 1 is the latest score in the Scottish Premiership. Queen's Park Rangers now lead Middlesbrough by 2 goals to 0. Still goalless here at St James's Park. We'll go back now to Scotland, and Gavin Wallace is at Ross County.
Ross County 0, Celtic 0, and it's all Celtic at the moment, exactly as it was for Celtic with regards to possession from last season. The highlight was Jack Baldwin foul on Matt O'Reilly on the edge of the box. The free kick had all the promise of the Saturday night takeaway and all the disappointment of half of your order arriving. Easy pickings for Ross Laidlaw in goal. It remains 0-0 at the moment here in the Highlands.
Free kick to Nottingham Forest. It was Willock with the deliberate foul. Surprised he didn't get a yellow card. He had no intention of playing the ball. Steve Cooper, as a result of that, hardly surprising, is having a word with Tom Bramall, the fourth official in between the two dugouts. We're sitting quite low down here at St James's Park. Colback will swing over the free kick, headed away by Targett on the edge of his own penalty area, picked up by Sam Maximan against Nico Williams, passes the ball through the middle. O'Brien just dropped back and cleared the ball away as Newcastle had runners going through the middle in the shape of Almiron and Wilson. Now Lingard for Forest. Forest turned to attack, still goalless here as Lingard just slows down 25 yards out from goal. O'Brien, central position. O'Brien shoots, takes a deflection, comes out to Toffolo, left-hand side, level with the box. Toffolo turns back towards Colback, back out to the left touchline. Signing from Huddersfield Town, sends over the cross, claimed by Pope. A nod of approval from Jonathan Woodgate.
Yeah, very good goalkeeping. That's what you want if you're a centre-back, especially when I played there. You want your goalkeeper coming off the line, taking balls like that. And he done that all day long when he was at Burnley. He was one of their best players for the amount of years he was there, along with Tarkowski and Ben Mee. A brilliant acquisition, I'd say, to the Newcastle team.
£10 million, a 4-year deal from Burnley. As Sam Maximan, left-hand side, left corner of the area, doubled up against Sam Maximan, holds onto the ball, back to Joel Linton. Joel Linton will go square. Guimaraes just outside the D, can't get a sight of goal. Nottingham Forest have got at least 6 red shirts defending their penalty area. As here is Guimaraes just outside the penalty area. Guimaraes waits, Joel Linton gives it towards Willock. They're trying to create that scoring opportunity. In it goes to Almiron. Almiron in the penalty area. Toffolo takes it off his toes and out of play it goes for a throw. Goal at Tottenham, Sahel Sahi.
Tottenham were behind, they're now leading Southampton by 2-1, and it's Eric Dyer, lovely cross from the left-hand side from Son, and Dyer stooped in to head home. Tottenham 2, Southampton 1.
Earlier Fulham 2, Liverpool 2, a result at Craven Cottage. Bournemouth still lead Aston Villa by 1-0. Leeds United 1, Wolves 1. Tottenham are leading 2-1, and it's goalless here at St James's Park. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. Guimaraes, and also on the World Service, being tracked by O'Brien and being forced away from the penalty area. Fleetwood have equalised at home to Plymouth in League One, 1-1. Newcastle have to go all the way back towards Nick Pope. Pope now hits it long. So Maximan, I think, was coming back from an offside position. He didn't bother going for the ball. Back into the midfield it goes. Joel Linton lays it off towards Guimaraes. Joel Linton transformed since he was dropped back into a midfielder, as he's then just lost out to Lingard, but actually he was fouled, and the referee has given a free kick, and it's been taken very, very quickly from Newcastle. Guimaraes back inside to Joel Linton. Sam Maximan is a man over on the left-hand side. Joel Linton will go it alone. Joel Linton still going into the penalty area. What a goal that would have been from Joel Linton. That's his newfound confidence, but his right-footed effort he puts wide of the left-hand post. It's still 0-0. It's a goal kick to Forest.
You said it, Deno. I mean, Eddie Howe changed his position. He's playing as an 8, where with Steve Bruce he was either playing as a centre forward or a 10, but he is an 8. You can see him there driving with the ball. He looks so comfortable doing it. He just went past 2 players like they weren't there. Should have really scored, but that is what he brings to the team.
Niakati's lost the ball. Newcastle United now to Joel Linton. He might go again. He does. Right-footed straight into the midriff of Dean Henderson. Niakati, who gave the ball away, has come up against Joel Linton from his time in Germany. He's a left-sided central defender by trade. He can play as a left-back, and indeed when Mainz played Hoffenheim 3 years ago, he was playing as a left-back against Joel Linton. Here is Sam Maximan. Now his time for a little bit of wizardry, and Niakati chests the ball away, and Forest get it clear. The red shirts of Nottingham Forest, but they give the ball away again, and it's going to keep coming back.
It's the pressure Newcastle are putting them under. It's fantastic to watch. Well-oiled team, out of possession Newcastle.
Sam Maximan left-hand side. We'll go around into our featured game in League One in a moment, but Guimaraes now towards Trippier. Newcastle, for all the possession that they've had, haven't created probably the amount of clear-cut chances that Eddie Howe would like. So from the red shirts of Nottingham Forest to the red of Charlton, and at the Valley, Ellen Ellard.
Yeah, 0-0 here at the Valley. Derby with the majority of possession and the 2 shots on target. Their best effort coming from James Collins, looking for his first for the club. Barkhausen playing the ball across to him in the box, but Charlton keeper Willock came off his line. to expertly block the shot. Charlton 0, Derby 0.
Goal at Stoke City, Pat Murphy.
It's gone to Stoke City at the far post. A fine header, really good header from Harry Clark. A good flowing move from Stoke. They deserve to be ahead. They lead Blackpool 1-0.
Throw to Newcastle United. We'll go to Crewe. Shojo Saka.
Well, it's Crewe 0, Harrogate 0. Crewe's Callum Ainley's had an attempt just inches wide. Lachlan Brooks also just produced an excellent save from the Harrogate keeper. It's still Crewe 0, Harrogate 0.
Still goalless here too. 12 minutes to go to half-time on 5 Live in the World Service. Share forward to the centre circle. Chips the ball out towards the far side. Williams read that well. Heads it away, the former Liverpool player. And then Byrne goes all the way back for Newcastle to Nick Pope, who comes outside of his penalty area, stands still, and waits to see what he can deliver with a forward ball, right-footed. McKenna got a little nudge there by Wilson. Talking of Forest central defenders, Joe Worrell, he was part of the All About Nottingham Forest special, a podcast that is well worth listening to if you haven't yet, through BBC Sounds. Darren Fletcher interviewing all and sundry down at the City Ground, and Joe Worrell came out with a nice line talking about Forest promotion after, of course, that long wait of 23 years. He said you could fill 10 Olympic swimming pool with tears of supporters. Such was the relief after Forest finally made it back, and a remarkable job that Steve Cooper did in transforming Nottingham Forest from the bottom of the Championship to promotion to the Premier League. Saint-Maximin with the cross, left-hand side. McKenna heads it away, and then back out towards Willock. Left corner of the area, delivers the cross. Wilson with a header. Henderson with the save. Just backpedaled to give himself room, but probably not enough power on the header, and it was a comfortable save from Henderson. You were ready to catch that ball then, weren't you? It was spinning in towards our direction.
I took her on the chest.
It's 0-0 still. By the way, the first game at the City Ground promises to be some occasion next week. Worrell said he gets goosebumps just thinking about it. Next weekend, West Ham United at the City Ground, another game you'll be able to listen to on BBC Radio 5 Live for Forest fans. No other goals to tell you about around the country. Joe Linton to Saint-Maximin, couldn't take it in his stride. Nico Williams gets it away then towards Colback. Colback, formerly of Newcastle and Sunderland. It was 102 appearances and 5 goals in his 6 years at Newcastle. Pressure that Jonathan Woodgate's talking about. Newcastle have just won a throw. Joe Linton to Willock. They lose the ball to Guimaraes. Guimaraes, nice control away from O'Brien. Plays it out towards Trippier, high up the pitch on the right-hand side. Toffolo in front of him. Trippier has to wait. Forest trying to be as compact as possible. Surridge back there helping out, and Toffolo will get the ball away.
Defensively, Dano, you've got to give him credit. You've got to give Forest credit. OK, they're not holding on to the ball long enough, but they're defending well. They're being stubborn in defence.
Back pass from Colback. Henderson, neat footwork to get away from Wilson inside his 6-yard area. Byrne directs his header out towards target. At times they've been stretched, but they have been resilient. And in fact, the opening few minutes where they seem to be stretched a lot, now not as frequent. Johnson, released downfield. Doesn't get past Byrne, gets a foot into the challenge. As Johnson had just tried to make that run in behind Matt Targett, the left back. I mean, Newcastle are sending the fullbacks forward, but because they're playing with a 3 at the back, Forest, there is room in behind there. Saint-Maximin now with a shot, drills it right-footed edge of the area straight to Henderson.
I said that earlier, when the wing-backs go high and Maximin stays high, it's difficult for Worrell to get across, and he's on a yellow card. That's the thing now.
That is the worry for the Forest captain. 8 minutes to go to half-time. Let's get a net ball update with Betty Glover, England-Australia.
England 36, Australia 45 at the end of this third quarter. This is for a place in the final. Better start from England, but Australia are starting to dominate this game again. England need more turnovers or Australia to slip up, but we can't see that happening anytime soon. England 36, Australia 45.
Forest Green 0, Ipswich Town 1 is the latest score in League One. Ball goes out of play onto the top of the perspex of the dugouts down below. Jason Tindall will retrieve that ball and hands it to the Scottish international Scott McKenna, Forest Player of the Year from last season. Takes his time with a throw on this near side, the left. Queen's Park Rangers 3, Middlesbrough 0 is a latest score now in the Championship, and Swansea 0, Blackburn Rovers 1 is also a latest score. John Dahl Thomason, a former Newcastle striker, they beat Queen's Park Rangers last weekend and looking to follow that up with success in South Wales. Toffolo to Surridge. Lingard, left-hand side of the penalty area. Lingard scoops the ball over. Johnson keeps it alive, but his header at the far post, straight towards Pope. Underarm throw out to Sam Maximan. Doesn't get past O'Brien. O'Brien breaking up the play as he does so effectively. Slips it inside. Here is Lingard. Block comes in from Cher, and then the loose ball fired back in by Nico Williams. And it's off target, and it's a goal kick. Forest's best opportunity.
That's their best opportunity so far. But Newcastle will be disappointed that they haven't created more clear-cut chances, because Forest could quite easily do that, go down the other end of the pitch and score. Quite easily could have done it there with Jesse Lingard. Cher, fabulous tackle.
Told you about that goal at the Liberty Stadium. Details of it from Laura Kenyon.
Yeah, Swansea 0, Blackburn 1. A defensive mistake by Swansea. The result, Sammy Smodix gets a goal on his debut for Blackburn. A side foot. Pretty uneventful game thus far, but it's Swansea 0, Blackburn 1.
McKenna turns away from Almiron on the edge of his penalty area. Exeter City have got a second goal at home to Port Vale. They lead 2-0. Colback dropping back to help out as Niakate had moved into a midfield role temporarily. Good awareness there from the very experienced Jack Colback, as now Worrell plays it short and simple to Williams in the centre circle. Searching diagonal ball, cut out by Trippier on the edge of his area, and then plays it forward to Guimaraes. He's got time to turn, a lot of space there for Guimaraes to Joel Linton. Aberdeen have got a second goal at home to the 10 men of St Mirren. 2-0 at Pittodrie, they lead. Sam Maximan now waits midway through the Forest half. Guimaraes tracked by Lingard, forced out wide, holding on to the ball.
Got great quality, hasn't he, Guimaraes? Fantastic player. Playing as a 6 today, normally plays as an 8.
Yeah, and he'll only get better as well. This, of course, his first full season since he arrived for £35 million from Lyon in the January window. Middlesbrough got a goal back. QPR 1, Middlesbrough 3 is the latest score in the Championship, and Burton 0, Bristol Rovers 3 is the latest score in League One. Burton ruining the dismissal, sending off inside the opening minute or two. Almiron makes the run right hand side for Newcastle, still 0-0 here at St James's Park on 5 Live. Willock, Guimaraes, so much space, threads it back into the penalty area. Almiron with a cut back in towards the near post, and actually Henderson does very, very well, down to his knees, turns it behind with his hands for a corner.
The pass by Guimaraes there, the weight of it. Almiron looks like he's gone at the advertising boards. Henderson does well to get across. He's going to be tested in this team, that's for sure. Deno, he will be tested.
It's good strong wrists from Dean Henderson. An awkward fall, as Jonathan says, from Almiron, just wincing a little bit there, feeling the effects of clattering into that advertising hoarding at the Gallagate end of the ground, where Newcastle have got another corner kick.
Must be 10 corners at least.
Yeah, I'll try and find that out for you as well. Got a job on keeping an eye on all the scores without the corners as well, Woody. Trippier with the corner on the right hand side, 0-0. Trippier right-footed, headed away by Niakate, comes out to Almiron, an up and under from him, out towards Trippier, bounces away off his right foot, prevents Toffolo with an opportunity to clear the ball out of play for a throw. 6 corners, I'm told.
Feels like 12. Must be all the crosses they've put in the box.
But as you say though, I mean, maybe 2 really good opportunities that Newcastle have created.
I'm sure that's one thing to look at half-time. Eddie Howe, Jason Tyndall, how can they test Henderson more with the chances that they've had? Because he hasn't had like unbelievable saves to make. They've all been quite routine.
The computer was on a go slow. It hadn't updated. That was the 7th. But it's still 0-0. And we're edging towards half-time on 5 Live in the World Service. Newcastle 0, Forest 0. Bournemouth still lead by a 1-0 at home to Aston Villa. Leeds 1, Wolves 1 at Ellen Road. Tottenham have come from behind as that'll be a free kick on Guimaraes on the edge of his area. So Tottenham are leading Southampton 2-1. Everton Chelsea, we'll have commentary from 5:30. Let's get an update in the Championship from Bramall Lane. Lee Blakeman.
Sheffield United should be 3 up, but Ollie Norwood's just had a penalty saved by Bartosz Białkowski. Great stop, bottom corner, palmed it behind for a corner. Sheffield United still 2-0 up against Millwall.
Well, I'm sure if you'd have spoke to Steve Cooper ahead of the game and said you're going to be 0-0, he would have taken this.
Yeah, he'd taken it, but he will be disappointed how quickly they've lost possession. A lot of the time they need to be more cooler in possession. Listen, it's easy for me to say that I'm not out there because the Nottingham Forest players are getting put under intense pressure by a Newcastle United team.
There is you can't help but feel with the amount of players that have left the City Ground and arrived at the City Ground. I think it's 19 have left and 12 arrived so far. There is going to need to be that bedding in period for a lot of these Forest players. 6 debuts today as Guimaraes looks for the run round the back of Almiron, finds him as well. Almiron with a cutback near Catty, sensed the danger. Sliding inside his 6-yard area, cuts it out of play for a throw. We'll go to Vicky Sparks at Leeds.
Still 1-1, but Jose Sarr, what are you doing in the Wolves goal? Takes 1, 2, 3 touches on his goal line. Bamford dispossesses him, pulls it back to Harrison, who can't work the shooting opportunity, and Bamford's just missed as well, just misconnecting, sliding in at the far post. Leeds should be ahead, it's still 1-1.
Peterborough 2, Morecambe 0, Colchester 1, Carlisle 1, and Burton Albion 0, Bristol Rovers 4, and Swindon are down to 10 men. Harry McCurdy has been sent off. They're currently drawing 0-0 at home to Salford City. Goal now in our featured game in League 2 at Gresty Road. Shojo.
Crew 1, Harrogate 0. It's Daniel Aguiyi. He scored last week, he scored this week as well. It came from a corner, bit of chaos, and he came in far post, headed in. Crew 1, Harrogate 0.
Not missing any of the action whilst we go away. Any of the key action, that is, to our various reporters up and down the country to provide you with the usual goal service on this Saturday afternoon, as we are about to find out how much stoppage time there will be in this first half. As Surridge lifts the ball into the penalty area, it looked like he was going to struggle to keep the ball in play on the left-hand side. Newcastle then go long. 2 minutes of added on time, a minimum of 2 minutes, as Worrell clears long for Nottingham Forest. What would your assessment be of this first half then, Jonathan Woodgate?
Just the pressure that Newcastle are putting on Nottingham Forest. They can't handle it. When they get possession of the ball, Nottingham Forest, they give it away too easily, but they have defended well. And for the possession and the chances Newcastle have had, they should have worked Dean Henderson a lot better.
Here is Almiron, right side of the penalty area at the Gallagate end, and as he goes down towards the corner flag, it goes out of play for a throw to Nottingham Forest. And quite rightly, from their point of view, they're just going to take a little bit of time in this stoppage time. That have spent a lot of energy on this warm afternoon in the northeast to try and keep at bay this home team. Bolton 2, Wycombe 0 is the latest score in League One. You're up to date with the goals as they go in. Because of the nature of that 5:30 commentary on 5 Live later, Everton Chelsea will be a condensed sports report into half an hour. We'll try and bring you as much live reaction as we can from the various games on the opening day of the Premier League season. Here is Willock, 30 yards out from goal. Almiron on the overlap. Trippier delivers it in low, too close to the goalkeeper Henderson, who gathers it in safely. That might well be the last bit of action of this first half. Henderson, a couple of bounces of the ball, and happy to see those red shirts clear away downfield for Steve Cooper's side. Although again, hanging on to the ball maybe a shade too long. As Simon Hooper ready to blow his whistle. Target clears, and there is the half-time whistle. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Jonathan, what have you made of it?
Just if you look at Newcastle, for the possession that they've had, that they'd like to create more chances in the game, Nottingham Forest have to do better on the ball. But if Newcastle don't end up scoring the chances, you can see Nottingham Forest coming into the game, and you can see if they've got Lingard and O'Brien, if he starts pulling the strings in the centre of the pitch, they might get chances. But at the minute, how the game's going, I can only see one winner in Newcastle if they get better chances.
Half-time then here at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Mark.
Thank you very much, Ian and Jonathan. Aberdeen have got a third in the Scottish Premiership. They lead St Mirren, who are down to 10 in that game, by 3-0 to Tottenham, where the home side have turned it round. Sahel Sahi.
Yeah, half-time here, Mark. Tottenham 2, Southampton 1. A good response then from Tottenham. A goal down after 12 minutes. James Ward-Prowse on the half volley, putting Southampton into the lead. And then a pair of unlikely goal scorers, and both from good old-fashioned headers. You'd have liked to, Mark, being a centre-half yourself. A superb cross from Kulusevski picked out Ryan Sessegnon, who scored his first Premier League goal for Spurs with a bullet header. And then a Son cross was cutely headed home by Eric Dyer. Son blazed over from 7 yards, and Harry Kane had a close-range effort saved. Half-time, Tottenham 2, Southampton 1.
Pub centre-half, in case you're a first-time listener. To Ellen Road. Vicky, I've just seen a tweet from somebody watching this game in America saying, I'm exhausted watching Leeds and it's just half-time.
Half-time 1-1, and it was Dendoncker who almost gave Wolves an undeserved lead on the stroke of half-time. Big save by Meslier, although offside would have been tight. The visitors have been poor. Leeds, though, I'm not surprised it's breathless for that fan. They look very good. Rodrigo's low drive beating Sarr at his near post to equalise midway through the half after Podence had put Wolves ahead inside 6 minutes. Debutants Aronson, Adams and Christensen, who had Ellen Road screaming for a penalty when he was clattered by Sarr. Those three have all impressed for Leeds, but it's 1-1 at half-time.
Crewe have got a second on the stroke of half-time at home to Harrogate in League 2. They lead by 2-0, and Ipswich have just doubled their lead at Doncaster in League 1. Forest Green Rovers in League 1. Forest Green Rovers 0. Ipswich 2, England 45, Australia 51 with 7 minutes to go in the netball semi-final at the Commonwealth Games. To Aaron Paul at Bournemouth.
Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0. Mark Jefferson Lerma's goal inside 2 minutes was the perfect start for the Cherries on their return to the top tier. Marcus Tavernier played the corner from this near side. Lloyd Kelly brought it down with Lerma lashing past the goalkeeper to break the deadlock. Bournemouth could have had a second as Dom Solanke forced Emi Martinez into a solid reaction save with a powerful shot just inside the D. Villa struggled initially with the aggressive nature of the Bournemouth press, squandering possession in midfield on more than one occasion, but they've had their chances. Danny Ings and Jacob Ramsey have both seen shots saved by Mark Travers, whilst John McGinn curled a long-range effort wide of the post. Bournemouth came ever so close to another just before the break as Dom Solanke drew the ball across the face of goal, but Kiefer Moore couldn't get any purchase on it. Half-time here on the South Coast, sun beating down Bournemouth, a goal to the good here against Aston Villa.
Fulham 2, Liverpool 2 is how it finished at lunchtime. In the Championship at lunchtime finished Norwich 1, Wigan 1. To the 3 o'clock games, Jules.
Where Luton lead Burnley 1-0 at half-time at Turf Moor. We knew this was going to be a stern test for Burnley. Luton ahead inside 5 minutes after Burnley made an absolute mess of a clearance. Dan Potts slammed home. Burnley started to control the game after going behind. They're up on corners, absolutely nowhere near quick enough after the build-up we gave them before this kick-off. Burnley 0, Luton 1.
Next to Laura Kenyon watching Swansea Blackburn.
We're at Swansea 0, Blackburn 1. Not a classic, but came to life end of the first half when Sam Smodix capitalised on a Swansea mistake. His first goal for Blackburn and on his debut as well. Early signs suggest the Blackburn rebuild is going pretty well. It's Swansea 0, Blackburn 1.
Good first half for the home side at Bramall Lane. Lee Blakeman.
Absolutely, Millwall have been the architect of their own downfall here. Sheffield United 2-0 up after 2 Millwall errors. The first goal, the ball was allowed to bounce, which enabled Illiman and Dye to pounce. The second, poor back pass from Charlie Cresswell. Sander Berger got on the end of that one. Easy finish. Home team could have 3 or 4. Ollie Norwood has missed a penalty. Millwall must do better. Sheffield United 2, Millwall 0.
And the home side are ahead at Stoke as well. Pat Murphy.
Deservedly against Blackpool. Fine goal after half an hour. Clark header at the far post after an excellent cross from Tynan. Earlier, Carey crossed for Blackpool just in front of the diving Yates, and before that, Laurent hit the Blackpool bar from 20 yards out. It's an open game, but Stoke deserve to be leading 1-0.
Elsewhere in the Championship, Bristol City 1, Sunderland 1. Sunderland took the lead there. Ellis Sims on loan from Everton scoring on his debut. Bristol City equalising through Andreas Weiman's second of the season. Preston 0, Hull 0. Great first half at Loftus Road for Mick Beale, the new QPR manager. 3-1. They lead Middlesbrough. Chris Willock, Jimmy Dunn and Lyndon Dykes with the goals for the home side. Matt Crooks has pulled one back for Chris Wilder's men. Reading 1. Cardiff 1. And as you've heard, Swansea 0, Blackburn 1 with Sammy Smodic with that goal. Let's go into League One and our featured game here, Charlton against Derby. Ellen Ellard.
Yeah, 0-0 still here at half-time. Derby well on top but unable to fully break through the Charlton defence. We have just seen James Collins go so close on the stroke of half-time. He hit the left-hand post. He also had the best chance as well earlier on in the half, receiving the ball from Barkhausen. He was about 10 yards outside of goal, directly centre, but Wallacott in the Charlton goal managed to come off his line and palm it away. Mendes Lang has also come close as well, but it's still 0-0 here at the Valley.
Shreyas, I didn't give you the goal scorers in the Reading-Cardiff game. Cardiff had taken the leads through Callum O'Dowda, but Shane Long, who is back at Reading, equalised from the penalty spot. Elsewhere in League One, Barnsley 0, Cheltenham 0. Bolton lead Wickham by 2-0. Aaron Morley with his second of the season and Carl Dempsey with his first goal for Ian Everett's side, the difference there. Burton have had an awful start to the season, beaten 3-0 by Wickham last weekend. They are 4-0 down at half-time at home to Bristol Rovers, and they were down to 10 men after 1 minute with Connor Shaughnessy sent off. Aaron Collins has got 2 of the Bristol Rovers goals. He's already got 3 for the season. Exeter lead Port Vale by 2-0. It's Fleetwood 1, Plymouth 1. Ryan Hardy from the penalty spot for the visitors. Dan Batty's second of the season for Fleetwood means that is all square. Forest Green Rovers 0, Ipswich 2. Marcus Harness, one of the Ipswich goal scorers after he joined from Portsmouth in the close season. MK Dons 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Josh Windass with the goal there. It's goalless between Oxford and Cambridge. Peterborough lead Morecambe by 2-0, and it's goalless as well between Portsmouth and Lincoln. So that's Danny Cowley up against his old side, and Shrewsbury and Accrington. Into League Two, Shojo Saka watching Crewe against Harrogate.
Crewe 2, Harrogate 0. Crewe deserved their lead. They had carved out 3 decent opportunities before Dan Agyei scored with his head. Kelvin Mellor then headed in another from a corner. Both those goals just before the break. It is Crewe 2, Harrogate 0.
Not many goals in League Two this afternoon. It's goalless between Barrow and Bradford. Colchester 1, Carlisle 1. Colchester taking the lead through Noah Chilvers. That's 2-2 for him. But Christian Dennis has now got 2-2 for Carlisle, and he got their equaliser. Goalless between Crawley and Leyton Orient. It's Doncaster 0, Sutton 1. Gillingham lead Rochdale by 1-0. Scott Cashket with his first goal for the club there. And all the other games in League Two are goalless. So that's Grimsby against Northampton, Hartlepool against AFC Wimbledon, Mansfield Tranmere, Newport Walsall, Stevenage Stockport and Swindon against Salford, although in that game Swindon are down to 10 men. Harry McCurdy has been sent off for 2 yellow cards. Into the Scottish Premiership, let's start with Roddy Forsyth watching Rangers Kilmarnock.
I've got a sore neck, and that's from craning to my left at the Kilmarnock box, where Sam Walker has been almost ceaselessly busy, as Tillman, Kolak, Wright, Lawrence, Goldson have all seen attempts saved or blocked, or in Lawrence's case, crashing back off the crossbar. Rangers 7, Killie 0, that's corner kicks. Rangers 16, Killie 1, that's shots on and off the mark. But the stat that matters, Rangers 0, Kilmarnock 0, half time.
Celtic goalless as well at Ross County. Gavin.
Yeah, similar story here, Mark, to be honest. When you think of things, the Mr. Prob song, Wave After Wave, is what has been happening here, and that's what Ross County have had to endure. All one-way traffic, balls going over the bar, and Celtic may rue these chances. Kyogo, on 11 minutes, set himself up for a great strike on the edge of the box. However, it landed in the hot tub of the house behind the goals. Cue another one a little bit later on when Maida jumped above everyone else, but his header was that high and wide, it went over the bar as well. Matt O'Reilly had a really good chance. Free kick had all the promise of a Saturday night takeaway and all the disappointment of only half your order arriving. And right on the death, Jason Maida had a really good chance. He got in the end of a Greg Taylor cross with the outside of his boot, though, forced that great reaction save from Ross Laidlaw. All one-way traffic, but 0-0 here in the Highlands.
Aberdeen 3, 10-man St Mirren 0 and Motherwell 0. St Johnstone 1, the other half-time scores in the Scottish Premiership. The National League half-times and the rest of Scotland to come after details from Betty of England going out in the netball.
Yeah, full time here, Mark. England 51, Australia 60. England's defence of their gold medal is over. No back-to-back titles, no history made in Birmingham for the Roses. Australia, the world number ones, came into this after a shock defeat in the group stages and just dominated the game from start to finish. England struggled slowing the Aussies' attack down, ultimately couldn't move around their defence, and they had no answer to Australia's shooter Gretel Bueto, who stands at 6'4" and shot 98% in this game. And despite England cutting the goal difference down from 9 to 5 at one point in the final quarter, it just wasn't enough. It finished here, England 51, Australia 60.
And elsewhere at the Commonwealth Games earlier, England went out to the cricket as well in that semi-final, beaten by India in the T20. In the men's 100, Birmingham 143 for 7 off their 100 balls. Trent Rockets are yet to bat. That is on Sports Extra. Back to the football. Scottish Championship half-times. Arbroath 0, Inverness 0, Morton 0, Cove Rangers 0, Partick Thistle 0, Hamilton 1, and Dundee, who were relegated last season, lead 1-0 at Wraith. In League 1, Airdrie 1, Falkirk 0, Alloa 1, Kelty Hearts 0, Clyde 2, Peterhead 2, FC Edinburgh 0, Dunfermline 2, and Edinburgh down to 10 in that as well, and Montrose 0, Queen of the South 0. Albion are also down to 10 as we begin League 2, but they're holding Dumbarton 1-1 at half-time. Annan leads Stenhousemuir by a goal to 0. Bonnyrigg Rose, promoted to League 2 this season, are 2-0 up at East Fife. It's Forfar 0, Stranraer 0, and Stirling 0, Elgin 2. And in the National League this afternoon, first weekend of the National League, Aldershot 1, Solihull Moors 2, Altrincham 1, Maidstone 1, Barnet 1, FC Halifax 0, Dagenham and Redbridge 1, promoted Gateshead 2, Dorking 0, Chesterfield 2, but Chesterfield are down to 10, Notts County 2, Maidenhead 0, Southend 0, Borehamwood 1, Torquay 0, Oldham 0, Wealdstone 1, Bromley 2, Wrexham 0, Eastleigh 1 at half-time, and York, another promoted side, are ahead at the break. They lead Woking by a goal to 0. The late kick-off in the National League, Scunthorpe against Yeovil. It's exactly 4 o'clock. Here's John Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Archie Battersby's mother has confirmed that her 12-year-old son has died after his life support was withdrawn this morning. Judges ruled it wouldn't be in Archie's best interests to continue his treatment or move him to a hospice, and he died at the Royal London Hospital. Liz Truss is insisting that tax cuts are the best way to support struggling families, rather than what she calls handouts to help with energy bills. Her Conservative leadership rival Rishi Sunak says tackling inflation must be the priority. 6 people have been arrested on suspicion of murder after the death of a 58-year-old man at a holiday park in East Sussex. Emergency services attended the park in Camber Sands after reports of an altercation involving a group of people. And a security issue affecting the NHS 111 helpline may not be fully resolved until next week. The company that provides the software has confirmed that the problems are related to a cyber attack.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
And the leaders are underway at the Women's Open in Muirfield, Ian Carter.
To be greeted by freshening winds, so it's going to be a testing afternoon for those players at the top of the leaderboard. And In-Ji Chun, 3 times a major champion, the reigning PGA champion as it stands at the moment, has company at the top of the leaderboard because Ash Buhai, inspired by Ernie Els 20 years ago, her South African compatriot, has birdied the second to get to 8 under par. So the leaders both at 8 under par. The leading Britons are at 2 under. They're midway through their back nines, and that's Charlie Hull, Mel Reid and Jodie Hewitt-Shadow.
Thank you very much, Ian. So this is how it pans out now this evening across 5 Live and the BBC in general. We have the 5:30 now, and for the next 3 years in total. So commentary of Everton against Chelsea from 5:30. We'll still do Sports Report, though, at 5 o'clock. You'll still get all the results and all the reaction from all the leagues, and we'll round up the day's other sport as well before we get to John Murray at Goodison for the 5:30. Chris and Robbie in 6:06 follow the conclusion of that game. And then, as ever, every weekend, Match the Day to watch all the goals. Tonight, 10:20 on BBC One with Alan Shearer and Ian Wright alongside Gary Lineker. So in the Premier League so far today, Fulham 2, Liverpool 2. And at half-time in the 3 o'clocks, Tottenham lead Southampton 2-1. Leeds and Wolves are level at a goal apiece. Bournemouth lead Aston Villa by a goal to 0. And at St James's Park, we still wait for the first goal of the afternoon. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Let's rejoin Jonathan and Ian.
Thanks, Mark. Newcastle United actually haven't been involved in a goalless draw since March 2021 in the Premier League. Newcastle and Liverpool were the only two teams throughout last season in the top flight with no goalless draws. It's 49 Premier League games. Now, will there be a goal in this second period?
I hope so. I think there has to be, Deno, the way Newcastle are applying pressure to Nottingham Forest. All Newcastle need to do now is get more bodies in the box, and Callum Wilson getting across the centre back. That's what needs to happen, because the balls are going in the box, just haven't got the numbers in there at the minute.
Well, neither side has made a change, so Pope is in goal for Newcastle United. It's a back four of Trippier, Schär, Byrne and Targett. Joel Linton, Guimaraes and Willock are the three in midfield, and the three up front, Almiron, Wilson and Sam Maximin. Newcastle second half, black and white striped shirts, black shorts, defending the Gallowgate end, therefore attacking the Leeses end as they play from right to left against the Nottingham Forest side, who restart this game in their red shirts and white shorts, with Henderson in goal, a back three of Joe Worrell, Moussa Niakate and Scott McKenna, the wing backs of Nico Williams and Harry Toffolo, Jack Colback and Lewis O'Brien in the centre of midfield, with Brennan Johnson and Jesse Lingard trying to support Sam Surridge. And as a reminder, 5 substitutes are permitted, although bearing in mind that neither team has used one at half-time, they'll only have the 3 opportunities now in the second half to bring on those 5. As Steve Cooper begins life as a Premier League manager against Eddie Howe, who yesterday signed a new long-term deal at St James's Park. He says it's still the start of the journey, and that was very much the message from Steve Cooper in that All About Nottingham Forest podcast. He wants the club for a city to be proud of, but we're not starting anything new. It's a continuation, I think, were his words that he used, Steve Cooper, looking to build on what he achieved. Because when they took over, Nottingham Forest were struggling, bottom of the Championship. They had failed to win any of their opening 7 in the Championship last season, actually equalled the club's worst start to any season. And yet somehow he managed to turn it around and not only stabilise the club but then take them up. And as you might recall, Nottingham Forest going up through the playoffs to end that long wait after 23 years. I think he's the 20th full-time manager since Forest were last in the Premier League. As for Newcastle United, they were winless in their opening 14 Premier League games, and indeed were the first team in Premier League history to actually avoid relegation after going 14 games without a win at the beginning of the season. So Eddie Howe did extremely well too. Who, though, will claim the 3 points, if anybody, on this opening day? 0-0, 5 live in the World Service. Almiron just outside the centre circle, back towards target. Eddie Howe watching on with his arms behind his back, alongside Jason Tindall, his assistant. Joel Linton holds on to the ball and then gives it away to Toffolo on that far side. He goes forward to Lingard, out now towards Surridge on that left-hand side. Brennan Johnson waits, back heel though towards Toffolo, and then Toffolo's low ball easily dealt with, and Newcastle United will bring the ball away, and it's Willock who's surging forward, held up by Colback, going with him stride for stride, and then Willock stops playing, as if to say I was being impeded by Colback, but played to the whistle, and in the end he runs it out of play for a throw.
Didn't think Colback done anything wrong. He just matched Willock stride for stride, and Willock just seemed to give up. What you're saying there about the two managers, 2 British managers as well, even better for the football in this country. 2 exceptional managers in my view. I rate them both very highly in my view. I think Eddie Howe will one day manage this country. I really do. I rate him so well. I've seen him train. I went to watch Newcastle a couple of times last season, but his training methods are second to none, and he's shown that now with this Newcastle United team.
I think Steve Cooper likewise could be destined for the top. Eddie Howe at 44, Steve Cooper at 42. So they've got plenty of time ahead of them in the managerial game should they want it. It's still goalless. Was this the start of the Premier League season? And in fact, last night on Drive with Tony Livesey and Claire, we had our first fact of the day. which is a regular thing that we do with John Murray and Alistair Bruce Ball. Always sometimes they'll fear that I might forget, so I'll get it out now. There was a Doctor Who once played for Nottingham Forest, and as the reigning champion of Fact of the Day, I got off to a winning start. Christopher Eccleston, Paul McGann or Matt Smith. I correctly guessed it was Matt Smith. So there is the Fact of the Day that you can hear every Friday on Drive on BBC Radio 5 Live with Tony Livesey and Claire McDonald. This is 5 Live Sport. We're at St James's Park. Trippier on that right corner of the penalty area, waits to deliver the ball, has some support from Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin now up against Toffolo, chips over the cross, tucked in was Nico Williams to head the ball away. Lingard runs it away from the penalty area to Brennan Johnson, who's got pace. Byrne holds off Brennan Johnson.
Brilliant defending. Got his arm out there on a 1v1. Brennan Johnson's so quick as well. Very good defending by Byrne.
Here is Saint-Maximin to the edge of the D, slips it into Almiron. Almiron checks back onto his left foot, can't get the shot away, loses momentum, tries to win it back, cleared by O'Brien. Goal at Ross County, Gavin Wallace.
And it's for Celtic. Callum McGregor slipping in Jota onto the left-hand side of the box. He cut it back, and Kyogo was the quickest on the scene to slot home from 8 yards. Ross County 0, Celtic 1.
Still Rangers 0, Kilmarnock 0 at Ibrox. Trippier's delivered a cross from the right. Saint-Maximin was always struggling to get on the end of that. Did you think again Almiron should have hit it again first time? He seemed reluctant as he did in the first half.
I think it's his weaker foot. I think he's scared to do it with his weaker foot, Deno. But he just got to strike through it. That's how I look at that situation.
Into the Championship, a goal at Turf Moor. Juliet Farrington.
Burnley are level. It's Burnley 1, Luton 1, and it's Josh Brownhill on the volley on the edge of the D that struck into the bottom corner to get Burnley level in this game at Turf Moor. It's Burnley 1, Luton 1.
Here is O'Brien for Forest in the midfield on the halfway line, out towards the left-hand side to Colback. Nico Williams edging his way forward as a right wing back. Colback now out towards Toffolo, who's quite high on that far side as the left wing back. Lingard now with a cross in towards the penalty area. Surridge with a header. Flag was up anyway. So we know that Celtic are ahead at Ross County. Now a goal at Ibrox. Roddy.
Yes, indeed. And the Rangers appear to have heard Gavin's report, because Antonio Kolak promptly put Rangers ahead with a low-angled shot after his first clear sight of goal in this game. So it's now Rangers 1, Kilmarnock 0.
Thanks, Roddy. Wilson makes the run in behind, over on that right-hand side. Ball has stayed in play. Wilson now will win a corner kick off McKenna, who went to close him down. That's where they're getting a little bit of joy. Newcastle United now have a corner. Almiron looks like he wants to take it quickly, but nobody's alert to that fact. And in the end, he has to wait for the black and white shirts to trundle forwards.
It's always difficult when you're the outside of the three centre-backs, because you can guarantee balls are going to go down the side, and you've got to be quick to play on that side, and you've always got to be space side, so the striker can't run down the side here, and you're in a good position.
Crawley 0, Leyton Orient 1 is the latest score in League 2. Corner kick then to Newcastle United. Right hand side, Target's going to take it. Should be an in-swinger. Almiron had offered himself as the short option, not required. He now runs away. Target sweeps it over from that far side, and Worrell did ever so well there to head it away at the far post. There might well have been a clash of heads too. Was it Fabian Schär who was coming round the back? Worrell looks a little bit groggy. He's just on his haunches, but the Newcastle player's flat on his back. Bristol City, meanwhile, are back in front. Bristol City 2, Sunderland 1 is the latest score. Stoppage in play then here at 0-0. Bournemouth 1, Villa 0, Leeds 1, Wolves 1. What's the latest at Tottenham, Sahel Sai?
10 minutes played in the second half, Ian. It's Tottenham 2, Southampton 1. Tottenham have come out in the second half in a positive move. Ryan Sessegnon had a goal disallowed for offside. Emerson with a header over the top, and then a Kane Kulusevski Sessegnon move. Sessegnon was denied with a last ditch defending by Kyle Walker-Peters. Tottenham 2, Southampton 1.
Play yet to resume to Ellen Road. Vicky Sparks.
1-1, but this is better from Wolves. Couple of nervy moments in the Leeds penalty area, mostly caused by Hwang Hee-chan, but Meslier still yet to make a real save in this second half. Leeds 1, Wolves 1.
Schär is back on his feet, but whether he's able to get back onto the playing field in time for this corner kick as Trippier at the Leazy's end 0-0. We'll go to Bournemouth in a moment. Still goalless though here at St James's Park between Nottingham Forest and Newcastle United. Trippier wants to take it short. Joe Linton is there. He then decides against it. Cher still unable to come onto the field of play. Trippier, right arm aloft, in towards the near post, cleared away by Nico Williams. Back to Bournemouth. Aaron.
With 1 Aston Villa 0 here, Ian. Steven Gerrard has made a change at the break. He's brought Emi Buendia into his attack, but Villa still struggling with the Bournemouth press, and they're not at the races. Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0.
Earlier Fulham 2, Liverpool 2, Norwich City 1, Wigan Athletic 1 with the results. Match of the day tonight, BBC 1 at 10:20. You can have your say. 606 at 7:30 on 08085 909 693 as Ellis Sims has bagged a second of the afternoon for Sunderland, who are level at Ashton Gate once again. Bristol City 2, Sunderland 2. 606 at the later time this season because of our 5:30 commentary, Everton against Chelsea, and when the team news is in from Goodison Park, we'll bring it to you. Targets forward ball, Wilson makes the run, Henderson comes out of his penalty area, clears the ball out of play for a throw. Doesn't seem to have been the same intensity this second half, does there?
No, they haven't really got hold of the ball in this half, Newcastle, but this man can bring something to life. St Maximin.
He does. Instead he passes the ball to Target, low ball easily cleared with.
He gets the crowd off his feet.
Yeah,
he does, doesn't he? When he gets the ball, they're excited by him. Difficult to play against as well. I wouldn't like to play against him, then, I'll be honest.
No, he can. Almiron was having his shirt clearly pulled by O'Brien. That'll be a yellow card. It'll be the third Forest player to be booked, Lewis O'Brien. The 10 men of St Mirren have got a goal back at Pittodrie. Aberdeen 3, St Mirren 1, and Middlesbrough staging a fight back. They were 3-0 down in West London, but it's now Queen's Park Rangers 3, Middlesbrough 2. St Maximin, who Jonathan Woodgate was just talking about, can't thread it through. Ball then played forward. Cher to Willock outside the area. Joe Linton also with him left hand side. Attacking the Leazy's end. Again, O'Brien and Williams have doubled up on this near side. Back towards Joe Linton. Guimaraes, forward ball. Willock tries to turn away from O'Brien. Joe Linton coming in now off the left touch line with the cross into the penalty area towards Wilson. It falls to Willock. Hits it early and Henderson makes the save sharply down to his left. Still 0-0.
There's a great touch there by Callum Wilson. Ball gets fired into him. His first touch was brilliant. Good save. I'd say that was one of the main chances that they've had now. It was a good strike by Willock. Henderson takes it in so well.
In the first half, for all the possession of Newcastle United, there was the Joe Linton run and shot. They've lost it, Forest. Here is Almiron. Almiron skips over one challenge. He plays it to St Maximin. Henderson with a sprawling save. And he chest bumps Scott McKenna. Henderson knew that was a big moment, and he was quickly off his line. Really did make himself big. Excellent save by Henderson. Saw the danger, dealt with it very early. Corner taken short. St Maximin's cross into the penalty area, headed out by McKenna. Newcastle now are just starting to pick up and gather a bit of momentum. Cher will let one fly! Oh, what a strike from Fabian Cher! It's a special goal to get Newcastle United's season up and running, and Henderson stood no chance. An absolute pile driver as Newcastle United lead by 1-0.
What a strike. An absolute monstrosity of a strike by Fabian Cher. Top corner, right footed. Henderson had absolutely no chance. But what a phenomenal strike. I'd say like the Vincent Kompany for the Man City, where he just hits it and this flies in the top corner.
I recall him scoring a fantastic long-range effort against Burnley. That takes him into double figures as far as his Newcastle United career is concerned, and 7 of the 10 goals have been at St James's Park. But that was a special goal, and maybe Newcastle United needed that because they were struggling to get past Henderson.
They were just starting to get chances, but that strike has just ignited this stadium.
Newcastle United then are ahead, 1-0. Goal at Tottenham, Sahel Sahi.
Tottenham have a third. It's Tottenham 3, Southampton 1. An own goal from Mohamed Salisu. It was steered in after a cross from Emerson. He might have been offside, Emerson. This goal will be checked in, but at the moment it's Tottenham 3, Southampton 1.
Mansfield 1, Tranmere 0, Swansea 0, Blackburn Rovers 2, Ross County have equalised, Ross County 1, Celtic 1, and you're up to date with the goals as they go in on BBC Radio 5 Live. And even now there is still that hum around the ground because Fabian Schär's special goal has given the home side the lead.
That's what these fans love to see. The Newcastle fans are so passionate about the game. As I was walking through the town centre today, the atmosphere before the game. But that goal has just summed it up, really. What a strike.
Newcastle United have a throw down by the corner flag over on that far side. You can hear the Geordie faithful in full voice. Last season, Newcastle United won 12 of 19 of their 19 Premier League games in 2022. There was only Liverpool and Manchester City who accrued more points than Newcastle United in the second half of last season. Liverpool 51, Manchester City 46, Newcastle 38 from those 19 games. Let's go to Ellen Road, Vicky Sparks.
Where it's still 1-1, but Wolves are all over Leeds at the moment. Mellier's made a top save from Dendoncker, tipping his header just over the bar. Leeds 1, Wolves 1.
1-0 to Newcastle United. Bournemouth still lead Villa by a goal to nil. Tottenham 3-1 up at home to Southampton. Corner kick to Newcastle. Trippier to take it. Byrne heads it forward, headed away then by Surridge. Comes out towards Sam Maximan, dances around the ball, tries to chip the ball in towards Wilson, and it was just drifting away from Callum Wilson as it drops out for a goal kick. It's no longer 3-1 at Tottenham. Another goal. Sahel.
Tottenham are enjoying themselves. It's 4-1 now, and it's Dejan Kulusevski, who's probably been man of the match, steering the ball home from 8 yards away. Tottenham have got the 3 points surely. Tottenham 4, Southampton 1.
Stevenage 0, Stockport 1, a latest score in League 2. Newcastle United are attacking once again. Almiron, live wire as you'd expect, always busy. To Willock. Right corner of the area. Sam Maximan waits, passes the ball back out towards Almiron, comes in now, and return ball from Willock. Almiron plays it in low. Niakate was there, just standing to break up the move. Schär looks to try and stop Forest on the counter-attack. Niakate midway through his own half, prods it in field. But Newcastle United have won it in the midfield with Willock. Niakate, though, will win it back, showing his qualities. And then he's lost the ball, and all of a sudden Newcastle United are on the front foot once more. Here is Sam Maximan to Wilson, tees at Willock, shot blocked, comes out to Lingard, and Lingard to Nico Williams, clears the ball up towards Brennan Johnson. Tight behind him was Byrne. Loose ball in the midfield, picked up by Lewis O'Brien for Nottingham Forest. Red shirts playing from left to right, looking for an equaliser. Toffolo joins the attack. Worrell now strides forward. Worrell passes the ball out towards Williams. The right wing back goes on the outside of target, delivers a good ball into the penalty area, and the downward header from Surridge is off target. Let's get news of that equaliser from Ross County. Gavin Wallace.
Alex Jakoviti was the man who got above everyone else from a Ross County corner, and he headed it down into the ground towards Joe Hart's left and left him with absolutely no chance whatsoever. It's Ross County 1, Celtic 1.
Tom Flanagan has been sent off for Shrewsbury. They're at home to Accrington Stanley 0-0. We'll go to Swansea. Laura Kenyon.
Swansea 0, Blackburn 2 was against the run of play, but a brilliant solo effort from Ben Brereton Diaz. Shrugged off the last defender, chipped the keeper. We've seen him do it before, his first of the season. Swansea 0, Blackburn 2.
So Nottingham Forest are making a change here, and it is another debutante in Taiwo Awoniyi, who has come onto the field of play. Awoniyi, meant to be a little bit raw. £17 million that they've signed him for, and let's see what he's able to do. A Nigerian forward who scored 15 goals in the Bundesliga for Union Berlin last season. In fact, his record was 20 goals in 43 appearances. Awoniyi. Here is Bruno Guimaraes to Almiron. Barrow are leading Bradford City by 1-0. What an excellent start they've made to the season. They beat Stockport last week. Pete Wild, their new manager, 3-2 at Edgeley Park. Now beating Mark Hughes' side by 1-0. That's in League Two. As Guimaraes plays the ball back. Newcastle still leading 1-0. They have, you feel, an element of control in this game.
Yeah, they do. I think now Nottingham Forest will start going for it as well, so the game should start opening up. Beautiful touch that by Bruno Guimaraes. Starts running the show from the 6th position. He's a joy to watch. So good. The Newcastle fans will absolutely adore him.
It was Surridge who went off for Owoniyi as so still like for like, but probably a little bit more pace on the counter-attack for the Nigerian, who's 24 years of age. Here is Sam Maximan. Back heels the ball. Target was offside. Couldn't go for the ball. There was consternation in the press room about the pronunciation of Owoniyi. But in the African Cup of Nations, as the ball is played forward to Willock, takes it high on the chest and spins, holds onto the ball and crosses. Wilson can't bring it under control. With his back to the penalty area, Wilson tees the ball up towards Trippier. Now with Guimaraes, and now to Joel Linton. Target joins the attack. Sam Maximan to Willock. Newcastle threatening Willock into a dangerous area and cleared away by Niakate. And in fact, there's a goal now at Charlton. Ellen Ellard.
Yeah, and it's gone to the home side. The initial shot came in from the left. Joe Wildsmith in the Derby goal palmed it away, but it was straight into the path of Corey Blackett-Taylor, and the 24-year-old tucked the ball into the back of the net. It's Charlton 1, Derby 0.
Newcastle United with Sam Maximan still leading by 1-0. Bradford have equalised at Barrow 1-1. Reading now lead Cardiff by 2-1. Sam Maximan left-hand side delivers the ball into the box, cleared away on the volley then by Toffolo. Yeah, consternation. So from the African Cup of Nations in 2008, Sheena, who's a regular voice on the World Service, a Nigerian expert, taught me two good things. One, star beer in Ghana, and the other thing, Asha, a wonderful Nigerian singer. Anyway, I contacted Sheena in midweek. Owoniyi. If Sheena says it's Owoniyi, I'm sticking with it.
I am as well. Owoniyi. I've no doubt we'll get it wrong though.
Let's go to Bournemouth. Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0. Villa just beginning to dominate proceedings now. Ian Boubacar Kamara has fired a dipping effort over, and Steven Gerrard has made another attacking change. Ollie Watkins has entered the fray. Still 20 minutes to go. It's Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 0.
Free kick to Newcastle United, who lead by 1-0. Still 1-1 at Ellen Road. Spurs lead 4-1. In it goes towards Byrne. Drops to his feet. All 6'6" of him, and runs harmlessly wide and out for a goal kick. The good news, I've knocked the star beer on the head, but I still listen to Asher.
And you've lost £3 this week.
Four
£4.
Pounds.
Brilliant.
Yeah. No longer will Mark Chapman refer to me as a fat oaf anymore.
I've seen him with his app, tracking his food. We had a caramel shortbread at half time, and he checked how many calories he had on it. Didn't you know?
Here is Willock. Willock with a low ball. Wilson diving forward. There are certain things that need to stay between us, Jonathan.
And that's one, I guess.
You're not missing any of the action. You're listening to 5 Live. We've got commentary coming up after Sports Report. Everton Chelsea at 5:30. Forest Green 1, Ipswich 2 is the latest score in League One. Steve Cooper. They scored 22 goals in the last 15 minutes in the Championship last season. They might well be looking to try and fashion a late goal to try and salvage them a point here. A note has been passed onto the pitch that Jack Colback has just gone and stuffed down his sock. Steve Cooper, he's got that mentality to try and always get something from a game, and he won't be happy just to settle for this. He'll want to try and change things to get an equaliser. Will the Nottingham Forest manager, who has revitalised the club, real feel-good factor about Nottingham Forest. I mean, the capacity for that game next week against West Ham United, with full to capacity, it holds just over 30,000. With the redevelopment work, the main stand's going to be knocked down at the end of this season. It's going to increase it to about 38,000. But if they had a ground of probably even St James's Park size, they'd probably fill that out, such as the feel-good factor around Nottingham. Newport 0, Walsall 1, Barnsley 1, Cheltenham 0. Latest scores in League 2 and 1 respectively. But in the Premier League, it's Nottingham Forest who are behind here at St James's Park to a fine goal from Fabian Schär just before the hour mark. To Ellen Road, Vicky Sparks.
Where it's still 1-1 between Leeds and Wolves, but Rasmus Christensen is having an absolutely storming debut, the Leeds right back. He's just put in a fabulous, perfectly timed sliding tackle on Ryan Aït-Nouri, who would have been in for Wolves inside the box. Brilliant debut. Leeds 1, Wolves 1.
A familiar voice to 5 Live Sport on a Saturday afternoon, Andy Reid. He's been promoted from the under-23s. I've just seen the first glimpse of him down below in the dugout, having a word in the left ear of Alan Tate, Steve Cooper's assistant. Andy Reid, former Irish international, a regular voice on BBC Radio 5 Live, might not be so regular this season, certainly not on a Saturday at least. 20 minutes remaining. Nottingham Forest, though, haven't really looked like they're going to get an equaliser from what we've seen so far.
Not yet, but it could change now if they get this break. No.
They've got themselves a free kick. It's left of the centre circle. They have got a tough start, really, to return to the top flight after that absence of 23 years. West Ham at home next week, Everton away, Spurs at home and Manchester City away, before they embark on a run of fixtures, Bournemouth and Leeds and Fulham, that they might think, OK, we've got a chance to try and get some points on the board. That's what it's all about in the Premier League, to try and make that good start. As here is O'Brien in the centre circle, held off by Guimaraes. Ball then with Lingard. 1-0 they trail, the new boys. Bournemouth, though, are leading Villa by a goal to 0. Fulham 2, Liverpool 2. That's how the other two sides faring on the opening day of the Premier League season, or fared in Fulham's case, twice taking the lead against Liverpool. And here is a former Liverpool player in Nico Williams, who darts on the inside. We're going to Liverpool in a moment. Team news from Goodison Park. Blue half, of course, of Stanley Park, as Colback will win a corner. We'll get the team news now from John Murray.
Well, there are Premier League debuts for Everton, for McNeil and Tarkowski. We were talking about whether Dele Alli will play up front. Well, he won't. He's only a substitute. For Chelsea, Premier League debuts for Sterling and Koulibaly. Yesterday's big signing, Marc Cucurella, is on the Chelsea bench. And I must mention as well, Ian, among Everton's subs for the first time, 18-year-old Stanley Mills, son of your friend and mine, Danny Mills.
Thank you, John. In comes the corner, caught by Nick Pope. It was Johnson from the left-hand side, right down the throat of the England international. So Stanley Mills on the bench, your former teammate,
yeah,
Danny Mills.
I bet he's proud. I know his other son's a runner as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
But that's a brilliant moment for the Mills family. Congratulations to him.
Yes.
Just the start of the journey, son.
Yeah, I hope you don't pick up as many yellow cards as your dad Danny did, Stanley.
For dissent.
Always seem to miss Christmas, I recall. Peterborough 3, Morecambe 0, Bristol City 2, Sunderland 3. Sunderland back in front now for the first time at Ashton Gate. Commentary from Goodison Park. Pat Nevin joining John Murray from 5:30. After Sports Report that's coming up. 17 minutes remaining. Johnson's down for Forest, and referee Simon Hooper has told Joel Linton to knock the ball out of play for a throw. Grimsby 0, Northampton 1, Bolton 3, Wickham 0 are two latest scores. And we'll go to Turf Moor, Burnley, Luton, Juliet Thorrington.
Where it's Burnley 1, Luton 1, so much more urgency and tempo about Burnley second half. Brownhill with the equaliser from the edge of the area, 5 minutes into the second 45. They're on top against Luton, who went ahead really early through Dan Potts. Burnley 1, Luton 1.
Exeter 3, Port Vale 0 will stay in the Championship. Championship. Lee Blakeman's at Bramall Lane.
Still Sheffield United 2, Millwall 0. Millwall pushing to try and get back in it. Sheffield United trying to kill it. They brought on Billy Sharp to try and get what would be a decisive third goal. 15 to play. Sheffield United 2, Millwall 0.
Goal at Ellen Road. Vicky.
And Leeds have taken the lead. Great work by Bamford down the left-hand side. Ball slid into the area, and the debutant Brandon Aronson was there. He runs away celebrating. Leeds lead Wolves by 2-1.
Your former club, Woody, leading at Ellen Road. Bournemouth still lead Villa 1-0. Tottenham 4. Southampton 1-0 here to Newcastle United. Brennan Johnson has got treatment. He's come to the side of the pitch. It looks like he's going to return, but there are going to be changes here for Nottingham Forest, and we're going to see Mangala, one of their other new signings, coming on, a midfielder coming on. He replaces O'Brien. Let's go to Pat Murphy at Stoke.
Second goal for Stoke. Superb goal from Jacob Brown. Clever little pass inside by Timon, and there he was, first time left foot, 6 yards out. Stoke 2, Blackpool 0.
And an update from Rangers with Roddy Forsyth.
Yes, it's still Rangers 1, Kilmarnock 0. You heard earlier about that goal from Kolak. He came off to be replaced to a mighty cheer, and that was the salute for Alfredo Morelos, who's been out since April with a thigh injury, and I predicted earlier he would get a run today with the Champions League qualifiers in view next week. That's how it stands. Rangers 1, Kilmarnock 0.
Lewis O'Brien had a few problems with a hamstring towards the end of last season when he was at Huddersfield. Told that he might still be feeling the effects of that, so no surprise to see him not complete the 90. Certainly not taking any risks, Steve Cooper. So Oral Mangala replaces O'Brien for his debut. 24-year-old Belgian midfielder signed from Stuttgart for just under £13 million in the summer. One of many new arrivals at the City ground. 1-0 then to Newcastle. Niakate heads it back to Henderson. Said before about Forest scoring 22 goals in the last quarter of an hour in games in the Championship last season. Let's see if they can do that in these next 15 minutes that remain here at St James's Park, as Newcastle United have a slender lead. Here is Colback. Ginger-haired midfielder, left of the centre circle, back towards McKenna, back with Niakate. They're playing at a pace that seems to be quite comfortable for Newcastle to deal with it, isn't it? It's quite a steady pace.
Newcastle look so solid. They're never looking doubt, Newcastle, this team at the minute. The relationship with the two centre-backs, I mean, Brennan Johnson's a very good player, but he hasn't had much change out of Byrne today. To step up in class, I'm sure he's going to be an outstanding player, but he's found it difficult today.
Worth reminding ourselves that Newcastle United conceded 21 goals in their last 20 in the Premier League, but they're on the attack now. Almiron can't get past Henderson, making the save with his legs at the near post. Exeter 4, Port Vale 0 is the latest score in League One. 13 minutes remaining of normal time. I mean, that is an area that Newcastle United are now a compact side.
Yeah, they're a good side, they're a well-drilled side, well-coached. You can see that the work that they do on the training pitch reflects on a game day. It's reflected today. I mean, they've had better chances in the second half where they should have put a few more away, but they're a good team.
Going to be making a double change as well. Ryan Fraser is going to be one of the players coming on for the home side. I can just see him. Sean Longstaff, I think, is going to be the other one who's going to come on for Newcastle United, as we have just over 12 minutes remaining. Guimaraes to Saint-Maximin. Quite quiet by his standards really today, isn't it, Saint-Maximin? Only in fits and starts.
Yeah, fits and starts, but I think that's his game. I tell you what, he's just so dangerous when he gets on that ball. He makes things happen.
Well, here he is now to Guimaraes. He's certainly impressed. Willock back out to Saint-Maximin. Joel Linton on the overlap, left-hand side. Joel Linton in towards Wilson! Callum Wilson, with his habit of scoring on the opening day, guides the ball and lifts it over the outstretched Dean Henderson. And Newcastle United are carrying on where they left off from last season. Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
That is an outstanding finish there by Callum Wilson. Outside of the right foot, just steers it round Henderson in the Nottingham Forest goal, but a brilliant finish. The overlap run by Joe Linton, and the finish gets across. Niakate
outside of the foot finish, brilliant. He deserved it because a lot of Callum Wilson's work goes unnoticed, and he's deserved that today just by his number 9 performance. He's been fantastic.
He's scored in the opening weekend in now 4 of the last 5 Premier League seasons. A goal at Bournemouth, Aaron Paul.
Bournemouth 2, Aston Villa 0, and that might just wrap up the 3 points for Scott Parker's side. The ball played in from the far side, and there he was, the big man, Kiefer Moore, to just head past the goalkeeper and plant it home for the Cherries. Bournemouth 2, Aston Villa 0.
And a goal in our featured game in League 2 at Gresty Road, Shojo Saka.
Crew 3, Harrogate 0. Summer signing Courtney Baker-Richardson has come off the bench and got his first ever goal for Crew. His initial shot was saved, he put in the rebound. Crew 3, Harrogate 0.
How important, Jonathan, is it for Callum Wilson to stay fit?
Massive. If Newcastle wanted to get into Europe, which I think they could do, Callum Wilson has to stay fit, or they need to buy a backup player for him, because he's outstanding. He's outstanding for this football club. He works so hard, he holds it, he can run in behind, he's a menace, and he scores goals like that. I mean, it was an outstanding finish.
Sean Longstaff is replacing Joe Willock. Ryan Fraser is coming on as well. He'll replace Almiron. Whilst these changes are taking place, we will go to Ellen Road and Vicky Sparks.
Leeds still lead 2-1, but it should be 3. Brilliant save from Sark, from Patrick Bamford's header. And just to say, Ian, I think that goal that has given Leeds the lead might go down in the end as a Knight-Norrie own goal. Looks as though he might have got there just ahead of Aronson, but Leeds really pushing for this 3rd goal and the 3 points. 2-1 they lead Wolves.
Sohail Sahi's at Tottenham.
8 minutes to play here, Ian. Tottenham 4, Southampton 1. Tottenham are cruising towards the first victory of the season. They did trail as early as the 12th minute, but they've responded brilliantly. Tottenham 4, Southampton 1.
It's the first time that Nottingham Forest have conceded more than once since January in a league game. That was when they were beaten down at Cardiff by 2-1. Latest scores in the Scottish Premiership: Aberdeen lead the 10 men of St Mirren 3-1. Motherwell 0, St Johnstone 1. Rangers are still leading Kilmarnock by 1-0. Celtic are still being held at Ross County. Ross County 1, Celtic 1 is a latest score. 2-0 here at St James's Park to Newcastle United. 9 minutes remaining of normal time. We've gone through all the games in the Premier League. The 5:30 commentary will be here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Elsewhere in the Championship, Norwich 1, Wigan 1 was the result. These are the latest scores: Bristol City 2, Sunderland 3, Burnley 1, Luton 1, Preston 0, Hull City 0, Queen's Park Rangers 3, Middlesbrough 2. Middlesbrough were 3-0 down. Reading 2, Cardiff City 1. They've come from behind. Sheffield United lead Millwall 2-0. Stoke City 2, Blackpool 0, Swansea City 0, Blackburn 2. Blackburn looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 under John Dahl Thomason, as a forward ball from Sean Longstaff goes straight through towards Dean Henderson. Latest scores in League 1: Barnsley 1, Cheltenham 0, Bolton 3, Wickham 0. Burton down to 10 men after Conor Shaughnessy sending off in the opening minute, trailing at home 4-0 to Bristol Rovers. Charlton 1, Derby 0, Exeter 4, Port Vale 0, Fleetwood 1, Plymouth 1, Forest Green 1, Ipswich Town 2, MK Dons 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Oxford and Cambridge is goalless, Peterborough 3, Morecambe 0, Portsmouth and Lincoln 0-0 at Fratton Park. Shrewsbury down to 10 men, still trail at home to Accrington Stanley, as Nottingham Forest are going to be making a change. And again, it's a positive change made by their coach, Steve Cooper. Alex Mighton coming on to replace Nia Kati. So Mighton making his Premier League debut, an English midfielder or a forward. It's his 65th appearance. He actually the most used.
Well, we appear to have lost the line to Ian Dennis and Jonathan Woodgate. Newcastle lead by 2-0. We'll be back as soon as we can get that sorted. Elsewhere in the Premier League, Tottenham 4, Southampton 1, Leeds 2, Wolves 1, and Bournemouth are 2-0 up on Aston Villa. In the Championship, Bristol City 2, Sunderland 3, Burnley 1, Luton 1, Preston 0, Hull 0, QPR 3, Middlesbrough 2. As you were hearing from Ian, QPR were 3-0 up in that game. Reading lead Cardiff by 2-1. Sheffield United 2, Millwall 0. Stoke 2, Blackpool 0. And Swansea 0, Blackburn 2. Let's go to Tottenham. They are leading Southampton 4-1. Sahel side.
And it looks like they've got the 3 points all wrapped up here, Mark. 5 minutes to play. Tottenham 4, Southampton 1. Ivan Perisic has made his debut, and we're about to see Yves Bissouma and Clement Longley as well making their debuts. It's been very comfortable after Dejan Kulusevski added the fourth. Since the 63rd minute, it's been a bit of a pre-season friendly since then. Tottenham in cruise control, leading Southampton by 4-1.
Don't know if Ian gave you this, but Accrington Stanley have taken the lead in League One at Shrewsbury. Both sides drew on the opening weekend of the season, but Tommy Lee, with 13 minutes to go, has given John Coleman's side the lead there. Let's go into the Championship. Juliet Ferrington at Burnley.
Where it's Burnley 1, Luton 1. We've just got a break in play here. One of the Luton Town players receiving treatment, but Burnley having opportunities to go in front through Barnes and Benson with the chances to put them ahead, but it's still 1-1 as we head into the closing stages. Brownhill getting the equaliser, that coming 5 minutes into the second half after Luton went ahead inside the opening 5 minutes of this match. Vincent Kompany looking sharp and dapper in his suit and white t-shirts and white shoes. It's Burnley 1, Luton 1.
So you're up to date, you haven't missed anything, and maybe that couple of minutes allowed Ian Dennis to update his calorie counter.
Just a few gremlins in the system. I knew you shouldn't have said anything, Jonathan. Here is Sam Maximan, and you haven't missed anything. Newcastle still lead 2-0, but Sam Maximan now is coming forward. He's got Sean Longstaff, who passes the ball towards the far post, and Wilson at the far post into the side netting. The angle was very, very tight.
Yeah, it was too tight for him. I think Eddie Howe would like to get him off, to be honest with you. With 10 minutes to go.
Nottingham Forest are going to play out from the back. Now it was Ross County 1, Celtic 1. Late goal, Gavin Wallace.
Indeed, and Celtic have went 2-1 up. A Jota cross was met by the on loan Laurent defender Moritz Jensen. On his full debut for Celtic, he thundered a header into the back post. It is Ross County 1, Celtic 2.
Mighton on the attack for Forest as they trail 2-0, and they've won a free kick right corner of the penalty area. Goal at Swansea, Laura Kenyon.
Well, it's Swansea 0, Blackburn 3. Lewis Travis, the captain, with a rocket as Swansea fans depart the stadium. And Yondal Thomason, well, he's got his career at Blackburn off to a flying start. It's Swansea 0, Blackburn 3.
Before the gremlins in the system, I was running through the scores. We've got the Championship and League One out of the way. We've done the Scottish Premiership. We've just got League Two to do with 4 minutes remaining. So I'll give those scores after we've watched this free kick for Nottingham Forest, which Nico Williams is going to take right corner of the penalty area in front of the Gallagate end. Red shirts, white shorts, playing from left to right, trailing 2-0. Williams delivers it very, very deep towards the far post. McKenna was there, and it'll be Guimarães who should bring the ball away for Newcastle United. So those latest scores in League Two. Barrow are back in front. They lead Bradford City 2-1. Newcastle on the attack. Wilson looking for Fraser, the substitute. Colback will marshal the ball safely back towards Henderson, who almost carried it out of the penalty area as his momentum on his knees almost took him out of the box, but he just about stayed inside the penalty area. Colchester 1, Carlisle 1, Crawley 0, Leyton Orient 1, Crewe 3, Harrogate 0, Doncaster Rovers 0, Sutton United 1, Gillingham lead Rochdale by a goal to 0, Grimsby 1, Northampton 1, Hartlepool and Wimbledon are goalless at Victoria Park, Mansfield 1, Tranmere 0, Newport County 0, Walsall 1, Stevenage 0, Stockport 1, Swindon and Salford City still 0-0. And Swindon, remember, Harry McCurdy was sent off towards the end of the first half. Here is Guimarães for Newcastle United, leading 2-0. And now with Joel Linton, Newcastle United, who've got games away at Brighton before Manchester City come here, and then Wolves away and Liverpool away. But since Eddie Howe took over, only Liverpool and Manchester City have won here at St James's Park.
It's a difficult place to come with Eddie Howe at the helm, and with these fans behind them. No one will fancy coming here this season, that's guaranteed. This is a good team, this is a well-drilled team, a team that you can see it's been coached. Don't know when you see him in and out of possession, they look very good.
Well, if the city of Newcastle was buzzing ahead of the game with this scoreline, it will be pulsating tonight Fleetwood now lead Plymouth by 2-1 in League One. We told you about the Grimsby equaliser, and Taylor Allen has been sent off for Walsall as they still lead away at Newport County by 1-0. Newcastle are going to make another double change, and whilst that change takes place, we'll go to Rangers. Roddy Forsyth.
Well, we heard Celtic scoring their second recently, and Rangers have done the same. This time Alfredo Morelos, who's been out since April with a thigh injury. The fans were beseeching him to score. He did it with a roll in at the far post. Rangers 2, Kilmarnock 0, 5 to go.
So the players coming on are Wood and Murphy. Sam Maximan and Wilson are going to be the two players who are coming off. Callum Wilson, 8 goals he scored last season, Newcastle's top scorer, but he badly affected by injury. If he can stay fit, Callum Wilson will look to propel Newcastle United certainly towards a first top half finish for the first time since 2018. Wood and Murphy, come on.
Callum Wilson, just outstanding performance, but it's the work rate that you see, that you don't see, but his work ethic, his closing down, how he holds the ball up. When the ball goes in, it sticks, he can run in behind, and he showed that today. He showed a great number 9 performance tonight.
Aberdeen 4, St Mirren 1 is the latest score, and Stockport County, although they are leading at Broadhall Way by 1-0 at Stevenage, are down to 10 men for the last 3 minutes. Ashley Palmer has been sent off. We're about to find out how much stoppage time there will be here at St James's Park. And Newcastle United keeping up their excellent record against Nottingham Forest in the Premier League as Toffolo holds off the run of Murphy. Murphy was actually looking for something there from referee Simon Hooper, but nothing was forthcoming. To find out how much added on time from the fourth official, 3 minutes to go.
The superb pass that by Guimaraes.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been brilliant, yeah. When he gets on the ball, he just dictates. It's his tempo, how he plays that. He can quicken it up, he can slow it down. Another brilliant bit of business by Newcastle United, bringing it to the football club.
That sending off of Ashley Palmer costly for Stockport. Stevenage have equalised from a penalty. Luke Norris, Stevenage 1, Stockport County 1. The results are starting to drop in now. Sports Report is coming up with Mark Chapman as Guimaraes comes forward now, wrestled off the ball though by Colback. A condensed Sports Report before we take you to our next commentary at Goodison Park, 5:30, Everton-Chelsea. Don't go anywhere on BBC Radio 5 Live. Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 1. Motherwell equalising there at Fir Park. The Forest travelling support, 3,000 of them making their voices heard, undeterred by the scoreline. And I'm still convinced that the City Ground will be a real occasion next week for the visit of West Ham United. St Johnstone are now leading Motherwell 2-1, a goal in injury time as Sven Botman, the 5th substitution for Newcastle United, will be coming on for the closing stages just to get a feel of St James's Park, a ground of course that Jonathan Woodgate has played on during his playing career.
He's going to be a good player, Botman. Really like him. Can pass through the line, strong, reads it well, but he's going to find it difficult to get into this team with Dan Burn and Fabian Schär playing the way they are at the minute.
Well, here comes that change, and Sven Botman making his Newcastle United debut, a £32 million signing from Lille. AC Milan were huge admirers of the Dutch defender, but it's Bruno Guimaraes who comes off to a standing ovation. And what a fine game the Brazilian has had here, Jonathan.
Oh, he's been top good. He's been the best player on the pitch. Just dictated the game. Playing a deep lying midfield position, but he's been terrific.
Can even make out a Dutch flag in the Gallagate end for the arrival of the number 4, Sven Botman. as Nottingham Forest have a free kick as they trail 2-0. Williams into the penalty area. Pope's come for that, didn't get it. Newcastle have cleared. A late goal at Ross County. Gavin Wallace.
Leila Bada making it 3-1 to Celtic. It was a fantastic effort with the inside of his right foot, and it went well beyond Ross Laidlaw. A fantastic curling effort. Ross County 1, Celtic 3.
Doncaster Rovers 1, Sutton United 1 is the latest score in League 2. Two more commentaries tomorrow. Manchester United Brighton, West Ham Manchester City. The Monday Night Club is back with Mark Chapman and co from 7, and on Tuesday night we've got the EFL Cup will go around the grounds. But here on the opening weekend of the Premier League season, Newcastle United, who've only won once on the opening day in the last 8 seasons, are going to get off to a winning start. They had to wait for their 15th Premier League match last season. Not so today, as the roar and the celebrations will tell you. They are up and running, and Nottingham Forest return after an absence of 23 years is an unhappy one. It's finished here. Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Jonathan Woodgate.
Yeah, very good performance there by Newcastle. First half, the pressure that he imposed on the Nottingham Forest, they found it difficult. But then in the second half, they just upped the ante and they created better chances. Still had the pressing on the front foot. And at the end of the day, a good 2-0 victory. A fantastic performance by Newcastle United.
Goals in the second half, a special one from Cher after 58 minutes, and then Callum Wilson 12 minutes from time. It's finished at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0. And Manchester City and Newcastle United, the only 2 teams in the Premier League who are yet to concede in the top flight this season. But given the fact that Manchester City have won the last 6 meetings with an aggregate score of 22-3, Newcastle United will be delighted if they can come through with that statistic still intact. In the sunshine on Tyneside, the atmosphere, as you'd expect, is cracking. We're underway. Perfect timing for listeners of the BBC World Service to St James's Park, the home of Newcastle United, for this game that is just underway with Manchester City in their sky blue shirts and white shorts, playing from left to right and already coming under early pressure from the Newcastle press. Now, they started against Nottingham Forest with a similar intensity, as Joe Linton has done well. Out towards Trippier, cross, blocked, bounces, Ake prevents it, no he doesn't, goes behind for an early corner. They have come out of the traps.
Yeah, they have. It's the start, exactly what they wanted. And it comes, Man City kick off, it goes back to Ake. John Stones steps in and he plays it behind him, and that triggers the press for Newcastle. Every single player going chasing the ball, and now they have an early corner that Man City will have to deal with.
Corner kick then to Newcastle United, attacking the Leesy's end. It's rolled in short, and it's played back. Guimaraes to Trippier, delivers it towards the far post. Awkward one for Ederson in his luminous orange goalkeeping outfit. He caught the ball well with both hands, but as he was backpedaling, his back clattered into that far post. But it was a short handling under pressure.
It sure was, and it was a short corner by Newcastle, which was surprising. You've got Botman, Cher and Byrne in there to go and attack it, but it comes back to Trippier, and Ederson had to catch that because both Botman and Cher, Byrne, coming in at the back of him. So yeah, they had to be concentrated. Probably knew he was going to take a hit off the post as well, but good assured goalkeeping from Ederson, and no less than we expect from him.
That's the voice of James McFadden on BBC Radio 5 Live here at St James's, as Rodri collects that ball out to Bernardo Silva, quickly closed down by Byrne and Saint-Maximin, and then Rodri plays the ball back to Ake. He's going to go under pressure from Almiron, out towards Foden, inside to Cancelo, who just lays it off behind him to Nathan Ake. 2 minutes played on 5 Live. Leeds United 3, Chelsea 0, West Ham 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2, and in the Championship, Bristol City 2, Cardiff 0. We'll keep you up to date with the second half of Celtic against Hearts, with Celtic leading, and then as much reaction as we can from this game into 6:06 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. as Trippier plays the ball to Fabian Schär. Cracking goal against Nottingham Forest on the opening day. Newcastle trying to get the better of that ball with Rodri. Touch from Haaland to Gundogan. Haaland wants it back played. He takes it away from the goalkeeper, plays it back to Foden, left-hand side of the penalty area. Foden holds on to the ball. Gundogan gets a little touch to Cancelo. Back towards Foden with his back to goal edge of the area. Rodri shoots, and Rodri right-footed over the top. Pope had it covered. Goal kick. But a glimpse of what we know Manchester City are capable of.
Yeah, that is good play from Haaland initially. Comes short, lays it off first time and he spins. And I spoke about Haaland needing space to run into. He didn't have very much, but he made a great run. It was a great weighted pass. He got there before Pope. Knocks it to Foden, keeps the ball alive. And when it comes to Rodri, we know he can hit them from there, but it was never troubling Nick Pope.
4 goals in his last 8 appearances last season. Little flick on there by Callum Wilson. Ake lets it settle, plays it back. Ederson just puts his foot through that and clears it long downfield. And Sven Botman, on his full home debut here today, will clear the ball away. Saint-Maximin coming back from an offside position. And that decision applauded by Pep Guardiola down below as Eddie Howe in his technical area. Pen in his hand, which he now stuffs actually in his left side of his tracksuit bottoms, the pocket there. I'm sure he'll be making studious notes as Jason Tindall also works out as well. That doesn't need to write this statistic down, that he's lost all 12 games against Manchester City, Eddie Howe. Be hoping to try and change that here today. But I don't think anybody within Newcastle United is expecting Newcastle, despite their newfound wealth, at this stage to challenge Manchester City. It might be a reality check to know where they've got to go to, as Bernardo Silva picks it up now. They've got 2 out to his right-hand side. He uses them both as decoys, curls the ball in. Gundogan gets the ball in, flag stays down, and Manchester City score within 5 minutes. Gundogan seemed to have an age before he eventually put the wall away, but it was a composed finish, and Manchester City lead 1-0.
I'll tell you what, it's an unbelievable cross from Bernardo Silva. Gundogan, we know that he goes into the area. Haaland had made the run across the front, and it didn't look like there was too much space to get it through to Gundogan. But you're right, he's in acres of space. He takes a touch, and it looks a bit untidy, the finish, but nonetheless, he puts it in the back of the net. But it's all from the cross from Bernardo Silva, there's no doubt about it. Incredible cross, and nice composure from Gundogan to put it in the back of the net.
After his first touch, 6-7 yards out, and I think he was onside. It'll be checked by VAR, but I think it will stand. He then hooks it right-footed. It's fractionally behind him, isn't it?
Yeah, his touch bounces up. You know, he doesn't take a brilliant touch, but he adjusts, and you're right, he just hooks it beyond Nick Pope. But the space he's in, the cross, absolutely magnificent.
Well, we'll remember his contribution to them winning the title on the last day of last season. 10 goals that he scored. He's already bagged his second of this campaign as Newcastle United find themselves a goal down in the early stages. Shake of the head from Eddie Howe, and all of a sudden any game plan has just been ripped up and thrown away. Go along with a free kick, Newcastle, edge of the area, cleared away by Bernardo Silva. The 2 players as well that went on the outside of Bernardo Silva, but when he then was able to cross the ball into to Gundogan, it was just an excellent goal from Manchester City all round.
Yeah, it was a quick switch of play. Bernardo up high on the right hand side, and Walker and De Bruyne make that run, creates the space. Gundogan, a run from midfield, finds himself in space in the box, and I mean, his first touch, it does go up the way. There is a challenge coming. It actually goes back, his first touch. And there's a mixture of defender's challenge and Gundogan putting it into the net. But that's what Man City can do. You know, Newcastle did start well on the front foot, putting them under pressure. But they don't panic. They just keep knocking the ball around. For some reason, they always seem to have a spare man in every part of the pitch. And they make it count. And it's no surprise with the quality they have.
First goal that Newcastle have conceded this season. It means now that Manchester City, the only side in the Premier League whose defence is yet to be breached, De Bruyne, that was a cynical foul by Guimaraes. And he's shown a yellow card. Now he's pointing out to Jared Gillett, the referee, why wasn't there a yellow card when I was fouled earlier on? But no hesitation there, and Guimaraes is booked after 8 minutes.
It's always a frustration, isn't it, when you've had something similar happen to you and then you get punished for it. But it was totally cynical. There was no attempt to play the ball. He was just stopping De Bruyne, getting at that back line, and for me it is a yellow card because it's a cynical foul. He knows what he's doing.
No attempt at all, was there, to play the ball. Here is Stones, England international, back to Ake. Newcastle searching for the ball. They're pressing quite high up. Manchester City have got to beat that Newcastle press. Willock was putting pressure there on Cancelo. He goes back to Ake. A little bit of time for Ake now. Plays a short diagonal ball towards Rodri. De Bruyne now comes outside to the edge of the Newcastle's the centre circle in the Manchester City half. Now to Foden, back inside to Gundogan. Erling Haaland wanted the ball played to the edge of the area. Newcastle bring it away. It was a hurried clearance by Almiron. And Manchester City, it's just stroked back inside by Cancelo. Now with Rodri. Cancelo stays quite high up on that left-hand side for Manchester City. 9 minutes played and already the champions lead by 1-0 here on 5 Live in the World Service.
Look at where Kyle Walker is. You know, he's playing as a central midfielder. The deep line one, he's pushed right in, and that's what's making it very difficult for Newcastle to go and get the ball off him, because then the ball is flicked round beyond the midfield into Gundogan. He turns and it's out to Cancelo on this left-hand side.
And here is Cancelo now cutting inside, shoots. That was blocked by Trippier. If you're listening to James talking there, you know, there's no surprise with Kyle Walker being played as an inverted fullback. The only thing is, he was actually on the left-hand side of midfield and not on the right. He's now got some defensive duties to do up against Saint-Maximin. Plays the ball back towards Byrne. Willock. Guimaraes is forward as well. Manchester City, they'll have everybody back, and Willock gives it away. Haaland now being held by Willock, uses his strength and releases De Bruyne. Flag stays down. De Bruyne enters the penalty area. Eye on goal, saved by the legs of Pope at his near post. Newcastle United almost punished on the counter-attack there by the champions. Now Newcastle try and break. Downward header by Stones. And Rodri is there to mop up before Saint-Maximin. The Newcastle crowd, though, urging Newcastle on.
They are, and it's a great break from Man City, but it comes from Saint-Maximin gets 1v1 with Kyle Walker. He takes him to the byline, he rolls it back to Dan Burn, who he's expecting is going to cross it in first time. Alright, he's only got Callum Wilson in the middle to aim for, but it's a chance to put it in the box. He refuses, he passes it back, Willock gives it away. 2 passes later, Kevin De Bruyne is in goal, and he actually goes to try and put it through Nick Pope's legs. It's at an acute angle where maybe you're looking at it and saying fire it across or fire it near. Nick Pope stood, he's trying to go through his legs, and credit to him, he read it.
City are on the attack again. Gundogan left-hand side of the penalty area and just took his eye off the ball, failed to control it, and it rolled and bobbled over his left foot and out for a goal kick. You did fear the worst for Newcastle though when De Bruyne is herring in on the penalty area like that.
Yeah, and it's going to be a problem for Newcastle. They're going to have to try and sort it out, because I mentioned Kyle Walker being in the midfield. Now Man City are building, the 2 centre-backs split. The 2 full-backs then come inside, become a midfielder, and it's, you know, Walker, Cancelo and Rodri that's trying to build up. Newcastle are locking on, but De Bruyne and Gundogan are staying out of it. So the gap in between Newcastle's midfield and defence is where De Bruyne and Gundogan are picking the ball up. Plus you've got Foden, Bernardo and Haaland in advance of that. So when they get past or beyond the press, it's an attack. You know, it's not right, we'll keep the ball, knock it about. They're on the attack. So Newcastle have to figure out how to stop that. It's very difficult, because Man City lure you into that false sense of hope that you're going to go and win the ball, but every single player can handle it. They beat the press, and there you see it in the last couple of minutes. 2 passes, you're in on goal, and your goalkeeper's having to bail you out.
Well, now they've got a free kick, Manchester City. 12 minutes played, just in from the left touchline, that front of that east stand here at St James's as they attack the Gallowgate end. Quite a high line though from the Newcastle defence in their black and white striped shirts. In it comes now from that free kick. That was delivered by Foden, cleared away by Trippier. To Almiron, stabs it forward. De Bruyne plays it forward, then headed on by Ake, and Newcastle now up towards Saint-Maximin. Collects the ball on that far side over the halfway line, tries to slip it on the inside, gives the ball away, and now Bernardo Silva will run forward over the halfway line. Gundogan, Foden ahead of him. Haaland lurks just outside the area. Foden waits, stands still, looks for the support. Kyle Walker again in that midfield role, wanting the ball. It comes to Haaland, misses it, and then Dan Burn plays a short ball towards Willock. He's now closed down by Kyle Walker and gets away from Kyle Walker. Good turn of pace there by Willock. Forward ball now to Wilson in the penalty area to Saint-Maximin, and cut out by a sliding Ake, but the flag's up on the far side. It was a good break by the home team.
Tremendous from Willock, pacing Kyle Walker, out muscling him, and it's a great run from Wilson. Timing of the pass is excellent, and it's the right idea. He spots Saint-Maximin at the back post, knocks it across first time. He's offside, yes. Good defending by Ake in the end, but that's much better. Can Willock get driving and driving from midfield, taking on the defence, playing those defence splitting passes? Much better from Newcastle.
You don't see that very often.
No.
Kyle Walker being outstripped like that.
That will hurt him as well.
It will hurt him. Here is Gundogan coming forward, the City goal scorer, stopped by a rather abrupt challenge by Joel Linton. Direct free kick awarded to Manchester City. Gundogan stays down. 14 minutes played, 5 live, and the World Service here at St James's Park on a very pleasant afternoon in the northeast. Free kick, quite a central area. Newcastle United once again will try and offer as much protection as they can with that high line from Nick Pope, who's marshalling not a wall, but he's certainly in communication with Kieran Trippier. Now at the minute, Haaland's actually standing in an offside position. This free kick, fractionally left of centre. It's a good 35 yards out from goal. De Bruyne stands over it. Haaland in the central area, Stones forward from the back, Ake too. Rodri up there as well. De Bruyne now floats it in the direction of Ake. Comes out, edge of the area, lifted back into the path of Guimaraes by Wilson. Partially cleared by Newcastle. De Bruyne collects it far side the left, plays it back. And then Cancelo just waits, just over the halfway line. And now with Rodri. Forward ball, Gundogan to De Bruyne, first time ball, Foden in on goal, in the penalty area, saved by the legs of Pope again, up in the air it goes, headed away by Cher. Pope twice now with his legs has prevented Manchester City from doubling their lead. Here is Saint-Maximin over the halfway line, goes away from Stones, forward ball for Joel Linton. He's been beaten once, Kyle Walker will not be beaten a second time. Adjudged to have been fouled by Joel Linton, free kick.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see it again this afternoon. That's hurt him, Kyle Walker, but yeah, he's alert to that. Maybe a bit heavy on the pass to Joe Linton, but he does well to get back and a little nudge on the back and gets the foul.
Once again, the Newcastle supporters not happy with the decision making from the referee and letting their feelings known. 16 minutes played, 1-0 to Manchester City. Stones in possession, just outside the penalty area as Manchester City build from the back, playing from left to right. Good, strong travelling support from Manchester City, high up in the gods on that top tier of the Leesy's end away towards our left. Bernardo Silva looked like he was offside. Eddie Howe equally thought so, but Newcastle have got it back. Botman to Cher. Cher lifts it forward. Almiron has made the run. Ake heads it away. Rodri then with a cushion header laid off by Gundogan. Newcastle though, that was a late challenge. Now the Newcastle fans howl for a decision. The referee though plays a good advantage to Saint-Maximin. Steps over the ball, left hand side, fizzes it across from the left, and Foden will retrieve it on that far side. To be fair to the referee, that you can't have it both ways. You want the decision, and it was the referee played it. The advantage. Joel Linton to Saint-Maximin into the area. Saint-Maximin cuts it back, and there it was for Almiron. little bit behind him, little bit off balance, left-footed, scoops it over the top. But listen to the response of this St James's crowd.
That's a huge opportunity, and you're right, it is a little bit behind him, but I still think he should be hitting the target. It's well worked again down the left-hand side. They've just had 2 attacks down the left. St Maximum shaping up as if he's going to come onto his right, dragging it down the left, cut back to Almiron, and he should do better. He should be hitting the target. I get the point is behind him, but he should be doing better. But much more positive, and going back to your point about the play on for the referee, absolutely the right call.
Certainly was from Jared Gillett. Celtic Hearts, Scottish Premiership. Let's get the latest. Ready for side.
We've just moved into injury time. Celtic still leading by Kyogo's goal early in the first half, but Hearts are reduced to 10 men, and Hearts have had the better of this second half. But Alex Cochrane sent off for a foul on Lillabada. 1-0 into extra time, injury time rather.
Thanks, Ronnie. A reminder, on Wednesday, PSV Rangers Champions League qualifier will be live in Eindhoven for commentary of that game. The previous night we've got League Cup action for you. Fleetwood Everton will be our commentary on Tuesday. Here is Haaland, challenged behind by Botman. This referee, he's not exactly going down well with the home support at the minute. Challenge comes in on the edge of the area, gives a free kick.
I think he's unlucky, Botman. I do. I think when the ball comes in, Haaland takes a poor touch. He gets a bit fortunate, and Botman, there is contact. But the referee on the spot, desperate to blow up for the foul there.
Ruben Dias is going to be coming on. Manchester City are going to be forced to making an early change. I think it's Ake. I think that he's saying I'm all right. He's putting up 2 fingers, but Ruben Dias is going to be coming on. Meanwhile, Manchester City have this free kick. It's right of centre outside the area, just a few steps away from the D. You're not fit to referee is now the chance. Foden and De Bruyne stand over the free kick. Left foot of Foden or the right foot of De Bruyne. It's De Bruyne. Great save by Pope. Fully extended. Dives away to his right. Pushes it away with both hands.
That's a good save. De Bruyne has the other side to aim for, but the only problem with that is he's got Byrne and Botman in front of him, who are not the smallest. And it's a good save off the reversal.
Newcastle on the attack. St Maximin to Almiron. Across the face of goal. Cleared away. Almost a goal line clearance by Cancelo. Not quite on the goal line, and it might have actually been arcing its way from that goal. But it is still another promising counter-attack from Newcastle United.
That's excellent down the left-hand side again. Wilson, I think he's got to gamble and go a bit earlier. It's just in front of him, but the last couple have been cut back. But much more promising again from Newcastle, particularly down this left-hand side.
Going to be a substitution here. So what was it yesterday? Rangers finished with 9 men yesterday in that game against Hibs, and today, as the Edinburgh side travels to Glasgow, ready for side.
Hearts are down to 9 men. Tony Sibbick following Alex Cochrane off the park. Another second yellow card, red card then for him. And Hearts, who have come back surprisingly well in this game, down to 9 men and playing it out. We've got 1 more minute of injury time left.
Hibs, of course, took full advantage against the 9 men and got a late equaliser. So if Celtic, against the 9 men of Hearts there at Celtic Park, secure the 3 points, they'll go 2 points clear of Rangers and maintain their 100% winning start to the Scottish Premiership. Ake looked extremely disappointed to come off. Ruben, of course, Laporte is still out injured for Manchester City. So Ruben Dias coming on to partner now John Stones with that early change made after 21 minutes. Thing is, as well, from Manchester City's point of view, they don't have any more free midweeks between now and the World Cup. This coming midweek should have been, but of course in June they agreed to play that charity match in Barcelona, and they fly out to Spain tonight. Newcastle are on the attack, trailing by a 1-0. Almiron right hand side, headed out by Rodri, only as far as Trippier. Began his career at Manchester City. No senior appearances though before he left. Ball played forward by Guimaraes. Trippier clips over the cross, headed away by Rodri once more, taken high on the chest by Foden, lifts it high in the air underneath the clear blue skies at St James's Park. midway through this first half. Newcastle are really making a fist of this. Guimaraes comes forward now, slides into the challenge, runs into Bernardo Silva, and Manchester City have the ball now with Cancelo. But Newcastle are going after them.
They are. It's been a great response from Newcastle. They've created opportunities. They've shown that energy and that passion to go and win the ball back. And they've been unlucky in a couple of those occasions, but it's been a terrific response.
The worry is that Manchester City look like they could score every time they go forward. You think that Pope has made 3 saves in addition to Gundogan's goal after 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is the difference. Newcastle are looking good going down. When the ball comes in, it's maybe just getting there or just going behind, or the chance just doesn't present itself. But Man City, on the other hand, 2 passes, 3 passes, they're in on the back line. Nick Pope's come up with a couple of brilliant saves as well, which obviously you expect from your goalkeeper, but he doesn't want to be facing too many shots.
A goal at Celtic, Roddy.
It's all over, as a matter of fact, but Celtic won by 2-0 because in that last period of injury time against 9 men, Georgios Giannakoumakis stuck one away at the near post. Has out at 2 hearts nearly.
So Maximan with a shot, saved by Edison, comes out to Almiron, couldn't bring the ball under control. Newcastle United, though, certainly playing with plenty of spirit in an attacking sense, and Edison had to make the save. Comfortable height for him.
Yeah, it was terrific again from St Maximin. Again, he shapes to hit it with his right, drags it onto his left, and it just doesn't go far enough forward for him to hit it first time. He needs to take another small touch, and that's what makes it probably a bit easier for Ederson to deal with, because he can't get a proper shot away. But encouraging again down this left-hand side. No surprise it's coming mainly from St Maximin.
Alan St Maximin without a goal since January, testing Ederson. As Botman has the ball at the back. Had Haaland in front of him, and in the end he decides safety first, goes back to Nick Pope, all in yellow behind him. As now Cher along the ground to Wilson. Tight behind him was Ruben Dias. Wilson, though, helps Newcastle win the ball back. Bruno Guimaraes forward. St Maximin lays it off. Wilson inside the centre circle. Newcastle looking for an equaliser. Guimaraes plays it out wide. Trippier high up the pitch, plays it early. Willock's making the run from midfield, won't get there. It'll run out of play for a goal kick. But the Newcastle supporters are responding to the football that's being played by Eddie Howe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When they're going in attack, they're not going in 2s and 3s. They've got 6 players in attack there. Dan Burn is tucking in and sitting beside Botman and Cher, but the rest are going in attack. Bruno Guimaraes is sitting in midfield, but it's Willock that's making that forward run. It's Trippier that's high up on the right hand side. You've got Joe Linton that's advanced, as well as the front 3. So yeah, they are, I said it earlier, the response has been great, but they've done that as a team as well. They've not panicked, they'll continue to play, and they will get more opportunities, there's no doubt about it.
And James, whilst Manchester City had that goal kick, as Joe Linton feeds the ball forward to St Maximin, there's a turnover in play. St Maximin's early ball. Wilson now enters the penalty area. Almiron is with him. Wilson wants to go it alone, curls it, takes a deflection behind for a corner kick. Newcastle United are trying at every opportunity to take the game to City.
Yeah, they are, and it's the speed in which they're countering Man City. They're not just knocking it about and keeping it and trying to take the sting out of it. They're going and they're pushing bodies forward, as I mentioned a minute ago, and they look like they're going to get themselves back level the way they're playing.
Corner kick to Newcastle United in front of the Elysees end. Right hand side, Trippier will take it. This will be an outswinger, both arms aloft. Everybody is in and around the Manchester City penalty area. Trippier floats it over now. It's delivered very, very deep towards Botman. Bernardo Silva won't get there before St Maximin, who dances around the ball, turns, now delivers a right-footed cross towards the far post. De Bruyne back there. They're appealing for a handball there against the Belgian. It will be checked as a matter of course, but in the meantime, it's another corner kick. I think he had to deal with 2 Newcastle players, De Bruyne.
Yeah, he did. It's St Maximin again. Great skill to get free of Bernardo, and then it's a deep cross to the back post, and De Bruyne, outnumbered, manages to deal with it in the end.
I think it struck him on the back of the head. Play will continue. VAR would have checked it. Trippier again goes deep with a corner kick. Botman gets his head onto that, and Wilson had a little stab at it, and in the end it didn't really have the power to trouble Edison.
No, it didn't, but it's good play again. They're favouring that deep, straight ball to the back post, Botman getting on the end of it, heading it back across. As it's coming across, I thought Wilson could go and head it first time, but he goes to take a touch, which is a good touch, but maybe he's leaning back and it just rolls into the hands of Ederson. But if he goes with the head, then Ederson is scrambling across to try and keep that out of the net.
Here is Saint-Maximin. Runs at Walker. They've doubled up on Saint-Maximin. He gets away from both, delivers a brilliant ball in, and it's in! You're never going to believe who scored! It's ruled out. Warren Miggy. He sees his celebrations cut short. It looks like he may well have used his hand to guide that ball in from Saint-Maximin's cross from the left-hand side. One goal in his previous 47. And although he's smiling, he'll be disappointed. It was a wonderful ball in. VAR will have the check. Did he handle the ball? No question of offside. Definitely onside. But did he use his hand? Very, very hard to check with the tiny monitors that we have. I don't think there can be a question of offside, can there? They're checking for offside, they say, but I thought when the ball came in, unless it's on the second phase.
The goal stands! Newcastle United have equalised, and Manchester City, for the first time this season, have conceded in the Premier League. And the man who had the banner in the Gallagher end at the start, Warren Miggy, brings sheer delight to Tyneside. One goal in 47. He's up and running for this campaign.
Well, it was written, wasn't it? It was always going to be a big afternoon for Miguel Almiron. But again, the skill from Saint-Maximin down the left-hand side. They were doubling up on him. He drags it down to his left, fakes across, comes back onto his right, puts a brilliant ball to the back post. Willock's coming in to attack it. Almiron's in a great position, and it just hits off his knee and into the back of the net. And you have to say, it is no less than Newcastle deserve. They've been absolutely tremendous since going behind. They've created chance after chance, and they get the rewards in the end.
I can't think of a more popular goal scorer.
Yeah, listen, they would celebrate any goal, but I think when you see the banner at the start, the fact that the disrespect at the end of last season from Jack Grealish, and I know he's probably said it in jest and didn't mean anything bad by it, but it's still a fellow professional, and yeah, I think that the whole stadium would have been willing Miguel Almiron to get the goal today. And listen, maybe he's not finished.
Maybe he's not. Certainly had a good pre-season, 6 goals during pre-season. He's always a bundle of energy. Newcastle are certainly playing with lots of that. Willock now to Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin to Willock on the overlap left-hand side. First time cross. Wilson in the penalty area. Hooks it goalwards and hooks it wide. Quite hard for him to try and get that goal bound at the height he was and the position that he was at, 12 yards out from goal. But nevertheless, full credit to Manchester City, to Newcastle, the way that they've responded after Manchester City had taken an early lead. And the point that I wanted to make to you a long time ago, and I still haven't because it's such a breathless game. Here is Foden, meanwhile, charged down there by Bruno Guimaraes, who then with clenched fist pumps up the crowd. Believe me, this Newcastle crowd do not need pumping up. But Newcastle United, when City have a goal kick, they're almost going man for man. Trippier goes high up the pitch, so City's front three, Newcastle are leaving man on man, 3 at the back.
Yeah, well, they're being brave, and you heard Jermaine Defoe speak about the organisation of Eddie Howe, the triggers they went to press, and you have to take risks when you're going to go and press, especially a team like Man City. You have to either go man for man or leave someone spare, but to give yourself the best chance of putting pressure on. They probably don't expect that Man City will hit too many long balls. Now the danger is, we know Ederson's range of passing and the distance he can get on it can set up attacks, but the bravery that they've shown in the press when they've won the ball back, they're flooding bodies forward. They've really taken the game to Man City, and they look most likely to go in front. Now, they've had chances. De Bruyne and Foden have both had very good chances, but the sustained attacks, the sustained pressure is all coming from Newcastle.
Trippier with a free kick over the top, away from Wilson, picked up by Ederson. Certainly a very enjoyable and entertaining game. 13 minutes to go to half time. These 32 minutes have absolutely flown by.
It's been incredible. And you thought, you know, there was a possibility Newcastle don't have a great record against Man City, that Man City would just run away with it. They were getting caught in between. They weren't able to get the press right when they were going on attacks. It maybe was that 1 and 2 players and chances to put maybe the ball in the box, so you've only got one target. But they've really turned it round, and they're the ones that are posing more problems for Man City. But you know, this Man City side, they're so good at being flexible and solving problems in game. But it's been an incredible game.
Well, coming across to deal with that was Cher. He's fouled Phil Foden, and he's got a yellow card now with that challenge. Earlier on, there was a foul from Rodri on Saint-Maximin. Jason Tindall was querying with the fourth official why wasn't there a yellow card shown, but Cher has now been booked. That's the second Newcastle United player to be shown a yellow card. Joining Guimaraes in the book of Jared Gillette, the referee. Now it's a free kick to Manchester City left-hand side. They're playing from left to right. De Bruyne just a little bit further down from the left corner of the penalty area. Phil Foden is also there. Newcastle United have got everybody back. It's 1-1 on 5 Live in the World Service. Guimaraes is questioning with the bench, how many do you want in the wall? De Bruyne waits. Foden also there. Pope is poised. This will be whipped in, I would imagine, by De Bruyne. It'll be an in-swinging free kick. Gundogan and Bernardo Silva wait on the edge of the area. In it goes, fisted away by Pope. It was a curling ball in around shoulder height. Saint-Maximin couldn't keep the ball in play. It'll be a Manchester City throw on this near side.
He couldn't, but it's absolutely brilliant from him, because he's up in case Newcastle win it back to start the counter. But when you're that last man up, you need to make sure when the ball breaks you get there before, you know, the Man City player, so that the attack's not sustained. And yeah, he gave the throw in away, couldn't quite keep it in, but he got there first and it stopped the attack. And now Ederson's just had the touch of the ball. Otherwise, Bernardo Silva would have been turning, driving into the box, maybe putting a cross into the box. It's terrific from Saint-Maximin.
Here is Walker under pressure from Saint-Maximin. Bruno Guimaraes also going forward too. Wilson will trot to the edge of the area. Walker actually collects the ball inside the D and then runs away from his own penalty area towards Haaland. Tight behind him was Botman. Cancelo now looks for a ball out towards Foden, who controls the ball eventually and then flicks it forward towards De Bruyne, making that run from in to out on the left-hand side in the sunshine. Rodri joining in the midfield now is Walker, along the ground out towards Bernardo Silva. Right-hand side level with the area, being tracked by the left-back Byrne. Rodri goes back inside. De Bruyne floats it forward and caught by Pope. Jason Tindall, Eddie Howe's number 2, applauding Newcastle's work for off the ball as Saint-Maximin doesn't get the better of Walker, but Joel Linton gets a foot into the challenge. And Saint-Maximin putting pressure on Kyle Walker, but Walker just holds him off, goes short and square inside towards Rodri. Celtic lead Hearts 2-0. Bristol City earlier beat Cardiff City 2-0. And in the Premier League it was Leeds United 3, Chelsea 0, West Ham United 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2. Rodri, Ruben Dias, substitute in this first half for Nathan Ake. 9 minutes to go to half-time, 1-1. Foden is released far side to left. Howling makes the run into the penalty area, stopped by Botman, presents it to Gundogan, and then the ball pops up because Botman then reacted very quickly a second time to prevent Gundogan getting a second bite at it.
Yeah, he did really well the second attempt. First one, it's going to drop to a Man City player, isn't it? And when Gundogan comes in, you're expecting him to at least test the goalkeeper, but Botman reacts really well, gets the block into the hands of Nick Pope, and the attack is over.
Joel Linton plays the ball forward. Almiron's made the run. Ederson has come out of his penalty area. Almiron goes around, but Cancelo did ever so well. The left back pops up in the right back position to block the cross from Miguel Almiron.
And he had to, because it looked like the ball was for Wilson. He was offside. Two centre-backs are looking at Wilson. Almiron made a terrific run from wide right across the back, and Cancelo recognised it. Ederson thought he could get there. Almiron does great, but it's great defending in the end from Cancelo, because Almiron is beyond Ederson. He's got Wilson in the middle. He's got a full goal to aim for. It's a great block, good defending in the end.
This is a good test for Manchester City. Newcastle United level and causing more than a few anxious moments for the champions at the back. Here is Kyle Walker, picks out De Bruyne, looks for the run of Haaland there, but Pope quickly off his goal line, down at the feet of the big Norwegian, and saves. I know a lot was made about the 8 touches last week. He's probably already had 8 already, I would imagine, Haaland, hasn't he?
Yeah, I would say so, and I think that, you know, the run, he's making good runs. They've been able to find them. I mean, there's not a lot of space. They're on the 18-yard line. He's still getting in, and Nick Pope did well to get out to him.
Saint-Maximin drives forward to Wilson, comes on the inside. Wilson! Newcastle United now take the lead. They've come from behind, and they lead the champions by 2 goals to 1. Saint-Maximin with the assist, and Callum Wilson guides the ball past Edison. Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1.
Wow, this has been an incredible performance by Newcastle. Saint-Maximin driving again. Callum Wilson just peels off Diaz, and then Saint-Maximin plays the pass, and you can just see it. It's just opening up. He fakes as if he's going to open up and drag it onto his right foot. He takes a brilliant touch inside onto his left with his right, and when he gets into the position, he just slots it past Ederson and goal. An absolutely magnificent goal, and again I'm going to say it, no less than Newcastle deserve. They've been absolutely magnificent in this first half.
They certainly have, and it's a rare goal in the first half for Callum Wilson, because previously 17 of his 21 goals in the Premier League have all come in the second half. But he's got this place absolutely jumping. It's a jumping St James's Park, and Newcastle United have come from behind and lead by 2 goals to 1. 5.5 minutes before half time.
Yeah.
But didn't he take it well?
Oh, he did. It was great movement, really good movement.
Cancelo, meanwhile, enters the penalty area, pulls it back, and it's dug out by Botman. Clears up towards Wilson. Stones tight behind him, pushed in the back by Stones. Free kick to Newcastle. Byrne now releases Saint-Maximin. It's often been described as an intoxicating atmosphere. It's one of those atmospheres that you can really get carried away here today.
Oh, no doubt about it. And the last bit of play there shows you exactly where Newcastle are. They've gone behind, they've managed to get level, they've gone in front, they're playing against the champions, the team that everybody thinks is going to win the league. Callum Wilson does brilliant to win a free kick in the halfway line. Take this thing out of the game, slow the pace down. No. Quick free kick, pass out wide to Byrne, pass in behind for Saint-Maximin to run onto. They want to go and get a third goal. They're not happy with a lot.
Yeah, this is Pope at the back. Well, I think he got caught in 2 minds there. He had Gundogan, he went one way and went the other, and then he thought, tell you what, I'm just going to put it out of play for safety. And it's a Manchester City throw.
Maybe watching Mendy earlier and thought, I don't want that happening to me.
4 minutes to go to half time. Newcastle United, who were trailing by a goal to 0, have responded in such a magnificent manner and are now leading 2-1 in what has been a really, really good game of football. Manchester City could have had 3 or 4. Pope's made some good saves. Haaland on the attack. Pope to the edge of his area on that right-hand side, gathers the ball in. But Newcastle United shrugged off the disappointment of Gundogan's early goal after 5 minutes. In fact, it could have been 2 inside 10 when you think of the De Bruyne chance before Pope saved at his near post. But then Almiron and Wilson, with 2 goals in a 10-minute period, have put Newcastle United ahead. Pope clears downfield, headed forward by De Bruyne. De Bruyne, forward ball. Botman lets it come across his body. Back pass to Pope. Right-footed first-time clearance downfield. Joe Linton heads it on. Wilson had actually also come to the halfway line, got in each other's way, and it'll be Walker to retrieve it. We can finally get a bit of a breather.
I don't think he'll be breathing for long, because this has been absolutely incredible.
Foden under pressure. Cancelo. Referee gives the free kick to Manchester City, which Cancelo will wait. And then it's a nonchalant little ball inside to Rodri. De Bruyne to Walker in the centre circle, the right back. Strong run, creates the space for Bernardo Silva. Doesn't use him, back heels the ball to De Bruyne. Joel Linton gets a foot into the challenge, eventually reaches Bernardo Silva, plays the ball now to Rodri, 30 yards out from goal, sweeps it across towards that far side. Cancelo inside towards Gundogan, edge of the penalty area, 1-2 from Foden, now towards Rodri. Rodri plays it in low, Pope makes the save. Seemed to deliberately try and place that rather than go for power, but Pope had it covered with a save to his left.
Yeah, he did, and it was nice patient play from Man City, but the organisation, the Newcastle defence is excellent. And you're right, it comes to Rodri. He went for power earlier in the game. He goes to try and just pass that into the far post. Doesn't quite catch it, I would say, but Nick Pope gets across and comfortably saves it.
Newcastle United 2-1 up. We're finding out how much stoppage time there will be in the next 60 seconds or so from the fourth official in front of us, who is Tony Harrington. As Manchester City with Diaz to Phil Foden. Foden making his 100th Premier League appearance for Manchester City today. The second youngest since Micah Richards burst onto the scene in 2009. Here is Manchester City now in possession with Cancelo. Now back with Foden. Midway through the Newcastle half. Stops, turns, still the ball glued to his feet. Back with Rodri. Out to Bernardo Silva. Going to be closed down by Byrne. Runs away from Byrne. Inside to Walker once again. Guimaraes is there once more. Sam Maximan's having a great game. He's picked it up. Got past De Bruyne, not past Bernardo Silva, who plays it inside. Brilliant again from Guimaraes. He should have 68 on his shirt. He's playing a role of a 6 and an 8 at times, isn't he, today? Forget 39. He's here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, he is. He's having a great game, as they all are. They've been magnificent.
Gundogan forward to Haaland, couldn't quite take it in his stride, and it runs through towards Pope. It has been an extremely good contest.
Oh, it has. It certainly has. Man City have shown that the speed and their counter is very good, but Newcastle have had more chances. The energy they've shown, the commitment to the game plan, and that chance there. Haaland's looking for a straight pass. He's made the run off the back of Shea, and he wants it played in front of him, a straight pass. Gundogan plays it straight to him, and his touch kind of takes it behind him. I think if he plays that in front, he can run onto it and potentially get his shot away.
I thought it was that clearance from Kyle Walker was coming towards us here. I thought James McFadden's going to pop up and show a little bit of his silky touches himself here.
Yeah, I would have ducked, no doubt. I would have ducked. Not taking a risk, you know. Sometimes you see it where they get up and they try and do something, either fall, hits them in the face. Nah, duck.
It's taking its time to come back. We're into 3 minutes of added on time. Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1 in this first half. Botman to Shea, sweeps it forward. Sam Maximan's coming back from an offside position. Joel Linton though will give chase. Kyle Walker under pressure, and because of that pressure from Joel Linton, concedes the corner kick. We earlier talked about the newfound confidence, about how a player has been transformed in his midfield role, chasing a lost cause, but as a result of that willingness, Newcastle now get a corner kick in stoppage time.
It really is simple. Run, work hard, force your opponent to make a mistake. But this is Man City, you know, we speak about them as being one of the best footballing sides in the world, and they're getting forced into simple errors purely because Newcastle are making them. They're putting them under pressure, they're forcing these errors.
Well, they've got a corner kick on this near side. Standing ovation for Kieran Trippier to take it. Delivers it right-footed. Ederson punched the ball away in a crowded 6-yard area. Almiron picks it up just outside the centre circle, hits a left-footed ball on the diagonal. Stones catches Share in an aerial duel, who stayed down. Trippier knocks the ball out of play because Share might well receive treatment here. I think it was a ball that Stones probably had to attack. I don't think there was anything malicious as he caught Share, was there?
No, he does have to attack it because there's an overload if Stones doesn't win it. Trippier over there, Joe Linton was there as well.
It was clumsy though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but he has to go and attack it. I think it is just a challenge for the ball in the air, and maybe, you know, he catches him in that. It's more of a coming together rather than making a foul, because, you know, you're going to have contact when you challenge for the ball in the air, there's no doubt. And it was a genuine challenge. He just mistimes the jump and doesn't get enough on it.
Well, sportingly, Rodri has put the ball back out of play for Newcastle to take the throw. It was a little bit further away than where it was initially intended, as Cancelo cuts out a ball now, and Manchester City will come out from defence, and it's Cancelo who's into the centre circle of his own half. Rodri gets a touch and then feeds it to Walker. Walker's early forward ball, one little touch there by Kevin De Bruyne. Joe Linton fouls Bernardo Silva, and that will be a free kick to Manchester City on this near side, the right, probably about 10-12 yards up from the byline, in first half stoppage time, where Newcastle United are leading by 2-1.
It's just another threat, the pace that Man City break at, 1 and 2 touch passing, and all of a sudden they're in. Joe Linton feels he has to make the foul to stop the attack.
So this will be De Bruyne to take it, right-footed outswinger, delivered towards the far post. Ruben Dias couldn't keep his header down as he drops to his knees, and that is the end of the first half, where Newcastle United are leading the champions Manchester City by 2-1. Gundogan gave Manchester City an early lead after 5 minutes. Nick Pope has made 3 saves, 2 from De Bruyne, 1 from Foden, but Newcastle United undeterred, back on the front foot. Almiron had a chance, Edison saved from Saint-Maximin before he supplied the cross for Almiron, and then again Saint-Maximin with the assist for Callum Wilson to make it Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1.
James, I'll ask you about a couple of the individuals in a second, but let's just say it how it is. Incredible atmosphere, outstanding game. This is what we're here for.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, Newcastle found it very difficult at the start to get that press and to put pressure on Man City, and they obviously fell behind, and at that point you think Man City are just going to run away, they're going to take control of the game. But how Newcastle have come back, the manner in which they've been able to put pressure on, the manner in which they're attacking Man City, putting them under pressure, creating opportunities. It's been an unbelievable turnaround for Newcastle, a brilliant performance, and the atmosphere that they're enjoying what they're witnessing, because this is not a team that's sitting back and absorbing pressure and trying to hit Man City on the break. This is a team that's taking the game to Man City and trying to go and get goals. It's been really, really impressive.
Yeah, Ian, the Almiron story was just waiting to happen. Football will always come back and bite, won't it?
It certainly will, and you know, as soon as I saw that banner, well, first of all, today I was thinking, is Jack Grealish playing?
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not involved, because I think a lot have been made about it in the press coming into the game. You know, will Jack Grealish get rough treatment? Because when Manchester City played Club America in a pre-season game, because of it, it was sort of like they said, oh, the Paraguayan teammates of Almiron had a go at Jack Grealish. The only thing is, there's only 2 Paraguayans who actually play for Club America, and Jack Grealish dived very early on in that game again, and he had a bit of a shoving match with the goalkeeper Ochoa, and I would imagine that probably sparked the rough treatment more than anything else. But you know, James said it himself, that it was disrespectful. It has been picked upon, and Almiron isn't known for his goals. He's only scored 1 last season. Yeah, he had a good pre-season. It's only his 15th goal he's scored in his 126 appearances, but the one thing he always gives you is effort and endeavour. Plays the game with a smile on his face, and when he scored there today, as you say, it was in the script, I think.
Yeah. By contrast, James, Callum Wilson is known for his goals. I know he's in the programme today saying, you know, he wants to be in that England squad for Qatar. He wants to score 100 goals for Newcastle United. Well, when he plays and when he's fit, he scores goals.
Yeah, he does, and his goal was absolutely tremendous. Brilliant striker play, you know, he peels, he knows exactly where to go, and it's like a basic of playing as a striker. You take up a position the opposite of where you want to go. He peels to the right, it threatens that he then wants to take the touch with his right foot and get the shot. It forces Diaz into almost a desperate attempt to get across, but he knows exactly what he's doing, because as soon as the ball comes in, he takes that touch inside. Diaz is wrong-footed, and then the composure to finish it. He's led the line really well. He's had a couple of opportunities where he'll be disappointed that he probably should have done better. The one that he chests at the back post, he's leaning back, doesn't get the contact. Could he head it? A couple of times he's made the run, it's maybe not quite got there, but that's a mark of a striker that is confident, because they keep putting themselves in the position, they keep getting in the area, and you felt as though it was just a matter of time. Some of the play from Newcastle has been tremendous, and he's led the line really well, because he's the one that sometimes has to trigger the press, but when he gets that opportunity, you just know he's going to put it in the back of the net.
James, Ian, thank you for the time being. We've got so much to get through before second half commentary at St James's Park. That is set up absolutely brilliantly. We're going to have Robbie Savage in the studio very shortly as well, ahead of 6:06. They're not going to be shy of talking points, and we'll hear our own one-on-one with the Leeds manager Jesse Marsh after their victory over Chelsea at Ellen Road. We'll do all of that after the news with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
2 men have been arrested after the cousin of Tyson Fury was stabbed and killed in Greater Manchester. A 17-year-old is also in hospital in a serious but not life-threatening condition following the attack in the Goose Green area of Altrincham. Earlier, Fury paid tribute to 31-year-old Rico Burton and demanded tougher sentences for knife crime. Managers at the UK's biggest container port at Felixstowe say they're working to ease disruption after nearly 2,000 dock workers began an 8-day strike. The port says it's made a reasonable offer of a 7% pay rise and a one-off payment of £500, but the Unite union argues that's not enough given the rising cost of living. Whitehall sources have confirmed that Boris Johnson has given the go-ahead for the next stage of plans to build the Sizewell C nuclear power plant in Suffolk. But the same people are insisting that his successor would take a final decision on whether the government should invest up to £6 billion into the project. And British athlete Ben Gregory is in a coma and on a life support machine after a bike crash yesterday. The 31-year-old has represented Great Britain at 3 Commonwealth Games and won many Welsh championships. That's the latest. There's more on the BBC News website.
BBC Sounds.
My castaway is the singer and songwriter Adele.
I was like, I just need to do something normal.
Bono.
I've been known as Bono since I was 14, 15 years old.
Kate Moss.
I get comfortable after the first picture.
Well-known faces telling unknown stories. This is excruciatingly embarrassing.
I'm a sad person, and I don't always know why.
It reminds me of every happy moment.
Desert Island Discs with Lauren Laverne. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
More live Premier League football than anyone else.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday
with Steve Crossman.
Right, what a second half we've got ahead of us at St James's Park. Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1. Elsewhere, Leeds have got 7 points from 9 after beating Chelsea 3-0 at Ellen Road. Aronson, Rodrigo and Harrison getting the goals. Koulibaly was sent off for Chelsea, and after the game I spoke to an ecstatic Jesse Marsh.
I love it here. I love our fans. I love our club. You know, I just try to, when I'm in moments like that, to show appreciation to all of them and how much they mean to what kind of atmosphere we create at Ellen Road every game. So, and you have to enjoy it. You know, this business is not easy. So when you have big moments like this, you still have to enjoy them.
Jesse, I was listening to an interview that you did earlier this week, and you were asked the question, what have you learned most? And you said, I've learned that I belong. How does it feel, to see the supporters giving you that back and knowing that, it seems that they feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that from day one when I really experienced everything here up close. But again, for me, it's that the team has to represent what the identity of the club and the fan base is. And so that's why when you see, it's not just the quality that they play, it's that they're never outworked. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity here, and certainly the guys that we work with every day, they commit. I wish everybody could see how hard these guys work every day and how much attention they pay to getting better and growing. You know, we just got to keep going.
Tell me, have you learned any Yorkshire phrases, Yorkshire words yet?
I don't know. I hear "in it" a lot.
Yes, that's one.
This is a great stadium. In it.
In it. Well, Jesse, that was a great win, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great win, in it, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? It was. Jesse, lovely to talk to you, and congrats again.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Man. It certainly was. Leeds United beating Chelsea by 3-0. Brighton scored 2 goals from their 2 shots on target to beat West Ham, maintain their great start to the season. McAllister got the opener. Pascal Gross flicked on for Trossard to seal it. Let's hear from Trossard. Here he is.
Maybe it is, especially overall. I think we controlled the game, the majority of it. Of course, if you are 1-0 up at halftime, you know they have to react, and I think we managed it well. And obviously with that second goal, we killed the game a bit.
West Ham proved very hard to beat last season. This isn't an easy place to come. No,
indeed. I think everyone knows how hard it is to even, I think, score goals against them. They're a solid team. Tried to react from transition, and like I said, we managed it well, and it's credit to all the boys to get this amazing away win.
Great wins for Brighton and Leeds. Could be a big story at St James's Park. Loads to get stuck into on 606. Get your calls in now. 08085 909 693 to speak to Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. Afternoon, Robbie.
Afternoon. You having a bad day, didn't you? I think you made SAS later.
I've made SAS.
Yeah. All will be revealed, but I'm looking forward to watching Match of the Day, aren't you?
I have a feeling I know what that's going to be.
One job you've got.
Well, probably more than one.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you're a presenter now, aren't you?
Well, really, am I?
Well, you try to be.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Loads to get into, Robbie, on 606, I'd have thought.
Wow, Chris Sutton saying Leeds United are going down. You know, his predictions before the start of the season, Leeds are going down.
I probably would have said that
in
as
his
well.
bottom 3. What does he know, Chris Sutton? He's getting hammered on social media as well, saying Haaland's the best striker in the league, ahead of Harry Kane. Harry Kane scores yesterday. Listen, Haaland's amazing. Yeah, but he hasn't done it in the Premier League yet. He will, because he is outstanding. I said give City the title. Give City the title, you know, before this game. Mm-hmm. Still give them the title. They're still going to win the league. Chelsea, look at Chelsea. They're not going to win the league. Arsenal have started well, but they'll collapse. Spurs only won 2 trophies in 30 years. United are miles off it. Liverpool, still cities. They'll come back and win this game.
Best up City don't walk it, otherwise you're going to have less to talk about.
Oh, listen, they are an unbelievable team, but fair play to Newcastle. Wow, Newcastle for Eddie Howe. What a job he's doing at Newcastle.
I love it, Robbie, when you get little moments in football where something comes back to bite you. So we've had all that chat about what Jack Grealish had said previously about Miguel Almiron. I think Deno said he'd scored 1 goal in 47 games before then.
Yeah. But I couldn't believe it was, you know, they were checking VAR. It was clearly onside. It wasn't a handball. It was, you know, but again, we spoke about VAR yesterday on last night's show about, you know, Chelsea, you know, and Mike Dean coming out and apologising or saying that Anthony Taylor should have gone to the screen. That cost them, but just goes to show VAR works well when it works.
Are you going to be doing any Man United Liverpool, do you think, as well ahead of tomorrow?
I'm going to the game tomorrow. Looking forward to that game. It's a huge game. Casemiro, you know, is he the right type of player? But you just can't understand the project, the targets, because they've gone for a certain type of midfielder in Frankie de Jong. They chased him all summer. Casemiro is a fantastic player. He's an upgrade in the team, but he's a different type of number 6. What are you laughing at?
No, I'm just imagining being on SAS later. Sorry, that's what it is.
Right, you're laughing. But listen, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah.
Everybody listen, you're doing great at this.
Cheers,
you're doing great, but it was a bad mistake.
Whose name did you get wrong the other week? Was it Steve Bauer?
I couldn't say Connor's second name last night, could I?
No.
Connor McNamara. I've learned
easy.
it. Yeah.
See? There you go.
Yeah, so that might be on it as well. So we both might be featuring.
Oh God, I'm in a boat with you.
What about Bristol City?
Yeah, big win in the derby.
2-0 against Cardiff. FA Cup prelims. I was at Bury today. They were beating Widnes 2-0.
What happened when you were at Bury?
Yes. some lovely gentleman come up to me and he said, I remember watching you play for Leicester against Bolton 2-2. I had 2 Bolton players sent off, and he said, you were taken off in that game. He went, when was it? Mid-70s? I went, really? I was with Danny Whittaker, our manager. I went, really? Mid-70s? Do I look that old?
No comment. Robbie, thank you very much.
What's the number?
08085 909 693. Get your calls in now to speak to Robbie and Chris. And unfortunately, you might hear a bit of me as well. But hey ho, that's how it goes. We got coverage of the final day at the European Athletics Championships from 8 o'clock tonight on 5 Live Sport. Let's bring in Alison Kirbishley, European bronze medalist. Ali, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve.
What's the star attraction tonight?
Well, final night, and we're already topping the medal table, so let's just add some more, eh? We've got Great Britain and Northern Ireland presents in all 5 track finals and some real chances of gold. I guess all eyes are going to be on our new world champion, Jake Whiteman, stepping down in distance, up against the speedy boys, the 800-metre lads. I think there's a real opportunity for him to take a title, and Ben Patterson, the young 20-year-old, to maybe get on the podium too, as well as, of course, the relays.
Yes.
We love a relay.
Oh, well, it was great last night, and tonight, what are the expectations?
Well, we're the reigning champions, so let's just get the baton round. You know, real opportunity, both quartets. Still waiting to find out whether we'll see Dina Asher-Smith anchor the team home. Obviously, she never managed to quite do that in Eugene, pulling up injured. But yeah, as I said, both are reigning champions, our GB sprint relay team, so big high hopes for both of them.
We might get Cindy Sember twice.
We will get Cindy Sember twice. You've got my joke. When is Christmas?
What?
In December.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Do you like it?
Not really, but...
No, do you know what? She's got a very, very talented young Polish athlete up against her, but real opportunity for Cindy to take the title here.
Love that. Ali, thank you very much. Look forward to that later on. Alison Kirbishley with us there. 8 o'clock is when the coverage starts. That's after 6:06. And 6:06 will follow the second half at St James's Park. The 2 teams are on their way out of the tunnel. This could be a heck of a story. Let's rejoin your commentary team. James McFadden's with Ian Dennis.
Yes, it certainly could. Newcastle United come back out onto the field of play. And don't think there's any changes being made by Eddie Howe. They lead by 2-1. Nick Pope is in goal. Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman and Dan Byrne. 3 in midfield of Willett, Guimaraes and Joe Linton, Almiron Wilson and Sam Maximan. Manchester City also have made no changes at half-time in their sky blue shirts and white shorts. Edison in goal, Walker, Stones, Diaz the first half substitute for Ake, Cancelo at left back, Gundogan, Rodri, Bernardo Silva, Foden, Haaland and De Bruyne. And from a neutral's point of view, James McFadden, more of the same.
Yes, please. Yes, please. What a game it's been. Man City with a brilliant start, Newcastle coming back and taking control of the game, and hopefully we get more of the same. And certainly the attacking play from both sides, creating opportunities. Hopefully it gets even better.
Pep Guardiola has won all of his 10 previous encounters against Eddie Howe with an aggregate score of 30 goals to 4. Eddie Howe against Manchester City has lost all 12 with an aggregate score of 5-39. Yet that could all be ripped up today. Newcastle United have got a dreadful record against Manchester City. They've won 1 of their last 29 in the Premier League. At least Manchester City have today continued to score in each of their last 28 now, since a goalless draw back in 2006. But Manchester City have got a real test on Tyneside. Walker. But we know that they are more than capable of turning around this 2-1 deficit with the quality that they have at their disposal.
City have shown in flashes, you know, their real quality, where they've cut Newcastle open and created opportunities, but just hasn't been enough.
Sam Maximan barged over by Kyle Walker. There was an earlier foul, I thought, on Joe Linton. The referee let that one ride, but he actually now does bring action against the England international, and Newcastle United have a free kick just in from the left touchline in front of the East Stand. Black and white striped shirts, black shorts, Under predominantly clear blue skies with the sun shining on the majority of those fans in the East Stand, Newcastle play from left to right. So they're kicking down the hill to the Gallagate end with the black and white hordes in their masses. Free kick, Trippier to deliver it. Manchester City have everybody back. 2-1 on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're in the 3rd minute of the second half. Dan Burn making a bit of a nuisance of himself, and it's been spotted by the referee, Jared Gillette. He's just having a word with Burn and Kyle Walker, the Newcastle left back, towering over the England international. Still it continues to go, a little bit of jostling.
I don't know why he's getting involved. Just stay off him and get a run at it.
Trippier to deliver it. Arcs its way in. Rodri twice deals with it, first with a head, came back quickly to him, cleared it away right-footed, out towards the Newcastle left. Saint-Maximin overruns it, out of play it goes for a throw. And there just feels to be a little bit of a lull before we get back into our stride again, James, for what was at times a breathless first half.
Yeah, and it's to be expected that there has to be moments where there's a lull in the game because of the tempo from both sides. But Newcastle have come out with that intent again to go and put them under pressure.
Cancelo beats the sliding challenge of Guimaraes, glides his way forward into the centre circle, out towards that far side for De Bruyne, up towards Bernardo Silva. Joel Linton has worked so hard, takes it away off his toes. This is a Manchester City side, by the way, that is on a club league record run of 19 Premier League matches away from home without defeat. Their last setback, where they lost, was on the opening day of last season, the 15th of August at Tottenham. They've got to come from behind against the Newcastle United side, playing with spirit, resolve, but also a sense of adventure.
Oh, there's no doubt. You can tell they're enjoying it. They're putting the work in, but when they get on the ball, the players that can make a difference, particularly Saint-Maximin, are enjoying themselves. You can see how much they're enjoying it, and when you're getting rewards with your pressure, with your running, you do enjoy it. It does become easier, and they are certainly enjoying their afternoon.
Stones had that run out for 26 minutes against Bournemouth, making his 200th Premier League appearance of his career. 77 of those were with Everton. He plays the ball back to Edison, who gets it to Bernardo Silva on that far side, plays it in early, and then he was closed down by Guimaraes. Guimaraes has picked up an injury here. Rodri had to clear it early because he was under pressure, and maybe on the follow-through, accidentally, he's caught Bruno Guimaraes.
It might be just the force in which Guimaraes just went in and Rodri's kicked the ball. I don't know if there's a great deal of contact in terms of Rodri kicking him, but it's a dangerous one. 30 seconds before it, John Stones is stepping out looking for a pass. He's got his hands up in the air, he plays it back to Ederson, it goes wide. It's then a square ball into midfield, which encourages the press. Great pressure from Bruno, and they'll be hoping that he's okay.
The attendance is 52,258. It's a sellout, but the days, I think, of empty seats at St James's Park have long gone. The apathy under the reign of Mike Ashley has disappeared. That's gone down the Tyne. That's somewhere now in the North Sea. Some may even want to make a correlation between Mike Ashley and sewage. I'll leave the Newcastle fans to do that. But now all of a sudden there's a feel-good factor around Newcastle United. That toxic atmosphere at St James's Park has dissipated. Now all of a sudden there is a feel-good factor around the city, and it's going to be a test for everybody to come to St James's Park, because under Eddie Howe, only Liverpool and Manchester City actually last season were the teams to actually win here since he's been appointed. Haaland takes it away from Cher. Haaland, oh unlucky, hits the post, comes out to De Bruyne, challenged by Joel Linton. That was great footwork by Haaland, got it out from underneath his feet, right-footed low, hits the bottom left-hand post, and then the ball was quickly back towards De Bruyne, but there was Joe Linton just to make the interception at the right time. And Newcastle now on the counter-attack. And it's Saint-Maximin, and the black and white shirts are flooding forward. And it's Saint-Maximin with a strong run, brought down by Stones. Clear yellow card.
Oh, wow. I was just getting ready to describe what Haaland had done, and then Newcastle are hitting back on the break. Saint-Maximin, what a game he's having, driving at the heart of that defence, committing defenders. John Stones he isn't going to catch him, he has to bring him down, and it is a foul. But wow, and that is exactly what Newcastle need, because Man City have just gone close to equalising. They've hit back straight away, and they've managed to do that all afternoon.
From a neutral, you feel that the one goal will not be enough for Newcastle United?
No, and they're not settling for the one goal lead either. They are trying to extend it. It's been breathtaking stuff, and that is it. You know, Man City on the attack straight away, Newcastle down on the attack, particularly down that left hand side with Saint-Maximin, and we know that Newcastle have players that can hit them from this area. Trippier's over it.
Well, it's a direct free kick, it's a central position, it's 2 or 3 yards outside the D. Ederson has got 5 sky blue shirts in the wall. Trippier is eyeing this one up. We all know about Kieran Trippier's quality. Cher is the other player who's there. There is an air of anticipation inside St James's Park. Trippier or Cher? It's Trippier. Right footed! Oh, what a free kick! What a glorious free kick from Kieran Trippier! Right footed, over the wall, top left-hand corner. Newcastle United lead the champions by 3 goals to 1. That was stunning.
Oh wow, just listen to this place erupt. He steps over it, it's probably in a position for a left footer to hit it over the wall and away from Ederson. He's got a big wall in front of him, he leaves a big gap for him to hit it over, but Trippier steps up and just reverses it into the top corner, side net, and Ederson absolutely no chance. Just listen to this place in here.
Quality, sheer quality from Kieran Trippier. He's actually unbeaten in the Premier League with Newcastle United. His debut was against Cambridge. They were knocked out in the FA Cup. And it is a deafening roar inside St James's Park. He could be extending his unbeaten run to 8. He's won 5 and drawn 2 of his previous 7. What noise!
Incredible. I've just had a chance to see the free kick back. Ederson takes a slight step to his left, but he doesn't move a great deal. And Trippier, so much confidence, so much pace on it, leaves him absolutely no chance.
De Bruyne, how does City respond? Early ball comes in. You can hardly hear yourself think inside St James's Park.
Yeah, and I think before it as well, the chance that Haaland has, he does really well, takes a great touch onto his right foot, passes it towards that back post. I think Nick Pope gets a touch to it and helps it onto the post, and if he does, what a save it is.
I'm deliberately being quiet just to let the atmosphere come through the good old wireless. In comes the corner, flicked on, not dealt with, now it's cleared away. Only as far as Bernardo Silva, on the half volley, back out towards De Bruyne, right hand side, outside of his boot, delivers the cross. It's going to come out towards Cancelo. He waits, doesn't shoot, goes back out towards Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, now towards Cancelo, onto his chest. Held up a little bit by Guimaraes. Still not running freely after that knock earlier on. They switch play out towards the right, give the ball away. Now the counter-attack for Newcastle, up towards Saint-Maximin. Roared on, attacking the Gallagate end, looking towards Almiron. But there was Walker with a clearance, out of play, goes for a throw.
Wow, honestly, I thought the first half was good. My word, what a second half we're having. The pace and the intent in Newcastle's counter-attacks. It's just Man City are pushing so many bodies forward because they're looking to probe and looking to get that goal that'll get them back in the game. And Newcastle, the what they're putting in to get back and double up in the wide areas, but when they win it back, the desire, the energy, the effort to get forward, it's just remarkable.
Well, in his pre-match interview, Eddie Howe was talking with Steve Crossman. and he was saying he wants to play a brand of football that the Newcastle fans enjoy, can associate with. They are certainly doing exactly that here today. In fact, Callum Wilson was talking about Eddie Howe delivering a potted history lesson of Newcastle United, where everyone knows about what this club means to this city, and you can feel that connection.
You can, and listen to Alan Shearer as well earlier, speaking about Bruno and how he's immersed himself in the city and the culture and know exactly what the fans want. That the same could be said about every single member of this Newcastle side, because you listen to the reaction. The big cheer there was because Dan Burn made a tackle and gave Man City a throw-in.
Manchester City are trailing by 3-1. Newcastle United, though, are not sitting back. At every opportunity, they're looking to take the game to Manchester City, particularly through this man. Sam Maximan up against Kyle Walker, comes on the inside. Man over Joelinton in the penalty area, but running back was Rodri, and it's pounced on there by Edison. We're approaching the hour mark. Pep Guardiola, deep in thought. And just a thought as well, I mean, many people were thinking City win here today, ahead of Liverpool, Manchester United tomorrow. City go 7 points clear. It's a scoreline that I'm sure might be cheered as loudly on Merseyside, or maybe not as loudly as on Tyneside.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mentioned it before, the game that many people had already given the title to Man City. But this just shows you, Leeds getting a result against Chelsea, fantastic performance. Newcastle today have been outstanding.
They certainly have. Wilson to Almiron. Cancelo, though, running back, takes it away, plays it forward towards Kyle Walker. Such a good game of football. Walker now towards De Bruyne. De Bruyne lets it come across his body. Diagonal ball towards Foden. Foden left-hand side, forced away from the penalty area, quickly closed down by Trippier, plays it back towards Gundogan. De Bruyne is there if he wants him. He does. Here is the Belgian international. Left corner of the box finds Foden. Foden turns 360 degrees. Back to Gundogan once again. Manchester City with Cancelo. Diagonal ball. Gundogan left-hand side. Plays it in low. Cut out by a sliding share. Behind it goes for a corner kick. Newcastle 3, Manchester City 1, 31 more minutes still to enjoy.
Yeah, certainly, and I think, we've spoke about the pace and the Newcastle counter-attack, but you have to say the defending has been absolutely magnificent as well.
Corner then going to be taken short. James McFadden, Scottish international, former Scottish international with us here at St James's. Gundogan leaves the corner kick, outswinger from the left by Foden. Good save to keep out the Diaz header. Back to Gundogan, fires it in low, takes a deflection, runs out towards the far side. What a reflex save that was from Nick Pope.
Again, he's done it all afternoon, carrying on from last week. His performance again has been magnificent. Good header, straight at him really, but the reactions are very, very good.
Corner comes in, Haaland! Manchester City have a goal back. The corner was taken very short on the far side, delivered by De Bruyne, knocked down within the far post. Erling Haaland pounces from close range. The champions could stage a fight back. They've reduced the arrears. Newcastle 3, Manchester City 2.
This is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Chance after chance. Man City keep the pressure on after that wonderful save from Nick Pope, and Haaland's in the right place at the right time to fire into the net. No chance of Nick Pope keeping that out. And this game is going to get better, I'm telling you. The last minutes of this game are going to be something else.
It was Haaland on the volley, left-footed inside the 6-yard area. Newcastle 3, Manchester City 2. What a game. Scintillating stuff here in the northeast. Graham Jones now having a word with Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe. I remember a real humdinger back in the day under Alan Pardew, where Newcastle United were 4-0 down to Arsenal, and they managed to bring it back to 4-4. You wouldn't be surprised if we were having the same level of goals here today, because we could already have had that, to be fair, to both goalkeepers with the saves.
Yeah.
Still 30 minutes remaining.
Oh, it's incredible, honestly. I think when you play against a team like Man City, very often it's sustained pressure for Man City. You hit them on the break and you have to be really clinical with your finishing, but Newcastle have really taken the game towards them, and this second half it's opened up. It's been end to end, so exciting to watch, and I think there will be more goals in it. There's still loads of time left.
Here is De Bruyne, forward ball, Haaland in on goal. Haaland with his strength gets away from Botman. Haaland, good save by Pope. Haaland got it onto his left foot. Guardiola puts his hands on his head. I think he thought that was the equaliser. Haaland did ever so well. He shrugged off Botman, but Pope was quickly off his goal line with the block.
He should score. He really should. It's brilliant movement, strength, pace, vision from De Bruyne to play the pass, but he's running onto that with his right foot, and he puts his body all the way around it to get onto his left. He just needs to hit that early, because you're right, Pope comes out so quick, but the fact that he goes onto his left foot allows him to set and know when the shot's coming. If he gets that shot earlier, he probably catches Nick Pope on the way out, and then he needs to react rather than getting out quick and setting. It's a chance for Man City that he really should be putting in the back of the net.
Well, all three of his Manchester City goals have been with his left foot, but if you look at his Bundesliga record, 47 of his 62 came off his left foot. Newcastle meanwhile are attacking. Willock, edge of the area, they lead 3-2. Willock delivers the cross, headed out by Stones, hooked away by Bernardo Silva. Now Haaland with a layoff to De Bruyne. Manchester City on the counter-attack. Side down by Dan Burn. Well, I've got to say, I thought that would have been a yellow card. But no yellow card was shown. Instead, Manchester City take the free kick. Walker out towards Bernardo Silva. A pulsating game here at St James's Park. Bernardo Silva on that far side, the right, to Rodri. De Bruyne wants it in field. De Bruyne slides it in. Beautiful ball. Bernardo Silva, brilliant finish. What a beautifully crafted goal by Manchester City. De Bruyne right at the heart of it. The architect, and Bernardo Silva with a tidy finish. That was sumptuous. And they've brought it back to 3-3. What a goal.
I didn't think Kevin De Bruyne could surprise me anymore, but that pass is absolutely incredible. He looks like he's shaping to shoot, and he just plays a slide rule pass. Unbelievable way to pass, and talk about the composure and the finish. Incredible. I thought there'd be more goals. I think there'll be even more goals in this game. But what a response from Man City. I spoke about the response from Newcastle in the first half. Man City's response since going 3-1 down has been equally, if not more, impressive, and Newcastle need to regroup now. They have to respond to this, because Man City have now clicked into gear. Haaland should have equalised a couple of minutes ago, and now they've got themselves level, and I expect them to raise the tempo again, and Newcastle have to respond to it.
As a neutral now, Manchester City have the bit between their teeth. You're thinking they're going to go on and win this?
Yeah, they look massively in the ascendancy. I've just got another chance to see that pass. I mean, I couldn't see it from here, so I don't know how De Bruyne has seen it from where he is. Incredible vision, but to execute it as well, wow.
Here is Foden. So when we said that one goal might be enough, I think it's fair to say that 2 goals is not enough when you're playing against the quality of Manchester City. Newcastle 3, Manchester City 3, and still 25 minutes remain. Here is Rodri, curling the ball out towards Bernardo Silva. Left-footed finish to level about 10 yards in the central area in the penalty box. Now he is right-hand side, pulls it back to De Bruyne once again. De Bruyne lashes it wide.
He's really come on to it now, De Bruyne, hasn't he? You know, he probably didn't go on the ball as much as he would like in the first half. But when your back's against the wall, you need your big players to step up, and he's certainly done that. I've just got another chance to see that pass, I swear to God. Wait till you see on Match of the Day 2 tonight. It is absolutely incredible, the way to pass. He has to pass it through 3 bodies. The timing of the run's superb. The touch and finish is incredible, but what a pass it is from De Bruyne.
Oh, it's a goal that you will not tire of watching time and time again, both with the pass that pierced the Newcastle defence, but also the finish. Stoppage in play, Pope's getting some treatment. A lot of the City players are taking some liquid refreshment on board. Guardiola is having a word with Haaland. He's getting his instructions across. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall likewise. Kieran Trippier now is having being embraced by the Newcastle manager, just to have his say with his captain, because we've got still, we're not even midway through the second half yet, and it's 3-3.
Yeah, still a long way to go in this game, no doubt about it. Man City really piling on the pressure, but this is a game that Newcastle are in. They're not getting blown away here. Yes, Man City are looking really impressive at the minute, but they've still got the same players on the pitch that have caused all these problems for Man City all day. Newcastle, St. Maximin, can he burst into life again? Can he drag them forward? Can he create an opportunity? There is still plenty more drama left in this game.
Chris Wood is going to be coming on. There's going to be a double change being made by Newcastle United. Trying to look through the perspex. It's going to be Sean Longstaff who's going to be coming on as well. A double change being made by Newcastle United, who were 3-1 up after being 1-0 down, but now it's 3-3. And Newcastle United, who dropped 24 points from losing positions last season. Only Southampton actually dropped more with 29. Had a 2-goal cushion. That, though, has been discarded. And now, can they protect the point, which I'm sure they'd have probably taken ahead of kickoff against Manchester City. Diaz heads it forward. Midway through this second half, here is Stones. Stones plays it to Rodri, just dropping back. And now with Ruben Diaz. That change still hasn't made, by the way, but it is forthcoming with Longstaff and Wood due to come on for Newcastle United. But it's now the pendulum has swung towards Manchester City, and it's Bernardo Silva back with Kyle Walker, right corner of the area. De Bruyne, cross blocked by Byrne, spins out of play for a throw on the far side. And now the change will be made, and it's Callum Wilson who's going to be coming off for Chris Wood. And then Sean Longstaff will come on in the midfield as well. We'll wait to see who makes way for him. And it's going to be Joe Willock who's coming off. Just in your opinion, what type of a different threat will Wood pose to Wilson?
Just the physical. We know that Wilson's a physical striker. He can hold the ball in, but crosses coming into the box, he loves to go and attack them. Wood, maybe in a defensive side in terms of set plays, he could be in there as well. But I think just a freshness helps Newcastle. Longstaff coming into midfield as well. Willock has put in a power of work in both in defence and attack, and it's just that freshness. It is a different proposition with Wood being up there. Maybe they can go a little bit more direct, and they can challenge for balls in the air, and they can get runners off them. But a tough shift for Callum Wilson as well, being up there on his own, putting pressure on, making those runs into the box as well, and making runs in behind. So yeah, I just think a bit of freshness. It's a smart move by Eddie Howe.
Here is Ruben Diaz. James McFadden with us here on BBC 5 Live in the World Service. We're at St James's Park, and it's 3-3 between Newcastle and Manchester City. Cancelo to Foden, early ball in. Haaland wriggles away, tries to thread it through, reaches Gundogan, saved by Pope. Pope has made a number of excellent saves. Flag was up anyway, it wouldn't have counted. With the aid of a deflection, it still reached Gundogan. Pope wasn't to know that.
No, it's a tremendous save again, although I think Gundogan should score. You know, he's about 8 yards out. He fires it close to Nick Pope where he can make the save. I thought he was just going to slot it in the far corner, but he was offside, and as you say, Nick Pope had no idea. He still had to make the save. He's looked really good. Sometimes you're looking at a game and a goalkeeper's conceded 3 goals, but he's had a brilliant performance today again, Nick Pope.
Well, he was terrific against Brighton last weekend, and he's certainly been busy here today for a game that has swung from one end to the other. And with 19 minutes remaining, we wait to see where the next shift comes from. 3 apiece, 5 live. In midweek, we've got League Cup action on Tuesday night, Fleetwood against Everton, and Wednesday night we're live in Eindhoven, PSV against Rangers. James will be part of our coverage. Here is Guimaraes, switches play out towards Sam Maximin, controls the ball dead, left hand side, twists one way, goes on the outside of Walker, return from Joel Linton, back to Joel Linton. He didn't go for it, almost reached Guimaraes. Newcastle now win it back with Almiron. Almiron has Trippier on the overlap, shows too much to Cancelo, runs it out of play. It's a throw to Newcastle, down by the corner flag, attacking the Gallagate end near side the right, 3-3.
That's brilliant from St Maximin. Little give and go down the line. I think Joe Linton expects him to cross it and he's not ready for it. If he reads that, he can step on it and get his shot away. He's just not ready for it, and Man City managed to get it away, but they still have the pressure from this throw in.
Trippier with the throw, gets it back from Sean Longstaff. Trippier then plays it to Guimaraes, running away from De Bruyne. Back it goes to Botman on the edge of the centre circle in the City half. Newcastle playing from left to right. Forward ball by Cher, blocked. And then Botman quickly under pressure from De Bruyne to Cher, who turns and hits it downfield. Trippier will give chase, but Cancelo is there. Wood though has helped win it back for Newcastle to Almiron, right hand side, goes in field. Guimaraes forward ball stopped by the head of Rodri. Guimaraes heads it towards Joel Linton. He nods it on towards Sam Maximin, left corner of the area. Sam Maximin barged off the ball by Rodri. No foul, says the referee. Newcastle win it back. Sam Maximin enters the penalty area, shoots, right-footed, drags it wide, goal kick, 3-3.
Yeah, they're screaming for a foul in here. I think it's the right decision, but what St Maximin does is get himself back up. He's causing havoc again.
Oh. That was a naughty one by Trippier. That was a really poor challenge by Kieran Trippier, and it's a red card. Kieran Trippier has been shown red by the referee, Jared Gillette. He took out Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne reacted angrily, and Kieran Trippier has been shown red. The Newcastle captain has been dismissed with 16 minutes remaining.
Well, my initial reaction was it was a foul just to stop him. I would have to see it again. The referee made his mind up very, very quickly that it was a red card. There's no doubt in my mind it's a foul, and it just has to see where it catches him.
It was a lunge. In your opinion, is that serious foul play?
I haven't seen it again. I would need to see it again, but yeah, look, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. There's no doubt about it. And as I said, Kevin De Bruyne is unhappy with it, and sometimes you are unhappy when you're taken out because it's a promising attack, but he jumps straight up. He's limping. Yeah, I think it's high. I think it's
going to get overturned because the VAR, Peter Banks, has instructed Jared Gillette to go across towards the monitor. There hasn't been one occasion yet where a referee has stood by his initial decision. So therefore,
no red for me. No red for me. It looked, I think the referee's on the other side of De Bruyne, and it looks like he comes through with his studs and catches him on the knee. He does come through, he is high, but he kicks him on the knee to stop the attack. I don't think there's excessive force in it. I don't think it's endangering Kevin De Bruyne. I think this will get overturned. I mean, it's a very, very clumsy tackle.
Here comes the decision, and the red card has been rescinded, and instead Kieran Trippier is shown yellow. Newcastle still have 11 players on the field. And as we were saying, no serious foul play. Peter Banks instructing Jared Gillette to change his mind. And from what you're saying, that's the right decision.
Yeah, I think so. I think it has to be excessive force. I think it has to be endangering an opponent. I don't think it's either. So I think that's the beauty of VAR, where you do get a chance to go and look at it. And I know you're saying it's never been upheld, the decision when the referee goes to the monitor, but the beauty of it is it gets a chance to see the full challenge and see exactly what's happened. I think that's the right decision.
Cancelo stooping, heads it forward, still 3-3. That was a lengthy delay. We've got 14 minutes of normal time remaining, but there will be, I would think, 4, maybe 5 minutes of added on time still to come on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service here on a sunny evening on Tyneside. Diaz to Cancelo. Cancelo lifts it forward. I'm just pleased that De Bruyne was able to get back to his feet, because he's obviously had time out through injury in the past. Such a gifted footballer. Here is Gundogan, and in excellent form as the pass for the goal for Bernardo Silva to level it, to make it 3-3 after 64 minutes proves.
And it just shows you as well, if it doesn't go and get overturned, or if there's no VAR, the momentum swings straight away to Man City. But now that's kind of gone because it's been overturned and because of the time it took.
Well, the momentum's with them now. It's with Bernardo Silva towards De Bruyne, onto his left foot. He finds Gundogan. Gundogan chips it towards the far post. Foden was in there, and it comes to Haaland inside the 6-yard area, and he couldn't keep it down. Over the top, goal kick, still 3-3.
That's a good chance as well, and it's Man City at what they're used to doing. You know, they work it wide, they look for that defence splitting pass. This time it's over the top for Foden. Haaland had made the run to the near post, and it just drops in front. He just probably gets a bit too much on it and scoops it over the bar.
3-3, Pope just taking his time to take the goal kick. He's in no real hurry. Manchester City, who still have the opportunity to move to the top of the table with Arsenal. If they drop points here, Arsenal will be the only side with a 100% winning record to the top flight. Stark contrast to when they lost their opening 3 last season. Ederson to Cancelo, closed down by Sean Longstaff. Almiron head down, will chase after Ruben Diaz, goes all the way after Ederson. Not stop running Almiron, out towards that far side, met by the towering presence of a Burn header. Picked up by Joel Linton to Sam Maximan on that left-hand side. Rolls away from the challenge of Bernardo Silva. 25 yards out from goal. Shoots, blocked by Rodri. Cannons out of play and out for a Newcastle throw. You can't call the game.
Oh, you can't. And I'm looking, think to myself, the Newcastle try and settle for the draw, and because they've obviously been in front, you're maybe thinking, well, you know, they had a chance to win the game. If they get another opportunity, they could go and win it. But likewise, you know, Man City, we know the quality they have. So it's an interesting last few minutes of the game to see how they approach it. But having said that, they are not letting up. They have continued to play the way they have since the first whistle, and I expect they will continue to go right to the end.
That was Ruben Diaz, who Trippier has actually gone down holding his head off the field of play, right by the assistant referee. Cancelo helps him up. If there was any violent conduct, VAR would have picked that up for sure. Murphy's going to be coming on for Newcastle United. 3 apiece. City are attacking. De Bruyne, challenged by Joel Linton. Goes inside to Rodri, 30 yards out, towards Cancelo. Cancelo waits. Goes square, along the ground. Rodri lays it off. Ruben Diaz towards Foden. Foden just in from the left touchline. Goes on the outside of Trippier. Looks up, delivers the cross. Cleared away by Botman. And then helped further away by Sean Longstaff. Only as far as John Stone. Cushioned finish there from Stones to lay it off then towards Ruben Diaz. Nice little touch. Manchester City, with the exception of Stones, have every outfield player in the Newcastle half. They fancy a winner. Bernardo Silva goes on the outside, right-hand side. Newcastle have a lot of black and white shirts back inside the penalty area. Pull back to Rodri. Shot blocked by Bruno Guimaraes. Sam Maximan slides in. Manchester City, though, have the momentum. They seem to have the edge. Here is Rodri. Now towards Cancelo. Newcastle are being forced back by the champions. Here is De Bruyne, able to turn. Edge of the area, scoops it in. Looking towards Haaland. Blocked. Comes out towards Almiron. Almiron now will run in field, stopped by the challenge of Rodri, and it doesn't go out of play. Almiron looks tired. Manchester City, they've been tested, but from 3-1 down, they're now looking for a winner at 3-3. Foden comes in between 2 Newcastle players, runs in towards Guimaraes. Almiron now towards Joel Linton, now towards Wood. Sam Maximan is the outlet on that left-hand side, and he finds it. Sam Maximan now has Wood going on ahead of him. He drifts into a central area. Bruno Guimaraes joins the attack. 25 yards out. Sean Longstaff makes the run. Sean Longstaff now with a cross, wins a corner kick. Patient play, but a corner kick is their reward.
Yeah, This has been an incredible game of football. It really has. Newcastle on the break with St Maximin there, good play from Wood initially, and they are patient. You're right, it works it to Longstaff, and it's good defending in the end, but Wood is in the middle. He'd made a great run if he could pick him out, but what a game it's been.
Standing ovation for Miguel Almiron on the score sheet today, but just for his work rate. And he acknowledges all four sides of St James's Park as Jacob Murphy comes onto the field of play with 8 minutes remaining of normal time. 5 Live Sport today from 12 o'clock. Started with Steve Bunce talking about the fight last night, Joshua and Usyk. And here you've had these two sides slugging it out at St James's Park. 3-3. 7 minutes remaining. Trippier to take the corner kick, right hand side. Byrne heads it back towards Botman, and Botman on the volley couldn't keep it down, left footed into the Gallagate end goal kick.
That's well worked from Newcastle. They're together in a group, and Byrne makes a run to go to the back post, heads it down to Botman. He's got a lot of time as well when it comes back to him. He just slashes at it over the bar, but that's the threat they carry as well from set plays.
Manchester City looking to extend their Club League record run to 20. The overall record is Manchester United with 29 in 2021 when they were undefeated for so long on their travels. Bernardo Silva darts forward. Foden inside towards Cancelo. Cancelo now to Foden, left hand side, closed down by Trippier. Is there time for a winner? Ruben Dias, Rodri, every outfield player now in the Newcastle half, every black and white shirt back behind the ball. Rodri, forward, Ruben Dias, forward ball right footed, finds Foden. Foden on his toes, coming in off the left touch line, wants the support from Ruben Dias, finds it. Newcastle have got 9 players back behind the ball in and around the area. Very, very compact, well organised. Cancelo, though, once again they're attacking down the left-hand side. Cancelo cuts inside, chips over the ball into the penalty area. Gundogan leading with his arm, cleared by Botman. Bouncing ball deceives St Maximin. Played forward then by Kyle Walker. Didn't like the challenge from Wood. Told him so too. And now it's with Bernardo Silva. Good tenacity. Running into Joel Linton. Joel Linton. Referee's actually given a foul there against Newcastle United. We've got to say how many times Joel Linton has broken up play for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think to a man they've been absolutely outstanding, Newcastle. And the energy, the discipline within the shape to go and press has been excellent. Joel Linton epitomises that.
Here is Ruben Dias. 5 minutes of normal time remaining at St James's Park. This capacity crowd trying to see Newcastle over the line. They would more than happily take a point as Stones combines with Walker. Walker comes forward on that far side. High ball, hoisted across towards Foden. Lovely control by Foden. Gundogan to Cancelo. Enters the penalty area. Gundogan goes back towards Rodri. Looking for Bernardo Silva, headed away by the watchful Byrne. Picked up now by Wood on the edge of his own area. Forward ball to Guimaraes, tries to roll away from Ruben Dias, tight behind him. Free kick, touch of cramp there for Guimaraes.
No wonder. I'd be surprised if another few players don't go down with it. The amount of work they've put in, and it's great play from him because he's under pressure from Ruben Dias. De Bruyne is getting back as well. He just takes a touch, steps as if he's going to go to his left, swivels with the outside of his right and gets the foul and takes the pressure off.
Apart from that first half substitution in the 21st minute when Diaz came on for Nathan Ake, Julian Alvarez or Mahrez haven't been called upon as yet, or Cole Palmer. Jack Grealish, of course, not involved, not fully fit to be involved. They fly out to Spain tonight for that charity friendly in midweek against Barcelona. The Champions League draw, by the way, is on Thursday. You'll hear that on Drive on 5 Live. Oh, there's the pass there from Sean Longstaff. Almost didn't have enough power to reach Pope, but the anticipation was there and the clearance from the Newcastle keeper. Gundogan for Manchester City. They were 3-1 down. They're level at 3-3. Walker in the centre circle. Passes the ball out towards Bernardo Silva. Midway through the Newcastle half. Coming in now off that right touch line. Drifting in field. Along the ground. Finds Rodri. Has support from Cancelo. Rodri passes the ball back. Ruben Dias. Strong finish from Manchester City here. 3 minutes of normal time remain. Foden out towards Cancelo. Rodri once again goes back to Ruben Dias, pacing up and down in a feverish manner is Guardiola in his white t-shirt and black trousers. Stepping out of defence was Cher. Might have left a hole to be vacated. The ball is passed forward. Gundogan goes down. Is that a penalty? The referee says no, he had a good view of it. Pope got there first, going down at the feet of Gundogan. Well timed by the keeper.
Tremendous from Nick Pope. He had to get that spot on, and he does. It's another defence splitting pass. Gundogan making a diagonal run. It's a straight pass, and Nick Pope quick off his line, gathers it. No penalty.
Burn on that far side. Real sense of drama at the end of this captivating match. Here is Trippier, forward ball. Murphy, the substitute, makes the run, gets goal side away from Cancelo. Cancelo leans into him. Goal kick, says the assistant referee, no foul. Good defending from Cancelo.
It is, because Murphy was beyond him. He does really well. I think if he takes a better first touch and maybe knocks it out his feet a little bit, Murphy gets away from Cancelo, but he allows him back in. He's trying to slow down, which I can understand, to take the pressure off and try and get some support. But Cancelo then comes in and knocks it off Murphy for the goal kick.
Certainly a match to watch tonight on Match of the Day 2. Along with Leeds United 3, Chelsea 0, West Ham United 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2. Stones with the header back. Ederson a little bit away from him, but he still manages to get there, moving away towards his left-hand side in his luminous orange goalkeeping outfit.
I wonder how they're going to pick the highlights of this game tonight. There have been so many. It's going to be the longest edit in history.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to show 10 minutes in the highlight.
That's not enough.
The VT editor, you could show the entirety, couldn't you? As De Bruyne caught in possession by Joelinton, and then Saint-Maximin caught by De Bruyne. No foul. Play continues. Gundogan over the halfway line, forward ball to Foden. Cancelo on the overlap. Foden goes it alone. Foden shoots, blocked, and it's diverted behind for a corner kick. It could have been. It's like a bit of like a basketball game. It could have been 6-6.
Yeah, easy. The pace of this game has been relentless. The energy and the effort each and every player has put into this today has been unbelievable. What a performance from everyone on the pitch. Has been magnificent.
Pure quality. Foden to take the corner kick. Foden. Referee blows his whistle. It's put into the back of the net by Stones. We're about to find out how much stoppage time there will be. We are in the 90th minute. Jared Gillette had blown his whistle well before Foden actually struck it.
Hopefully it's at least 20. This has been magnificent.
Yeah. Can we have extra time?
5 minutes stoppage time.
5 minutes stoppage time. That's not enough. Foden with the corner. It's an outswinger. And it's helped on by Bruno Guimaraes, but only to Bernardo Silva. Cancelo plays it back once again. Newcastle now staying back and defending deep. Bernardo Silva curls it. Ruben Dias can't get there. Wood heads it behind the striker for another corner kick. The champions want all 3 points, and we're into the 5 minutes of added on time. Foden to take the corner. Left hand side. Outswinger. Comes off the head of Botman. Guimaraes loses the ball on the edge of his penalty area. Maybe a little bit too fancy there. Here is Rodri. Floats it forward, diagonal ball. Foden climbs well. Down it comes towards Ruben Dias. Lifts it towards the far post and claimed by goalkeeper Pope.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Pope to throw himself to the ground like the goalkeepers normally do to waste time. So that shows you that they don't want to be wasting time. They maybe feel that they can get another opportunity and potentially go on to win this game, as much as they haven't threatened, as much as they did in the early stages of the game, but they still want to go and try and win it.
Here is Joelinton. to Saint-Maximin, accelerates and is away on the left-hand side, down towards the corner flag, held up by Walker. 3 more minutes remain of what has been an epic match. Free throw in to Manchester City, taken by Walker, played forward. Only when the final whistle is sounded will I believe that there's not another goal to be scored, because it's been that type of game, as Haaland goes down to Joel Linton, and Joel Linton is shown a yellow card. And there's a Newcastle player who's down on that far side. Didn't see what had actually happened on that far side. I was watching the referee show the yellow for Joel Linton for the challenge on Haaland.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but it looks like it's a head knock. Dan Burn, I think it is. I wonder if the ball's been knocked off his head or Haaland's ran into him.
So plenty of treatment. The medics were actually very, very quick to treat Dan Burn as well. So Ritchie's going to be coming on in stoppage time. So technically we have 2.5 minutes remaining, but of course this will be added on.
Yeah, I think the ball was just smashed off Dan Burn's face from about 5 yards, full force.
Well, they're keeping his head very, very still, and quite rightly making sure that every precaution is being made with Dan Burn. Ritchie, meanwhile, waits. Newcastle United 3, Manchester City 3. You'd be hard-pressed to pick a man of the match out of this, wouldn't you?
I don't have to, do I? That's a relief. Yeah, you would be. I think that all over the pitch, the performance from both teams has been absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyable game, and it's just a shame it has to end.
Yeah, it is. So when you consider that last season City won here 4-0, 5-0 at the Etihad, Newcastle will be able to look back on this and gauge the progress that they're making.
Yeah, I think if you look at the performance of the team, you know, they've been in the game, they've went toe-to-toe with Man City, they've caused them a lot of problems. Yeah, Man City have had chances. Nick Pope's is a great game again, but this is where Newcastle want to see themselves competing with the top sides. Now they're a bit away from doing that in a consistent level and challenging, you know, for titles, but the turnaround in this team in the last 7-8 months has been absolutely remarkable.
Now, Saint-Maximin was coming off, and it was going to be Ritchie coming on. But of course, they've already brought on Murphy. So if Burn is unable to continue, this will be the third and final option to bring on a substitute. So therefore, Ritchie cannot replace Saint-Maximin. There wouldn't be another opportunity to do that. So it's going to be Kraft who's coming on to replace Dan Burn. And I think it was Jason Tindall who realised, because otherwise they were going to actually be hoisted by their own petard. So it's Kraft who comes on, because you're allowed to make up to 5 substitutions, but aside from half-time you only have the 3 opportunities to do so, and they brought on Wood and Longstaff and then Murphy, so that was their third and final opportunity to make the substitution. So it's Kraft who has come on. Saint-Maximin stays on the field of play. 5 minutes of added on time have elapsed by my watch. However, because of the delay for Dan Burn and the other substitutions, I would think we're looking at maybe another 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully. And on the point with Ritchie Saint-Maximin, I don't think that's, and it's nothing against Matt Ritchie, but Saint-Maximin doesn't look like he's slowing down or having less effect in the game. But maybe just to use Ritchie's from more a defensive point of view, but there could still be an opportunity for Saint-Maximin to create something.
Manchester City are attacking deep in stoppage time. 3-3. Foden on the left-hand side, pulls it back to Phil Foden, plays it forward, back towards Foden. Good control, drives it in low, comes out towards Bernardo Silva. First time shot blocked, and Newcastle sweep the ball away. Wood towards Saint-Maximin, counter-attack. Saint-Maximin has got to get past 2 City players, Walker and Stones. How many City players were back there? They swarmed back in the sky blue. Now Rodri towards De Bruyne. 6 minutes played. have added on time. Still City want a winner. Bernardo Silva on the attack, right-hand side. Coming in field, central position. Newcastle have got players back now. Cancelo to the edge of the area. Cancelo plays it in low. Blocked, comes out towards Bernardo Silva. He weighs it out towards Foden. Foden left-hand side. Foden goes towards the byline. Stands over a cross. Headed away by Trippier. It's going to come out to Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker into the penalty area. Long, caught by Pope. The cheers will tell you that. Drops to his knees, dives forward. Eddie Howe having a word with the fourth official. He wants time to be blown.
Yeah, you feel like that's the last chance for City. Cancelo tries to put it in, then it comes to Foden, he overhits it. Haaland's maybe on his heels, and Kyle Walker, he has to be doing better there. You know, he's got time and space to pick someone out straight into the hands of Nick Pope, and he does the old goalie one, he dropping to his knees and rolling on the floor to waste a little bit of time this time.
Clearance by Pope. We're now into 7.5 minutes of added on time, still at 3-3, headed on by De Bruyne, then cleared downfield by Botman. Still no sign of the referee putting that whistle to his lips. He has a little glance at his left wrist. Ederson throws the ball out. Eddie Howe wants everybody back on defensive duties. Diaz to Cancelo on the halfway line. We thought there would be at least 3 minutes. This might well be the last bit of action as we go towards 8 added on time. Hoisted into the penalty area. Pope claims it. It was a high one. Pope came a long way, and he clings onto that as if it was some precious gem.
Pep's unhappy because he's went for the high lofted one in.
There is the final whistle. Manchester City, the champions for the first time this season, drop points, and Eddie Howe has ended the losing hoodoo against Manchester City. But that was a great game of football. Newcastle United 3, Manchester City 3. James.
Yeah, what a game of football, end to end. A lot of twists and turns in the game. Newcastle with an absolutely brilliant performance, it really was, but Man City showing their class, their quality to get themselves back in the game from a position where we're never surprised when they do it, but the way Newcastle were playing, it was really impressive by Man City to get back in, take control of the game again, and what a game, so much enjoyment. And you have to say, the way both teams performed, a draw's probably a fair result.
Well, a banner in the Gallagher's End said at the start of the game, our club, our house, our city. 3-3, that's been our privilege.
Good evening from Prenton Park, where you can barely hear yourself think. It's a big night for Tranmere and indeed Newcastle in the second round of the EFL Cup. Carabao Cup Round 2 commentary live on BBC 5 Live. Alongside me is the former Everton and England midfielder Leon Osmond. Good evening.
Good evening, John.
How are you?
Okay, thank you. Yourself?
Very well. I'm good. What an atmosphere already.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Exactly what Tranmere would have hoped for. The beginning of the game, there's a real intense atmosphere. You can feel what these fans are hoping for. The Newcastle fans are certainly joining in, as they always do, away to our left, and the players will certainly hear what's happening when they walk out that tunnel.
Yeah, the Kop away to our right is still an impressive stand. I mean, it looked good in any league, to be fair. The Kop away to my right hand side, it's very, very high, stretching right up from the bottom, must be 50 rows high, that seat away to my right. And the Newcastle fans, there's over 2,000 of them, and they're all standing packed in to my left hand side, filling one end. We're in the main stand, the Johnny King stand opposite. Pitch looks mint, sprinklers are on, kids waving the white Tranmere flags, wearing their white Tranmere shirts. The tunnel is extended in blue, either in between the two dugouts, and we're awaiting the two teams. The camera at the moment is focused on the ball right in front as the referee's about to come out and pick it off the plinth. The game is televised tonight, loads at stake, big night for Tranmere, but what a performance from Newcastle against Manchester City on Sunday. They've made 10 changes, only Joe Willock survives. I'll run you through the teams in a moment as here come the two teams. Jamal Lascelles leading out Newcastle, and Kane Hemmings, the Tranmere captain. wearing the number 10, leading out Tranmere, all in white. Mickey Mellon, the Tranmere manager, applauds above his head, applauds the Tranmere supporters. Eddie Howe comes out of the tunnel, takes his place in the dugout. Special atmosphere, huge for both. Newcastle United though, Leon, let's start with them. Just 10 changes, just one player survives from Sunday, Joe Willock, understandably, but what a crest of a wave they're riding at the moment, Newcastle.
Well, yes, but they're performing so well. To have performed as they did against Manchester City at the weekend, I would say people from outside Newcastle maybe weren't expecting that, but the way the Newcastle fans have reacted, the noises from within the club, they were expecting it. They thought they could feel they can give anyone a game at the moment. They've made, as you mentioned, 10 changes for this game. They feel that squad is strong. They feel like they're building to something. You're right, Cresta Wade, there's a real positive feeling about Newcastle at the moment, but that will change if you lose games like this, so it's a game they'll see victory for.
You'd have played in a few of these for Everton down the years, where you go to a lower league side. What's the feeling, do you think, amongst these Newcastle players in the dressing room, having to come here, this atmosphere, knowing that it's a cup final for Tranmere?
Well, you can look at it in two ways. Some players will look at it and feel it's an opportunity to stake their claim for the first team. Others will see it as an opportunity to do their reputation some damage in a fixture where they're expected to win and expected to perform. Newcastle now, as we mentioned, there's such a good feel around the place. There's such competition for places. The feeling should be that if they don't come and perform well in situations like this, how are they going to break into Eddie Howe's starting 11 in the Premier League? So I expect to see a competitive fixture. I expect to see Tranmere try and really go at this Newcastle side, try and put them on the back foot, but I expect this Newcastle side to take the ball, be brave in possession and try and pick apart this Tranmere team.
Got a few fans in front of us who've just turned around and just pointed actually to the pair of us and gone, that's John Akers there.
I saw that, John.
It's Leon Osman. It's Leon Osman. We can see right across the rooftops here from our position. We've got a good view. We've got a post which is covering part of the 6-yard box away to our left-hand side, but we cannot complain. Floodlights on, it's the traditional pylons as well. I love these floodlights. We love these nights as well. Tranmere are going to have the kick-off all in white. Hult is in goal for them, the pole. A back five, Cogley, Byrne, Turnbull, Jameson and Bristow as the players take the knee. McClear, Nolan and O'Connor in midfield, and the front three, the front two, Nevitt and Hemmings, who are up the top. So they're going to play five at the back. That's what Mickey Mellon's been going with all season. And Newcastle look like this. Darlow's got the nod over Dubravka. Then the back four is Kraft, Dummett, Lascelles and Matt Targett. Midfield, Joe Willock, who's the only player to survive the weekend. Elliot Anderson, who scored here for Bristol Rovers last season. And Sean Longstaff. As away we go. And the front three for Newcastle, Jacob Murphy, Chris Wood and Matt Ritchie. As the ball's played long into the Newcastle half by Tranmere, tussling for possession on halfway. Willock wins the ball but gives it away. Bristow for Tranmere as the ball goes into the dugout and Matt Ritchie takes the throw, but it wasn't a Newcastle throw-in, so it'll be a Tranmere throw 10 yards inside the Newcastle half on the left-hand side for this Tranmere club that's got such a rich history of FA Cup upsets, certainly. And we'll be hoping they can do it in the Carabao Cup tonight. Haven't reached the third round, Tranmere, since 2013 when they lost to Stoke City here 2-0, and Newcastle are in possession. Midway inside their own half. They're wearing their blue tops, gold shorts and blue socks. And Lascelles in possession. Moves it to the halfway line to Willock, who spins away in his white boots. Gives it to Dummett, playing centre-back. Had a few little injury niggles. Paul Dummett wasn't in the squad at the weekend. Kraft is in possession. And a good press this from Tranmere. They're really putting themselves about here inside the Newcastle half, but Newcastle patient, playing their way out from the back. That's a nice touch from Josh Murphy, and a good challenge goes in on halfway. Thumping challenge, that gets the crowd up, throw into Newcastle.
Yeah, good play by both teams there. Tranmere trying to just pounce on, not a sloppy pass from Lascelles, but a slightly misplaced pass to Kraft, and as you said, Tranmere to a man tried to really threaten and pressure that Newcastle side, but they kept the ball really well, moved it from one side to the other. Great little flick inside it, ends up being a terrific tackle by O'Connor, full stretch that stopped that Newcastle attack.
Yeah, he's got a cap for Ireland. O'Connor was with the United Academy as Newcastle come forward down the right hand side. Kraft plays the ball towards the byline, overhits it though for Willock, and it will be a goal kick for Tranmere, who've struggled this season so far. 17th in League 2, haven't had the best start, played 5, won 1, drawn 1, lost 3, and struggling for goals. I think all that sometimes goes out the window though when you get a game like tonight, Leon.
Yes, it does. And then if you can come out of this game with a positive result and progressing through to the next round, then it makes an incredible difference to your season. So Sean Mickey Mellon has been in the ears of his team trying to get them up for this clash. I'm sure he wouldn't really have to for a clash of this magnitude, but it really could start their season off.
Kraft on the right hand side, 10 yards inside the Tranmere half for Newcastle. Crossfield ball, it's a good knock that from Longstaff. Chance here for Murphy, but its toe poked effort is straight at the goalkeeper Hult. He claims it, wearing all yellow, into his chest, and stands up and waves his players forward. Hult has got a start tonight because he started against Accrington in the last round when Tranmere won on penalties 12-11. They made a couple of crucial saves in that shootout, and the managers decided to go with him. He's from Poland, was with the Everton Academy, spent last season playing in Poland, and Tranmere have snapped him up. 25 years of age now. Good opportunity for him as well in front of the TV cameras, as he's got to deal with a back pass, which he does. Clears right-footed, high spinning ball towards halfway. Hemmings there, the Tranmere striker, got a bang in the back of the head as he went up for a header, and he's gone down, and the referee has stopped play because of it. 0-0, 5 Sports Extra from the BBC on BBC Sounds. It's John Akers and Leon Osman here tonight. It's the Newcastle fans you can hear away to my left right now. Mickey Mellon actually played against Newcastle for Tranmere, subbed on 83 minutes back in October 1998, Newcastle winning by 1-0 here, and that was the last time these two met in the League Cup. So 24 years ago, Mickey Mellon played in this fixture, so knows what it's like and knows what it means to those Tranmere players out there at the moment, no doubt. I'll keep you up to date with what's going on elsewhere tonight as well, of course. If you're looking for the Rangers commentary, it's live now over on BBC Radio 5 Live. You can find it on BBC Sounds. The ball's played forward, a free kick. Hemmings is okay, just need a little bit of treatment, and he's back on the field. He's in the centre circle. There was a push up there by Chris Wood, so it's going to be a free kick to Tranmere, deep in their own half, 0-0.
Yeah, I thought it was a generous free kick, to be honest. I thought both players were competing for the ball, neither prepared to give an inch, and how the referee saw that in Tranmere's favour, I'm not so sure. But Newcastle, with that back four with midfield 3 and a 3 right up top, are really trying to keep Murphy and Ritchie in wide positions, really stretch this 5-man defence of Tranmere.
Tranmere on the attack, Hemmings battling well, but Willock has been everywhere so far and manages to win possession. He does look sharp. Carl Darlow rolls the ball out to Ritchie, who scurries forward down the right hand side, chops a ball inside towards Longstaff. It's a good challenge that's gone in there by John Nolan, and another crunching tackle from Nolan as he stretched for the ball, but it was a foul on Longstaff, and it will be a free kick. It was Kraft actually, will be a free kick to Newcastle deep in their own half. So Carl Darlow preferred in goal tonight, Leon, and Gillespie's on the bench, so it suggests maybe Dubravka could be on the move at some stage. Maybe they don't want him cup tied or whatever, but that's the speculation amongst Newcastle fans online tonight.
Yeah, potentially, but all three of them, the Pope and as well, quality goalkeepers, so they do have options. They've whoever played, really, you wouldn't have said it would weaken the team in any way. I think that Newcastle have got quality in that area.
Newcastle in possession on halfway, still under the press, and Tranmere have forced a mistake here. Here's Nolan. He's got a bit of quality on the ball, played loads of games for Ipswich, scoring goals, has struggled with injuries. The ball's chipped forward by Nolan round the corner, and it's flicked off a Newcastle player, and it's a throw into Tranmere on the right hand side. They've started well here, the League Two side.
Yeah, and it's the third time that Newcastle have tried to play out. The first time they did it really well, but Tranmere have kept at it, and they've won the ball back on the last two occasions. Unfortunate that Nolan conceded a free kick previously, but again, winning the ball back, getting into good positions.
A little ball forward as well, which they're scrapping for up there with Elliot Nevitt. He can't get hold of it, and it's tapped out of play by Newcastle. Another throw in to Tranmere on the far side. Leon Osman, it's like the Karate Kid here, he's catching flies just with two fingers in front.
Well.
You got it.
I got it,
man. Is it a Mozzie? You got a Mozzie?
Yeah, they always worry me, those.
Good man. Throw in then for Tranmere on the far side. They've got 5 players in the penalty area. Long throw to the near post, headed away by Newcastle United. It was Matt Targett who won the header. Ball high in the air. Lascelles wins a towering header. There's an offside flag gone up, so they played the advantage for a second there, but it will be a free kick for Newcastle, 10 yards inside their own half. Alexander Isak could end up being Newcastle's record signing. £58 million or there or thereabouts has been reported. 22 years old, Real Sociedad. That will be an interesting signing. 6'4", and that's got it's the talk of the town tonight on social media. Looks like that transfer is going to happen. We'll get the thoughts of Leon Osman on that in just a second, as there's a good challenge in the corner there and actually a foul, and Tranmere have won themselves a free kick, but it's deep in their own half, near their own corner flag on the right hand side. Isak, £58 million.
Yeah, I don't know an awful lot about him, but they've been patient with their money. Newcastle, they've been prepared to take the time to find the right option, not just jump in and get whoever's the most talked about at the minute or the highest profile player, and they're slowly trying to build a quality squad up. But when you talk about 22 years of age, that's the kind of age that you want to be buying. You want to be scouring the world for players that you can see playing for your team for many years. You can build a team around. Then the next step is getting him, and the step after that is making sure that he's ready and primed for Premier League football.
Kane Hemmings has had a good start. He's just won Tranmere a free kick on the right hand side. It's right on the touchline, and it's a chance to cross into the box, and Tranmere have sent everyone forward. So they've got 7 players in the penalty area at the moment, as the applause goes round the ground, and I'll be honest, I've not heard why the applause is going up. In comes the ball into the penalty area for Tranmere. O'Connor wins a little touch, but it's just a little heavy, and it'll dribble out for a throw-in. To Newcastle, midway inside the Tranmere half, left-hand side.
Yeah, I just think that you'd expect usually lower league teams can be competitive at set pieces if they put good delivery in, but Newcastle tonight with Lascelles and Dummett and Kraft and Longstaff and Wood, quite a big team as well, quite physical. I just think they need to try and be a little bit more clever. They need to maybe move the ball a little bit first, or try and get a run at the Newcastle defence. Everyone was a bit static for the previous two set pieces, and Newcastle defended it easy.
Ball's all the way through to goalkeeper Carl Darlow for Newcastle, all in orange, and the minute's applause was for Olivia Pratt-Corbett, who was 9 years of age. That's why it was in the 9th minute, and she tragically died after a shooting on Merseyside just a couple of days ago. Heartbreaking, and lovely to hear fans here on Merseyside, on the Wirral, marking that 9th minute. 5 Sports Extra with Newcastle in possession. Chris Wood, good strength. Willock on the edge of the D. This is a good attack from Newcastle. Curler from Murphy over the crossbar and behind into the Kop. It's a goal kick for Tranmere Rovers.
Yeah, it was a good attack by Newcastle. They found a bit of possession. Willock in particular just able to get his first little bit of space in the middle of that compact midfield, and played a 1-2 with Chris Wood, played it out to Murphy on that left hand side, and he had the runner, he had Target overlapping him into a great bit of space inside the penalty area with players attacking that 6-yard box. I feel that would have been the better option, but he tried to go for an ambitious top corner one and was never able to get under the bar.
Tranmere battling for the ball after the long goal kick from Shootout. Newcastle have come up with it though. We've had 12 minutes. It's Tranmere 0, Newcastle 0 in the EFL Cup second round. Bristol City have taken the lead at Wickham by a 1-0, and Kadji has scored in that one. Still 0-0 between Forest Green and Premier League Brighton and Leeds and Barnsley. Newcastle chip a ball forward towards Matt Ritchie. I don't think he's going to get hold of that though. He isn't. He's going to dribble out. He was overhit. When you get this many changes, inevitably, Leon, it's going to take a little while for them to gel. I mean, I think Newcastle have played the ball around quite nicely, but several of these, it's August, won't have too many minutes in their legs.
No, you're right. Everyone tries to get time pre-season, but once the league games start, you know, the first 11 is usually selected, so there are a number of players that need minutes, but they've also been playing the style of football that Eddie Howe set out all season. I wouldn't expect that style to be changing just because he's made changes to the starting 11, so the runs should be the same, the style and how he wants to move the ball around the field should be the same. Might take a couple of seconds longer. It was a bright bit of play by Anderson, first time I've seen him really try and get on the ball. Good bit of passing, good creating of a bit of space for himself. He just unfortunately overhit that pass from the Ritchie run.
Kadji, who scored for Bristol City, by the way, is only 18 years of age, and it was his debut. It's 2 yards out. Pretty special moment for him. That's a lovely turn in midfield from Elliot Anderson, the 19-year-old, and Newcastle building an attack now down the right-hand side with Kraft. Little ball inside for Willock. Now Ritchie, Willock again, Kraft's outside him. Little dink ball, lovely pass. Kraft tries a little chip over the top and tries to run onto it, but it's cleared out of play by Tranmere. Throw in by the corner flag for Newcastle United, attacking the goal to our right. Ritchie's going to have a chance to cross here. 3 in the middle. In it comes. Headed away by one of those 3 centre-backs for Tranmere. Newcastle have picked up the second ball though. Kraft knocks it down the line for Willock. He's got 2 to aim for in the middle. Across comes Reece McClear, a Scottish under-17. Under-17, he's 20 now, signed from Norwich. And Kraft's got a chance to cross again. In it comes, good chance. Murphy at the far post jumped, didn't get much on it, maybe just a flick off his forehead. They've kept it in Newcastle on the far side. That's good skill to the byline. Can they get a ball back across? Anderson, who's looked really lively early on. He's only 19, Scottish under-21 international, and they've taken a quick corner. Anderson, he's got 5 in the middle to aim for. All waiting for a cross. They've recycled it back towards Target. Newcastle still in possession, and every player apart from Darlow in the Tranmere half. Lip of the centre circle, Kraft plays a ball out to the right, to the left hand side. Newcastle still in possession, patient, got loads of players forward here. Target 10 yards inside the Tranmere half. Goes into the feet of Willock, and now Kraft, who just takes his eye off the ball and lets it run under his foot, and Tranmere have managed to press them back a bit here. In midfield it's Sean Longstaff, Ritchie again, now Willock on the halfway line, 2 men around him, crunching challenge, throw in for Newcastle.
Yeah, good passage of play by Newcastle though. Tranmere doing well to keep their concentration. Just starting to see Willock and Ritchie, and as you've mentioned, Anderson in particular, just starting to show that little bit of quality, getting on the half turn, finding those spaces, starting to pick a couple of passes, and it's starting to put Tranmere on the back foot.
This is a good run by Matt Target, all the way to the edge of the Tranmere penalty area, and now here is Anderson twisting and turning, trying to get the ball from out under his feet, but Tranmere have done well to win it with McClear. Then they play a ball forward and lose possession, and that's why you can hear the sighs all around us. Not quite a sellout, here tonight. There are a few seats in the Cop away to my right-hand side, but it's a really good crowd here at Prenton Park, and they're making a really good noise, as are the travelling Newcastle United supporters. Willock wins the ball in midfield. Longstaff. Some space here for Anderson. Anderson, edge of the D, fires wide, right-footed. Good strike though. He knows about scoring here. He scored for Bristol Rovers on loan here last season, Elliot Anderson, and that was a good effort.
Yeah, he's starting to pick up some really good positions. So once Newcastle get their foot on the ball and are able to pick their head up, they're able to find him. And he's a player, I've not seen an awful lot of him. He's a player that plays on the half turn. He can play with his head up. He seems to know what's about him. So as soon as Newcastle fire the ball into him, he's already turned. He's already got pictures in his mind. That moment, decided to go for a shot, but unfortunately just dragged it a touch wide.
Yeah, Mickey Mellon said in his pre-match notes that they'll give it a go tonight, and why not? Willock's got some space though. Tranmere have got a lot of bodies forward. Away goes Willock through the middle. He has got runners. Plays it through towards Wood. Great covering challenge. That's terrific from Jordan Turnbull, who was at Salford last season. Read it really well, Leon.
Well, it took everything he had to cut that pass out. He was at such full stretch there. He gave it everything because Newcastle, as you mentioned, counter-attacked at pace. Willock running right through the middle. I think he nutmegged Jameson to try and make that pass through to Chris Wood, running off the shoulder of Turnbull. But as you said, with every sinew he had, he just managed to cut it out.
Throw in for Newcastle, midway inside the Tranmere half on the right-hand side. 18 minutes of the game gone. Tranmere 0, Newcastle 0, and this will have been the plan for Tranmere. Just keep it 0-0 as long as possible. First 20 as the ball forward towards Wood. It's offside, the flag's up. It's a good move. Anderson was in, but the flag had already gone up, and it's going to be a free kick to Tranmere deep in their own half. Newcastle going out at this stage last season to Premier League Burnley. They went out 4-3 on penalties. Tranmere haven't beaten Newcastle for 30 years. It's been a long time since Newcastle won something, and Eddie Howe, I'm sure, and the owners will be keen to target this competition. They'll want to win silverware. They'll want to see something as soon as possible for their investment, and they'll have a look at this one, Leon, won't they, Newcastle, as one they can have a real go at.
You would expect so. I mean, every team wants to win silverware. There's no surprise about that. Obviously becomes more of an issue the longer it's been without it. Newcastle, as we've discussed now, with some serious money to throw at silverware, will probably identify competitions like this, but they still make changes, Eddie Howe. League is important as well. It's up to these players to show in these type of games that they're worthy of a pick in his Premier League starting 11, and that's how you progress in these tournaments. You have to show that your whole squad is capable of playing at a certain level. They're playing well at the moment. Newcastle haven't quite created that clear-cut opening to score the first goal, but they are in control of this game, and at the moment, as you mentioned, Tranmere just trying to hang on in there.
Newcastle have got to throw in their own half. Sorry, Tranmere have got to throw in their own half on the right-hand side. Down the line it goes. It's been a while since they've had some possession here, the home side here at Prenton Park. Tranmere 0, Newcastle 0. We're through the first 20 minutes. So far so good for Tranmere, trying to cause an upset to go along with Crawley's last night. Crawley knocking out Fulham by 2-0 as Kraft is in possession, plays the ball down the right hand side, looking for the run of Ritchie. It's not a good clearance by the goalkeeper Hult, but Tranmere have come up with possession. Lip of the centre circle inside their own half with O'Connor. Puts the ball out onto the right hand side to Josh Cogley, a 26-year-old from Birmingham City. Ball forward, that's a good ball. Flag stays down, big chance here for Tranmere, and they've scored. Tranmere are ahead, and it's Elliot Nevitt, the man who came from non-league Warrington out of nowhere, has stunned the Magpies. What a finish. Darlow got a hand to it. Prenton Park erupts. Tranmere draw first blood. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 0.
Well, what an absolutely terrific goal this is.
If you scored this in the Premier League, you'd be purring about it for many weeks to come. The movement, the precision, the passing, the rotation. We just mentioned that they haven't really been in the game. They haven't really had the option to string any passes together in the past 15 minutes, Tranmere. Well, they did then. Cogley into O'Connor, up to Nevitt, back to Nolan, played through to, I think it was Cogley who picked his head up, took its time, knew he was in behind that defence, and just rolled it across to Nevitt, who had to semi-tackle it in the end. The goalkeeper getting there, Lascelles trying to make a difference, but he got enough purchase on it to put it right into that top corner. What a brilliant goal by Tranmere.
And what a story. 18 months ago, he was playing Sunday League football and Saturdays, playing Sunday with his mates and Saturdays for Warrington. He signed last year after scoring 3 in the FA Vase final for Warrington, scored 8 last season, but never will he have scored a bigger goal than that. 26 years of age, scorer against Newcastle United here at Prenton Park. It's proper Roy of the Rovers stuff. It really is. And just the awareness there from Kane Hemmings to square it. I thought Hemmings should have had a go himself, but he just knew that the run was coming, didn't he, Leon? Laid it into his pass as Newcastle come forward down the right-hand side with Ritchie. Willock, it's a good move this. Here's Anderson in the penalty area, tries a shot, cleared away, corner. That could have ended up in their own goal there, Tranmere, but the clearance, thankfully for them, went over the crossbar, corner for Newcastle.
Yeah, Byrne nearly putting it into the back of his own goal, but good response by Newcastle, taking the ball again as they had played for the last 10 or 15 minutes, getting the ball behind that Tranmere midfield, trying to get in there. Anderson finding himself running into the penalty area, just scuffed the shot a touch. You thought it might fall to the feet of Chris Wood, who was lurking, but Byrne clears the ball.
Have Newcastle got an answer? Ritchie with a cross after a short corner to the far post. Wood wins the header straight into the arms of Hult, the Tranmere goalkeeper in front of the Kop. And they're all standing there. I mean, this is what you dream of as a Tranmere fan. To go 1-0 up, see it through 20 minutes and then get that chance and take it. It's all right getting the chance. You know you might get one, but you've got to put it away. And Nevitt did, as Leon described it beautifully, as the ball's over the top to Nevitt again, and he's onside. This time Carl Darlow comes out and claims it. It's heart in mouth stuff again, and they've just made some quite nicely timed runs, the Tranmere forwards, to a high Newcastle backline.
Yeah, Nevitt's just playing right on the shoulder of Lascelles, so anytime there's a bouncing ball, anytime there's a good bit of play, as Tranmere have shown on 1 or 2 occasions now, he's ready to run, he's ready to sprint in behind Dummett, off Lascelles' shoulder, and Tranmere are happy just to leave the ball in there and let him chase after it. And if they get it right, as they have done for the goal, it looks absolutely brilliant.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, when you find a player playing that low down who comes and plays in the league and scores that goal. I mean, just shows you can still find them, and it's not too late if you're playing non-league football, Leon.
Yeah, you know, the Jamie Vardy story was the last one that we've kind of heard of finding that low league player, or that player who's playing out of league football that can step up. And you know, he managed to make the ultimate progression to play at the very top level. So you just never know. But when you hear stories like that, it just makes you believe as a player. You know, whether you're 19, 20, and you might not be playing league football, just keep trying. You just never know, it might happen.
Great atmosphere. Newcastle have to respond. They're in possession on the halfway line. 5 Sports Extra. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 0. Chip ball forward. Anderson goes down under the challenge of Byrne, but it's through to the goalkeeper. He's going to take his time here. Hult.
Well, you mentioned that these Tranmere fans are thoroughly enjoying themselves, and they are now. I mean, I think it probably would have been their game plan, or certainly they would have known Newcastle would take the ball, and Newcastle may have more possession, but you have to be organised, you have to defend well, you have to stop Newcastle trying to dominate the ball and the play. But if they do, hang in there, defend well, trust your teammates, and that opportunity may come if you're well organised. And so far for Tranmere, 25 minutes gone, it's job done.
And they've just used the press again brilliantly, and they forced a turnover. Newcastle put the ball out of play. Originally it was given as a throw for Newcastle, but the assistant on this near side said no, it's a Tranmere throw, and it's level with the Newcastle 18-yard box on the left hand side. A chance to cross maybe. Jameson puts it into the middle and Darlow comes and drops it and then reclaims it. Second time, there was no one anywhere near him though, and he's rolled it out to Kraft. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 0. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC. John Akers and Leon Osmond. Lascelles building from the back for Newcastle. Leeds are leading Barnsley by a goal to 0. Sinistera has scored as the ball is with Anderson at the byline in the penalty area. Back to goal. Forced to go back to Jacob Murphy, who rides a challenge. He's got help. He's got Kraft 35 yards from goal on the right. Ritchie, chance to cross left-footed. In it comes. Headed by Jordan Turnbull for Tranmere. Anderson brings it down. Chance to cross again from the left-hand side. Target. Anderson puts in a right-footed cross. It's a good one. Again Turnbull's there. And then another clearing header comes in from Reece McClear. Tranmere defending well, but they couldn't quite get hold of the ball in midfield there, and Newcastle have got the ball and given it away to Jacob Murphy. And the Tranmere supporters are absolutely loving this at the moment. They want to throw in 10 yards inside their own half on the right-hand side. And if they get to half-time here, you just never know, because Newcastle have dominated. Tranmere have had that one opportunity and have taken it brilliantly. Nevitt with the goal.
Yeah, for as we mentioned, for all their domination, they've had half chances, Newcastle. They haven't really unlocked the door of this Tranmere defence, and that's what you would have heard the cheering for 2 or 3 minutes ago, that Newcastle trying to put the ball into the penalty area, and each time they do, Byrne, Turnbull, Jameson defending it really well. They've defended their penalty area ever so well tonight, Tranmere.
PSV Eindhoven 0, Rangers 0 is the latest score. That's over on 5 Live. 2-2 from the first leg in the Champions League qualification. And Newcastle have got the ball in their own D. Kraft. Longstaff into the feet of Ritchie. One touch stuff. Lascelles with a little drag back. Strokes the ball along the turf to Paul Dummett. And now Matt Target, the left back, signed from Aston Villa, of course one of the first players to arrive in January once the Saudi owners took charge. There's Lascelles, dinks the ball forward, but it's a straight ball. It's bounced once and it's gone straight through to Hult, the Tranmere goalkeeper. Floodlights really starting to take effect now. We've got a purpley, pinky orangey sky in the
purplely pinky orangey.
Yeah, we've got purples up the top, look, Leon. And we've got, look, pink and orange down the bottom. What do you want me to down?
Purpley, pinkly orangey.
All right. We've got a sky that's purple, blue, pink and orange. How's that?
Much better. Oh, Newcastle just getting a bit desperate there for 2 or 3 minutes with their passing. Lascelles in particular, just instead of moving the ball around, trying to stretch the Newcastle defence, he's tried a couple of 60-70 yard passes and he's not got any of them right, trying to pick out Murphy. Tranmere will be delighted if those are the type of passes Newcastle are trying for the next 5 or 10 minutes, rather than trying to get people in the pockets of spaces as they have done.
Willock, the ref has to get out of the way. Longstaff for Newcastle, 25 yards inside the Tranmere half. Murphy on the far side. It's got company. He doesn't know where to go, and the defender's done brilliantly out there. Fantastic from Cogley, but they've given the ball away, Tranmere, after winning it in a good area.
Nearly an opportunity though again as they win the ball back. As we've talked, Nevitt, as soon as Tranmere win the ball, he's off and into spaces.
Ritchie, little reverse pass into the penalty area. Tranmere defend well, clear the ball half away. Looked like a foul on Kraft, it was, and it will be a free kick to Newcastle. It's about between 35 and 40 yards out on the right hand side on an angle, maybe a position to cross rather than shoot here for Ritchie's left foot.
Yeah, possibly. I thought Hemmings was unlucky there. I thought they're coming together with Longstaff originally was a fair challenge. Then Kraft seemed to jump in and trying to win the free kick, and the referee certainly bought it. And as you say, there's now a free kick, quite central, not quite wide, bit pinky, purpley, bluey. Half 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So I expect it's one that they'll try to deliver into the penalty, but it's quite narrow.
Half an hour gone. Ritchie's over it, and so is Murphy. Ritchie's left foot, 6 in the penalty area for Newcastle. He's overhit it, and it's through into the Kop, and it'll be a goal kick for Tranmere.
It's always the danger, that, because it's such a narrow angle that you're trying to cross it from. If you don't get it exactly right with regards to timings for players trying to get on the end of it, it'll just quite comfortably skip through. The Tranmere defence, just hold the line, just make sure Newcastle players can't run, just block them at certain times, and that ball is always going to skip away. You have to be brave and move it a little bit wider and take a touch and deliver from much better angles.
It's the voice of Leon Osman, England and Everton midfielder, as the high ball is headed away by Lascelles for Newcastle. I think he's bloodied his nose here. He's got blood streaming from his nose, Lascelles. He's trying to get the game stopped after that. I think he headed the back of Hemmings, and the referee's going to go across, and I think he's going to get some treatment here. The centre-back in Newcastle United. The referee has a look at him. He's saying it was an elbow, Lascelles. We've got no replay monitors tonight, so it's impossible for us to have seen that off the ball or have another look at it.
No, he's not happy, is he? He's trying to tell anyone who'll listen to him that it was a flailing arm. He's even indicating more of an elbow than anything else. The referee's trying to make him leave the field to get tended to, and at the moment he doesn't want to step off. Now both sets of teams now just taking that opportunity to get some drinks and also get a couple of messages from the managers.
Yeah, it's a muggy night. As well as being purpley and pinky and bluey, it's pretty muggy. It's quite close. Leon's in short sleeves, and believe me, he does layers better than anyone I know. Honestly, you should see him in the winter. I've known him wet.
I have got layers in my bag as well, but it just doesn't feel like that kind of night, does it? It does feel quite muggy.
Close.
Yeah. Give you that.
At the moment, we've got the story here of the night, because Tranmere Rovers of League 2, 17th in League 2 with only one win all season and 6 goals, including their one tonight, leading Newcastle United to the Premier League. Such a good start from them by 1-0. 10 changes, just a reminder, Eddie Howe made for this one, and he has packed the bench, as you would imagine, with players who can change it. So the bench for Newcastle tonight, Gillespie's the sub-goalkeeper, the ball's back in play, and Darlow's got it in his own penalty area. And Lascelles is still getting treatment, still trying to stop the bleeding from his nose on the touchline. So on the bench they've got Trippier, Botman, Luis Fernandez, Manquillo, Almiron, Bruno Guimaraes and Joel Linton. Wilson's injured.
I think they're getting someone ready as well. I'm not sure the thoughts on Lascelles, but Eddie Howe's making sure that if he does need to leave the field of play, Lascelles, that his subs are ready to go on. So there does seem to be a lot of blood that they're dealing with.
Yeah, he's having to change his shirt as well as Lascelles, so maybe they've stopped the bleeding. Kitman gets out a spare shirt. Newcastle are in possession meanwhile, 5 yards inside their own half, with the lively 19-year-old Anderson. Now it's with Target. Still the doctor is with him down there, Lascelles, still trying to stop the bleeding. I think he's going to end up with 2 big cotton buds up his nose. You ever had that, Leon? The cotton buds up there?
Yeah, it took more than 2. I've got big nostrils, me, John.
Just checking your nose though. It's all right, isn't
it? My nose isn't too disjointed. Just big nostrils.
They are big nostrils. I've never noticed that about you, Leon.
Well, I'm really disappointed I've given you that ammunition.
That's a good interception from Tranmere Rovers, but then they've given the ball away. They've done that a few times tonight. That was Ethan Bristow, and that's a free kick. Bristow desperate to get the ball back, and he's committed a foul 10 yards inside his own half, and Newcastle have another free kick.
No, you're right, they have in transition given the ball away a little bit, probably too much for Mickey Mellon's liking. Tranmere, when they've won the ball, but that first pass hasn't always been the pass into the centre forward to hold it up. It hasn't got as far as Hemmings. It's usually been cut out by that Newcastle midfield, but when it has done, Tranmere have looked bright and they've looked lively. They've looked like they can get up the field quickly and create 1 or 2 opportunities as they have the space to attack, but they have to get that first pass right.
Leeds have scored another to make it 2-0, and then Barnsley have scored one straight away afterwards. So Click with a penalty on 32. Barnsley have just scored to make it 2-1. Just awaiting to see who scored for Barnsley. So it's Forest Green 0, Brighton 0. So Forest Green, after getting stuffed by Plymouth, putting up a good showing against Brighton at the moment. 37 minutes gone in that game, 0-0. Tranmere leading Newcastle United here by a 1-0. Thanks to that goal from Nevitt. And Wickham 0, Bristol City 1. Players still down for Newcastle, getting treatment here after that challenge from Bristow, and Newcastle have got their substitutes warming up. I found a mini Cadbury's cream egg in my bag, but it's from March. Would that be any?
No, that wouldn't scare me. I thought you were going to say a lot further back than March, but March is very acceptable.
March is okay. I thought
Yeah,
I'd check
absolutely,
with you.
yeah.
You're an experienced
It's not
man.
like you to bring sweets or chocolates or anything, John.
I've got to say that the sweets so far have been courtesy of Leicester City Football Club. They've got pick and mix. I thought I'd have them.
You can make things last, can't you?
Player down, still getting treatment. It's Longstaff. Is it Longstaff or is it?
I think it's Kraft.
Is it Kraft? Yeah. Kraft still down, getting treatment. First meeting between these two since February 2000. That was in the FA Cup quarter-final. Remember when Tranmere made it to the FA Cup quarter-final? It's Tranmere 2, Newcastle 3 here. Allison and Jones for Tranmere. Gary Speed, Domi and Ferguson. Big dunk scoring for Everton. 3-2 FA Cup quarter-final. I remember that. I remember watching it on TV. Kraft is going to have to go off here, and they've got the stretcher for him, and he's got on it. So that is not good news for Eddie Howe. He was on the bench at the weekend, Kraft, the Swede, 28 years of age, signing from Amiens a few summers ago, and he's lost a right back. But he does have a right back who's half decent on the bench in Kieran Trippier. So Trippier's going to come on here for Kraft. Doesn't look in a good way. Let's hope it's not too serious. Warmly applauded by the Tranmere supporters as well as the Newcastle fans away to my left. And it's never nice to see someone need to be carried from the field of play.
No, of course not. We wish him well. Just to find out how severe it is, and then in recovery to get back fit. But as you mentioned, I'll talk about having a able replacement on the substitutes bench. You know, Trippier able to step on in there. He'll probably get to the level of action instantly, such as his quality. He's gone straight on. He's got the set piece in his hand, and actually, despite it being in a central position, I do feel he's a bit more capable of picking out a set piece.
How good was his free kick against City at the weekend? It was superb, wasn't it? Trippier, free kick, dinks it into the penalty area. It's headed back across goal. Anderson with the header and headed off the line. Really nice clearance. Bristow got good clearance on it. It's out for a corner. I think the keeper was beaten there, you know.
Yeah, he was sold. He went for the first header across. As we mentioned, Trippier, brilliant free kick, putting in a really good area. It was headed right up across the penalty area, probably about 8 yards out. Anderson headed it from, but good defending.
Trippier again with the corner, free header off the line again and in. Newcastle have equalised, and it's Jamal Lascelles and 2,000 Geordies celebrate, and Tranmere have been unpicked from a set piece. 5 minutes to half time. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
Well, that injury's changed everything. It really has. Tranmere, the pace sort of went out of the game. They've been a bit slow. They haven't started since the game took off again. Kieran Trippier's come onto the field. He's had 2 touches of the ball. He's set up 2 chances. Tranmere have taken one of them. I think Lascelles has touched it twice as well. The header, then the rebound comes back to him and he follows it in. Lascelles has touched it twice. I think Anderson's touched it once. What a difference Kieran Trippier has made to this game already. His quality. Then he also signalled everyone, get the ball, get back to the halfway line. We've got a job to do here. Real professionalism.
He's been on the pitch for 60 seconds, and as Leon says, he's made a real impact. Can't work out on the line whether it just hit the keeper or whether it hit a defender just at the near post. The first time Lascelles has the effort when it comes back to him. I don't know whether it hits the keeper on the line or whether it hits a defender. They've got a bit unlucky and they just weren't tight to Lascelles. They didn't react quick enough, Tranmere, did they, to it going back to him?
You know, you're right. but it's sometimes harsh because he was marked, but the ball from Trippier was so accurate that it went over the shoulder, went over the head of the defender, and he was sprawling and stretching, and Lascelles just managed to meet it, and as Lascelles headed it towards goal, you're right, it ricocheted, but it came straight back to him as he was on the move, running forward. The defender could do nothing about it in that moment. You just hope somebody can get a second block on it, but unfortunately for Tranmere, unfortunately for Newcastle, nobody was able to.
And the cotton wool up the nose hasn't affected Jamal Lascelles' finishing. Of course, he's not in the side. Botman and Cher have got the nod so far this season at centre-back as a long throw from Tranmere comes in on the far side. They've picked up the ball here with Nolan. Nice feet from him. Tranmere in possession with McClear. That's a nice turn. Good little run from McClear. Challenged on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. They'll want to get through to half-time here, Tranmere. I'm sure at 1-1 we've got 3 minutes to half-time plus added time, of which there will be quite a bit because of the injury to Emil Kraft, who had to be stretchered off. Newcastle have a free kick 10 yards inside their own half. 1-1. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC on BBC Sounds. Take us with you rather, wherever you go with BBC Sounds. Download the app for your smartphone or your tablet, or you can just say to your smart speaker, play BBC 5 Sports Extra, and it'll do it. If it listens, our smart speaker listens to me, but not my other half, Amber, just only listens to me. Tranmere in possession in their left back spot near the corner flag. Is that a foul on Hemmings? The referee says no, but it is a throw-in to Tranmere, about 15 yards inside their own half, left-hand side. That is the Newcastle fans you can hear. Have been buoyed, and obviously the Tranmere fans have been quietened. Obviously Tranmere are going to need their supporters as Nolan's header falls into the path of Murphy, who runs down the right for Newcastle. Nice covering tackle by O'Connor. Tranmere are in possession, have got a bit of time and space. Nice little ball round the corner, that towards Nolan. Can he free Nevitt or Hemmings ahead of him? Ball in play still. Here is Hemmings, back to goal, 15 yards inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle back in their shape, and Tranmere keeping possession. Long ball out to the left. Good first touch as well by Ethan Bristow. Bristow tries to play it round the corner. He's still in possession here. It's a good little spell of possession this for Tranmere, as Jordan Turnbull has to go back to his own goalkeeper. High long ball forward, header won by Target into the arms of Darlow. They look most dangerous, Tranmere, like you said earlier, Leon, when they do pick up the ball with Nolan or O'Connor somewhere just inside or around halfway, and then Nevitt and Hemmings make those runs and try and get in behind. Yeah, Newcastle are holding quite a high and quite an aggressive line, but when Tranmere try to go long early or try to go too direct, it's still easy for Newcastle to see it, and they can drop away and they can get into spaces as Target did there and head it back to the goalkeeper. But when they play it to a striker and then pop it to midfield and it's done with that third man run and done quickly, Newcastle are finding that very difficult to deal with. And now that be the run from Nevitt or Cogley, that's where it's happened more often than not than on this side with Bristow. They've had some success. Newcastle with Willock in possession. Is that a foul from Hemmings? Yes, the referee says it is. 10 yards inside the Newcastle half on the left. I guess as well it's having that confidence when you pick the ball up as Tranmere against Premier League players who are quicker, stronger quite often. It's having that confidence to play it into midfield rather than knock it long. Yeah, but you've got to trust your strikers. You've got to get the ball into their feet. That's what makes the difference. You know, when you pop that ball, you know, I've talking before about that first pass has got to be better from Tranmere. Pop it into the striker's feet, preferably to Hemmings, because once it goes into him, Nevitt can make the run off him, and they've looked good. Quick free kick from Newcastle, 30 yards from goal. I thought that might have been in Trippier range, to be honest, and I don't think Trippier's too happy about the fact that they've taken a quick one and they're under pressure here, Newcastle. Don't understand that. Trippier's flapping his arms, say we've just won a free kick sort of 27 yards out, perfect range. In comes the cross, headed up in the air by Turnbull for Tranmere. Little headed clearance away, but Newcastle have picked up possession. It's midway inside the Tranmere half on the left hand side. Ball chipped forward, headed back by Nolan. Newcastle in possession in the centre circle with Lascelles, the equaliser, scored the equaliser for Newcastle. Diagonal ball into the penalty area. Newcastle player goes down. Shootout will take the ball. 5 minutes of added time, by the way. We've had a minute and a half of that. So we have got 3.5 minutes of time added on at the end of the first half. And now the Tranmere fans getting behind their team, trying to be that 12th man. So many upsets down the years here at Prenton Park under the lights, and who's to say they won't get another one here tonight? They led 1-0 through Nevitt. Lascelles equalised after a long injury delay. Kraft had to go off, and it's Darlow who's got the ball in his arms at the moment. He's got a goal kick in front of the Newcastle fans away to my left.
There's nothing to say that Newcastle are going to go on and win the game from here. Tranmere will be pleased to be at 1-1 at half-time. Newcastle probably relieved, if I'm being honest, that despite going behind, they've got themselves on level terms. It's all to play for in that second half. The last thing Eddie Howe would have wanted was to go in behind after the first half. It makes it such a much more difficult task in the second. So both teams will feel they're in a good position. Both teams will fancy it.
Offside flag goes up against Newcastle, and it's a free kick for Tranmere on the edge of their own penalty area. Schultz goes across to take it. Got another fly buzzing around here, Leon. We need the fly catcher. We need the man with the reactions to get it again. Like Daniel LaRusso. 1-1. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC. More live commentaries than anyone else this season in the Premier League. And we've got you covered in the EFL Cup as well. Long ball forward from Schultz. Heads go up inside the Newcastle half. Ball still in the air. Tranmere win a header. Was that a free kick? Well, they've got possession anyway. It's with McLear, who puts a little ball forward. Oh, is that an under-hit back pass? And that's a crunching challenge. Hemmings on the goalkeeper, Darlow. Be interested to see what the referee does here. The ball was there to win. They both dove at the ball. Hemmings went feet first, and Darlow's come off worst. Hemmings is back on his feet. The referee wants to speak to Kane Hemmings here. He was going for the ball, but he caught quite a bit of Carl Darlow. Leon Osman.
Well, I think he was going for the ball, and you want that kind of commitment. It was really poor. I think it was Dummett who just really underhit the pass back to Darlow, and Darlow had to come sprinting out to try and make it. He probably went to ground, realising that tackle was coming in from Hemmings. If it's my striker, I want them to be committed. I want them going in on the off chance to get a block in those situations. But as soon as you miss that block, as soon as the keeper propels the ball away, they do look nasty because he goes flying into the goalkeeper. Studs were raised in trying to block the shot, and the keeper's quite happy to get up without really needing too much treatment, although he is limping.
Yeah. And he does get the free kick, of course, as Leon said, and Kane Hemmings does receive a yellow card, the Tranmere captain, for that challenge. So Tranmere's striker is not on the score sheet so far tonight. It's on a yellow card. Nevitt scoring their opener. Hemmings with a lovely layoff, and it was a stretching, lunging finish from 8 yards, which Darlow did get a touch to, but it only managed to palm it into the top corner. And it all kicked off here at Prenton Park. Ball forward from Newcastle, straight into the arms of Hult, and that should be about it for the first half. They're not the brightest floodlights here at Prenton Park, I've got to say. I mean, I like them. I like the towers. I don't know whether it's my eyes, actually. It could be my eyes. There's the half-time whistle. Leon.
Yeah, an entertaining first half. I think both teams have showed how they want to go about winning the game. Newcastle have taken possession of the ball and tried to move it around. I've not seen enough of Chris Wood. They've not been able to get balls up to him and into him, and certainly deliveries from wide areas haven't been on the money, haven't given an opportunity, or you'd say maybe he's not getting in the right positions to really attack, because that back three of Tranmere have defended that penalty area reasonably well, except for that one set piece that they conceded from. Tranmere defended pretty well for the large part. They haven't took possession of the ball, but when they've got the ball up to Hemmings and Nevitt running off him, they have caused a couple of problems for Tranmere. They scored for Newcastle. They've scored a beautiful goal, absolutely terrific goal, really good passage of play but I want to see more from them.
Live in front of the TV cameras tonight, and you know you've done something either really good or really bad, don't you? When the cameraman comes on the pitch walking backwards at the end, and he stands near you and points the camera in your face, you know you've done something good or bad.
Well, when you've played well, you quite enjoy it,
yeah.
But when you've done something bad, you want to push the camera away. So
when you played bad, they go, oh no, they know.
Or you scored an own goal or something like that. You think, oh, please no. But
it was on Nevitt though.
Yeah,
and that's nice. It's a great story.
But you're happy when it's half time and there's still 45 minutes. If it's a negative, you're happy that it's half time still to turn that game around or go and achieve what you want to. And as you said, still 45 minutes to go. Either team can win this game. Both will be in the dressing room at half time feeling that if they just raise the game, if they just change one or two things, maybe get the strikers involved a touch more or a touch earlier, create that opening, the game's there to be won.
Leon Osmond, thank you for your analysis so far. We've got every kick of the second half live for you on the way. Elsewhere, Forest Green 0, Brighton 2. Brighton have scored 2 just before the break. Undav and Alzate have scored the goals there for Brighton. They lead 2-0 at half-time at Forest Green. Leeds are 2-1 up against Barnsley. Anderson it was who got one back for Barnsley after Sinistera and Click scored the goals for Leeds. And Wickham 0, Bristol City 1. On his debut, 18-year-old Kadji from 2 yards scored after 7 minutes. We'll have the second half live here. We're going to take you over to 5 Live to follow their game. They've been doing PSV Eindhoven versus Rangers, where it's 0-0. Here at half-time, it's finished Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
Too easy for Sangari. He should have scored.
Yeah, that is now the best chance, John. There's no doubt about it. He's free, no one anywhere near him. He's got a lot of time to see it, and he just scoops it high over the bar. He's trying to aim it back towards the back post, just cushion it, but he just gets it wrong, to the relief of the Rangers players.
James, that's not good enough. Defending from a corner.
It's not, and it's something we've obviously spoken about, Rangers will be aware of. PSV are a big side. They've got threats all over the box, Sangari on this occasion, but they have to be picked up. There can't be any free headers.
Well, if you do that, you'll concede sooner or later. Rangers coming forward, but the offside flag is up, and PSV with a free kick halfway inside their own half. This is, for everything that was said before the match, this is a closely fought encounter between these sides here.
Yeah, it is, and it's something that we thought would be the case. I think that PSV started better, Rangers then got control of the match. It looks like it's swung back in favour of PSV, and I expect it's going to be like this for the rest of the night. And it wouldn't surprise me if neither team finds that breaks the deadlock and they go to extra time. But it's just swinging either way at the minute.
It is Wickham Wanderers 0, Bristol City 1, incidentally. We'll have more from Robin Cowan later, once the second half gets underway. PSV 0, Rangers 0. Here's Saibari away from Lundstrand down the right-hand side. Cuts in field, left-footed shot, but it comes off Sands. The top of his knee, I think, which took it wide of goal. Might have been going wide anyway, maybe not, but the touch from the defender took it wide for a corner from the left.
Yeah, it's excellent play from Saibari down the right-hand side. Stop at the shoulder, lets the ball run across his body, and he's one-on-one with Borna Barisic. It's a brilliant touch from James Sands, because it's on target, and it's one that if you can stop your goalkeeper from making the save, then that's what you do. But they've got another corner to defend against here.
Yes, they have. Gakpo plays it into the near post, looking for Luke de Jong. That was headed away. Comes out to Philip Max, the left back, 30 yards out, somewhere between 25 and 30 yards, and he got right underneath it. And I think he might have very nearly reached the second tier of the Phillips Stadium.
Yeah,
it's a goal kick.
It wasn't the best effort, and I know we're speaking about Rangers and how they have to defend, the corners and set plays better, but they really don't have a lot of height on their side. They've got Goldson, Sands that would pick up. Cholak is obviously tall, 6'2", I think. Lundstrom can do that job. Tillman's good in size, but I wouldn't say properly switched on defensively in that situation. So they are outmatched or overmatched with height, if you like. So they have to get tight and make sure there's no free headers.
The home fans are howling. They wanted a free kick for that sliding challenge centrally by Lawrence on Gakpo, but he got the ball. I think it was a good challenge. He's okay, he's on his feet. Saibari though, as PSV come forward again. And now the cross from Sangare from the right-hand side. That's intercepted by Sands. Comes back to Sangare again. Sangare through to Saibari. And then there is the cover there from Sands, who comes across and lifts the ball with his left foot out of play for a throw down the right-hand side. PSV 0, Rangers 0. It's not had the goals and thrills and spills of the last commentary match you were involved in on 5 Live on Sunday afternoon, but this is absorbing because of what it means.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to beat that game on Sunday, John. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, this is obviously a different type of game. Each team has got something to lose, and each team has got an unbelievable reward if they win the game. And it's understandable that there's not going to be loads of goals, or there haven't been yet, but it's still been a great game.
Taser swings it in, that's good. De Jong with a shot, but straight at goalkeeper McLaughlin, who very gratefully, I think it almost hit him actually, and then he was able to drop on it. It was a stretch with his left foot from De Jong, probably 8 yards out, straight at the keeper.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult chance because you can only take it first time, and in those situations it's about getting it on target, which he did. The movement from De Jong is outstanding, but Connor Goldson has to see him. He has to defend that better, and he'll be grateful that it's fired at John McLaughlin, who managed to keep a hold of it.
Now the ball played through to Gakpo, goalkeeper comes out, Gakpo shoots over the top of the bar. There was a defender there as well. The keeper was quickly out, but that another big chance for PSV not taken.
It's a huge chance, and this is one where he should do so much better. The young one, it's the only thing he can do is get something on it. Gakpo's got time, he's got a huge target to the back post. John McLaughlin has come down to narrow the angle, which has left a huge gap to his left hand side, and Gakpo with his right foot, it's a simple skill just to pass that into the net. He leans back and scoops it over the bar, again to the relief of John McLaughlin, the Rangers players. PSV, every chance they've had, has got more and more dangerous, a better chance, better opportunity every single time, and that would be a worry for Rangers.
Yeah, they've had a really rocky 5-6 minutes or so. The chance initially for De Jong when it was whipped across, then the Sangare header from the corner, that was a good chance. Then De Jong shot straight at the goalkeeper, then that one there, Gakpo through the middle, when just a little bit of composure was needed there from Gakpo. I suppose it demonstrates that he's not yet the finished article.
No, he's in a position where, you're right, a bit of composure to just slot that away. He is trying to do that. It's not that he rushed it, he just gets the execution wrong. But of course, he's obviously young and he will improve, but that is an absolutely brilliant chance for them.
That's big for Rangers in the context of what we've been watching in the last 10 minutes or so, because Kamara's won a free kick over on the far side and they can slow it down. Half-time approaching. We are in the 45th minute. So a free kick that Tavernier's going to swing in from out on the right-hand side. PSV, their line of red and white is along the edge of their own penalty area. Rangers blue mingled in with all of that. Tavernier hits it into the back post. It's over the top of Gutierrez, and Ramillo is there as well, and the ball is kept in play by Kent, and Kent plays it into the box to Tillman, and Tillman turns and plays it back to the edge of the area, and the shot, which is hit low by Lawrence, was going wide, actually hit Tillman and very nearly ricocheted across the box, but PSV cleared, and that is the half-time whistle, and it's 0-0. And I think after that last 10 minutes, Rangers can consider themselves rather fortunate to still be level.
Yeah, they can. PSV started well, Rangers come back into it, but the chances that PSV have created in the last five or so minutes, what you would think they'll certainly be getting at the break disappointed. Rangers will be feeling fortunate that they're still level. However, they have managed to create a couple of chances of their own, better finishing, better decision making. It's just a fascinating game, and it's certainly far from finished with the drama.
I cannot believe there will not be goals in the second half. But it is 0-0 at half-time. PSV 0, Rangers 0 here in Eindhoven, so that's 2-2 on aggregate. And just to remind you again, remember there is no away goals rule anymore, so the tie is completely level. So roll on the second half.
John, James, looking forward to listening to it. We're going to let you go and have a break and enjoy that water that you've been furnished with throughout the course of the first half. Instead, we're going to talk to Charlie Adam and Roddy Forsyth about the game. Charlie, as the guys were saying there, yes, PSV may have had definitely the best 2 chances of the first half. There's not that much in it.
Kelly, I've wrote down unbelievable 38 minutes for Rangers. The last 7 minutes, Rangers were all over the place, and up to that point, they were brilliant. They controlled the game, controlled the tempo, good pressure, had chances. But if you switch off and you make your own mistakes, it always gives a team like PSV chances, and they've managed to come into the game the last 7-8 minutes and big chances, and Rangers will be delighted to be in a half-time 0-0 now.
Roddy, we haven't learnt an awful lot from that first half that we didn't know before, namely the fact that Rangers are vulnerable from set pieces, particularly from corners.
Yes, and early on I was interested in the fact that the possession stats were hugely in favour of PSV. They were in the high 80s at one point. And then it occurred to me, of course, that Rangers had not got the prep that they wanted. They'd asked for the kick-off to be delayed 20 minutes. And sure enough, on the 20-minute mark, Rangers began to come into it with that long spell up until shortly before half-time. But what does worry me a little bit was that Sangare should have hit the target shortly before the interval, and if, as others have noted, if he'd missed that ball, Gutierrez was there not being marked, also free, and I think that's something that Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is going to talk to his players about at halftime, because I've noticed in the last 10 minutes before the break that quite a few PSV players in subordinate positions but backup positions were free.
They were indeed, and there have been issues there that Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is going to want to talk to his players about. But those chances that Rangers have given up, Charlie, Rangers could have had goals of their own, but PSV should have scored at least 2 of theirs.
Yeah, Sangara had a great header, free header at the back post from a set play. Like you say, Rangers are not defending set plays, and I think it's been a problem for the last few years, really, set plays. De Jong had a big chance, a wonderful cross from Teze, the right back. De Jong just nearly got on the end of it. And then obviously Gakpo's chance, that was the biggest one of them all. He goes clean through and all he had to do was side foot it and he dinked over the bar. But the warning signs for Rangers are that this is a good PSV team and they will cause problems, but in the end, getting into half time 0-0, they can relax and regroup and come out second half. But no, listen, Rangers are well in the tie, there's no doubt about that. There is opportunities for them to score goals, and they just need to take care in the final third.
Charlie,
James and John,
I was going to say, when you look at the Rangers substitutes and think what they might do in the second half, how wonderful would it have been for Van Bronckhorst to have had a properly fit Morelos on that bench, indeed if he didn't start, because you suspect that somebody like that would have to come on to reinforce the attack later in the match, and yet there's nobody of that calibre on the bench. The nearest would be Fashion Sakala, I suppose.
Yeah, Sakala or maybe Matondo, who's got real burning, he's got real pace that can get you, especially away from home, can get you up the pitch. Scott Wright's quick as well. So listen, they've got other attributes, and you deal with what you have. We could all wish we had Morelos, but he's not there. And these lads that are on the bench, they could be coming off, being ready, and they could be the match winner. So you never know.
Charlie, it was interesting listening to James and John. James was saying there's a really strong chance this would end up going to extra time, and then John said, if there's no goals in the second half, I'll be really surprised. But it's that finely balanced.
Yeah, it is. Both teams have conceded chances, even in the first leg as well. You don't get 2-2 if teams are not conceding chances. So I think there will be goals in this second half. And let's say if it goes in the Rangers' favour, then it'll be great for them. But they have to keep the back door shut, because a set plays is always a worry at the moment with Rangers.
0-0, a good scoreline at half time, Roddy?
Yeah, you would feel so. Some of the players significantly.
Welcome back to Prenton Park on 5 Sports Extra from the BBC, where it is Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1, as we prepare for the start of the second half here. Tranmere Rovers taking the lead through Elliot Nevitt, who was playing for Warrington Royals 1906 a couple of years ago, scored 3 in the FA Vase final, I should say, and signed by Tranmere, scored 8 last season, and here he is scoring against Premier League Newcastle with a lovely finish, lovely move actually on the break. Hemmings slipped it inside to him, and it was a really nice finish. With his right foot falling, Darlow got a touch to it. That was 1-0, and away we go for the second half at Prenton Park. Tranmere all in white, kicking from left to right as I look at it. Equaliser from Jamal Lascelles with his nose still bleeding. That was from a corner. So it's 1-1. Very much all to play for. Brilliant atmosphere inside Prenton Park. The Cop away to my right is packed. Most of the lower half of the stand are standing up, the people in there, and Tranmere have a throw in on the right hand side as they throw it down the line. On as a substitute for Newcastle is Jamal Lewis, and he just gets his first touch. Oh, and he's beaten. O'Connor for Tranmere into the penalty area, cleared away by Newcastle. It'll be a throw in by the corner flag on the right hand side. Jamal Lewis has come on for Matt Targett, the Northern Irishman, and he will play at left back. 2 changes so far then for Newcastle after Emil Kraft was stretchered off in the first half, and the stop starting and the Kraft injury actually favoured Newcastle, if anyone, because Tranmere were in a good rhythm. Leon Osman, former Everton and England midfielder, is with me here on the Wirral. And Tranmere have made a good start to the second half.
Yeah, they have. They've put Newcastle on the back foot. They've been competitive, just like they were in the first half, really.
Good flicked header in, and a chance for Hemmings, who hooks it goalwards, but it's hit a Newcastle defender. But Tranmere have still got the possession. That was following a long throw. In comes the ball into the box, and they had a player underneath it, Tranmere, but Carl Darlow did well and climbed high, all in orange, and plucked it out of the night sky, and he rolls it out to Dummett, Paul Dummett, playing at centre-back tonight with Jamal Lascelles, and it's 1-1.
That was nearly an opportunity for Tranmere. That's the first time they've got any joy from a long throw-in, and it was actually a Newcastle head. I think it was Dummett that flicked it into the penalty area. He said it was Hemmings on the swivel trying to volley it with his left foot, and Willock was out quick, brave defending, just knew he couldn't really drop his head to it, knew he couldn't raise his foot, and he just threw his chest and his gut at the block to make sure that Hemmings couldn't get an effort towards goal, and did it well. It was felt it. You could see he was bent over at the half time just after the accident happened.
Newcastle with the ball on halfway, long diagonal ball intercepted in the right back position by Josh Cogley for Tranmere. The 26-year-old clears long down the line, little flicked header towards Nevitt from Hemmings, but he can't get there, and he got a bash on the nose for his troubles as well. Already had Jamal Lascelles with a elbow or something connect with his nose, and it's been streaming, and away go Newcastle down the right hand side. Trippier's made a big difference since he came on. He's in possession, gets it inside to Ritchie, and now it's with Jamal Lewis, who puts a cross in. It's blocked, and it's behind for a corner to Newcastle on the left hand side in front of their 2,000 plus travelling supporters here at Prenton Park. It's 1-1.
Decent play and Newcastle as they take this corner quickly,
and it's with Josh Murphy, who chips a ball into the penalty area. It's blocked. It falls for Ritchie, who strikes it against the legs of a Tranmere defender. Hooked away by Tranmere Rovers to halfway. There's no white shirt up there, so Newcastle in their blue with gold shorts and blue socks are in possession with Jamal Lewis wearing the number 12. Strokes it down the line to Longstaff. His ball down the line is intercepted, and Tranmere have possession centre field inside their own half. Here's Nolan, arguably their most creative player, goes to ground. I don't think he had possession of the ball when he went down, so it's no free kick. Newcastle go away down the right hand side. It's Anderson on the right, crossed in. Good looking ball in, blocked. Corner for Newcastle.
Yeah, they're finally starting to try and attack in the wide areas. As we mentioned in the start, Tranmere playing with a back five with wing backs that probably weakest in those wide areas, and Newcastle haven't really tried to overload them until the start of this second half, but they've moved the ball from side to side. They've tried to get their full-backs into advanced positions, and already they've won a couple of corners.
There are 6 Newcastle players in the penalty area. In it comes. Good looking delivery. Lascelles had peeled away around the back again and was free, but it went over his head, and it's a throw into Tranmere on their right, level with the edge of their own penalty area. Some complaints going on there amongst the Tranmere back line. Neil Byrne just saying to the referee, I was having my shirt pulled then, but then so was
I think they were complaining about a block. It looked like a really well worked set piece at first. Trippier putting it into a great area as we expect. Lascelles looked like he'd released himself from the pack, someone blocking off in the middle, but Lascelles just didn't pick up the flight of the ball early enough.
Several of those Newcastle fans in the away end are shirtless and hairy. But it is a kind of night for it. They're famed for, even in January, being shirtless. But they're enjoying it. They weren't enjoying it very much at 1-0 Tranmere, I can tell you that much. But of course they are still bouncing from the 3-3 with Manchester City, when they could so easily have won it. And then given another 10 minutes in the game, maybe Manchester City would have won it, but still they took a point from the champions and scored 3 goals at the weekend and played some lovely football. It's a much changed team, 10 changes, only Joe Willock still in the team from the weekend, but they have got a bench packed with the names that you would expect who could come on maybe and change a game, although Alan Saint-Maximin is not on the bench tonight, but Bruno Guimaraes is, should they need him, as the ball's played forward by Newcastle and it's controlled by Murphy. Challenge goes in from Jameson and it's out for another corner because it flicked off Jameson last for Newcastle in front of their own fans. We've had 51 minutes. It's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
You know, both players are complaining. Jameson felt it should have been a goal kick. Murphy wanted the foul. I think probably a corner kick's probably about the right result, but again Newcastle running into the corner of the towards the corner flag down the side of the penalty area, just starting to get a little bit of joy.
Right-footed in swing, in it comes and the header's on target and it's in, and it's Chris Wood in front of those Newcastle fans, and they've come from behind Newcastle, and it's their £25 million man with his first goal of the season. Simple as you like, free header. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2.
Yeah, it's Chris Wood who gets the goal, gets across that Tranmere defensive line, but again, what a delivery from Kieran Trippier. It had such power and pace and precision on it that Chris Wood just needed to arrive on cue and just direct it. He didn't have to do an awful lot more. He just had to get into the space, make decent enough contact, let it glance off his head as much as anything to find the back of the goal, and left Hult with no chance of saving it. It went past him before he'd even realised Wood had got a touch. And we haven't seen an awful lot of Wood in this game. He hasn't been in possession. He's not been able to get on the end of any delivery up till that point, but when he does, he can be clinical.
That's what he can do. That's why they signed him. Gives them that dimension. Been used 3 times off the bench this season in the Premier League, but hasn't started a game, but starts and scores tonight here at Tranmere in the EFL Cup, and Newcastle look like they could be on their way through to round 3. Tranmere have fought hard. They've really put in a shift, and they've definitely carved Newcastle open at times. Played a high line Newcastle. They've got him behind a couple of times, so they'll be hoping that something will fall for them, maybe a set piece. They'll keep fighting, and at 2-1, and then keep it 2-1 for as long as possible. Tranmere fans here will still have hope, no doubt.
But Newcastle have made very good tactical tweaks at the start of this second half. In the first half, the fullbacks were getting the ball really in deep positions, making it very easy for Tranmere's wing-backs to deal with. But when they're in possession now, one of the central midfielders of Newcastle, whether it be Longstaff or Willock in particular, runs into the fullback areas. Then the fullbacks go really high up on the wing, and it's allowing Murphy to drop deeper, it's allowing Ritchie to drop deeper into spaces, and they're getting an awful lot of joy.
They've just given the ball away. It's gone out for a Tranmere throw, which Newcastle have won the ball back. Ball hooked high into the Newcastle half, and Darlow, the Newcastle keeper, claims it comfortably and rolls it out underarm, and Newcastle are in possession, leading by 2-1. The wood chopper, as they call him on Fantasy 606, and you can, from tomorrow morning, or it might be tomorrow afternoon actually, download the FPL podcast from the BBC as Jamal Lewis is in possession in the penalty area. Good defending that though from Josh Cogley. Can he get the ball away? What's he won? He hasn't managed to win a throw-in. So it's a Newcastle ball in front of their own fans, left-hand side, and it's thrown into Josh Murphy. Nice little turn from Anderson. Was he clipped? Was he caught? Well, if he wasn't, I don't understand why he hasn't gone and collected the ball. It was a lovely little turn, and it's a goal kick to Tranmere. It's 2-1 Newcastle.
Yeah, you're right. It looked like for all the world he just rolled the defender and he's going to get it. There wasn't a touch. You know, you'd ask questions. He went down a little theatrically, I must say. The referee was right on cue to make that decision and call it as he saw it, but it was a good bit of play again from Newcastle, enjoying the wide areas.
You are right about Trippier's delivery. He's delivered 2 corners, they've scored 2 goals. He came on as a substitute. I mean, he's just massive for them, and 2 of Newcastle's January signings combining. Ball chipped forward looking for Nolan, former Ipswich midfielder. Struggled with fitness, couldn't get a kick at Bristol Rovers last season and had injuries, but they know they've got a player on their hands at 30 years of age if they can keep him fit in League 2, and he's had a decent game tonight. But Newcastle are in possession, and Trippier's flying away down the right hand side as Newcastle are in possession. They've slipped it inside though and lost their momentum. Willock, now Longstaff in the centre of the pitch, halfway inside the Tranmere half. They've moved it to the left to Jamal Lewis, into the feet of the goal scorer Wood. Nice little ball through the legs of the defender, back to Lewis, who checks, gets it back to Anderson. Newcastle in possession, playing it around nicely. They've got 3 in the penalty area waiting for a ball. There's a little reverse pass. Ritchie chops it back. Chance here for Newcastle. Still not cleared by Tranmere. Should be now though on the far side with Ethan Bristow, who's going to clear long down the line, and he'll try and set away Kane Hemmings. Can they win the recycled ball? They can't. Newcastle there again. They look like a different team in the second half so far, Leon. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, they look like they're enjoying themselves. They look like they all want to take the ball. They look like they all want to make runs in behind. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's in the wide areas. Jamal Lascelles is playing. Lewis is playing really high up the left-hand side. Anderson's dropping into great spaces. He's had a big influence on this game. Longstaff keeps coming into that left-back position, just allowing the real big overload, especially on this left side of the field.
I think they might have to take Jamal Lascelles off here at some stage, because he's still bleeding from his nose, and the referee's just had to stop the game to get the doctor and the physio on again to put more cotton wool or cloth or whatever it is. After he scored the goal, Jamal Lascelles, he ran over to the touchline to get them to put another plug up his nose. He took a real knock from Kane Hemmings in the first half. So John Nolan's going to come off. He hasn't got the minutes in his legs, and he's going to be replaced. So Nolan coming off, and we've got Hawkes coming on. So Josh Hawkes, 23 years of age. Wearing number 15. So Hawkes on. He's on been at Sunderland. And they'll just tweak the formation, Tranmere, will they, do you think, Leon?
Possibly. I think they need to go in search of that goal now, obviously. I think they'll maybe put Hawkes close to the strikers if they can try and get him far up the field. They do need to figure out a way of linking up the midfield to the strikers again. As they've got deeper and deeper in this second half, it's been a lot harder to first of all pick the ball up, but second of all, once they've done that, to make a pass and to keep the ball. That first pass is always crucial. If you can make a good first pass and retain possession, then Newcastle have to start retreating. At the moment, as soon as they win the ball back, they're not able to keep the ball. Newcastle are able to get it back very, very quickly and start more attacks.
So it looks like Hawkes is going to play. He can play up the front, Hawkes, but it looks like he's going to play just in behind the front two of Nevitt and Hemmings. So they're going to have a crack. Mickey Mellon said, let's throw on an attacking player, let's have a go. And that's exactly what he's done. So Willock's got it 30 yards from goal, checks back with a little Cruyff and gets it out on the left to Lewis. He puts a ball in, cleared away partially with his left foot on the far side by Ethan Bristow. Sign from Reading. Had 11 appearances for Reading. St Kitts and Nevis under 20. Ethan Bristow. Quite impressed with him tonight. And Newcastle are in possession in centre field with Paul Dummett and now Lascelles, who had to come off to come back on again, and now a ball through towards Josh Murphy. Murphy on the right hand side puts in a cross. It's blocked by Jameson, who's up but he's limping. Throw in for Newcastle by the corner flag on the far side. Ritchie with a good looking ball in, and thank goodness for Tranmere that Josh Cogley read the danger and got in between the two Newcastle players in the penalty area and managed to headed away bravely, but Newcastle got it back. Lovely skill, good challenge by Byrne, hacked away by Bristow for Tranmere towards Kane Hemmings. Doesn't get any change out of Paul Dummett though, goes back to Carl Darlow.
Yeah, two very good bits of defending, first by Cogley and then by Byrne. Newcastle again just stretching this Tranmere team. It's a brilliant couple of passes in,
and that's a lovely ball. Newcastle on for 3. Great covering challenge, super covering challenge from Jordan Turnbull, who read the danger again and just snaked out a right boot just before Joe Willock could pull the trigger on his shot, and it's a corner for Newcastle on the far side.
Yeah, he's making some really good attacking runs, is Willock. He's running beyond Wood and he's running beyond Ritchie on that side of the field. And Tranmere are just dropping in when Ritchie comes with him, and Willock seeing that space really early, making some brilliant runs into that space, just unable to find the finishing touches at the minute.
Corner on the far side, which Trippier will take for Newcastle. Again, it's good looking delivery, and Anderson volleys wide with his instep. It was quite a way wide of Hult's left hand post, but it's behind for a goal kick to Tranmere Rovers. It's 2-1 to Newcastle. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC on BBC Sounds. We've had 61 minutes.
I've been impressed with Anderson tonight. I've never seen him play before. I think he's of good stature. He's got good physicality. He seems to get around the pitch pretty well, but on top of all that, he plays on the half turn. He's got really good awareness around him. He's got a good touch, and I'd be interested to see how he develops over the next 2 or 3 months.
What I like about him is passion and hunger, which you obviously can't coach, but he's very, very animated out there. He's passionate, hungry, crunching into challenges. He wants the ball. He's screaming at the ref at the moment. He's screaming at his teammates, and he's 19 years of age. It's great when you see that. He's got a bit about him, and I agree with you, Leon. He's looked a player.
On top of all that, I like to see attacking players, but not just attacking, those that have got good awareness and they're clever footballers. You can see that because they know what's around them at all times, and they've got a decent touch to match it. Now, obviously it's tough to judge players after one game, but from what I've seen of his game tonight, I think he's got real potential.
It's a goal kick to Tranmere, by the way, to Newcastle, by the way, after a Tranmere attack came to nothing. So, elsewhere tonight, PSV Eindhoven and Rangers still tied goalless in the Champions League qualification, 2-2 on aggregate. PSV 0, Rangers 0. That's over on 5 Live. You want to listen to it. It's Carl Darlow getting a bit of stick here for not taking this goal kick quickly enough. Brighton, he slipped as he's taken it. Hasn't really affected the distance. Flick on by Newcastle. Head tennis at the moment near halfway. And Tranmere try and flick the ball forward. Newcastle have come up with it with Trippier. Anderson with lovely chest down and then a little cushion pass out to the right and gets it back. Still in possession, Newcastle, but deep in their own half. Brighton are leading at Forest Green by 2-0. Leeds are now 3-1 up against Barnsley, and Click has scored 2 in that game for Leeds, and Wickham are drawing 1-1 with Bristol City. 5 Sports Extra bring you commentary of this one tonight. 27 minutes plus added time. Added time as in stoppage time, but we'll have no extra time tonight, by the way. It just goes straight to penalties. So no extra time, it just goes straight to penalties should Tranmere find an equaliser. They went 1-0 up through Nevitt, who's still on the pitch. They worked so hard for the first hour. Newcastle have been dominant for the last half an hour at least of the game, since they equalised through Lascelles. Can they have that one little opportunity to give themselves hope? An expectant Prenton Park, a hopeful Prenton Park crowd here. Really good crowd in on the Wirral. Good travelling support from Newcastle, as you'd expect. Can they find an equaliser? Or will Newcastle's possession and superior quality here tell? Chip ball into the penalty area by Newcastle. Partial headed clearance from Tranmere. They've given away a throw just near the corner flag on the left hand side. Taken quickly by Newcastle. Sean Longstaff brings the ball forward. Now to the substitute at left back, Jamal Lewis. Gives it short to Anderson. Now to Joe Willock. in the centre of the pitch. Now Ritchie does like a shot from distance, urged to shoot by the away support, but he's gone wide. They'll build carefully. Ritchie with a little 1-2 with, well, not a 1-2, but a little pass into the feet by Josh Murphy, but it was just under hit, or the run wasn't quite the right angle, and Tranmere managed to clear the ball away. But they can't keep the ball at the moment, Tranmere, for any sustained period, and Newcastle are just knocking it about at will at present. It's 2-1 to Newcastle.
Yeah, they are. Newcastle seem to be in control of the game at the moment, but one goal isn't a comfortable lead.
Josh Murphy with a low ball into the penalty area, but Schultz should deal with that comfortably. The pole.
Yeah, he does, but again, good run from deep from Murphy into the wide areas, straight pass, angled run, managing to get down the side of that Tranmere penalty area. But Newcastle need to get that second goal. It's just becoming a little bit easy for them, and what can happen is you just fall into a false sense of security. You feel like you're in control of the game, and if they allow this to drift, and they allow this to get to the 75th, 80th minute with one goal in it, despite how they've felt in control of that game in a cup game, last 10 minutes, and there's only one goal in it, Tranmere will feel they can get back into the game.
Shouts for handball by the Tranmere supporters against a Newcastle player on halfway, not given. Throw in for Newcastle on halfway, on the right hand side. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC. Here is Lewis, knocks it back inside to Dummett. Now Lascelles, that cotton wool up his nose after a bang in the first half, scored the equaliser. Long ball forward, chance here for Newcastle. Wood slides in, good save Fjord, and held on to it. All importantly, it was just a straight direct ball over the top. Wood got in, first time effort, falling, half volley, and a fine save.
It was a very good save, and a straight ball again. Wood just making a run in between Turnbull and Jameson, and I think in trying to get back, Jameson, he's certainly gone down at the moment. He's holding the back of his right leg, hamstring area, whether he's just tweaked it in trying to get back, and he just felt Wood maybe, he took a first touch and then he tried to score with his second. Just as he was about to, Jameson gave him a right push in his back, just enough to put the Newcastle striker off, not enough to stop him getting a shot away and giving away a penalty kick, and it gave the goalkeeper a chance to make the save, which he did.
Do you keep looking for a replay monitor, or
yes.
Is it just me? How many times? Yeah. I must have looked for a replay monitor 30 times in the game so far.
I've scoured the stand that we're in just in case there's one somewhere else. So, unfortunately, first look only tonight.
Yeah, do tweet John Akers 48 or whatever Leon's Twitter is, and tell us if you see anything on a replay that we've not spotted, by the way. Or my dad's listening. Dad, you could text me if you're watching the game and you're watching the replays.
I mean, I could probably text you a few of the things you've missed.
Cheeky. I was saving this cream egg for you, and now you've had it. You've had it. I wasn't going to tell people about your terrible golf today either.
Oh. I think I showed enough.
Well, Jameson is going to have to go off here. He's limping. He's gone off the pitch behind the goal where the Newcastle fans are. And we'll have a look to see who's going to come on to take his place.
Replacing number 18, Al Jameson. Number 22, sponsored by Kaiserslautern.
Yeah, so Paul Lewis is on. So he is a midfielder. So I think they might well put Bristow at left centre back where Jameson was playing. Turnbull and Byrne will play there. We'll see. Let's have a look in a second.
Well, they've got options. They could just go to a back four as well.
So Lascelles has gone off. Lascelles with his nose bleeding, and Botman has come on, Sven Botman, and Joe Linton has come on, or is coming on, for Joe Willock. Joe Willock, who's the only player to have played against Manchester City, started against Manchester City, I should say, on Sunday in that 3-3, and he looked sharp, Joe Willock. Made a terrific impact, didn't he, when he arrived on loan from Arsenal. Scored 8 goals, massive for them staying up, and then signed and scored a couple last season, but has had a good start to the season for Newcastle in midfield. Long ball from Tranmere. Can they find an equaliser? Newcastle lead 2-1. It's with their goal scorer, Nevitt. It's been pushed out for a throw-in to Tranmere, level with the penalty spot, right-hand side. 20 minutes plus added time to go. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2 under the lights at Prenton Park. EFL Cup round 2. Long throw then from Tranmere will be taken by Josh Cogley. He's got the Rory Delap towel out. He's given it a dust off. There are 6 Tranmere players in the penalty area for this long throw. In it comes to the near post. Good looking flick on, but headed away by Matt Ritchie for Newcastle. Good play from Tranmere to come off a Tranmere player though, and it will be a throw in to Newcastle on the left hand side. That sustained possession is so difficult, isn't it, when you're playing against the athletes and the player with the skill that these Newcastle players have got, just to have any time on the ball.
Yeah, it is, but you know, when you're a team like Tranmere,
they've ratted around and they've managed to get the ball, and O'Connor's got it for them in midfield, and now they will try and keep the ball as Turnbull goes left to Bristow, knocks a long ball forward, charge down, goal kick for Newcastle as Newcastle cleared the ball away, ricocheted off the legs.
Yeah, well, when you're a team like Tranmere, I was going to say, your sustained pressure sometimes comes from pressures, and it comes from territory, and it comes from it, or not necessarily coming from sustained possession in Newcastle's half. They've just had a long throw in, it got flicked on, it got cleared. That's when you win the second ball, you keep it alive, you move the ball wide, you get a crossing, then you win second balls again. Or as they've done on that occasion, they force Newcastle backwards because of pressure. That's what Tranmere can do. They have to sustain attacks in a different way than Newcastle are. They have to win second balls.
Tranmere win a header deep in their own half, but Newcastle come up with possession just inside the Tranmere half. Here is Anderson, 19-year-old, drifts forward with the ball, but checks, goes back. He had 5 players ahead of him, including Joe Linton, one of those substitutes who's just dropped in to midfield. Looks like they're going to break that transfer record, Newcastle, that they paid 40 million for Joe Linton, who just wins a header by signing Alexander Isak for around 58 million pounds, we understand, from Real Sociedad, 6'4", 22 years of age. The ball played forward by Newcastle comes off the legs of Anderson. It'll be a goal kick for Tranmere Rovers, and it's 2-1 Newcastle. 18 minutes to go.
You wonder what Newcastle fans think. You know, that you mentioned that previous was Joe Linton, who didn't have a great start, wasn't the striker they thought he was going to be, hasn't scored the goals they thought he's going to be, but turned into a really good midfielder for the team. And you wonder how they feel. Would they have an opinion about just having success, or does this signing need to score the goals? Does this signing need to take them to the next level?
Yeah, it's not over the line yet, but widely reported, let's just say that, the Swede. It is amazing what they've done with Joe Linton, and what a player he looks in midfield. I was looking at those stats, that when he and Bruno Guimaraes play, the win percentages, what they are compared with when they don't. He's just been absolutely crucial for them in there. Ball forward from Tranmere, away goes Nevitt, chasing after it, puts the defender under a bit of pressure there, Botman, and he skied it, the goalkeeper Darlow, and Tranmere had a corner. It's this kind of opportunity, only 1 goal in it, 16 minutes plus added time remaining, Leon Osman, where they've got to find something, have a bit of luck.
Yeah, that's it. I said if they can get to 75 minutes, Tranmere with only 1 goal in it, Newcastle would have felt they're in control of the game, but suddenly, you know, that was a really poor ball from Botman back to Darlow. Really made him deal with that knee height 6 yards out, and Tranmere have a corner.
Corner from the left-hand side, the Kop urging the ball into the goal, to the far post. They've won the header. Was that handball? It looked like it could have been. The referee's going to have a chat with his assistant, but by the byline, The assistant's flag stays down. That was a huge shout. It's one of those where the player leant towards it, but it was probably shoulder or chest.
Yeah, I think it was underneath the arm. I thought it was just about chest. No surprise to see and hear the screams of the Tranmere fans, but the assistant was looking right at it, and he had the same opinion.
Long throw though for Tranmere. In it comes to the near post. Oh, it's bounced. Header goes in from Tranmere, but the referee spotted an infringement, and it'll be a free kick to Newcastle inside their own penalty area.
Yeah, it's difficult to see from all the way up here when there's so many bodies in such a close space. Who actually gave that foul away? The referee certainly blew his whistle early. He thought he'd seen something, but they just cause a little bit of mayhem in there, Tranmere, getting bodies forward, getting people around it, trying to get flick-ons, and as you say, when you're 8 yards out from goal, anything can happen.
Joe Linton for Newcastle. Good challenge by McClear for Tranmere. And then he's fouled, and it's a free kick to Tranmere. And they're just having a little period of possession and a few attacks here, Tranmere. It looked all over this about 10 minutes ago, but as Leon said, get to 75 and just see what happens. Newcastle have had some decent opportunities and lots of possession, haven't managed to score that crucial third goal. It's Newcastle who lead at Prenton Park by 2-1. 12 minutes plus added time remaining on 5 Sports Extra. Chance to deliver. Little dink ball from McClear towards the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle head away. O'Connor nods it back. It's back to the halfway line, and that's a good charge down from Anderson. It should be Hult to deal with it. Left-footed. Puts a ball long. It's a poor ball from Botman. Can they get in here? It's Newitt. It's Nemeth. Nemeth into the penalty area. He's having to run away from goal. Good defending, but he had a little glimmer there. It's a good-looking cross to the far post. Joel Linton's there. Nods it behind. Prenton Park rises 1. Corner.
Yeah, it was a really poor free kick originally from McClear, but they kept the ball alive. They won the second ball. They moved it wide. They've forced Newcastle backwards yet again. Never nearly able to get towards goal to get a shot away. Was forced wide, but they do win a corner.
McClear's going to take it in front of the cop for Tranmere, trailing 2-1 to the far post. Here comes the header, looping. Joel Linton heads away again. It'll be another corner for Tranmere. They're causing problems from set pieces.
Yeah, they're starting to win first contact. They're starting to get people into the right areas. Good delivery. I think they need to just spread out a touch. Tranmere expect that one of their players will win the first ball, go for second balls. There's too many around the first ball there.
7 or 8 in the penalty area. Low flat corner. Darlow reads it well, claims it, and then tumbles out of the fall. And Newcastle will breathe just for a moment.
Yeah, well, what you have to do is you have to block the goalkeeper in. You can't allow him to come and take simple catches like that. Yes, he was brave, the goalkeeper, coming through the pack, but it just relieves all the pressure if you don't manage to block the goalkeeper.
Newcastle back in possession. On BBC Sounds, bringing you live commentary from the EFL Cup. Leon Osman of Everton in England with me. Good challenge in midfield. Tranmere are away with Kane Hemmings down the left-hand side. He has got support outside him. Cross into the penalty area, misses everyone. And it's one of those. Darlow had to read it. He saw it late, and he's claimed it. First bounce away to his left-hand side on the edge of his own 6-yard box.
Yeah, it was a really good ball in from Hawks. He's over on that left-hand side. He cut onto his right foot and whipped it, and as he's done all night, never running beyond the Newcastle central defender, stretching a foot, trying to get onto it, and it made Darlow take his eyes off it momentarily, but just enough to keep hold of the ball.
And suddenly Newcastle aren't keeping hold of the ball like they were. They've just launched one long, it's bounced once and gone into the arms of the Tranmere goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, that Newcastle in such control, moving the ball. Tranmere not able to get close enough to win possession, and that's changed in the last 5 minutes. It's Tranmere that are winning the ball back so quickly off this Newcastle team.
It's a really good cup tie right now. Newcastle leading by 2-1, but Tranmere are very much in this. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2. We've got 10 minutes plus added time remaining. No extra time, it will go straight to penalty should Tranmere find an equaliser. Botman heads out to the right-hand side. He looks like he's taken a while to just get used to the pace of the game, Botman, since he came on as a substitute for Lascelles. But it will be a throw-in for Newcastle on the right-hand side. Trippier's going to take it. Trippier set up both goals for Newcastle after he came on as a substitute for Kraft in the first half. I saw a Newcastle fan tweet that he still has to pinch himself that Kieran Trippier plays for Newcastle United. Alan Shearer replied, he is very, very good. And he certainly has been excellent, but he's got defending to do at the moment, because here come Tranmere again. Ball forward into the penalty area. He's got 3 men around him here. It's a good piece of defending, to be fair, from Newcastle. There's a good little toe in. They're finding some energy from somewhere, these Tranmere players, but I'm not sure where. Newcastle in possession. It's a great block. It's a super block. And can Nevitt get there ahead of Botman here? Botman slides across. They're everywhere at the moment, Tranmere.
Yeah, they are fully committed. Kieran Trippier stayed on the floor after that tackle came in, but they're just dawdling on the ball a second longer than they were, just allowing those challenges to come in at them. The Newcastle team at the moment, the first 15 minutes of this half, they were crisp, they were mobile, they moved it ever so quickly. Tranmere couldn't get near them, and now, you know, they're just taking that second too long, and it just shows what a difference it makes to this Tranmere team.
The long throw's been dangerous as well for Tranmere. It's caused a few problems. It's in front of the impressive cop, or the real cop, as the Tranmere fans call it. Long throw on the far side. In it comes, flat to the near post, headed away by Newcastle. Let's think about a shot from distance with O'Connor. 7 players in the penalty area for Tranmere. Good looking ball, only partially headed clear by Newcastle. They will have another throw on the right, and across comes Josh Cogley, and he'll fling it in again. They've won several of these near post flicks so far, Tranmere. One's even bounced on the edge of the 6-yard box. Can they connect something with one of these to equalise with 8 minutes plus added time remaining? They've gone short. Cogley, will he be able to get a cross in right-footed? He can. It's a good-looking delivery. Header on target. Saved by Darlow. Comfortable for him. Good play.
Yeah, it was a good bit of play. Tranmere realised Newcastle had backed into the penalty area, expecting that long throw. Cogley took a short one, got it back, put a good delivery into the penalty area, but it was always a difficult one for Turnbull. He was probably 14-15 yards out, backing away, met it very well, put decent power on it, but goalkeeper comfortable save.
They've got some space here, Newcastle, attacking from right to left. Anderson gets the ball out to the left-hand side to Jamal Lewis. Lewis goes back inside and finds Josh Murphy. Joel Linton has to check, turn away. They need a spell of sustained possession, Newcastle. They've been under the cosh for the last 10 minutes. Jamal Lewis forced back again. I don't know where they're finding this energy from, but Kane Hemmings, the captain, is charging at Carl Darlow. They've used so much energy. 17th in League Two. It's been a poor start to the season. Spoke to a Tranmere fan at half-time who said, I just don't know where they found this performance from. It's offside against Nevitt. He wouldn't have got there anyway. Nevitt, the goal scorer for Tranmere, and it's a free kick to Newcastle United. They just haven't seen it in League Two so far this season. They've really raised their game against the Premier League side here tonight, and Newcastle are about to make another change. Leon Osmond's with me.
Well, Mickey Mellon will hope that this gives his Tranmere team a boost to show that the levels they can play at, they compete with a Premier League team tonight, that, you know, they've caused them problems, they've defended well, they've got close, they've made tackles, and if they can do that against Premier League teams, I'm sure he'll be hoping they can do that in their current league.
Newcastle are going to bring Bruno on, and I imagine they were hoping that they wouldn't need to bring him on. Joel Linton in possession. Square ball into the feet of Ritchie, who's playing central midfield. Ball slid forward towards Josh Murphy, back to goal. Ritchie, nice one-touch football. Newcastle with their best attack in a while. Can Tranmere defend the attack? They have. Very, very good play. That's excellent. It's been shepherded out by, I think it was Paul Lewis, the substitute. And here we go with the change.
Yeah, it's Anderson that's coming off. He's had a good evening.
Played well,
Anderson, yeah, he's just faded in the last 5 or 10 minutes as his team have struggled to retain possession, and that's why Guimaraes is joining the action, because he'd get on the ball, and that's what Newcastle have failed to do. They've allowed Tranmere to take possession of the ball. They've allowed Tranmere to get closer to them. They've been sloppy in possession, and I'm sure Eddie Howe's hoping that substitution changes that.
Goal kick for Tranmere, headed back into the Tranmere half by Newcastle, picked up again by Hult, the Polish Tranmere goalkeeper. Roundhouse kick, long, good flick on from Kane Hemmings, and Nevitt tried to get in between Darlow and the Newcastle defence, but it went safely through into the arms of Darlow. They've got 5 minutes plus added time to try and find an equaliser, Tranmere, but they are very much in it. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2. EFL Cup round 2. Newcastle looking for silverware, their first since the Fairs Cup in 1969, and Tranmere looking for another Premier League opponent, penalties, and then a Premier League opponent in round 3. It'll be the first time they've got this since 2013, when they lost to Stoke 2-0 here. The draw, by the way, will be on the pitch with Mark Chapman and the rest of the team here after the game. So it'll be on the pitch here, live on TV after the game, the draw for the next round of the EFL Cup. It's behind for a Newcastle throw. It's a bit bizarre, corner rather, a bit bizarre that. It was right over the crossbar, sort of ricochet, and ended up in the stand. The Newcastle fans are looking a little nervous, to be fair.
Well, I don't know if Newcastle fans ever look nervous. They always look like they're enjoying themselves every time I see them. But you're right, their team have been on the back foot in the past 20 minutes of this game. They've just won a corner. They've scored from they've scored from 2 corners in this game. Kieran Trippier's delivery.
Trippier again. In it comes. Good header. Good save by Hult. That is a brilliant save from Botman. Powerful header. He thought he'd scored. It's a corner.
It was a very powerful header again. Brilliant delivery into a dangerous area, giving his teammates something to try and compete for. And quite often in that Tranmere penalty area, Newcastle head has been first to it. They've made first contact. They've scored a couple, and it was a very good save there by the goalkeeper to tip that one over the crossbar.
Any replay of that one, mate?
Yes. In my mind.
Corner then for Newcastle, swung in, headed away by Tranmere, only to the edge of the penalty area. Nice touch from Hawks. Newcastle through Josh Murphy, play a ball out to the right hand side. It's a good sliding challenge, but it'll be a goal kick for Tranmere. They've got 2.5 minutes plus added time to find an equaliser. It's Forest Green 0, Brighton 2 elsewhere. Leeds leading Barnsley by 3-1. Wycombe now trailing at home to Bristol City. Wycombe 1, Bristol City 2. Wilson has scored Bristol City's second. Flick on one by Kane Hemmings for Tranmere. Doesn't find Nevitt, who was trying to break beyond the Newcastle backline. Tranmere recycle it, get a ball forward. Can't quite bring it under control. The substitute, Paul Lewis, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle, left-hand side. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2 on BBC Sounds.
Well, they just need that one chance, though. I think Tranmere, whether they take it or not, you know, is up to them. Quite often you will get that chance, but they just need to believe. They've gone a bit more direct in the last 5 minutes or so. I think Hemmings has won his fair share. Nevitt's not been able to get on to the end of that flick on, and I think they're going to have to gamble, get more players around him.
Throw in for Tranmere. Botman felt he was pushed in the back, but it's a throw in on the far side for the home side. On the far side for the home side, yeah, that makes sense. Chip forward. Been a long night. Chip forward. Newcastle in possession. Tranmere smashing the ball against the legs of a Newcastle player in midfield. Back it goes to the goalkeeper, Hult, left-footed, who chips one to the halfway line. Who's going to come up with a second ball here? Witzer with Jordan Turnbull, who was composed on the ball but needed to get a hurry on, and he did. Long ball forward. Newcastle win possession. Chip ball forward from Bruno Guimaraes, who's just gone straight through to the Tranmere goalkeeper, who bowls it out overarm to Ethan Bristow, who's got a hurry on down the left-hand side, deep into the Newcastle half. His cross into the penalty area is headed away. Can they keep it in? No, it's a throw into Tranmere near the halfway line on the left-hand side. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2. We'll wait to see how much added time we've got at the end of the game. There'll be no extra time. It's straight to penalties. Tranmere, can they find a goal? Newcastle are in possession at the moment with Joel Linton. Joel Linton going down the left-hand side. Jamal Lewis is ahead of him. 6 minutes of added time we've got. Joel Linton in possession for Newcastle still. Lays the ball back to Trippier. 6 minutes of added time is announced, and it just gets the Prenton Park crowd going a little bit. But Newcastle at the moment have got comfortable possession right where they want it, deep in Tranmere territory. They must be out on their feet at the moment, these Tranmere players.
Yeah, that's great experience from Kieran Trippier, just trying to slow the game down, realising nobody really pressurised him. He didn't need to make an unnecessary pass, he just kept the ball, waited for Guimaraes to come over, waited for Richie to come over, and then tried to just take the sting out of this Tranmere attack a little bit as they do tire towards the end of this game.
Good challenge from Cogley. He's in a 50-50 with Sean Longstaff, and then Sean Longstaff decides to go down off the ball just to adjust his shin pad. And we've got Carl Darlow wants some attention as well. There's also a Newcastle player in the middle of the pitch who's gone down with cramp. It's Dummett. Some of these players without that many minutes in their legs, and they're suddenly falling like flies.
Yeah, and they will be feeling it, but you know, them boos rung out because as soon as that ball went out, 3 Newcastle players sat down on the floor in different areas of the field, so you can feel the frustration. But you know, you also understand that Dummett and Longstaff in particular have not had an awful lot of minutes this season. They've been forced to work hard by this Tranmere team, especially in the last 20 minutes. They're just feeling the effects. It's got a slight feeling of Newcastle just trying to see this game out, trying to just make sure they're professional and not quite hanging on as such, but you know, making sure that they don't give Tranmere any opportunity. And that's credit to Tranmere to still be putting Newcastle on the back foot this late in the game.
Will Tranmere get one last chance to try and level it up and take it into the lottery of penalties? Their goalkeeper Hult's got a good record. 12-11 they won in the shootout against Accrington in the last round, a 90th minute own goal. So they scored a late goal to make it 2-2 in round 1. Can they score a late equaliser to make it 2-2 in round 2? Newcastle have controlled the game and been the better side. Tranmere have really worked hard and been impressive. There's a cross coming in from the left. Has that gone for a corner? It has. Ethan Bristow just knocked it against the defender, and it spanned really close to the corner flag, and it has dropped out for a corner to Tranmere. The goalkeeper Hult's looking across to the bench to say, shall I go? Shall I go? He's waving. Shall I go up? No, there's still probably 4.5 minutes of added time remaining once we've accounted for the stoppages. In it comes then, the corner for Tranmere. It's bouncing around the penalty area. It goes behind 2 Tranmere players, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle. They felt it got a touch off a Newcastle player. They're surrounding the referee. They are not happy.
Oh, they're not happy at all. It looked like it did come off Botman, who got up early, tried to stop Nevitt making contact as he stepped out. And it looked like he did get a touch on the ball to take it away, only the officials didn't seem to see that. And as you said, the Tranmere players remonstrating with the referee there.
I can't believe the assistant maybe didn't see it, but he's spoken to the referee and agreed with him on the throw-in for Newcastle. Deep in their own half, but Tranmere will get the ball back on halfway. Turnbull puts a high ball forward, hoping that Hemmings can get hold of it. Did it come off Joel Linton? No. Goal kick for Newcastle. Precious moments for a Tranmere equaliser. Ever way.
Yeah, it was good by Joel Linton. All the way back into that deep area. Knew Hemmings was charging at him, just got his body in the way, used all of his strength. Knew he just needed to see that ball out and did it comfortably.
Goal kick for Newcastle United. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC. EFL round 2. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2. High ball from Darlow. Good header from Byrne for Tranmere. Joel Linton wins a header. Can Tranmere get a foot on the ball? They've won a throw-in 10 yards inside their own half on the right-hand side. 94 minutes and 30 seconds. So 90 seconds to go, but the referee will add some on for the Newcastle players who went down with cramp. Long ball forward from Newcastle. Chris Wood, scorer of what could be the winner for Newcastle, battling for the ball with Byrne. Cleared high by Hult. Joel Linton's won so many headers since he came off the bench, but he's headed it straight out of play. Eddie Howe is bouncing around his technical area in his black hoodie. Throwing down the line, Joel Linton wins another header. Another throw in for Tranmere. They've been effective from the long throws. They wouldn't mind a long throw somewhere near the Newcastle penalty area. A minute of the 6 added to go. Throwing down the line. Newcastle head away. Joel Linton wins another header. Longstaff picks it up in the centre of the pitch, and now Trippier will get the ball away towards the halfway line. He's got a couple of runners up ahead of him. One of them is Bruno Guimaraes. Here's Bruno moving forward, might try a shot, tries to find Chris Wood, intercepted. Not many Tranmere bodies forward at the moment. Maybe they'll flood forward now. They're in possession with McClear, tired, stumbles, just miscontrols, gives the ball away. Back to Newcastle. Guimaraes now on the right. Trippier, he's the one who's saying, right, let's slow it down, let's just pass the ball around, make me some space, and Matt Ritchie does that down the line. Trippier gets it back, and this is where they'll try and use their experience. And this is Trippier all over. Trippier's come on and essentially won this game for Newcastle if it stays like this.
Yeah, he's just showed his qualities, hasn't he, at times. He just knows how to show his experience, and when it's crucial to put quality delivery in, when it's crucial to raise the tempo of his team. You know, he's been the one voice that you can see that Newcastle fans or players are all listening to.
Joel Linton running forward, edge of the penalty area for Newcastle. Could finish it here. He's still going. Bruno picks up the ball after Tranmere footing. Newcastle in possession. We're past the 96 minutes with 30 seconds or more over. Newcastle still in possession, deep inside the Tranmere half, and there goes the full-time whistle. Newcastle are through to round 3 of the EFL Cup. Chris Wood's header, the difference between the sides in the end. They took the lead, Tranmere, through Nevitt, an equaliser from Lascelles. But boy, did Tranmere work hard and give it their all and make a good account of themselves for Mickey Mellon and for their brilliant support here at Prenton Park. All the Tranmere fans are standing to applaud. The Newcastle fans look jubilant as they play the theme to Local Hero in the background. A deserved win for Newcastle, but some showing from Tranmere. Leon Osman.
Yeah, it was a competitive game, and I actually think both managers will be happy with what their team showed them. I think that, you know, Tranmere to go a goal up, to stay in the game, to get to the latter stages and still being able to see an opportunity to take this to penalty kicks was testament to the League Two side against the Premier League side. But, you know, also Eddie Howe, his team went 1 goal behind. They showed good character. They made sure they didn't lose their heads. They regained their composure. In the start of that second half in particular, they were in such control. They were playing ever so well for the first 20-25 minutes. He'll be a little bit critical that when they're in those moments, they don't put a game to bed. They don't take those opportunities and really turn the screw. They allowed the game just to drift by, but they then still did enough to get over the line. So, you know, decent game, good game, competitive. Both teams scoring. Either team could have won the tie, but Newcastle the team to go through.
Thank you, Leon. Here is a mini Cadbury's Cream Egg from March for your journey home to north of Liverpool. Leon Austin, thank you very much indeed.
Kick off EFL Cup night, and we've got a choice of commentaries for you on the network. We're powered by fans, and you've got the choice. TalkSport here at Prenton Park. It's Tranmere against Newcastle United, League 2 against Premier League. On TalkSport 2, it's Leeds against Barnsley. The commentary team, former Leeds defender Danny Mills. He's alongside Jim Proudfoot. Time now to get an odds update with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ BetGambleAway.org.
Alex Rapati from Ladbrokes, talk to me about this game here. The atmosphere is building. Newcastle fans away to our left, filling up that away stand behind the goal. Tranmere versus Newcastle, League 2 against Premier League. No money against loads of money. What price? An upset?
Yeah, good evening, folks. I mean, quite frankly, you've got to be brave tonight to be back in Tranmere. They're 9-1 to win the game in 90 minutes. Newcastle are 1-4 shots, and the draw after 90 minutes is 5-1. Although we're no strangers to a cup set this week, are we? Obviously, Crawley knocked out Fulham yesterday, and they were also 9-1 in that game, there or thereabout. This feels like a big against Hotspur, doesn't it, tonight? And Newcastle, when you look at that starting 11, and if things do go pear-shaped, there's even more than enough on the bench to turn things around. And you would think a good season for Newcastle would be, top 7 and a good cup run, so they'll be looking to make the most of the generous draw. My bet maybe would be either Newcastle -2 at 5-4, or just over even money on Newcastle to win both halves tonight.
Well, speaking to a Tranmere fan earlier, said he'd take a 2-0 defeat, which was a little bit weird. That's Tranmere, Newcastle sorted. 3 other Carabao Cup second round ties tonight. Alex, Forest Green, Brighton, Leeds against Barnsley. We've got on TalkSport 2, and Wickham against Bristol City. Where's the value there?
Yeah, it was pretty decent fixtures tonight. Local derby in there, so no, just about. Look, well, you might expect Newcastle to run riot without much in the way of a reply from Tranmere. I do fancy every other team to find a goal inside 19 minutes tonight. 3 games, 6 teams: Leeds, Barnsley, Forest Green, Brighton, Wickham and Bristol City. All teams to score is just over 5-1 with Ladbrokes. If you are pushing me for any other upset aside from tonight, which would be absolutely the biggest, of course, I would say maybe Wickham at home to Bristol City was 2-1 about an hour ago, and then now just under 5-2. So that price has drifted, so a bit of value there if you fancy an upset at Abbey Park.
What about the Champions League? Kicks off at 8. Rangers 2-2 from the first leg, away to PSV tonight. Listen, they need a win. Getting into the group stages would mean so much for Rangers after all these years, but it's a huge task for them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absolutely massive. Listen, if this was 2-2 head into Ibrox, you'd assume the odds would be completely different than what I'm about to give you. It is a big ask for Rangers here. My painter is from my darts team. He's a Rangers fan, Scottish lad, Warwick. He is not confident. Based on the past couple of games, he thinks this is one too many. In terms of qualifying, PSV are the 3-10 odds-on favourites. Rangers are 9-4 to qualify, be that in normal time, in extra time, penalties. 4-1 they are to win inside 90 minutes. A late drama against Hibs on Saturday probably wasn't the best prep for this match, but Rangers have been scoring goals for fun, so maybe fancy them to at least get on the score sheet tonight and then see what happens. It's a big ask, but if there's one team who don't really know the meaning of the word outsiders in Europe, you've got to say at the minute it's Rangers.
Alex, listen, thanks very much. That was a look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org.
I want to talk about a couple of Elliots as we wait for the teams to come out here at Prenton Park. Tranmere of League 2 taking on the Premier League, Newcastle United. Elliot Anderson, first of all. Trevor Sinclair had a loan spell with Bristol Rovers. Actually, he was the main reason why their second half of the season was spectacular. They ended up getting automatic promotion on the final day of the season with a massive victory over Scunthorpe United. But wow, what a player. So good that Joey Barton, the Bristol Rovers manager, compared him to Maradona.
Wow.
No pressure.
I know exactly. I mean, I did hear that comment and I thought, wow, he must be some player. I can't wait to watch him play, because obviously getting an opportunity to play in the first team for Newcastle, I know it's not a league game, but he's in there. This is a cup game. It's the time for him to showcase what he's got. I'm really excited, and if he's anything like the man, aforementioned man, wow, we're in for a treat tonight.
Well, if he scores with his hand, we'll know what Joey meant. But I don't know if Joey's right to say that. I love getting excited about players when you see a player who's really good. But to say he's like Maradona, and here we are, a few months later, about to watch him, we're thinking, we're going to see the new Maradona, and if he has a poor game, we'll be left scratching our heads.
Yeah, but I don't think Joey plays to them rules. He doesn't conform, does he? So he'll say what he wants. And if he feels that about this young player, then he's going to say it. But listen, it puts on pressure. But also, I think if that's you as a player, you actually think, well, he's a pro, he's played the game for years, he's now my manager, and he's likening me to one of the best players that's ever played the game. That must give you a lot of confidence as well. You know, flip it on his head, let's not be negative about it, let's be positive. And if that can't give you any confidence, then you might as well shut up shop.
Well, I do know that Joey was, a couple of weeks ago, he told me he was still keen on signing Elliot Anderson on loan. We both agreed there was very little chance of that happening. He was likely to go higher if he was going to go on loan, but he's getting first team action, and he's in and around the first team squad for Premier League games for Eddie Howe's Newcastle.
That's massively important as well, because we heard earlier when we were talking to Matt, when you were talking to Matt Palios, I was listening into that conversation, and one of the big things for the lack of development in young players is not playing men's football. You know, it's all right playing under 18, it's all right playing under 23s. There's not enough similarities between that and the real game. They must get out and play games. Now, he's not got out and play games, but he's here. He's getting a start for Newcastle in the EFL. Let's see what he can do.
If he stays at Newcastle, doesn't get games, then January he's got to go out.
Got to go.
Another way of getting into professional full-time league football, playing men's football, like you say, Elliot Nevitt, around the non-league circuit in the Northwest for a long time, the Tranmere striker, has a Wembley day to remember when he wins a trophy with Warrington Rylands. He then gets his chance here at Tranmere Rovers in professional football. At the age of 24, it's a great story, but he's had an opportunity and he's taken it, made the most of it.
Brilliant, really, really pleased. And listen, this is going to be the pathway for the majority of players. You know, forget about what goes on in the Premier League and players coming through, you know, Class A or Class 1 academies and going out on loan and coming back and going out on loan. This is going to be the majority of players that make it in football are going to go through the non-league system. They're going to play well. They're going to develop a little bit later, as we've seen with Nevitt. They're going to get that opportunity to shine. He's shown on the biggest platform at Wembley, got that trophy. Now he's got the opportunity to be a full-time professional and give his all for the game. What a fantastic story. And it doesn't happen too quick. Sometimes it takes an age to get that. We were talking about the goalkeeper at West Ham. He didn't make his debut until he was about 29-30. So, listen, these lads are on some journey, but fair play to him. He's got his opportunity, and I wish him well.
Listen to the noise. You can hear the teams are on their way out, following the officials, lining up in front of the dugouts. Newcastle fans away to our left. Wow, what a racket from them. And the Tranmere fans responding to that noise as well and drowning out their north-east foes tonight. New ownership, new expectations, new era, Newcastle. It's about time they had a new approach to the cup competitions. Tranmere away in the cup is not always a formality. Just ask Everton, Southampton and Watford. League 2 against Premier League. Tranmere against Newcastle. Live on TalkSport with your commentary team of a man who also once up at a cup shop here at Tranmere, Trevor Sinclair. He's alongside TalkSport's chief football commentator, Sam Matterpace.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening, everyone. It is quite something that Tranmere have been to a major final more recently than Newcastle United. But Eddie Howe says he can visualise the moment, that all that heartache, all those letdowns, the feelings of tuned emptiness disappear. And maybe, just maybe, it will be in this competition. Newcastle and Eddie Howe's cup record is littered with limp and embarrassing cup exits, but even the side that somehow contrived to lose to Cambridge in last year's FA Cup won't suffer an upset here, will they? Tranmere have won only one of their 5 games in League 2 this season, needed penalties to overcome Accrington in round 1, and they are a side that concede and score the odd goal. It is Tranmere's first appearance at this stage since 2013, and the 11,000 strong crowd could be in for a treat, but it might not be delivered by the home team. Newcastle look fit, they look hungry, and despite their 10 changes, it's a strong side that Eddie Howe has put out tonight. 3 changes for Tranmere Rovers from their defeat away at Newport at the weekend. Hewlett is their goalkeeper, Byrne, Turnbull and Jameson. They're the 3 at the back, with Cogley and Bristow the effective wing-backs. McClear, O'Connor and Nolan in the centre of midfield, with Kane Hemmings and Elliot Nevitt, who you just heard Adrian talk about up front. Quick note on the goalkeeper for Newcastle tonight, one of the 10 changes. Carl Darlow is making his 100th appearance in all competitions for Newcastle, but his first appearance since November 2021. You may be asking the question, where's Martin Dubravka? Well, he's not in the squad tonight because he, in inverted commas, feels ill. Darlow is their goalkeeper. It's a back 4 of Kraft, Lascelles, Dummett and Target. And then It's a midfield quartet of Ritchie on the right, Longstaff, Willock and Murphy, Anderson behind, Wood in attack. All the players take the knee before the start of the game. And the referee, Mr. Backhouse, just checks with both of the two goalkeepers before deciding that the game should start. Tranmere Rovers, all in white, attacking the goal away to our left, the cow shed, where the Newcastle fans are housed. And Newcastle in navy blue shirts, gold shorts, attacking the goal away to our right, which is where the Kop is. Tranmere's huge one-tiered, big raking stand, which goes into the sky away to our right-hand side. Holds about 15,000, 11,000 expected in tonight. And Trevor Sinclair, lots of changes for Newcastle. And last night we saw across the country that mean a little bit of lack of fluency. Yeah. Are you expecting that tonight?
Not really, because you look at the experienced players that Newcastle have got in the side. You know, I think there's only Willock, Anderson. The rest of them have played hundreds of games, so I would expect them to understand the intensity, the commitment that's required in this game, and make sure they do a job on Tranmere tonight.
Little nutmeg from the only player who's kept his place from the weekend, Joel Willock, on halfway.
Very naughty.
And Newcastle signaling their intent. I thought they warmed up with a real intensity and came out with such, and Matt Ritchie was barking at everybody during the course of that warm-up.
Yeah, same as Chris Wood, and I think it was the left winger, Anderson. As soon as the kick-off went, they were at it, straight on, squeezing the ball, just putting their intentions out there, letting them know that this is going to be a proper game, and if you've not got the quality and the intensity to match us, we're going to take this game by storm.
Yeah, the two wingers, Ritchie and Murphy, playing really high up right from the very start, on the wide right and left, and Newcastle, with Longstaff, who's anchoring the midfield, has got 2 8s in front of him in Willock and Anderson, but Anderson will try his best to get up and join almost as a 10 with Wood. He's driving down the left-hand side, but he's thwarted by a tackle by O'Connor just on halfway. The ball goes out of play into the Johnny King stand, a very small, diminutive stand over on the far side, and behind it we can see the chimney pots of the terraced housing, which goes raking back into the evening sky here at Prenton Park, a proper old school football ground, hosting Carabao Cup football tonight. Ball on the left, and Murphy has it on the halfway, through the centre circle to Willock, space for Ritchie out wide on the right. He's joined by Emil Kraft, who goes up on the overlap. Willock gets the ball back, gives it to the Swede, and then finds Willock again down by the edge of the penalty area, but it was a little bit heavy from Emil Kraft and runs out of play and goes out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Hopes of an upset look slim, but we have seen Premier League clubs, maybe because of the changes, not pull away from their EFL opponents over the last 24 hours. Maybe it might be the order of the day, and those connections that are not used to being made might take a little while to form.
Yeah, but I think, you know, you look at Newcastle United Football Club now, and it's a different animal, and I'm sure Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall, the players that are not starting won't be just dismissed and left out in the cold. They'll be training to a proper intensity, being made part of the squad, being made valued at the football club. And listen, they want to be part of the first team squad, the first team playing squad in the Premier League.
Longstaff with a brilliant ball out wide towards Murphy. His first time shot, he was on the stretch as he did so, and he almost bumped into Byrne as he did it, and he angles it towards goal, but it's an easy pick up for Hewell in the goal away to our right-hand side. 0-0 the score. We played 3.5 minutes. You're listening to TalkSport. Remember, over on TalkSport 2, Leeds and Barnsley is also underway. We'll keep you in touch with Forest Green Rovers and Brighton and Wycombe Wanderers and Bristol City as well here on TalkSport.
Just a little connection there with Hewell, the goalkeeper, Matthew Hewell. He played for Bamber Bridge for half a season last season, did really well, and that's why Mickey Mellon came in for him. But my son was playing in the same team, and he's very good goalkeeper, very astute, composed, good shot stopper, so I expect him to do well tonight.
Anglicised his name there, he's Polish, he's Matthias.
Matthew.
You're listening to TalkSport. Over on the far side there is a little whack in the back of the head for Kane Hemmings, the captain, who's gone down, needing some attention. And the referee just making sure that he is okay before play resumes. And Matt Ritchie Emil Kraft has just come over towards the near touchline where Jason Tyndall, standing on the edge of the technical area, is just giving him a little bit of instruction. Newcastle made a bright start to the season, and carrying on that momentum is as much of a priority as going through in the Cup tonight. They need to build. They need to build on the success that they've had so far, and of course they're buzzing. Everyone in Newcastle is buzzing after that terrific game on Sunday. You must have loved that, by the way.
Yeah, amazing game. I mean, we were panicking. I was working for Manchester City TV, and when it went to 3-1, I had a little panic up. But the comeback again, typical of Manchester City, typical of champions of the country. But just looking at the experience in this side, Lascelles, you know, it's so much. He was club captain not so long ago. This is a team that, you know, Eddie Howe sent here to do a job, and I fully expected their attitudes right for them to do that. They've started well. 5 points from 3 matches, solid start. Performance against Manchester City was up there with the best under Eddie Howe. And a long ball's been played forward up towards Chris Wood. It eluded him. Richie was wrestling with Carl Jameson, who got a little bit of stick on social media after his debut, the first game for Tranmere, which they lost on the opening day of the season, and then played very, very well over the course of the intervening 3 games, and then on Saturday gave away a penalty, which ended up being the defining moment down in South Wales. But one of many new recruits, 15 new signings for Mickey Mellon this season. Ball back to Carl Darlow in the Newcastle goal. Plays it to the right-hand side, and the Swede Emil Kraft, who starts to move up the field towards halfway. In it goes to Longstaff, who tried to protect the ball, but was under real pressure from Nolan, and then Nolan went wiring in, unnecessarily so, on Kraft, and the referee goes straight over and has a word. It was a theme of last night, actually, the intensity of the games and the speed of the challenges, and some reckless challenges during the match I was at Highbury, Fleetwood against Everton. A huge amount of punishment being dished out, especially to Andre Onana yesterday. He seemed to get on with it, but that was he's a monster, though. He can handle it, my God.
God, he did not get kicked last night, though.
Did he? But I like him. I've seen his little cameo appearance at Villa Park, and I thought he did exceptionally well for the goal. And yeah, very exciting for Franks to bring a midfielder in like that.
Yeah, you can see Jason Tyndall and Eddie Howe immediately over into the ear of the 4th official and saying, look, you know, that is unacceptable, that he should have been booked for that.
I think he's right as well. I think that was a bookable offence.
Given away by Dummett and then picked up by Nolan again, just in the centre of for the Newcastle half. It goes wide towards the right, and it's Dagley who picks it up and then plays it infield. It takes a little deflection, goes out of play and away for a throw-in to Tranmere over on the far side. TalkSport, 7 minutes played. Newcastle United away at Prenton Park tonight. Tranmere 0, Newcastle United 0 is the latest scoreline, and we don't have any goals elsewhere so far. Leeds, Barnsley, Forest Green Rovers, Brighton, Hove Albion and Wycombe Wanderers, Bristol City as well. Here on the right-hand side comes Nevitt trying to get the better of first Dummett, and then the left fullback Matt Targett, who's back in the team after a dead leg has ruled him out for a couple of weeks, and the ball is out of play and away for a throw. An opportunity for the home side to try and create something with a long throw. Kane Hemmings just pulls back to the penalty spot. Nevitt causing problems. Up from the back, Byrne, Turnbull and Jameson. It's in towards the near post and headed away by Targett. Goes out to the far side, headed down and away by McClear, and then it's cleared up into the air and away by Tranmere. Forward by Lascelles, big strong header which McClear tries to deal with. There's an offside flag though up against Hemmings and Nevitt, and the referee says that will be a free kick to Newcastle United, and they have the ball back just in front of the centre circle. Goal at Adams Park. Wycombe Wanderers against Bristol City. Here's Ian Abrahams.
7 minutes gone. Wycombe 0, Bristol City 1. It's a debut goal for Dylan Kadji. It's a corner on the near side, flicked on. Kadji bundled it in at the far post. May have headed it, may have come off his knee. It's a goal anyway for Kadji on his debut. Wycombe 0, Bristol City 1.
Back here, it's still 0-0 between Tranmere and Newcastle United. The ball is wide on the Newcastle left. It's collected over on that far side by Anderson, who's trying to travel down the touchline. A challenge comes in from Dagley. The ball goes out of play, but the free kick had already been given by the referee. And we have another pause in play. Tranmere finished 9th in the 4th tier last season after a bright season where it looked as if at one point they were going to get automatic promotion. They're 17th currently in League 2, but they've tried to change their playing philosophy. Newcastle unbeaten in the Premier League and have just gone toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world. It's supposed to be a mismatch, but many of these EFL Cup, Carabao Cup ties have not been so far this season. Ball is out on the far side. Another challenge which the referee didn't quite like. And as a result of that, Matt Targett has given away a free kick in a dangerous area, a yard in from the touchline, wide on the right-hand side, Trevor Sinclair.
Yeah, it was a good header initially by the winger, and then I think Matt Targett was a little bit annoyed that he'd missed the original challenge. It went back into an area, and he just gave him a little shove in his back, which you can't do. The referee picked up on that, rightly so. And this is a dangerous situation. This is what Mickey Mellon would have been concentrating on. Different moves from set pieces in this final third, because this could be the best chance to score.
Again, Burn up from the back, so is Turnbull, so is Jameson. They're lurking on the edge of the area. Hemmings behind the high line that is being held by Newcastle United. The cross comes in from the right-hand side into the box. Jameson's up there, so was Burn. Comes back towards O'Connor. It's played out on the far side, it goes out. And that was particularly negligent, because an offside flag has gone up and it's going to be a free kick on the edge of the penalty area for Newcastle United, still goalless.
I think it was a high foot by Hemmings. His foot was so high there, in and around Lascelles' head, and the referees brought that back. I thought it was a high foot. But just going back on that point we made earlier about Nolan making that challenge, listen, that's what Mickey Mellon will be telling his team to do, because if you don't get physical, if you don't leave your foot in a little bit without being too nasty and reckless, you're not going to be able to discourage this Newcastle side from believing that they should be winning this match.
Ball cleared away from the goalkeeper Matthias Hewell right up the centre of the pitch, looking for Nevitt. Wrestling match with Lascelles, and it goes all the way through to the goalkeeper. They actually lost a couple of games when they've been trying to play, and then they went a little bit more pragmatically against Gillingham and longer, and actually did quite well in that match. And I wondered whether or not tonight they might be a little bit more direct. Tranmere Rovers, that certainly appears to have been the case, especially with that release from Hewell upfield, basically inviting Nevitt to get involved in a little bit of a battle with Jamal Lascelles.
Yeah, I think he has to go with the pace and the flow of the game. You know, if Newcastle players are pressing high, you probably haven't got the quality to play through them.
Here's Willock combining well with Wood, plays it wide towards the left. On the overlap on the left-hand side was Targett. Murphy went for goal from the edge of the penalty area, right-footed over the top of the crossbar and into the cop. And Targett turns round and says to him, "Did you not see me?"
That's what all the players do. Listen, I thought it was a good effort. You know, he opened up for him a little bit, cut inside onto his right foot, and he just got under it a little bit too much there. But great opportunity to hit the target, and that's what will be disappointed Jacob Murphy, that he didn't hit the target and work the goalkeeper. But just going back to your point earlier about why would you expect a Tranmere side who are being pressed by Premier League players to try and play through that? It just makes sense to go a bit longer, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
Did you go to Swindon against Manchester City last year?
I was there with you, and it wasn't pleasing when you see players that are probably not good enough trying to play out and get get the ball taken off him so easily.
Ritchie plays the ball out towards the far side, picked up by Anderson, who drives it forward into the feet of Wood, gets it back again, played it out wide to the left-hand side, and now Anderson tries to take the ball infield, then clip it down the left, and Ritchie's made a good run from in to out, and then he goes to the left channel, but it was a little bit heavy from Anderson. He couldn't get on the end of it, and it goes behind and away for another goal kick. And that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier on, you know, those connections, those relationships that haven't quite gelled, because this is a team that hasn't played together.
Yeah, I think the connection was there then. You know, he got the ball, he chopped it again, looked like he was taking it on his back foot, chopped it back onto his left, and he's seen the run. He's just put a little bit too much. I think the grass has got a nice little slip on it. I don't think Jurgen Klopp will be moaning if he played on this pitch, because it's nice and slippery, and the ball just skidded out of play, but the connection certainly was there, and the trigger to make that run when Anderson got the space to play the ball.
Bit of a hybrid pitch now. After COVID, during COVID, they relaid the pitch as a hybrid pitch. It's a beautiful playing surface now. You'll remember, if you came here or you saw the pictures from the game against Manchester United, against Watford.
I've played
it was a dreadful pitch that day. So it was only a couple of years ago that.
Again, that's a leveller, Sam. You know, they've not got that leveller when they play this pedigree of players against them, which is not going to happen all the time. But so one of the levellers that you can hope for is the Weber. It's a beautiful night, so they've not got that.
Anderson fighting his way through, plays it to Wood, out towards the right side. Kraft takes it on, gets towards the angle of the penalty area. He's got four to aim out in the centre, hands it off to Willock, who's in the right channel. Ritchie wanted it back again, didn't get it back from Willock. They're right tight to the touchline now, and then Kraft has been released. He's trying to bundle his way into the penalty area. O'Connor away, and he nudges it out for a throw-in down by the corner flag, and Newcastle have it. 0-0 to score. We've played 14 minutes. This is TalkSport. Ball nudged in towards Willock, tucked back towards Ritchie. Ritchie steers the ball into the box. It's headed away once again, this time by Turnbull into midfield. But again, Newcastle come back down the right with Kraft and then on to Willock. Willock trying to take on the midfielder McClear, and he shuffles the ball out and it's away for a throw deep inside Tranmere territory. So the only goal we've had so far is Bristol City leading away at Adams Park by a goal to nil in 4 Carabao Cup ties. Rangers kick off at 8 o'clock. Ball into the box from the right side by Ritchie, looking for Murphy. He rises, can't get his head on it. It flicks out to the far side. Anderson does well to keep it in. Shrugs off O'Connor, then beats him again. Gets to the byline. Can he produce the cross? He plays it against O'Connor, who's stuck with his task. Manages to block the attempted centre, and it goes out for a corner on the first of the game, which they take quickly. Anderson in towards the edge of the penalty area. It's picked up by Longstaff. Longstaff hesitated, then found Target. Target into Ritchie on the edge of the box, and Newcastle playing around with it and go back almost to halfway. Click forward by Kraft, out towards the left wing position. Nodded down again into the path of Longstaff, and then Murphy has it. Then Longstaff, then Target. A bit of off the ball action involving Ritchie, who goes down. The referee didn't spot that, and then there's a miscontrol by Kraft, and it's now all the way back deep inside the Newcastle half, and I think Tranmere Rovers will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and I don't think Eddie Howe will be too displeased with how this game's going. The that was a very, very strong challenge there by Jameson. Yeah, but I think, you know, apart from the tackle where it should have probably been a booking, which I'm sure Mickey Mellon will be pleased with that, I think when you look at the way that Newcastle are moving the ball around, popping it around, keeping possession of the ball without penetrating, I think Eddie Howe will be pretty pleased with this.
Here's Target again. Had a dead leg for a couple of weeks, but seems to be pretty lively tonight. Plays the ball infield. Anderson wrestling for it, didn't get it. McClear comes away with the ball up towards the halfway line. Didn't find a white shirt. Gives it to Emil Kraft. Here down the right side. Newcastle on the attack again. Eddie Howe with his arms folded, watching as Joe Willock picks it up. Murphy makes a run through the middle. Out comes the defender and takes the ball off his toes. It was a good challenge that by Byrne, but he couldn't keep hold of it, and now it's been picked up by Longstaff. Onto Anderson, edge of the penalty area, tries a shot, right-footed, just dragged it 3 yards wide of the right-hand upright, and it goes behind and away for a goal kick.
Yeah, good effort. I thought Willock's reaction there when he lost the ball was excellent. He went and pressed the ball straight away, won it back, played a good ball inside to Longstaff. It opened up a little bit. He stepped into the area about 25 yards out and just dragged his shot a little bit. Maybe a little bit of anxiety there, wanting to do well too much. But good reaction, and I think that's what Eddie Howe wants to see. Everyone makes mistakes, but if a young player in a game like this has made a mistake, instead of putting your hand on your head and just get after it and try and press the ball, he did that really well and won the ball back for Newcastle.
73% possession for Newcastle so far in the game. 3 shots, 1 of those on target, picked up by Willock though. Now a little bit of space to run into, and it's 3 on 3 here. Willock is running forward, trying to slip it into Wood. Good challenge, a retreating challenge by Turnbull, who managed to stop it from getting to the New Zealander, and it's cleared away to halfway. Anderson coming back, flag goes up, so we'll go off to the new lawn and speak to Ian Danta.
17 minutes gone. Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. And Forest Green have been very much on their toes and forcing Brighton back on occasion. A decent tempo that they've set. Josh March brilliantly retrieved the ball right on the dead ball line early on, but his cross only found Brighton goalkeeper Jason Steele at his near post. 1 effort for the Seagulls, and that's new signing Enciso with a low drive from the right-hand corner of the box on 6 minutes that just snaked wide of Luke McGee's right-hand post. Good, even contest, though, at the new lawn. It's Forest Green 0, Brighton 0.
Cheers, Dan. You're listening to Kick Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org. Here come Newcastle. What offside flag is up against Wood. I was about to combine well with Anderson, but the flag had gone up, and as Anderson continued, he played the ball against the goalkeeper Hewell anyway, which drew a little bit of sarcastic cheering from the Tranmere fans who are way to our right-hand side in the Kop. 0-0, 19 minutes gone.
I'm starting to understand why Joey Barton maybe not likened Anderson to, who was it, Maradona, but he has got a lot of personality. He has got a lot of personality, this Anderson, and every time he gets the chance to showcase what he's got, and in the locker he does that.
What was that fella's name again? You know, he's played for Argentina.
Maradona.
Ball cleared up here by the Tranmere goalkeeper, won by Longstaff, who hasn't played too much football for Eddie Howe. Last appearance for Newcastle was off the bench at the weekend, but his performances in the heart of midfield have been few and far between. The acquisition of Bruno Guimaraes, John Joe Shelby's return to form, all hindering his chances. His brother hasn't played for Newcastle since January 2021, but was part of the Mansfield side that got to Wembley in the playoff final last year.
He struggled a little bit early on in this game, give the ball away a few times, seems to be forcing it a little bit. Just got to let it happen organically. If it's not on, just move the ball, don't take too many touches of the ball, bounce it, get it back, change the picture in front of you, and give a trigger for the forward players to make runs and start runs.
Tranmere have the ball on the right side. They try and throw it down the touchline, looking for the runner for Elliot Nevitt. Flicks it on. Ken Hemmings is fighting for it with Paul Dummett. Ricochets out for a throw-in over on the far side. Tranmere shooting down the slope in the first half. There is a little bit of a slope on the pitch from right to left. Willock plays it back to Longstaff, and now they start to move forward with Matt Ritchie sliding it down the right hand side. Kraft sliding it down for Ritchie to chase the right side, but it doesn't get there, and then the clearance by the goalkeeper hits the back of Willock and bounces into midfield, but it's a white shirt that picks it up. O'Connor for Tranmere moves up towards the halfway line. 0-0 the score on TalkSport tonight, and we played just a little over the 20-minute mark, and the ball's been sent down the right, and they've beaten the offside trap, and Hemmings is running through inside the penalty area, and Nevitt is there to put them in front, and he does! On the counter-attack, Tranmere Rovers have scored in the Carabao Cup against Premier League Newcastle United. A quick turnover, a rush forward, all of a sudden there were three white shirts bearing down on Darlow's goal. Hemmings went running down the right channel, he centred it into the middle of the box, and waiting for it was Elliot Nevitt, last year's second top scorer in the league for Tranmere, and he scored a big goal in the Carabao Cup against Newcastle United. 22 minutes gone, it's Tranmere Rovers of League 2 1, Premier League Newcastle 0.
Premier League team, how do you like that? What a goal that was. Little ticky-tacky football on the right-hand side for Tranmere, getting the triangles going, 1 and 2 touch football, and then a little trigger for a runner down the right-hand side. He's in, he beat the offside line. All he needs to do is put the right quality into the box, and Nevitt's there to put it in quite easily. It got a bit of a deflection, but an excellent team goal there by Tranmere Rovers. 1-0.
Well, is history repeating itself for Newcastle? Eddie Howe and cup upsets? Maybe, just maybe. Tranmere Rovers score first at Prenton Park, and all of a sudden Newcastle United, who came into this game up at it and expecting to knock Tranmere Rovers over on their way to the third round of this competition, find themselves behind. Sinisterra scored for Leeds United on TalkSport 2. They lead Barnsley by a goal to 0. Great goal from outside the box, and you can hear the commentary over on TalkSport 2 if you get our app, and you can switch between the two stations. Willock looking to respond quickly, gets the ball on the edge of the area, it goes to Anderson, who sends a shot through a crowd of players, took behind by a falling Burn and over the top of the crossbar and out for a corner, a second one of the game for Newcastle United.
Yeah, good little bit of play as well. Good reaction from Newcastle there, getting the ball in towards the 18-yard box. Nice little bit of twisting and turning. I thought he might have just been able to slip Ritchie down the right-hand side, decided to go on his own and dragged his shot wide. Oh, it looked like he was going wide, deflected over the bar. Good defending in the end.
Another corner to be taken from the right, taken short to Murphy, back to Ritchie, his left-footed ball towards the far post, finds Anderson, who again seems to be everywhere, heads the ball back across the face of goal, and it's into the arms of the goalkeeper Hewitt. They've got something to defend now. Tranmere Rovers here at Prenton Park. On a beautiful night on the Wirral.
Stunning.
Could be a cracking night for fans of Tranmere Rovers, who've got a history with this competition, of course. Got to the final 22 years ago. All over the top again, Nevitt chasing. This time Darlow is out very quickly. On his last appearance for Newcastle, he conceded 3 goals. And that was a very long time ago now, though, November 2021.
Yeah, important feature that, because you can see with Newcastle's high line there is space between the back four and Darlow. Darlow's positioning has got to be right to make sure anything slightly overhit like that ball was, he can come and collect, and he was in the right position there to take the ball.
No Alan Saint-Maximin tonight. He was absolutely unplayable on Sunday. Electric at times in that match. Getting him to reproduce that regularly is certainly something that Eddie Howe has got to try and replicate. He's a genuine showman with a big personality to match. Not here tonight. He's probably parking his Ferrari in somebody else's parking space somewhere.
As you do. He's actually very kind as well. I heard a story that he went and bought Lego for loads of fans.
He did,
recently. I love that about him.
Quite literally, building relationships. You're listening to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org. Newcastle could do with an injection of energy at the top end of the pitch, bit of quality at the top end of the pitch, because so far they haven't really tested Matthias Stewart in the goal away to our right-hand side. Anderson's looked lively, drawn a shot down to his right, but apart from that, the final ball into the box has been a little bit aimless, and that's certainly just been the case there as Kraft elevates the ball towards the edge of the box and it goes straight through to the goalie.
Yeah, I think they've got to be a little bit more intricate, bit braver on the ball, try and get the ball in comfortable positions into that final third, and then see if you can get your little angles, your little passages of play. At the moment, the reaction has been from Newcastle just to get it forward a bit longer, and that's food and drink to these defenders in this league, because they come across that week in, week out in League Two at times.
Newcastle trying to play out to the back and being harassed by Nevitt once again, who forces them into an error. Thought he was going to get a throw, hasn't been awarded that. The linesman's then changed his mind and says, yeah, no, it is their throw, under a little bit of pressure. Tyndall not happy about that. Jason Tyndall's right out in the face of the assistant referee.
It was an obvious one, wasn't it? The referee's been bullied there by Nevitt.
Thrown in by Bristow, helped on by Jameson, and he sent it into the box. A bit of juggling from Carl Darlow, and he eventually grabs hold of it and bowls it out to Emil Kraft, the Swedish international, one of 4 full internationals in this team. Takes it up towards halfway, then turns it back, gives it to Lascelles. Need a bit of movement up top here. A bit of a disconnect between the defence and the forward players. They've flooded quite a lot forward, and Anderson is one of them. He's got on the end of a long ball, but there's no one in the box joining up with him. He's dragged it back, pulled it to the edge of the penalty area. Murphy is there surrounded by 3 shirts. He plays it back into the midfield area where Emil Kraft is waiting for it. They build on the right now towards the edge of the box. Ritchie with a cross, looking for Wood, headed away. Comes out to Anderson once more. He plays it into the path of Target. Target on the edge of the box, back to Anderson once again. Takes on Dagley, produces a cross into the box, aimed towards the near post. Doesn't reach his intended target, and it's cleared away by Tranmere Rovers. Back forward again by Longstaff. Murphy chests it down. Poor ball. Straight out of play from Murphy. That was wasteful.
Yeah, he's got. Listen, he's done the right thing. He's took a touch, and then he's looking to force a pass that's not on. Take another touch, stick your backside out, protect the ball, and wait for a passing opportunity to come. You've got to take responsibility as a player there, especially in the middle of the park where you need to retain possession. He's not done that. He's had a little gamble and he's lost the ball for his team.
Tranmere Rovers managed by Mickey Mellon again. They booked their place in round 2 after defeating Accrington Stanley 12-11 on penalties following a 2-2 draw at the Wham Stadium. So I don't know if you've got anything planned for later on, but just wait before thinking about going.
They might get a second here.
They might not need penalties the way that they're playing. Here on the far right-hand side is Dagley, and he plays the book Cogley, sorry, Dagley. Dacres Cogley. I was conflating the 2 double-barreled names, calling him Dagley. Just doing it for short, just for a bit of fun, see if anyone realised. And then the ball's played into midfield towards Longstaff, and it goes back towards the edge of the penalty area, and Lascelles.
That could make H&J.
That could make H&J. But look, the guy's name's Josh Dacres Cogley. Let's just make it easy for everyone. Call him Dagley, and everyone's happy. Came from Birmingham last year, and he's been quite useful for them actually. Him and Bristow done very well down the flanks.
Bristow's got a lot of pace.
Yeah, huge amount of pace. And actually, they were telling me that when they were signing him, there was a lot of clubs in the Championship and even a Premier League club that tried to sign him. Yeah, well, obviously Mickey Mellon's done well to get him here. He sold him the football club. He's playing well. He's playing week in, week out. So he's got a great opportunity and platform to showcase what he's got. And if he is good enough, he will get there. What's the rush?
Breaking news for you on TalkSport. Eric Bailly has officially been announced as a Marseille player. He joins on loan from Manchester United with a €6 million obligation to buy. More on that a little bit later on. But Eric Bailly is now going to spend at least the season at Marseille. They do have an obligation to buy as well at the end of that for £6 million. Here is Willock down the right onto Kraft. Infield it goes. Newcastle behind here against Tranmere Rovers to a goal scored by Nevitt inside the first quarter of the game. Ball played wide to the left. Target onto Murphy. Murphy under pressure from the big hulking centre half. Neil Byrne, who puts him under real pressure, and he loses the ball as a result. Hemmings can't keep hold of it as the ball initially is played to him by Nolan. It's cleared away by Newcastle. Up as far as Anderson, who again is involved in the thick of the action. Back into Target, space for Ritchie, edge of the box, he turns, he plays the ball cutely down the left side. Wood doesn't react to it. It's cleared away by Tranmere. Then Kraft goes in for a challenge on Hemmings. Hemmings left a bit on him. A free kick has been given. It's got a little bit niggly there. It's going to be a free kick just right of centre, a good 12 yards outside the box.
Yeah, Hemmings just making a nuisance of himself there, leaving a little foot in, breaking it down because they were getting a little bit stretched there, Tranmere. It's probably the right thing to do, but they've got to defend this properly now. He talks about Anderson. Anderson looks really sharp. He's got a really good disguised pass. It looked like he was going into the wing area there, and he just played a neat ball into Ritchie, who was centre of the pitch. I thought he could have got his first touch out of his foot and got a shot on, but he didn't. He decided to pass it again. But they're starting to move the ball a little bit quicker, and Eddie Howe will be pleased with that.
Willock and Ritchie standing over the free kick. There's a two-man wall, and Tranmere squeezing up to the edge of their penalty area here as this delivery comes in from Matt Ritchie, left-footed, arc towards the far post, and it's over everybody and into the Kop and away for a goal kick. And that was a little bit disappointing as well from Matt Ritchie. Half an hour gone then. Newcastle behind in the Carabao Cup, and it's not what Eddie Howe was expecting when he came here.
No, and you look at the bench. You start to look at the bench even this early in the game for Newcastle and see what options they've got to bring off the bench. And
don't worry, they've got quite a few.
They've got a lot, haven't they? So they obviously thought that this could be a scenario where they might have to bring on the big guns to turn this around, especially in the offensive areas.
Leeds 1, Barnsley 0 on TalkSport 2 right now. Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Wycombe Wanderers 0, Bristol City 1 is the latest scoreline. Those big boys on the bench that you were talking about, Sven Botman, Miguel Almiron, Manquillo, Bruno Guimaraes, Joel Linton, Kieran Trippier, Jamal Lewis, Federico Fernandez, all available to Eddie Howe.
Yeah, probably £100 million worth there, so they should be all right. But again, it's a failure from the players that have got the starting lineup. They've been given an opportunity to play against a League Two side that have not started the season well. Go and showcase and show me why you're at Newcastle United Football Club. At the moment, they're not showcasing that because they're losing 1-0.
We've played half an hour. I think they're going to have a drinks break. Jamal Lascelles thinks that he has been elbowed, and as a result of that, the referee is asking him to go off the pitch to get attention. It's like everybody else has stopped to come over to get a drink, and I think he might even be bleeding from his nose. He was accusing the referee of missing an elbow on him. I didn't see exactly who it was. I mean, it's likely to be Hemmings, isn't it? Let's be honest, but I didn't want to cast aspersions.
No, he looks a physical boy, Hemmings, and he looks like that's right up his street to get physical. You know, let centre halves know you're there. You know, we see centre halves leaving bits on forwards all the time. Let's turn that on its head, and you leave a little bit on the centre halves and see if they fancy, because they probably don't get as much of that in the Premier League.
Remember, breakfast back tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. Alan and Gabby together. Then Neil Warnock is going to join them from 8 o'clock to review all the action and maybe be reviewing Rangers' passage into the Champions League group stages. How they're getting on, David Tanner.
90 minutes gone in Eindhoven. It's PSV 0, Rangers 0. Rangers started poorly, and Cody Hapko had a shot from just outside the box. He's been targeted by Manchester United, and Ryan Kent has just had a shot from 20 yards, well saved. Very even at the moment. It's PSV 0, Rangers 0.
Leeds now 2-0 up against Barnsley over on TalkSport 2, and you can listen to that if you just ask your smart speaker to play TalkSport 2. Forest Green 0, Brighton 0, Wycombe Wanderers 0, Bristol City 1, and we're just about to get back underway here after a brief pause
but still no Jamal Lascelles. He's still having treatment on that nose injury. He's still bleeding from the nose, I think, down in front of us. But we are back underway with Newcastle momentarily down to 10 men with 11 minutes before the break and trailing by a goal to nil.
Yeah, listen, Mickey Mellon's going to be delighted with the way the players have played in this opening 40 minutes. You know, they've applied themselves well, they've moved the ball well, they've defended when they've needed to, got men behind the ball, but going forward they've looked a real threat at times, and the goal was an excellent example of that.
Oh, they're competing so well, Tranmere.
Physical, you can see the players that he's brought in. You know, we mentioned him earlier, Bristow, very quick. The other boy, Jameson, another player that's come into the side. He's had a little bit of a, you know, he's not been all good, but you can see his physical attributes, and I think that's what we're seeing in the Premier League. Players that come into the Premier League, if they want to affect it, they've got to have physical presence where they can be mobile, get around the pitch, make challenges. And we're seeing that with the recruitment at Tranmere Rovers as well.
Well, all three of those central defenders were recruited in the summer. Byrne came in from Hartlepool. Jordan Turnbull came in from Salford on a 2-year deal. Jameson is another new signing. He was at Chelsea when he was a youngster. And 15 new players, but certainly at the moment they look a more cohesive unit than Newcastle United. Here is Kraft trying to get the better of Bristow. Bristow taking no prisoners now. He wires into Kraft. He's had a bit of rough treatment. He's now holding his calf. And still Newcastle waiting to get players back on the field of play. Now, I think Eddie Howe will be a little bit aggrieved. It did start. The tempo was set early on in the game with a really late challenge on Emil Kraft. And then Lascelles has come over complaining of an elbow. Now Kraft is down again after that challenge from Bristow. A free kick has been given, but nothing else. I think there'll be a little bit of frustration about the amount of spice in some of these challenges. You're listening to Kickoff on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org.
Yeah, no, I agree, but at the end of the day, you've got to be stood up to be counted as a Premier League player when you come to these places. And like I said at the top of the show, if you're not prepared to win them 50-50s, if you're not prepared to get physical when it's there to win, you're going to encourage them to come through you and make challenges like that.
And Trevor is not just telling you that from his lofty position here in the commentary box. He's played here, done it, and you had a bruising encounter here.
Yeah, we did, and we got beat 1-0. I mean, listen, I think we played quite well, and we created quite a lot of opportunities.
That's
and
one of
the opportunities that, I mean, they scored a worldie from 25 yards from a corner, I think it was. Everything else was our way. The keeper had a blinder. I think he got man of the match. And, you know, I remember that game vividly because it was one of the games where Rio was in the team, Frank Lampard was in the team, but Rio had a chance from about 6 yards with about 2 minutes before the end, and he skied it. And I was like, oh dear, it's just going to be one of them days. And it ended up being one of them days, and we went out of the FA Cup. But it can happen. But again, you need to stick your chest out, shoulders out, head up, and keep on going and keep on showing your quality, because if you don't, they'll go on and get another one.
Seems to be more than just one of those days for Newcastle. It happens far too regularly for them. Is it going to happen to Brighton as well? They're playing down at the New Lawn. Ian Danta.
Goal for Brighton and Hove Albion. Forest Green 0, Brighton 1, and it's Dennis Undav, their summer signing, who's put them in front. They got behind the Forest Green back three with a little wall pass that saw Undav away, and he's finished coolly past Luke McGee not long after he'd hit the post with a cheeky flick from one of the 5 corners that they forced in this first half. So League One trail here to Premier League. It is Forest Green 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 1.
We're going to have a change here. Kieran Trippier is going to replace Emil Kraft, but he's being stretchered off, so we'll go off to Adams Park. Ian Abrahams.
36 gone here. Wickham 0, Bristol City 1. Still that goal of the 7 minutes scored on his debut by Dylan Kadji separates the two sides. In truth, not a lot's really happened on the pitch. In fact, I've just been kicked by Sam Vokes in the press box. That's about the most exciting thing that's happened in the last 10 minutes. Wickham 0, Bristol City 1.
Oh, I wonder how hard it was and whether Ian had his shin pads on. Barnsley have pulled one back over on TalkSport 2. It's Leeds 2, Barnsley 1. Remember, on TalkSport 2 on Friday night, we got Luton versus Sheffield United. Nigel Adderley and Courtney Sweetman-Kirk will be doing that one for you. On Saturday, I'll be down with Reshmin and Dean Ashton at Southampton for Southampton against Manchester United. Can Manchester United back up their victory over Liverpool? Change here. Kraft has been stretchered off, and you do not want to see that.
No.
He's been replaced by Kieran Trippier, and I think, you know, the referee still hasn't produced a yellow card in the game.
No, and listen, it was a foul. Obviously, there's a lot of force in there. To me, that looks like it could be a fibula. The smaller muscle in the lower leg just come through his calf area, and to get stretched up for a calf strain or a dead leg in your calf is very rare. So maybe there's been a bit of colour that's come out in a certain area in that lower leg, and that might indicate that the fibula has maybe got a little crack or a little fracture in it.
Dr. Trev, MD.
I've been there, done it. You know, I've played through that actually, and been X-rayed a few months later, and been told, "Oh, you broke your leg recently." I've gone, "Well, I must have played on because I didn't know anything about it."
Trippier with the free kick, into the box it goes. A header by Anderson, and it's cleared away by a really good, strong header. Jameson just in front of his goalkeeper, flicks it behind and away for a corner kick. But Trippier with a set piece that makes an immediate impact, and he's gone over to take this corner as well. He'll get things revved up out there. He's certainly not a shrinking violet, as we saw on Sunday afternoon. He puts his two hands in the air, placing the ball down in the quadrant. We played 39 minutes at Prenton Park. The ball is sent towards the far post, goes back to Lascelles, and he pops it off the goalkeeper and then rifles in the return, and they are level. Newcastle United from a set piece. Kieran Trippier, immediate impact after coming off the bench for the injured Emil Kraft. His set piece converted by Lascelles, and it's 1-1 at Prenton Park. And interestingly, Trevor, just look at Trippier. He just turned around to all his teammates and said, "I don't know what you're celebrating about. Get back into shape. We've got a job to do."
Yeah, not good enough. He knows it's not been good enough for the opening 42 minutes of this game. Again, he's been on the pitch 2 minutes. He's put 2 set pieces into the box, both of them supreme class. Great ball in to earn the corner, and then the corner, he's drilled it just too high for the defenders to get anything on it. Lascelles, far post header, wins the first one, rebounds in his path, and he puts it in the top corner. That's more like it from Newcastle, and that's the class that Kieran Trippier brings to this Newcastle side.
Broken nose, no problem. He still managed to finish that effort, and Jamal Lascelles has scored the equaliser for Newcastle away at Tranmere, and he's come over to the bench and asked if he could have some tissue to stuff up his hooter because it's still bleeding.
That's not a centre-half.
And now he's come out again because the referee said, "Well, if you're bleeding, mate, you've got to get off the field." Great. He's going to have to come out with some gaffer tape on it. Stop it from bleeding. Get the cotton wool up there. It'll be fine. Here is Jameson spraying the ball from the left of the centre circle out towards the right, and I think it's important really for Newcastle United to get back on terms before half-time. Otherwise, the longer that deficit lingers, the more frustration, the more panic and anxiety starts to set in. But Kieran Trippier obviously just came on the pitch and said, "I ain't having this."
Yeah, well, and it changes Mickey Mellon's team talk as well, because they would have been growing in confidence. If they could have got to 45 minutes 1-0 up or even 2-0 up, they would have been buzzing. But it's a different team talk now, and they'll have to make sure they start the game not too cavalier, because if you do, this could end up going Newcastle's way.
A great little trickery by McClear on the far side, but he doesn't get past target. It's played into Wood's feet. That's one of the first touches I've seen him have in a while. Anderson then tries to play it forward. He's brought down. It's going to be another free kick.
Yeah, stop-start. I think that's what Tranmere are trying to do now, especially on that counter-attack. As soon as the transition happens, they're just making little fouls, technical fouls, just to stop the run of play so they can get everyone behind the ball.
Anthony Backhouse has handled the game in the right manner.
I think the one challenge that I disagree with was that one, and then obviously if there is a serious injury there on the one that we just witnessed, then maybe there's a couple there that he's missed, and maybe he should have brought out his yellow card.
2.5 minutes to go before half-time. Live on TalkSport tonight. It's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1. Sports Bar open for business a little bit later on with the boys Cundy and O'Hara. That's from 10 o'clock tonight. Trippier, poor pass down the right, cut out by the fullback Bristow. He hacks it away towards halfway. Lascelles fighting with Hemmings, and the ball is deflected out and away for a throw-in on this near touchline, which Bristow will take once again.
That's more like it from Lascelles. Don't just be taking it off Hemmings. Give a little bit back and see if he fancies it. And yeah, it was a good tackle in the end there by Lascelles.
Ball drops in the centre circle. Nolan keeps it alive, but gives it straight back to Murphy. And Murphy now charges forward, being pursued by O'Connor down the left-hand side. Loses the ball. Good tackle by him. Smashes the ball towards the edge of the 18-yard box. I don't think Anderson saw that coming. It was behind him, and it's cleared away by Tranmere. Out to the far side once again. A tackle by Longstaff, but still white shirts in possession of the football. Hemmings midway inside opposition territory. Back into midfield, and then all the way back towards the centre-back Byrne, who plays a diagonal ball forward
It's long and high. It's not as precise and laser-like as Joachim Andersen, but certainly it was effective to get Bristow on the ball, high up the pitch on the left side. But they've retreated here, and Turnbull will turn it back to his goalkeeper, Hewelt, who with his right foot will just clip the ball into the channel over on the right-hand side, and Matt Targett had to watch it all the way and glance it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, good drill that from the keeper, looking for that cross-field ball. Just about got their target, and it was a good header back to his own goalkeeper. Good defending.
Less than a minute to go before the end of the first 45 minutes. There will be quite a considerable amount of stoppage time. Over on TalkSport 2, Leeds are in front. Brighton in front away at the New Lawn. And Bristol City are also in front down at Adams Park. Here, Newcastle United have come back from 1-0 down. It's 1-1. And here's Jamal Lascelles, who has been in the wars. A few bruises and bumps and cuts and scrapes and a bit of blood from the nostrils as a result of a battle. And that's another late challenge by Hemmings over on the far side. Willock actually was travelling nowhere. He was running into a bit of a cul-de-sac, and he was just kicked from behind by Hemmings.
Yeah, the ref's
I don't know how he hasn't got a yellow card.
Yeah, the ref's got to start safeguarding the players, because it's one thing letting the game go and letting a few little fouls go, but it's getting quite dangerous for the Newcastle players at times, and we've already seen one taken off injured. I think he's got to take responsibility, the referee, and start giving a booking out just to take the edge off this game, especially from the Tranmere players' perspective.
Here is Anderson trying to shrug off Nolan. Nolan then nudges him from behind, gives away a free kick. They take it quickly, and Longstaff gets hold of it, gives it to Trippier. Maybe he should have just waited there and come up with a better delivery. With someone like Kieran Trippier in the team, that was perfectly placed. Rushed it really, I think.
A little bit. It was too far out for the shot, I think, and it was a little bit central for a cross, so maybe he just didn't think that was an option.
Target with a cross into the box looking for Wood. It's headed away by Turnbull and then flicked further clear by Byrne. Drops in midfield. Lascelles jumps forward, intercepts ahead of Nevitt, the Tranmere goal scorer, who put them ahead after 22 minutes. But it's 1-1 now after Lascelles equalised from a set piece from Kieran Trippier. The ball breaks on the edge of the centre circle, and it's back with Newcastle. Remember, we've got 5 minutes of added time here. The ball floated into the penalty area. A little push on the back of Ritchie, who went down as he went to try and compete for that ball. And there's been a goal down at the New Lawn for Ian Danton.
It's Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2, right on half-time. Stephen Alzate picked the ball up about 30 yards out, drove forward a bit, and then unleashed a lovely, crisp, left-footed drive that arced away from Luke McGee's left hand and nestled in the bottom corner to put Brighton in control right at the break. Forest Green 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2.
Ian Danton is at the New Lawn for us tonight. Here it's 1-1 between Tranmere of League 2 and Newcastle, who have just competed with one of the best teams in the world. But they often come a cropper in cup competitions. It has been 67 years since Newcastle last won a trophy. That wait since the 1955 FA Cup final is just far too long for a club of their size.
100%. I think they've approached this game well. They look like they were up for the game and up for the challenge. They've got 74% possession. They've only had 2 shots on target, and both of them were for Lascelles for the goal. Tranmere have only had 1, and they've scored that. So when you look at the stats, they've not been that bad. They've just got to be more clinical in that final third and create more opportunities.
Also, Trevor, I just feel like the final 4 into the box have not been very good, and the disconnect between the back 4 and the front players seems to be too large at times.
Yeah, that chemistry's not there. You know, they're not going forward in units. You've got the front 3 who are trying to do bits, and the midfield 3 are way behind them, or the midfield 3 trying to do bits and build patterns of play and create opportunities for space, and the defence is too deep. They've got to get the units together and move up together and move back together, and that's not quite happening yet.
Eddie Howe did say yesterday that the dynamics of the group has changed. The squad is stronger. The feeling towards the cups has changed. So often at Newcastle it's been seen as a distraction from staying in the Premier League. They know that they're more than that now. But you have to earn the right to play when you come to a ground like Prenton Park. And Newcastle maybe haven't done that just yet. Here's McClear over on the far side, the right-hand side. It's played back towards the goalkeeper, and then Darlow had to come out. Hemmings went diving in. It was a late challenge, and the Newcastle players are furious. I mean, it wasn't quite a 50-50. It was a short pass back towards the goalkeeper, but it was a ferocious challenge by Kane Hemmings, who had to go for it, but it looked a little bit OTT.
there was a lot of force in that challenge from Hemmings. I mean, as a forward player, if it's short like that, I'm definitely going through that. I'm not trying to hurt the goalkeeper, but I'm trying to get something on that ball, and I think there was a little deflection on there. He got a little bit of the ball, which is probably why he's only got a yellow card, because if he doesn't get anything on the ball and goes through the goalkeeper, I think that's a red card, but he got just enough on the ball to survive that decision from the referee, and he's picked up a yellow card, probably not before time either.
Yeah, the reaction of Carl Darlow was a good one, in that he just sorted himself out and got back to his feet. But it didn't look particularly attractive, did it? That's for sure.
No, absolutely. You look at the reaction from the players, and I think even though there was, a little bit of a commotion, I don't think there was enough in that challenge to warrant a red card.
Kieran Trippier just calming things down as well. I thought he did quite well in that, and then Kane Hemmings did come and apologise to Carl Darlow. And he hobbled away and back into his goal, and he seems to be okay now. Ball upfield looking for Ritchie, a long ball down the left channel, it's cut out, and it's into the arms of the goalkeeper. It was the back pass, wasn't it, from Dummett? I must admit, I've just seen a replay of it. I don't like that challenge. I don't like it at all. The studs are up, it's onto the shin of Carl Darlow. I don't think he was ever going to get to the ball, and I think that the referee, had he been up with play rather than 20 yards behind it, I think he would have sent him off if he'd seen it. I mean, in the Premier League, that's a sending off all day long.
Yeah, but listen, that's a sending off in football. I've only just seen them. We've not got a monitor here like we usually do at some of the more modern stadiums. But Adrian Dunn's just shown us the replay, and he's nowhere near the ball. His studs are up, he's late, and he leaves all sorts on Carl Darlow. For me, that should have been a red card.
Well, Tranmere fans came in their droves in the hope of a cup upset, the kind that has dogged Newcastle for years. That hope is still very much alive. They were in front thanks to Nevitt after 22 minutes. The equaliser came from Lascelles after a long delay to an injury to Emil Kraft after a physical challenge in the middle of the park. Kieran Trippier's set-piece changed the face of the scoreboard as far as Newcastle were concerned. But Kane Hemmings' challenge right at the end of the first 45 minutes on Carl Darlow will be one that is talked about after the end of the game. Just a yellow card for him, and at the break it's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
Well, that's redder than Jamal Lascelles' nose. I'd say that's the clearest red card I think I've seen in a long time that hasn't been punished with a red card. And actually it does sum up a little bit of the first half. We always want the underdog to give it a go, give it a bit of fight, but I think that Tranmere are going about this in the wrong way. Their fans might argue with me because it's 1-1 and they're doing okay and they took the lead, etc. However, you can't go injuring opponents. One's already been booted off the park.
Yeah.
That could easily have been a dislocated knee. It could have been an ankle, anything. A dreadful, dreadful challenge from Hemmings, and I can't understand how he hasn't been sent off. And Graham Jones and Jason Tyndall were right on top of the fall.
Yeah.
And I think that the officials at half-time will be talking to each other and they'll be saying, listen, they're not happy. This is the Premier League side. Maybe we aren't giving them enough protection. I think we'll see a different standard of refereeing in the second half.
I think we need to, and I think, you know what, as much as we moan about VAR, if any referee has the assistance of a VAR assistant there to look at that challenge, I think he comes to the right decision and he sends off Kane Hemmings. He's only seen it first time, it happened in a flash, so I think we have to give referee Anthony Backhouse the benefit of doubt, but if he does get a chance to see that, and maybe some of his assistants and helpers at half-time tell him what's been going on and what decisions he's got wrong, hopefully he's going to be able to manage this game a little bit better in the second half, just to safeguard the Newcastle United players.
Well, football's a bit odd, all square against the champions Sunday, all square against the team 17th in League 2 right now. It's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1, but a word of warning for Tranmere. The last time Jamal Lascelles scored in a cup tie for Newcastle, they ended up scoring 7 at Morecambe. That was also in this competition. So let's see what happens in the second half, live on TalkSport tonight. It's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1. Let's go to the other ties, half-time at the New Lawney and Danta.
Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2. Well, Brighton made 11 changes going into this cup tie. Haven't really played like a team of strangers, as teams that make 11 switches can sometimes do, but it did take them a while to get into their stride against a Forest Green side from League 1 who were very much on their toes and did start with a very decent tempo themselves. But as the half wore on, Brighton grew more and more into the game from one of the many corners they forced in the first half. Dennis Undav flicked a near post ball onto the post that was then cleared away. But Undav, on his first start for the Seagulls, did open his account with 7 minutes to half-time. Ferguson and a quick finish past Luke McGee, and right on half-time it was 2. Stephen Alzate striding forward from midfield, and a lovely left-footed drive that arced away from McGee and into the bottom corner away down to the keeper's left. Super finish from Alzate. Maybe that's that for Forest Green, but maybe an early goal in the second half could change things, because largely they haven't been that overawed by their Premier League opponents. Half-time at the New Lawn, Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2.
It's half-time at Adams Park as well for TalkSport. Ian Abrahams.
League 1, Wycombe 0, Bristol City of the Championship 1. It's been that way since the 7th minute of the game. Kyle Naismith's corner was headed goalwards by George Tanner and turned over the line on his Bristol City debut by Dylan Kadji. I'm sure a moment he will never ever forget. To be honest, not much has happened since then. Bristol City occasionally going forward. Haven't seen too much of Chris Martin or indeed Naki Wells. And the closest Wycombe came to an equaliser just shy of half-time. A corner on the far side taken by Joe Jacobson, the set-piece specialist, headed goalwards by Jason McCarthy, but it was easily dealt with in the end by the Bristol City defence. Hopefully we'll see the exciting talents of Alex Scott and Tommy Conway maybe for Bristol City in the second half. I fancy they might already have this game won. It's Bristol City who lead. Wycombe 0, Bristol City 1.
And live on TalkSport 2, it's half-time at Elland Road. Leeds 2, Barnsley 1. Leeds went 2 up through Sinistera and Klitsch. Barnsley pulling one back through Mads Anderson. So in the balance there, that's live on TalkSport 2. Second half coming up. It kicked off at 8 o'clock in Champions League qualifying in Holland. What's the latest? David Tanner.
At 41 minutes played in the Netherlands where it's 30 degrees. It's PSV 0, Rangers 0. It's been pretty even this game. Rangers are the best chance of the early stages when John Lundstrom, after an intricate passing move from involving Ken Cholak and Tillman, set up Lundstrom, who whizzed one just past the post. And a moment ago, Rangers proved that they learnt nothing from last week when they conceded 2 goals from corners, from a corner kick. Ibrahim Sangari, who scored at Ibrox from the corner, unmarked, headed just over John McLaughlin's crossbar. Rangers, I can tell you, complained to UEFA about the reception they were given before this game when the team buses arrived. They had to wait 15 or 20 minutes to get out of the bus because of the crowds for PSV fans. The worst I've seen as a player or manager was how Giovanni van Bronckhorst described it. So far, though, we've got 4 minutes to go until half-time. It's PSV 0, Rangers 0.
It's no good Gio whining about it. He's got to get on with the job. And can you imagine Souness doing that? He'd have been off the bus, straight in the faces of all those Dutch fans, for heaven's sake. Graham Souness back 10 a.m. Monday morning with Whites and Jordan on TalkSport. It's O'Hara and Cundy tonight from 10 p.m. with the Sports Bar. And tomorrow morning it's Alan Brazil and Gabby Agbonlor, 6 a.m. with Sports Breakfast. Neil Warnock will join them at 8 o'clock. But here at Prenton Park on kick-off tonight, it's Carabao Cup action live on TalkSport, and it's all square. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
We got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In August, we've got 125mm by 1.8m green or brown treated feather edge fencing boards for only £1.35 each ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
It's the speed, it's the competition, it's all or nothing. Team sport indoor karting with adrenaline-fueled action on every straight, ramp and corner. It's where you, your mates and colleagues can be champions for the day. It's the ultimate karting experience. With 35 tracks nationwide, there's a Team Sport track near you. Book online and save 10% with the code GET10 at team-sport.co.uk.
This Saturday night, YouTube star and boxer KSI returns to the ring to fight 2 opponents in one spectacular night. Swarms then Luis Pineda, live at London's O2 Arena. And you can hear essential pre-fight preview features all this week on Breakfast and Drive. Listen to KSI, 2 fights, 1 night, live. This Saturday night, exclusively on TalkSport with DAZN pay-per-view. Watch KSI, 2 fights, 1 night, live this Saturday night. Download the DAZN app or visit DAZN.com to find out more.
EE full fiber broadband can connect 100 devices around your home, like laptops, smartphones, smart TVs, smart fridges, even smart kettles. You can connect them all. Pretty impressive, huh? This is EE full fiber broadband, powered by BT.
Limited availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk.
All right, Twinkle Toes, it's your mate at Rift here to remind you to get your tax refund sorted.
R-I-F-T! Rift gets tax refunds for me!
Rift, we'll get you what you're owed.
At Arnold Clark, we know finding the best deal on your next car can be tough. That's why we always guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. And if you buy a used car right now, we'll give you a free service plan on top. So, while costs are going up everywhere else, we're taking care of your servicing costs for the next 2 years. Find your next car and see our guarantee at arnoldclark.com.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
TalkSport. It's football to the max.
Right foot shot, brilliant goal!
The League Cup live
on TalkSport. Powered by fans.
Right, let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Alex Apati, Tranmere took the lead, but all square at half-time. One apiece.
Yeah, I mean, huge game of darts over here in Gravesend, but an even bigger night at Tranmere. Listen, it might all be Newcastle as far as the stats are concerned, but it's the scoreline that matters. Still 1-1, and my word, what a goal it was for Tranmere to open the scoring. Elliot never scored it. He's 20-1 to score the next goal. Newcastle were as short as just under evens before they equalised. So fair play to anyone who got on them at that price. They're now 1-3 to win in 90 minutes. If you do fancy Tranmere to go on and win the game in 90 minutes, it's 14-1. They're as short as 7-2 to qualify now. I'm not going to jinx the penalty shootout here, so let's push Tranmere to score the next goal instead at 5-1. In terms of next goal scorers, Chris Wood is your most likely at 7-2. 4 or more goals is still odds on at 4-6, which suggests we're in for a cracking second half. I'm very envious of you guys being there for it, but I guess everyone bar Newcastle fans is hoping Tranmere can go and cause the biggest upset of the season so far.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see what happens live on TalkSport second half. Alex, thanks very much. That was the latest odds with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Are you in? Let's go. Play at ladbrokes.com. 18+ begambleaware.org.
It's half time in Eindhoven. David Tanner.
And it's PSV 0, Rangers 0, and Rangers have ridden their luck, but they survived a late flurry of activity from PSV to go in at half-time level. Rangers haven't had a clean sheet in any of their last 8 away games in Europe, so Giovanni Van Bronckhorst will be satisfied to have kept PSV at bay in the first half. The best chance of Rangers' game fell to John Lundstrom, who blasted just past the post after 25 minutes. And then in the last couple of minutes of the first half, PSV had 3 solid chances. Ibrahim Sangare, who scored at Ibrox, unmarked in a corner kick, headed just over. Then a cross from Tezi was met by Luke de Jong, and the player who spent last season on loan at Barcelona first time, but straight at John McLaughlin, the Rangers goalkeeper. And then just before the whistle blew, Cody Hakpo, who's been linked with Manchester United again this week, he overpowered Connor Goldson at the edge of the box. He should have chipped the goalkeeper, but instead he blasted over. Rangers or PSV could be as little as 45 minutes away from the Champions League group stage. What a second half awaits us. At half-time, it's PSV Eindhoven 0, Rangers 0, Adrian.
The Lionesses have announced the squad for World Cup qualifiers Saturday the 3rd of September in Austria. Their closest challengers And then on the Tuesday at Stoke, we'll be there on TalkSport for England against Luxembourg. If England avoid defeat in Austria, they qualify for the World Cup in Australia and New Zealand next summer. If they lose, then the win over Luxembourg will be enough. And qualifying so far, played 8, won 8, drawn none, lost none, 468 against none. What a qualifying record that is. But Serena Wiegmann has been interviewed by TalkSport's Bradley Hayden this afternoon. She says that she hopes that the recently retired Jill Scott and Ellen White stay in the game in some capacity.
Yes, they both, Ellen and Jill, had such an impact on the game, such an impact on the sport over all these years, and they're such great personalities that we'll absolutely miss them. And I just hope that they stay involved in the game, in the women's game, in whatever role they want. And yes, if we could use their expertise at one moment when we think that it's necessary, I would always ask them. And you also know that in this, like right now in our team, the staff is all set and things, but incidentally using their experience will be really nice, whether it's just in the senior, but also especially in youth teams. I think they can have at this moment a big role, but they haven't made up their mind yet. So we're just now talking about them. We don't even know what they.
Well, looking forward to that. Tuesday the 6th of September, kickoff will come to you live from Stoke City. England take on Luxembourg. They'll be celebrating World Cup qualification. I'm pretty sure about that. Elliot Nevitt with the first goal for Tranmere tonight. Put them in front. Jamal Lascelles levelling. Nevitt's target when he got a contract with Tranmere was 10 goals in professional football. Well, he's hit that target tonight. The 10th goal against Newcastle. Live on TalkSport this evening. It's one apiece. Second half coming up live on TalkSport with a man who blames Rio Ferdinand for West Ham losing here in a cup tie. That's Trevor Sinclair, alongside TalkSport's chief football commentator. That's Sam Matterpace.
And there's been a change at half-time for Newcastle United. Matt Targett has been replaced by Jamal Lewis at half-time, which is interesting, mainly because Jamal Lewis hasn't played any football for nearly a year. December 2021, the last time he played. He's had thigh and hamstring injuries, which have ruled him out for a large period. He wasn't even in the squad for the start of 2022 because of the issues that he'd suffered and the severity of those injuries. But he's had his first touch back in football, wearing his navy blue Newcastle United jersey, gold shorts, attacking the goal away to our left, where the Newcastle fans are housed in the second half. And the Tranmere team, no changes for them at half-time, all in white, attacking the goal away to our right-hand side. And Trevor Sinclair, I think Eddie Howe sent his team out very early for the start of the second half with a flea in their ear and told them to get at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can certainly see that happening. They weren't a million miles away, but I just think in that final third, they've got to be sharper, they've got to show their quality, move the ball quicker. You know, you've seen that quality with Tranmere's goal. It was a little bit of intricate play on the halfway line, little triangles, third man run by DeCrass Cogley. It's a beautiful ball into the box, unmissable for Nevitt, and it was a brilliant goal. We've not seen that kind of quality from Newcastle.
Lewis in a tangle with Nevitt. The ball breaks to the right side. O'Connor delivers the ball into the area. Lascelles comes across in front of Hemmings, who was putting pressure on him. It goes out of play on this near side. Tranmere have got Hewell in goal. Byrne, Turnbull and Jameson are back three. Cogley and Bristow the wing backs. McClear, O'Connor and Nolan through the middle. Hemmings and Nevitt are the two up top. And Graham Jones again, the fourth official, is being spoken to by Graham Jones, one of the first team coaches at Newcastle, as Jason Tyndall now takes over in-ear duties for the fourth official, as the throw-in about to be taken by Cogley down this right-hand side. I'll go through the Newcastle lineup for you in just a second. Cogley wiping the ball on a towel and then firing it towards the edge of the 6-yard box. It's flicked into the air by Wood, backwards rather than forwards. It comes back to Jameson, whose shot is blocked by Willock, and it bounces out the penalty area and over on the far side. Back with Tranmere, who are attacking again. A deep cross by O'Connor to the far post. Darlow stretches his arms up into the air, collects it and manages to clear it away. I can understand why there's still a little bit of frustration amongst the Newcastle United contingent. I mean, the bare facts of it are, in the first half, they had their right back Kraft stretchered off, Lascelles had his nose rearranged, and then Kane Hemmings went studs up into the shins of Carl Darlow, and that was only the first half.
Yeah, Anthony Backhouse, I think he's got to officiate this game better. He's got to look after the safety and welfare of players, both players. But as it's Tranmere Rovers players dishing it out, he needs to start getting his yellow card out and just calming this game down a little bit and making it a safe environment for everyone to play.
And it's not one of those accusations where, you know, Premier League players, they don't like it up. I mean, it's proper football.
Not.
It's not that, is it?
100% not. And listen, Newcastle have approached this game well. I think they were on the front foot. They've just lacked a bit of quality in that final third.
And Cogley's taking it down inside his penalty area, taking it wide towards the right-hand side. It's been cleared upfield over the halfway line, and it's then picked off by Nolan, who helps it on. A little flick down the channel by Hemmings, looking for the run of Nevitt, but across comes Lascelles. Deals with it, and will go off to a goal at Adams Park in Abrahams.
Wickham 1, Bristol City 1. Ball crossed in from the byline and headed in at the far post for his first Wickham goal by Ali Al-Hamidi. He was talked up by Gareth Ainsworth before the game on TalkSport 2, and he's delivered tonight. Wickham 1, Bristol City 1.
Ritchie to Anderson, then back to Lewis, who tries to get the cross in. It's blocked by the retreating Nevitt. It's out for the first quarter of the second half for Newcastle United, away to our left-hand side. A little bit more urgency about Newcastle, but still lacking that poise to get the ball into the box with any real decisive action. Forward towards Murphy in the short corner, comes back to Ritchie, who strikes from distance. It hits Willock and then it's cleared away. Again, you know, that's another opportunity to get the ball into the box, and they haven't quite managed it.
Yeah, but I think they have started better. That was great play by Lascelles, stepping past a couple of oncoming defenders. Got the ball into Anderson, who played well. He switched the ball. It was a decent situation for Newcastle. Again, though, that killer pass into the box wasn't there.
Nolan picks it up inside the centre circle, runs into Trippier, goes down, wants a free kick. Mate, on a night like this, you ain't getting that. The ball breaks down and goes into Matt Ritchie, and it's on to Trippier, who's on the overlap. His cross is deflected behind. It's another Newcastle corner, and you're right, they're just revved up at the start of this second half. We played 4 minutes of it. It's Tranmere 1, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, you can sense it from the away fans to our left. The Newcastle United Geordies have come in the numbers, as you'd expect, and they seem buoyed. They seem happy with this second half, the first few minutes of this second half, and I expect this to be the tempo that Newcastle set this second half, and this to continue too.
Lascelles, Dummett and Longstaff queuing up inside the penalty area. There's a bit of wrestling going on at the far post. It comes towards Lascelles, who's turning around to the referee and saying, did you see the rugby tackle there?
Yeah. It just delayed his run round that back stick, and then obviously Trippier, the signaler's gone. He's putting it into the same area, like shelling peas every time the same area, but because Lascelles' run's delayed, he never got to the area when the ball got there, and the ball went harmlessly out for a throw-in for Tranmere.
See, this is interesting because Paul Dummett is trying to turn round to his midfield. So push up high, keep them deep inside their own half here. They're taking time over this throw-in in the right full-back position, which eventually Byrne will launch down the line. Well, he looped it actually, and it's going to be won by a Newcastle head. Anderson heads it forward. It's prodded away by the central defender Turnbull, backheeled by Trippier as they come down the right-hand side again. And Longstaff's pass has been a little bit off over the course of the match, really.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Too short.
I thought if there was going to be a change, maybe it would have been Longstaff, and just bringing in a bit more physicality to stem the flow of challenges going around from the Tranmere players. I thought Joe Linton might have been brought into play, but then you look at the next two fixtures, they've got Wolves and Liverpool in a 3-day period of time. That's probably why you're seeing so many changes from this Newcastle United side.
Yeah, and of course it's a busy couple of weeks for Premier League football. Midweek round next week, we'll have reporters at every single game. Adrian will be out and about as well this Saturday. You're going to Liverpool, Adrian, aren't you? He's going to Liverpool this Saturday to bring you around the grounds Game Day Live from 2:30. We'll be at Southampton versus Manchester United before that on Game Day Live.
I think that was the week I was supposed to triple captain someone, wasn't it? When they have 2 games. What an idiot.
Have you just worked out what fantasy football is?
This is my first year, I'm learning.
Yeah, you're below me in the table, that's all I need to know. Ball is out of play on this near side, corner kick to be taken. If you're below me in the table, you're in real trouble, by the way.
Because you're not great.
And it's going to be a corner kick which Kieran Trippier is going to take. Already created 1 goal with a delivery from the other side of the pitch, and now he's going to try and do the same again here. Right-footed corner kick, swung in towards the 6-yard box. It's a really good delivery, and it's a brilliant bullet header from Chris Wood. Super delivery from Kieran Trippier, who almost single-handedly has turned this game around. A right-footed ball to the edge of the 6-yard box and a bullet header from Chris Wood. Brilliant delivery, well executed, definitely from the training ground. In swinging, loads of whip, loads of pace on it, a little bit of reverse movement from Chris Wood.
The lad that started at the near post spun out, he ran into the area, first contact, glanced it, straight through the goalkeeper, no chance. 2-1, it's been a fantastic start this second half for Newcastle United.
Well, really good header from Chris Wood. It's only the third goal that he has managed for Newcastle United since his move from Burnley. His first goal since he scored against Wolves in April. Only played 20 minutes at the weekend, but with Callum Wilson out for a little while and all eyes turning to a £60 million bid for Alexander Isak, he needed to make sure he made an impact tonight, and he's done that now with a brilliant bullet header.
Yeah, great movement, great contact. He got there. The all-important thing is get the first contact on them crosses, because it's so close to the goal. If you're the person getting the first contact, if you hit the target, every chance you're going to score a goal, and that's exactly what Chris Wood did there. But again, Trippier, what has he played 10 minutes of this game? He's already got 2 assists. Unbelievable quality.
Yeah, I mean, that delivery from the right-hand side was absolutely brilliant. I mean, marking was shocking, but the delivery was absolutely sensational. And it was the speed at which it was delivered in as well, which meant that once he connected with the ball, the velocity of the header which came off Chris Wood was too much for anyone to handle.
Absolutely, but you have to say, sometimes when you put a ball into an area at the right pace, if he's beat Kane Hemmings, which he did, it was just too high for Kane Hemmings, who was that near post spaceman. If you beat him and you get the first contact, you're getting a goal, and that's exactly what happened. But the quality of Kieran Trippier, it's just outstanding. It's obvious for everyone to see.
Obviously, there's too many games in football and everyone plays too much, but this game's for charity. Barcelona against Manchester City tonight, and I know you probably are going to go back and stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning watching it.
Oh no.
Barcelona 0, Manchester City 1, Julian Alvarez.
I'm excited about this boy. He's slipped in a little bit under the radar because of Erling Haaland, and I've seen a little snippet of him, I think, against Bayern Munich in America. And a couple of more little bits and bobs.
He was all right in the Community Shield when he came on.
Yeah, he's a man. He does remind me of. I have to say, he reminds me of Aguero. He's just like, he's thick set. He looks fearless and.
Ball down the left for Lewis, who's trying to get on the end of a pass from Murphy, and once again Cogley gets across and does a good job to get the ball out and away from danger. He has then given away a throw-in, which Newcastle are determined to take quickly. Murphy down the left, that was a foul. It's going to be a free kick. Oh no, it's not. Of course it's not.
Got away run again there.
I think it's Anderson who has played the ball. He just disappeared behind one of the posts that holds up the roof here in the main stand at Prenton Park. But I think it was Anderson who's back on his feet now. He felt as if he was found and kicked on the ankle.
Yeah, he was. It was a no-touch turn. He kind of stepped in as if he was going to touch the ball and let it run across his body. The defender was wrong side, come through his calf, and he's got away with it.
And Newcastle at the moment determined to survive a bruising encounter. Wood has just gone up with Jordan Turnbull, who's left a little bit on the New Zealander. Didn't really make an impact, just slipped off Chris Wood. Anderson forward, but doesn't manage to get beyond O'Connor, who turns it back to Nolan. Nolan engages with Lascelles. Lascelles fancies that battle, holds him off, plays it to the right. That gave Anderson a bit of a job with a fizz pass from 5 yards, but he kept it in well. And then it's moved up the pitch quickly by Murphy, deep from inside his own half, out to the right, and Trippier scampers over halfway. He's got company on that right-hand side from Ritchie. Willock takes over, and then takes too many touches, needed to pop it straight out to the right-hand side, didn't. As a result, came back into midfield, and now Tranmere have got numbers back behind the ball. 56 on the clock. And it's 2-1 to Newcastle away at Prenton Park in the Carabao Cup second round. Lovely ball through the legs of the defender by Wood into Lewis, then back to Anderson. Edge of the box is Longstaff. They need to get it in the area now. Dart by Ritchie down the side, might be able to centre the ball back into the penalty area. They can't quite get it clear, and then there was a challenge in the middle of the box on Longstaff by McClear, but there was nothing really in that, and it's cleared away by Tranmere upfield. But again, Newcastle quick to it. Again, Lascelles feels as if Hemmings has gone up with an elbow into his face, and now he's got more blood streaming from his nose again, and he's looking at the bench and asking the question, any chance? How many hooters am I going to go through?
Yeah, it's I think, listen, once you've done your nose, if you get a little tiny tap on it, which that might have, I didn't really see much in the challenge there from Kane Hemmings. We'll look at it again, but I mean, initially I thought it wasn't a terrible challenge. But like I say, once your nose opens up, any little tap on it, it's going to start it bleeding again.
hurts as well when you get your...
It does, but the important thing is...
So annoying.
The important thing is Lascelles is winning the first ball and Newcastle players is picking up the second ball. That wasn't happening enough in the first half.
Leeds 3, Barnsley 1 over on TalkSport 2. Leeds look like they've secured passage through to the next round of the competition. Forest Green Rovers are 2-0 down at home to Brighton. Wycombe 1, Bristol City 1. And you're listening to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Going to be a change, and Nolan is coming off. I think that's Nolan who's coming off, and coming on in his place is Josh Hawkes. First change for Tranmere Rovers. It's pretty like for like, really, to be honest with you. Josh Hawkes, the former Sunderland and Hartlepool left-sided midfielder, 23 years of age, been involved quite a bit already this season. I mean, looking at the pictures of Jamal Lascelles, I mean, there is claret everywhere.
Yeah, but he's a centre-half. This is expected when you're playing centre. You're just looking at the challenge again. There's not really that much in it. I don't even see... He probably headed the ball with his nose. But because it's already... It started that flow of blood, any little tap on that nose, it's going to open up again and it's going to start to bleed.
I don't think there was anything wrong with what Hemmings was doing apart from the grabbing of the shirt, which wasn't, which certainly wasn't hurting his nose, I don't think.
He certainly likes a physical duel.
Barca 1, City 1. Aubameyang. Ooh. He's supposed to be part of that huge £160 million spending spree that Chelsea seem to be going on between now and the transfer window. We'll update you with everything that happens between now and the closing of the transfer window next Thursday night. Alex Crook and Jim White will be taking you through the transfer window closing right here on TalkSport. Tonight, you'll be able to have your say on all the action. 03717 223344. It's the Sports Bar, open for business with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Here is Murphy setting up Willock. Willock, who hasn't scored as many goals since signing on a permanent deal as he did when he was on loan. The ball goes out to the left. It's curled into the box by Lewis. It's behind Murphy and goes out on the far side. Trippier keeps it in, looks up, wants to send it straight back into the box, decides against doing that because there wasn't enough movement from Wood. It's clipped out towards this near touchline, and Newcastle have it again. And they also have the lead by 2-1.
Yeah, he hasn't scored as many goals, Joe Willock. I mean, that form that he had when he was on loan was outstanding. But what I tell you, the game against Manchester City, he was outstanding.
He was indeed. And here is Murphy down the right, trying to get a crossing. It's blocked and cleared away out on the far side.
He's just got great legs. He knows when to break the lines and get him beyond the defenders.
Back into the box it goes again. Trippier pinging the ball towards Willock. It's headed away and it's collected on the edge of the penalty area by Longstaff. Trippier this time with a hit and hope towards goal. Flicked on by Wood. Willock trying to get hold of it. Chests it down. Real chance to get on the end of this one, but it's blocked by Byrne, who did well to get across and cover after Turnbull had been taken out of the game. And it was cleared away by Tranmere and up over the halfway line. Yeah, he scored a miraculous 6 goals right at the end of that 2021 season, didn't he? Which almost single-handedly saved Newcastle United.
And got him his move.
Since then, 2 goals in 34. But here he is again, played in down the right channel, getting to the edge of the box, and Turnbull once again gets across and does enough to put it out for a corner.
Yeah, good defending by Turnbull. But again, them runs, them really lung-busting runs where you get beyond your own forwards and the back line. He keeps on doing it. He's got legs for fun, and you love to see that in a central midfielder because it's such a big asset to have as a midfield player to be able to offer that kind of breaking lines runs.
Corner over on the far side, and it will be taken by Kieran Trippier. Who else? Right-footed. He'll aim it towards the penalty spot where there's a few waiting for it, including Anderson, who hits the ball on the volley and misses the target as he held off the challenge of his marker, got his body in the right shape, just couldn't wrap his foot around it and ended up almost side foot volleying the ball just wide of the left-hand upright.
Yeah, they're all playing to Trippier's tune, aren't they? It's Trippier +1. You know, the goal, outstanding ball into Lascelles. The second goal, absolutely brilliant from Trippier, Chris Wood. And then there again, Trippier set piece. Anderson first contact, just misses the target.
62 on the clock. Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2. The draw for the third round of the competition, by the way, is straight after this game. Another decision has gone against Tranmere. They're not happy about it, but then again, there's about 50 decisions which Newcastle aren't happy about. Oh, and now the referee is unhappy. What's the referee unhappy about? He doesn't know which way the throw should have gone.
He's given a foul throw.
He hasn't given a foul
He
throw,
has given a foul throw.
Eddie Howe absolutely furious. Jason Tindall standing in the way of the taker. It's all getting a little bit narky on the touchline. 2-1 the score in Newcastle's favour. Certainly it hasn't been an easy night for Newcastle United, that is for sure. Jameson down the left for Tranmere. Miscontrolled by Hemmings, and it goes out and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Graham Jones has just come out to the technical area to have a word with Eddie Howe. Jason Tindall, again, is in the ear of the fourth official. The fourth official may well need to go and have his ears cleaned out after this game, Martin Woods, because he has been the subject of quite a lot of verbals from the Newcastle bench.
But the problem is, you hear about, you see the players and how much effort they take to get themselves in the condition to play at the top of their ability, and then to be hacked down like they have at times in this game. That's why they're getting into the referee's ear.
I've just seen the Julian Alvarez goal. Inaki Peña is the Barcelona goalkeeper. He's not the regular goalkeeper, that's Marc-Andre ter Stegen, but he has just dropped one. Let's just put it that way.
It's a gift.
It was a routine grab out of the sky, and he's just dropped it on the toes of Alvarez, 4 yards from goal. And I don't think he'll have an easier chance to score a goal.
He was there though. You've got to be in the right place at the right time. Well done to him.
Trev, that's about the most blue-tinted thing you've said today, and believe me, you say a lot of blue-tinted things.
Hey, listen, if you don't make that pressure on the goalkeeper, even if he drops it, it doesn't end up in the back of the net with your name on a goal-scoring chart.
Yeah, he might have well not been there, the goalie, really, let's be honest about it. It's 2-1 to Newcastle here, live on TalkSport. On TalkSport 2, Leeds are currently leading Barnsley by 3-1, and we may well get one penalty shootout tonight, because it's Wycombe 1, Bristol City 1. Brighton are leading Forest Green by 2-0. And Newcastle are hoping to extend their lead here, because the ball is on the left as they look at it, inside Tranmere territory. It's slid out of play by O'Connor, and it's a Newcastle throw which Longstaff wants to take. Anderson runs forward, but it's Wood dropping deep who picks it up. Connects the ball back to Lascelles, and then Trippier with a delivery deep towards the far post. It's flicked away by O'Connor, and then it goes out of play. That doesn't quite go out of play, because now they're almost as scared of giving away a corner as they would be giving away a penalty, because Kieran Trippier is on the pitch. And Kieran Trippier's delivery against the defence that's only just been put together, a League Two defence, as you would expect, a little bit vulnerable from such seismic and incisive delivery.
Yeah.
Here he is again on the right-hand side, getting to the edge of the penalty area. It's given to Murphy, and Murphy's pass is a poor one.
Yeah, good tracking as well by the Tranmere midfield player. He knew it was going to be a third man run, and he tracked it really well, stuck to task, and got his reward by intercepting the pass.
You're listening to TalkSport, and it's kick-off with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, be gambleaware.org. And the ball is at the feet of Paul Dummett. Dummett clipping the ball forward now, looking for Murphy. Murphy's onside here. Jamal Lewis has gone in front of him, and he's played it straight to him, but he didn't quite get there, and Hewitt almost missed the ball as he ran between him. I don't know whether or not Lewis was expecting that to come to him, but he made a good run on beyond the last defender.
Yeah, it was a good run. I think Murphy was caught between two passes. The one that, like, the shorter one into the feet, or the cross into the box. He's almost done a bit of both, and it's ended up going harmlessly through to the goalkeeper.
Well, this will be another game, fourth game of the season that Newcastle have gone unbeaten in, if they manage to see themselves over the line here, but there's still 24 minutes to go.
I think the threat's a lot less coming from Tranmere at the moment.
Very little threat in the second half, haven't we, from Tranmere, after what was a sprightly first 45 minutes from the home side. The Newcastle fans certainly buoyed away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at the facts, I think they've only had one shot on target, and that was the goal. So defensively, I think they've been pretty good, Newcastle. It's just in that final third, just need to have a little bit more quality, a little bit more zest, a little bit more creativity. And if they do that, as you can see, you know, from the goals they've scored, it's set pieces that they're reliant on.
Ball sent down the right, looking for Wood. It's over his shoulder. He might get on the end of it. He stabbed it goalwards. It's a really good save from point-blank range by Hewitt, the goalkeeper. He had to react well there, Chris Wood. He flicked out his right foot, stabbed it goalwards,
and he wasn't too far away from the goalkeeper, who came out very quickly, smothered the chance, and it was a good stop.
Yeah, good stop. Just a little shove. As Chris Wood was about to pull the trigger by Kyle Jameson, he was wrong side, but he just put just lent into him, just to put him off balance a little bit. But in the end, it was a really good save by Hewitt in the Tranmere goal.
Jameson's gone down now, he needs treatment, so we've got another pause in play. We've had far too many stoppages during this match, and all the Newcastle players start to come over towards the near touchline to get a little bit of instruction and a bit of fluid. It's been quite a humid day today, although on the coast it's a little bit less so. I think they've signalled that they're going to make a change, Tranmere Rovers, to the centre half, Jameson.
I think it looks like his right hamstring.
Yeah, he's just getting back to his feet now. I don't think he's going to be able to continue. He's tugging his right hamstring, and that will be the end of his night. So we'll go off to Ian Danter at the New Lawn.
20 minutes to go. Forest Green 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2. It remains. Those first half strikes from Dennis Undav and Stephen Alzate putting Brighton in command. But Forest Green almost reduced the arrears 10 minutes into the second half. Raking crossfield pass from Bailey Cargill, the centre half, picking out substitute Carl McAllister. He threatened to shoot as he weaved his way across the box from right to left, eventually setting up Josh March at the far post, who saw his effort beaten behind for a corner by Jason Steele. They're coming forward again, and the ball's just deflected behind for a corner kick. They're still trying to reduce the arrears here, the League One side, but Brighton, having made 11 changes, remember, holding steady. 19 to play. Forest Green 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 2.
And what's the latest down at Adams Park for TalkSport's Ian Abrahams?
Still Wycombe 1, Bristol City 1. Ali Al-Hamidi's header cancelling out the early goal scored by Dylan Kadji, but Bristol City should be back in front again. Lovely ball in from the right-hand side. Chris Martin diving header 3 yards out. I tell you what, the clocks are going down here. Chris Martin should have scored. It's Bristol City 1-1 here with Wycombe Wanderers.
And off to David Tanner, who's watching PSV Eindhoven against Rangers. A mammoth game for Giovanni van Bronckhorst. What's the latest?
And an hour played, it's still PSV 0, Rangers 0. PSV have lost their focal point, their captain, Luke de Jong, to injury. And Tom Lawrence, the Welsh international, has just hit the bar for Rangers. PSV 0, Rangers 0.
Joel Linton is about to come on. So is Sven Botman. Sven Botman's come on for Jamal Lascelles. He's gone. I think he's probably gone straight to the nearest hospital to have a rhinoplasty. Joel Linton is going to come on for Chris Willock, and there's been a goal in Eindhoven for David Tanner.
60 minutes gone, it's PSV 0, Rangers 1, and it's Antonio Cholak who scored the opening goal at Ibrox, who's done the same again in the Netherlands. PSV 0, Rangers 1, with Rangers half an hour away from the group stage of the Champions League.
That's great news, isn't it, Trevor?
Absolutely brilliant for Rangers. They really need to be in the Champions League, and that's given them a lifeline.
Yeah, you didn't do that when the goal went in. We were all cheering for Rangers, and you were miserable as sin. But yeah, you're supposed to talk into the microphone, mate. Ball is out of play on this near side, and it's McClear who's going to take the throw. No, he's going to leave it now for Cogley. A couple of changes for both these two teams now as we go into the final 20 minutes of the match. Cogley's going to throw it in. He's just wiping the ball clean. They brought on Paul Lewis here for Jameson, and it's more of a midfield option, so they're going to have to switch it round at the back. But it's worth gambling now with 20 minutes to go and only one goal in it. Cogley with the throw in towards the near post, flicked on at that near post by Byrne, and then it's cleared away into the midfield and then chucked back towards halfway. Cogley plays it against Jamal Lewis. It took a little flick off the right full-back, and it goes out for another throw to Newcastle United. They've got possession back again. Sven Botman coming into the team. I mean, he looks absolutely massive in real life.
Yeah, big boy. Been impressive with him as well. He's not been as aggressive.
Oh, Kieran Trippier's given the ball away over on the far side to Kane Hemmings. Luckily, it went backwards rather than forwards, but that was a bit of a mistake by the Newcastle United right full-back. It's in towards the edge of the penalty area. Botman deals with it, and then Trippier keeps it in, and then plays it against Bristow, and it goes out of play and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Sorry, back to Botman.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him. He's a giant of a guy, and I think he's slotted in really well in this Newcastle defence. I thought he'd be more of a threat on offensive corners and set pieces for
Newcastle. That might be something that happens over the course of the season. I mean, he looks. Do you know what he reminds me of? Do you know Nicholas Schuler at Bayern Munich?
I do, yes.
He looks a little bit as if he's built like him, very big and broad and tall, but really thick set as well.
Good athlete, good athlete.
Ball cleared away by Darlow, up over the halfway line. The flick on is by Wood, and then it's aimed towards Ritchie. Wood has got it again. Ritchie's on the far side, the right. I think many people thought that Matt Ritchie might try and chip in with a goal or two today, but he's only started one of the last 28 Premier League games. Certainly not been a regular in the team under Eddie Howe. Many people thought he might be. The ball is on the halfway line, flicked forward by Lewis, and then it's sent forward, aimed towards Chris Wood. Doesn't reach him. Joel Linton helps it forward now. Out to the right, and Trippier, and then on to Ritchie. Ritchie cutting towards the edge of the penalty area, stretching for the ball was Anderson, who then closed down O'Connor, and it goes out of play and away for a goal kick. They're playing back four now, aren't they? Tranmere Rovers, an extra man in midfield, just trying to get hold of the ball, trying to rekindle their threat that they had in that first 20 minutes of the game when they scored the opener in this match, but two set pieces from Kieran Trippier have turned the tide, and Newcastle lead by 2-1.
Yeah, I've already been impressed with Joel Linton since he's come onto the field of play. He's won a header, he then picked up the ball, spread it wide, then he's shouting at his teammates to slide across laterally with the goalkeeper taking the ball down the right, and he's like, come on, get across. I just think that's great leadership from Joel Linton. He looks a proper midfielder, to be fair.
Is that your best Portuguese accent? Ball on the right side, Trippier into Longstaff again, just not quite on it. He lost control of the ball, invited pressure, and then it pops out towards the far side. And poor Lewis,
bit of ring rust. I've said it early doors. He just didn't look right. He was forcing things, giving the ball away.
Botman's in a foot race over on the far side with Nevitt. He wins that, gets it back to his goalkeeper, but it was a bit of a heavy pass. And he sliced by Darlow behind and away for a corner. And there was a very heavy pass from Botman. Didn't know his own strength there. And Darlow ended up under a little bit of scrutiny as he sliced the ball into the copper way to our right. That's presented a chance for Tranmere with 15 minutes to go. Live on TalkSport. Over on TalkSport 2, Leeds United about to go through against Barnsley. Here, maybe the game is still in the balance. Ball over on the far side. Corner about to come in. Left hand up and then swung towards Byrne at the far post. He rises, heads it down into the penalty area. Was there a handball there? The ball seemed to pop off the chest for me, and it goes behind and away for another corner away to our left hand side.
Yeah, it's a great ball in. I looked at the near post area and you had Botman and Joel Linton. I thought, if you hit that area, there's only one winner. It went far post. The Tranmere player got the first contact and it seemed to pop up off the arm. I'm not sure he could do anything about it. He was right next to his body.
Right next to his body. If it was, I thought it came off his chest. It's gone out for a throw actually down by the corner flag, and Cogley is going to grab hold of that towel again and start to toss the ball in torpedo-like towards the near post, and it goes right the way through the penalty area. It went far too far across the box, and then a bit of pushing and shoving has been spotted by the referee. And a free kick has been given right on the edge of the 6-yard box. A goal at Adams Park. Could it be a winner, Ian Abrahams?
Could well be. 13 minutes to go. Wycombe Wanderers 1, Bristol City 2. Fabulous goal this. Ball crossed in deep from the left-hand side for last year's League 2 Player of the Year, Kane Wilson, signed from Forest Green Rovers to volley in on the right-hand side of the penalty area, his first goal for the Robins. Wycombe 1, Bristol City 2.
And remember, Rangers are leading in Eindhoven, are on the verge of going through to the Champions League group stages. You've seen a replay of that penalty incident. Did it hit Chris Wood's arm? Well, it was definitely above the T-shirt line if it did.
Yeah, it bobbed up. It was probably on his shoulder area, nowhere near the arm. But his arm does come out, so you can understand why the Tranmere fans were calling for it.
Free kick has been given to Tranmere. Newcastle got to be a little bit careful here. They haven't put the game to bed yet. 2-1 they lead. McClear with the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. It's headed away and picked up on halfway. Oof, straight into the face of Anderson by Ethan Bristow. on halfway, and the ball goes scampering into the left full-back area. Botman wins the first challenge, then gives it away. It slides all the way through to Nevitt, edge of the area. He's got 2 defenders for company. He takes it wide. He needs a bit of support. He's getting it now from Bristow, who crosses in towards the back post. Joel Linton is there, and he takes no chances, and he forces it behind and away for a corner.
Yeah, brilliant cross into the box as well to keep it alive. Joel Linton, perfect position you need to be in. Just see the ball out, get first contact and put it out for a corner. Let's deal with this.
2-1 to Newcastle United. 13 to go. Newcastle having a bit of defending to do, and for the first time in this second half, Tranmere having a spell. McAleer sends the ball deep towards the far post. The header is by Turnbull towards the edge of the box, the 6-yard box. Joel Linton goes across again and snuffles it behind, and it's away for another corner kick. And McAleer turns to the supporters in the Kop away to our right, who were doing the Who just a minute ago and now trying to pull the ball into the net at the Kop end. It's fired in by McAleer and it's caught by Darlow, who comes out steaming into his box and drives his arms into the sky and pulls it into his chest. A couple of rolls, and now Newcastle take the pressure off.
Yeah, the first corner was excellent, got enough height just to miss out Darlow. The second one was a little bit lower and Darlow was able to come out and just dictate that situation and take the ball and take all the pressure off.
Anderson being shackled in midfield by Lewis. The ball ricochets into the Tranmere half. It comes back via Longstaff, who gives it away, and Trippier doesn't get hold of it. And now it breaks down the left for Hemmings, who's charging towards the Newcastle 18-yard box. It's whipped in towards Nevitt, bounces just in front of the goalkeeper, and it just popped up nicely for Darlow. Could have been a difficult one, but he just read that perfectly, and it was cleared away. It was a decent ball in that, actually, from Hawkes from the far left-hand side.
Yeah, brilliant ball in. He just got it on his right-hand side and whipped it in nice and low. Darlow did well to read the flight of the ball, because if it gets a nick, it goes in the goal. But he did well to read the flight of the ball and take it comfortably.
Newcastle never won this competition, runners-up in 1976 to Manchester City after a replay. Their best showing in this League Cup. Eddie Howe certainly would love to be the man that took them to a trophy. He said he doesn't think about it every day, but it is one of his dreams to lift the trophy as the manager of Newcastle United. The last captain to do so was Jimmy Scoular, 1955. That was a major trophy. They have won the Intercity Fairs Cup in '69 since then, but that's like claiming the Zenith Data Systems Trophy as one to celebrate. Although, let's be honest, when you haven't won anything else. You're listening to Kickoff on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Play at ladbrokes.com, 18+, begambleaware.org. Remember, Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy are poised by the telephones, ready to take you and your calls. 03717 223344 is the number to call.
I think credit to Mickey Mellon, you know, he's put that extra midfielder in and it's changed the game. You know, I think they've got on the front foot, they're picking up a lot of second balls and they're getting the ball into the box in comfortable areas. So, yeah, well done to Mickey Mellon.
Newcastle have given the ball away far too cheaply in certain areas of the pitch, and that's another example of it. You know, when you've got the ball in your possession, you've got to keep hold of it, and they just relinquish that far too easily. Here is McClear, down the right it goes, picked up by Lewis, who's trying to tussle and get away from Botman, who says, nah, that's mine, thank you very much, pushes him to the floor, slides it into the path of Joe Linton, and it's clear. Oh, it's a poor ball forward though, cut out by O'Connor initially, but one back by Longstaff. Then Trippier shut down on the far side. The ricochet sends the ball back into the right fullback area, but Trippier is hobbling. He's gone down because as he went to clear the ball, his foot went into O'Connor, and as a result of that, he looks as if he's picked up an injury. Not another one, surely.
Yeah, he took too long on the ball there. You know, looking for the big diagonal pass. He needed to play it shorter and get that space. He didn't do that, and it was a good fair challenge. Got something on the ball, quite aggressive. And he's obviously feeling the effects of that. But once again, great defending in this left-back position by Botman. You know, really bullied the forward there, won the ball cleanly and set Newcastle on the way.
Well, he hurt his foot, didn't he, when he first came to Newcastle United?
Yeah.
But the last thing you want will to have a repetition of that injury. Off to Eindhoven in just a second, but a long throw coming in from the far side. The Tranmere left. It's tossed in by Bristow, headed away by Trippier. Out as far as O'Connor, who recycles it back to the left. Bristow drives the ball in towards the far post, away by Murphy. Collected in the right wing position by McClear, but he allows it to run out of play because he wants to get Cogley up to take another one of his torpedo throws. We will get to Eindhoven in just a second. There's 20 minutes left there. There's 9 minutes left here. Cogley just rubbing his jersey down in front of us on the ball, trying to make sure that it's completely dry and get proper purchase on that ball, then decides to go short instead, gets it back and then produces a cross into the box. It's headed by Turnbull towards goal, but there was not enough power in that effort, and it was an easy catch for Darlow away to our right.
Yeah, good ball into the box. Just wasn't enough pace on the ball and he couldn't generate it with his neck. Hit the target, but very comfortable for Darlow there in the Newcastle goal. This has been a really good reaction though, since going 1-0 up and then going 2-1 down. Sometimes you can feel a little bit sorry for yourself. You're against Premier League players, they're making substitutes, bringing big players on. But they stepped up well.
Great crossfield ball out towards the left-hand side for Lewis. He wants it back again in the centre of the park. Lewis held on to it for a long time. Dropping to pick it up is Murphy, just outside the Tranmere penalty area. Dead centre of the Tranmere half is Joe Linton, who turns, goes back to the halfway line, and then he moves forward, tries to ping it out towards the near touchline. Lewis takes one touch, a second, a third. Needed to play it straight down the left-hand side, but came backwards instead, and Newcastle take it all the way back to their goalkeeper, so we'll go to Eindhoven and David Tanner.
74 minutes gone, it's still PSV 0, Rangers 1, and the goal scored by Antonio Cholak followed some real comic cuts defending. The goalkeeper rolled the ball out to Andre Romalo, who completely lost his bearings, and Malik Tillman dispossessed him, ran to the right, crossed it in for Cholak, who cracked home his 5th Rangers goal. Rangers have been on top since then. 74 minutes gone, it's PSV 0, Rangers 1.
Substitution in the offing here at Prenton Park, and it is Bruno Guimaraes who is about to come on for Eddie Howe's team as he looks to try and close out the game. Longstaff forward into the feet of Anderson, who gets a whack from behind. Ball goes back to Ritchie. Ritchie plays it through the centre circle, and now it's on to Dummett. Dummett wide to the left and collected by Joe Linton, who weaves his way past McAleer rather easily, then runs into the middle of the park, lays it off to Ritchie, then Longstaff, and then out from Trippier into the right channel. Murphy goes backwards, Ritchie further right again. Anderson tries to play it back to Ritchie, but it's too close to Hawks, who's got back into a defensive position. It goes out for a goal kick away to our left, and the change is going to be made by Eddie Howe, and on comes Bruno Guimaraes, and he replaces Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, Hawks has done that on a couple of occasions, just stuck to his task and tracked the man into the box. Really good disciplined player. Or else I think Newcastle could have created a really good opportunity there, but he stuck to his task and made the interception. Great play from him.
Bruno Guimaraes has come on, and we can go off to Adams Park. Ian Abrahams.
3.5 minutes to go. Still Wycombe 1, Bristol City 2. Bristol City are looking for a third to really wrap this up. Semenya on as a sub, very nearly setting up. Alex Scott a couple of minutes ago got to the byline, fizzed it across. They went right across the penalty area. Still Wycombe 1, Bristol City 2.
Any chance of a Forest Green comeback at the new lawn? Ian Dante.
They've been pushing hard. 2 minutes of normal time to go. Forest Green 0, Brighton Hove Albion 2. We've just seen Carl McAllister put through left-hand side of the penalty area, but his shot was well blocked by Jason Steele. He's had a couple of efforts to save in this second half. Good spirited stuff from the League One side, but Brighton still holding firm as we edge towards stoppage time. Forest Green 0, Brighton Hove Albion 2.
Yeah, it's almost a word that I'd use about Tranmere, spirited, but maybe it was a little bit more than that in the first half.
Just a bit. Yeah, some really hefty challenges coming in from the Tranmere players. I think Mickey Mellon will be really pleased with that, because if you don't get contacted, if you don't become physical against the Premier League side, which are 89 positions above you in the league, then they're going to pass you off the pitch, and they've not enabled Newcastle to do that. Whether it's in the laws of the game is another thing.
Bruno Guimaraes over on the far side plays it into Wood. There's a slide tackle by Hawks, which is actually going back towards his own goal, and he's made this slide tackle about 15 yards outside his own penalty area on the left-hand side, but going backwards rather than forwards, and he's sent it right out the ground and out for a corner.
That just shows you how much commitment he went into that challenge. Yeah, they've been really aggressive. I think there's a line that you don't go over. and at times I think that line has been breached. But in general, they've been really spirited and they've been very competitive in this game.
Corner kick, 87 on the clock. Trippier to take it from the right. Botman trying to get away from his marker. It's heading towards the near post. Botman with a header, tipped over the top. Well, Trevor, you want him to be a threat from set pieces, and certainly he was there. That was a brilliant bit of movement, shrugging off the attentions of Byrne, coming round the back towards the near post and a thunderous header towards goal, which was tipped over the top of the crossbar.
Yeah, great play again, one from the training ground. I think Eddie Howe and his coaching team will be really pleased with the execution of the set pieces and the chances that they've created, because not only have they got the 2 goals from set pieces, they've also created their best opportunities from set pieces. So, yeah, excellent play.
Another corner for Trippier to take, right side. Botman being held on to inside the penalty area. It's aimed towards that near post, flicked into the air. It will drop on the edge of the box. Hawks will get hold of it. Murphy will try and keep it alive. Longstaff will chase it down towards the corner. He does that, stops Bristow from clearing it, and it goes out of play and away for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. And the Newcastle fans have brought their fashion with them. They have got the black and white striped shirts on behind the goal, or skins.
Hey, listen, it's a tradition. I'm sure they're not going to break.
I mean, we are on the sort of almost on the coast, aren't we, here? So, you know.
It is very mild this evening.
It is mild this evening. Don't think I'd be wearing no top at all, though.
No comment.
What do you mean?
I've seen your physique.
Have you?
I think so, yeah.
It's called stalking. The ball is cleared away by Dummett up over the halfway line and goes through towards the edge of the Tranmere penalty area. We've got 90 seconds to go. And Newcastle are leading here. Trippier forward. Longstaff's not going to get there. O'Connor does. Again, that was another one of those challenges that you could just see going the wrong way.
Well, it did a little bit. He left his foot in there, O'Connor, and Longstaff certainly felt that. There'll be a few bruises in this Newcastle side tomorrow on the treatment table.
That was a foul throw over on the far side by Bristow. Referee didn't call it back this time. Forward by Gramares, who just goes crunching into another challenge. And then just maybe just hurt his groin as he did that, Bruno Guimaraes. And that's the last thing you want, an injury to him. Such a good playmaker at the bottom of the midfield. Do you know, no player has made more tackles per 90 in 2022 than Bruno.
He seems a very angry and competitive man.
Here he is again on the ball, and well, I think he was trying to flick that in behind the defence for someone to run onto, but it looked like he was going for goal, overhit it. Maybe that anger just came out a little bit too much there. There's a cross from Bristow into the centre, away by Dummett. And poked out over on the far side. And Longstaff trying to keep it in, can't do so. It's a throw-in to Tranmere. And we're just about to reach stoppage time.
Dummett's got cramp. He's got a real problem. He's just trying to squeeze up to play the Tranmere forwards offside, but he's got a real problem with his calf, I think.
He hasn't played very much football recently. He steers the ball away. He's still hobbling with cramp. It's chested down by Wood onto Joel Linton. He holds on to the ball. The pass to Murphy is gone because he's in offside position. They're going down the left side now with Joel Linton. 6 minutes of added time at the end of the second half, which seems remarkable, bearing in mind in the first half we had a player stretch it off when we only had 5. Here on the right-hand side, the ball is with Trippier. 6 minutes then to play at the end of the 90. Between Tranmere and Newcastle, with the Premier League side leading by 2-1. They had to come back from a goal down after Levitt put the League 2 side in front. But Newcastle got back into it just before half-time and then went ahead just after. Here is Joe Linton onto Longstaff, who dives in with a tackle on Cogley. It goes out of play, so we'll go down to a goal at the New Lawn, and Ian Danta.
All over really. Forest Green 0, Brighton 3 in stoppage time. Ewan Ferguson, the young Irishman, little cheeky flick from a ball, put back from the byline, just flicked it with his back heel beyond the keeper and it rolled into the net. Full time, nearly approaching. It's Forest Green 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 3.
Another drinks break here during stoppage time after the most punctuated second half I can remember for a long time. Carl Darlow's got a problem on the edge of the D. He's got the physio on. Paul Dummett's got cramp. He's being stretched out by anyone who will lift his legs. And people were taking drinks on the near side, so we might as well go off to Wickham, where there's been a goal, Ian Abraham.
All over here, Wickham 1, Bristol City 3, on the break, Conway down the right-hand side, very unselfish as the keeper came out at him, square for Semenya to put into an open net. Trevor, me, you, even Adrian would have scored it. It's Wickham 1, Bristol City 3.
And off to Eindhoven for David Tanner.
And it's still PSV 0, Rangers 1 with 8 minutes left of the 90. And Ruud van Nistelrooy, the PSV coach, is looking very, very frustrated at the side of the pitch because Rangers have just stifled this game since going ahead through Kovac a few minutes ago. It's 82 minutes gone, PSV 0, Rangers 1.
Well, he didn't miss a thing here because the throw-in that stopped the game initially still hasn't been taken. Full time at the New Lawn, Forest Green Rovers 0, Brighton 3, Brighton, Graham Potter are through to the next round of the competition, the draw for which is coming up, and we'll bring you a reaction to it here on TalkSport in the Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara. Remember, Sports Breakfast tomorrow, 6 o'clock, Alan and Gabby together at 6. At 8 o'clock, Neil Warnock will join them. Ball shifted out towards the left, Tranmere looking for a late equaliser. And Bristow has delivered the ball into the box, which is blocked, and gone behind for a corner, right at the last.
Yeah, good play. Just in the centre of the park there, again picking up second balls. I think Botman should have just cleared the ball. He tried to bring it down, his touch was poor, and he's gifted the Tranmere players in midfield a chance to get it wide. It went wide, it was a decent cross in, and it was deflected out for a corner.
Every Tranmere player is in the penalty area, apart from one. As the ball goes in towards the back post, it's missed by O'Connor. And it goes past Turnbull and goes out for a throw into Newcastle. They thought that that was going to be a Tranmere throw, and in fact they're surrounding the referee to scream at Anthony Backhouse and complain about the fact that that should have been a throw to Tranmere. I haven't seen it back, but
I think Botman gets first contact and it ends up going out for a throw-in. So yeah, I agree that should probably be a Tranmere throw-in.
It was interesting as that corner was being readied. The backroom staff were urging everyone in white forward. The goalkeeper went, "Can I go?" They went, "No, stay where you are."
Keepers.
Ball tossed forward by Turnbull into the channel, and Kane Hemmings is not going to give up the fight here. He's trying to force Joel Linton into an error. It doesn't quite get there, and it goes behind, and it's away for a goal kick. And Joel Linton will just drop the ball and allow more seconds to tick away on the clock away to our left-hand side. We played 49 minutes and 5 seconds of the second half. We've got another 2 minutes of added time still to play here at Prenton Park on what has been a really competitive and aggression-fueled night between Tranmere and Newcastle United, and it looks as if Newcastle United are just about going to get away with passage into round 3 of the Carabao Cup.
They certainly had to earn it, haven't they, sir?
Oh, absolutely. This club's got a rich tradition with this competition. They were finalists in 2000. They were runners-up to Leicester City. They even got back into the game after Matt Elliott had put Leicester in front. David Kelly with their only goal in a major final. He played for both these two clubs. And it looks as if their cup run is going to come to an end, and Wood is trying to make sure of that by trying to get in behind Byrne, and Byrne, under pressure from the New Zealanders, sees it back to his goalkeeper. It's hacked clear towards the halfway line. It's only the second defeat in 11 home games that Tranmere have suffered. And this crowd usually gets bang for their buck. Full time at Leeds over on TalkSport 2. Leeds United 3, Barnsley 1. And Leeds through the next round of the competition. Newcastle hope to join them in the next few minutes. Here live on TalkSport. Ball headed away by Joel Linton. Forward again by Cogley. One by Longstaff, and then sent wide to the right, where scampering up to the halfway line is Kieran Trippier, who's made such a difference in this game. He's found Bruno Guimaraes, lots of space in the middle of the park. He moves up towards the edge of the area, tries to slip it left to Wood, spotted the pass but couldn't execute it because Jordan Turnbull managed to step in and win it back for Tranmere. Still 2-1 to Newcastle, given away by McLear, and it's picked up by Bruno Guimaraes. Richie wanted it played earlier, it didn't come to him. It's played wide instead to Trippier. 51 minutes have now been played. That's all 6 minutes that have been added by the referee. The Newcastle machine about to continue its upward trajectory. Momentum still going. Hard-fought victory it might have been. It's the kind of game, though, that Newcastle usually make heavy weather of. Think back to Rochdale, to Exeter, to Oxford. And Mark Pallius was telling us earlier on he didn't want his team to roll over like they did a little bit against Tottenham and Manchester United, who came here recently as well in cup competitions. That certainly hasn't been the case today. Joel Linton, though, has picked the ball up outside the area, gets to the edge of the box, he jinks his way into the area, comes back again, too many touches, should have handed it off. Now Bruno Guimaraes is taking over and he's running down towards the corner flag. He turns back before he gets deep inside opposition territory, gives it to Ritchie, then gets it back again. Guimaraes again on the far side, holding on to the ball, holding on long enough to get the final whistle. And Newcastle's habit of struggling in cup ties, they should win, might not be completely shaken off, but they are through to a third round of the League Cup after a hard-fought win at Tranmere Rovers. It didn't go exactly according to plan. They went behind in the game after 22 minutes and had to fight back. They had Emil Kraft stretch it off. Jamel Lascelles had his nose rearranged. And there were a real contentious decision at the end of the first 45 when Kane Hemmings went in, studs up on Carl Darlow. But goals in the end created by Kieran Trippier turned the tide at Prenton Park. And it means that although it's early in this competition, Toon fans can at least still dream of a first trophy in 67 years. Maybe like their manager, they can even visualise it. They're through, Tranmere out, Tranmere 1, Newcastle 2.
Sam, thanks very much. Chris Wood, the winner, the Kiwi fruitful at the right end of the pitch after Newcastle had fallen behind to that Elliot Nevitt goal. Got it level by half-time through Jamal Lascelles and Chris Woods getting the winning goal in the end to see Newcastle through to the third round of the Carabao Cup. And I make Sam right, a hard-fought contest. At times it was X-rated, and I honestly don't know how no reds have been shown. The Newcastle players have gone over to the left-hand side. You can hear the Newcastle fans singing loud and proud. It's not just skins and Newcastle shirts. There's Hawaiian beach shirts as well, but they feature the faces of the Newcastle players. I saw them on day one of the season when they beat Nottingham Forest by 2-0. Imagine a brightly coloured Hawaiian shirt with the face of Sean Longstaff all over it. Just magnificent comedy. Absolutely brilliant. They're loving it. Listen, they've come all this way, filled that away end, and they've seen their team come through what was a really difficult encounter. I can't believe Tranmere are 17th in League Two, Trevor Sinclair. Yes, they were brutal. Yes, they were physical. But their first goal, they were popping it around, then bang, all of a sudden they were up.
Exactly what I was going to say, Adrian. You know, you look at the effort, you look at the commitment from the players, and sometimes over-committing with some of the challenges. And you can wind that up, but it's a certain balance you've got to try and get. But you look at the quality of that goal as well. Absolutely superb play. You know, the third man run, De Crass, Cogley getting in on the right-hand side, the weight of the pass into the goal scorer. Nevitt, it was top. That wouldn't look out of place in the Premier League. Yeah. Superb, but at times the commitment was probably a little bit too hot. But you have to say, if it wasn't for Kieran Trippier bringing the quality in with his set pieces, Newcastle United could be in trouble tonight.
John Linton has given his shirt to one of the crowd. They're not letting him go. They're grabbing hold of him. They want selfies. His phone isn't working.
Talk about fluffing your lines.
Poor fella, his phone isn't working, and it's just he's finally got his picture. Fair play, Joel Linton, hanging around for that. But
yeah, brilliant.
And the thing is, Joel Linton's come on because of an injury. Kieran Trippier's had to come on. He's probably been man of the match, Kieran Trippier.
Absolutely, 2 assists, made the biggest impact on the game. I thought he set the tone straight away. Tackles, keeping the ball. You know, standards have got to be upkept, and you know, with his experience, with the history that he's had in his career, you wouldn't expect anything else. But I have to say, the man that was just in our picture there, Joe Linton, I thought he was excellent when he came on. He won header after header. He was composed on the ball. It just lets him down when he gets inside the 18-yard box. He never knows when to pull the trigger, bless him. But you know what? Talk about a quality person having to come through perseverance with his career itself. You know, he couldn't hit a barn door up front. He's gone into midfield. Fair play to Eddie Howe and the coaching staff putting him into midfield, and the change has been unbelievable.
And the teams are ready. There's the whistle. from Jared Gillett, the referee, and it's Newcastle who get us underway. Navy blue shirts with the gold trim, gold shorts and blue socks against Tottenham here in their home stadium in the lily white shirts, the famous lily white, with blue shorts and white socks. Welcome to everyone around the world as well who joins us here in North London on the World Service, as Tottenham have to defend now. And Bruno Guimarães, real star for this Newcastle team, a real favourite, the Brazilian, plays the ball to the right-hand side. In this first half, Tottenham are playing from right to left, and Son has got the ball back, and he's got his head down. And Son now is halfway inside Newcastle territory. Defenders backing off, so he shoots, and it's patted down by Nick Pope. It was straight at him, really, in front of his face. Got a good sight on it, but great early intent from Son.
Yeah, a good play from Son. Trippier gives the ball away and he breaks, and I think he wants to pass it to Harry Kane. Bentancur was on his outside. And the shot, you're right, John, it was a tame shot. It's got to be something better to beat Nick Pope from that distance.
Son, whose 3 goals in the Premier League this season were all scored in the same match, the hat-trick against Leicester. So you'll gather from that he's actually still not scored in the Premier League this season, Son, when he started the match. Ball's out of play on the far side for a throw-in to Newcastle. Good noise inside the stadium, but in my experience here, it can be very, very loud. But they do like Tottenham to be on the front foot, I've noticed. Antonio Conte watching down there with his arms tightly crossed as Nick Pope plays the ball out from the back. Newcastle, as I mentioned, the best defence in the Premier League so far this season, with only 9 goals conceded. Ball headed forward by Longley straight out of play. So these are the teams. Tottenham have made 5 changes, so half of the outfield players have changed for Spurs since the game at Old Trafford on Wednesday night. Although you should note that both Hojbjerg and Romero have got minor injuries, so are not involved today. Maybe Antonio Conte thinking about that match here against Sporting in the Champions League on Wednesday night, taking no chances as Newcastle go back to Pope. And now it's been brought forward by the huge figure of Dan Burn, who plays it square to Bruno Guimarães. A raking pass from him to the right-hand side that is kept in play over here on this side by Almiron, Newcastle's top scorer this season. Now the bleach hair of Guimarães again. Kieran Trippier on the right-hand side, back into Almiron. This is good confidence stuff by Newcastle. Guimarães still gives it away under pressure, passes it straight to Oliver Skipp, and Skipp now to Kane. Kane's pass through the right-hand side to Emerson Royal, back to Skipp. Now Son on the edge of the D. A corner is just over the top right corner. Already 2 efforts from Son, 1 straight at the keeper. This one just over the top.
Yeah, he's in the mood, to be fair. He is. It's good play from Harry Kane. He plays a good ball to Emerson Royal, and Skips was the advanced midfielder. He played it to Son. Anything in Son's mind was to just get that shot. He shifts it and tries to bend it, hits the top of the net. A brilliant start from Son so far.
I think if that had dipped, if he got the dip on that he wanted, I think Nick Pope was beaten. Full-length dive to his left, but just avoided the crossbar and landed on the roof of the net. So the Tottenham team that we're watching here, Lloris, the captain, in goal, Sanchez, Dyer and Longley, the 3 central defenders. So Sanchez and Longley coming in either side of Dyer. Then Emerson Royal back from suspension on the right, so Doherty on the bench. Sessegnon on the left, so Perisic on the substitutes bench. And Bentancur, Skipp and Bissouma in the middle. And then Kane and Son furthest forward. Newcastle coming forward with Callum Wilson, but it bounces down and Spurs are able to clear it. Eric Dyer getting the touch, and then further away by Sessegnon.
You know what?
Oh, that's a good ball from the halfway line from Schär, and then Joe Linton is challenged. The ball bounces down, shouts for a penalty. Low shot from Almiron is deflected wide.
That will be looked at. I don't know if there is a penalty. It was a great ball and a great run from Joe Linton. Their brilliant run, and they are going around him, and they will be checking it. But the run, Emerson Royal doesn't know where he is. It's a great ball and it's a great run. He doesn't know where he is.
That's a clumsy challenge.
It is a clumsy challenge. It is a clumsy challenge. They will be looking at it, but VAR, it looks like the check's been complete already.
Well, just watching it again on our screens here now, we're going to see it for a 3rd time. They are hip to hip.
Do you know what happens? Joe Linton puts his leg into Emerson Royal, so I think they made the right decision, John.
So it's a little bit like the one we were watching earlier on the television,
yes.
Which was, well, we'll come back to that. Corner, Newcastle take it short, and it's swung in by Trippier, but headed away for Tottenham. And it comes back to Almiron, left-footed ball in, that's gone deep, that's gone to the back post, and it's played across from the left-hand side, but Tottenham clear on the edge of their 6-yard box. Still 0-0, Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Who was it we were watching earlier who went down on the edge of the box?
We were watching Arsenal-Southampton. We were watching the Arsenal-Southampton game. So
and
who
it
was it? Was it
Saka?
It was Saka. Yeah, it was Saka, and he got booked. He got a yellow card, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Saka.
What's wrong with this, Clinton?
I don't know what's happening. How can we forget? It was 2 hours ago, though, John. A lot's happened since then.
Memories like goldfish.
Yeah.
5 minutes played. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. So this is 5 Live, the World Service. Listen as well on the move via BBC Sounds, and Tottenham clearing away through Dyer to the halfway line, but Kieran Trippier got his head to that. Trippier again with it on the right-hand side. Antonio Conte, as he likes to do whenever the player's right next to him, he moves up and down the edge of the coaching area with the ball. And Newcastle, here's Longstaff, another one of the players who has found a new level under Eddie Howe. Joe Linton on the left-hand side, he was a doubt, quite a big doubt actually, I was led to believe, but he's okay. He's another one who, you stop him playing. And Guimaraes now, high pass from the left-hand side, all the way here to the right-hand side. Almiron heads it back to Trippier, now into the box to Longstaff. Good run from Longstaff into the area, but defender Longley went with him, blocked it behind corner Newcastle.
Newcastle's midfield three are dominating Tottenham. Bruno Guimaraes, you can't give players that much time. And good run from Longstaff, running beyond the centre forward. Good defending, but they are dominating at the moment.
That was the kind of play from Longstaff, when he first came onto the scene, the people were talking. In fact, Manchester United were interested, weren't they? And they were talking about
You're right.
30, 40, 50 million pounds potentially. Corner then, Newcastle. Trippier to take this. Deep one to the back post. There's no one with Byrne, who lifts it back across the penalty area. Lloris comes, gets a punch. He hasn't cleared the penalty area, but Bentancur is able to get there first. And Bentancur plays it back, and Spurs are going to have to be careful here. Sanchez playing it away to Bentancur, who was under pressure. Now Emerson Royal plays it forward. Newcastle are putting Tottenham under real pressure here in the opening 10 minutes of this match.
John, they're dominating, and that's what... and Tottenham don't dominate games. This is how Antonio Conte set them out to play, to have the five at the back. They don't move unless they're breaking, and that's what they play, counter-attacking football. And Newcastle have huge confidence now, dominate, and they've got players that can take the ball in as well.
This Newcastle team that's playing here as Guimaraes is fouled by Bissouma. It's free kick to Newcastle, middle of their own half, and Guimaraes drops on the ball, almost Rugby League World Cup style. Free kick. So the Newcastle team, Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne. That's a back four that's tripping off the tongue of the Newcastle supporters at the moment. Then Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joe Willock coming in, and then Almiron, Wilson and Joe Linton. Murphy on the bench today. Here's Son. Son turns onto his left foot, 25 yards out, goes for goal again, but this one flies away by a distance.
It's like
he's actually getting further away. Three efforts on goal.
And he's like, I'm not passing to anyone but Harry Kane, and then I'm just going to shoot. If I'm about 20, 25, 30 yards out, I'm just trying to shoot. And that's what he's trying to do at the moment. But no, Newcastle have started ever so well. Eddie Howe will be happy with the way they've started.
That's Clinton Morrison, Premier League goal scorer, Republic of Ireland international, with us here in our brilliant position, high up on the dressing room side of the Tottenham Stadium, in the top tier. So you get a great view of the wonderful bowl that is this stadium, and the golden cockerel sitting up there, floodlit, it already is, on its perch above, looking at it now, it seems to be almost right above the head of the Tottenham captain, Hugo Lloris, who's matching the cockerel, isn't he, almost, all in yellow. Throw in for Spurs, that Sessegnon plays back to Longley, and Lloris clears, long and left-footed, and there is an offside flag up on the far side against Tottenham. He'll be worried, Hugo Lloris, to hear the news, as will all Manchester United fans, of Raphael Varane after that nasty-looking injury. Although I have heard a little bit of talk that maybe it's not as bad as it initially seemed, but we'll find out in due course. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. After an eventful afternoon. There will be a 6:06 tonight before live coverage of the US Grand Prix. Free kick, Trippier takes it long for Newcastle, up towards the edge of the penalty area. It's taken out there over to the far side by Joe Linton, who plays it back, and the ball into the penalty area from Longstaff is far too close to Lloris. No Newcastle player within a distance of that. And Lloris was able to stretch high and take the catch.
Going back to Varane, they're one in fit. They're already probably going to be without Pogba and Kante, and He's a crucial player for France at the World Cup.
Mind you, if there's any squad at the World Cup that
can handle it, it's them.
That can handle with a load of absences, it's France. They go so deep, don't they? Newcastle with the ball on the edge of their own penalty area. Tottenham trying to put the press on them, but they get it away. And then Skip through the middle. Son with a touch to Kane. Kane back to Son. Lovely Tottenham. Son with a chip. It's blocked by Pope. He got a hand to it. And then it was cleared away by Trippier, who came back in the 6-yard box. Oh, that was smooth as silk. Son and Kane together. It just needed the finish from Son from the angle, and he wasn't able to provide it.
Yeah, he's got to just put his foot through it, John. It's a brilliant play from Harry Kane. What a ball he's played inside the fullback Dan Burn and Botman. Son makes a brilliant run, and he tries to dink it over Nick Pope. Pope gets enough, and Trippier clears it off the line. I feel in that position, just side foot that hard and low into the bottom corner.
Just seeing it again, I think he was onside. He went for the touch finish with his right foot as Pope came out. But that's another big plus for the Newcastle United goalkeeper. After all of his clean sheets this season, he got an important hand. It still just took a glance and bounced goalwards, but he'd taken the pace off it. It just bounced down, and Trippier was able to come across and clear it away. So it is still 0-0. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle having kept clean sheets in their last 2 matches against Manchester United, and in midweek when they won against Everton with that goal from Almiron. So for Nick Pope this season, 5 clean sheets. Played in all the games, 11
He's been
matches.
brilliant. And what I've seen today, where he struggled for England, is playing out from the back. He's been comfortable in possession so far.
Yeah, played in all of the Premier League matches, just sat out the League Cup tie against Tranmere. Newcastle down the other end. Trippier with the throw, but it deflects out of play. Off Sessegnon, throw into Newcastle that Trippier takes. Back to Schär. Fabian Schär goes back into his own half to the substantial figure of Sven Botman, the summer signing from Lille. Forward from him, but Tottenham have got it back. Bissouma, one of Spurs' summer signings from Brighton. He's taken a while to find a starting role. Forward from Spurs to Kane, and then Kane down the left-hand side to Sessegnon, and Sessegnon pulls it right across, but the offside flag is up, actually, belatedly against Sessegnon, and he had strayed beyond the back line.
That infuriates players, fans and managers. When you're wide and you can see right across the line, John, and you're offside. Because Harry Kane does well, and Sessegnon...
It was tight though.
It was tight. All right, then I let him off. It was tight, but he still should be looking across the line.
Yeah, that might have been one, you know, if it had ended up in the back of the net.
Yeah, you never know. It might have got overturned.
That could have been a sit here for 3 minutes while we'll wait for the lines to be drawn. But it'll all change, won't it? Next year, for the World Cup, there's going to be this new system, isn't there? Which is going to be super fast.
Looking forward to that.
As Thomas Tuchel might say. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. And the intention is for that to be in the Premier League next season. Sort of Hawkeye style technology.
Much better.
Yes, they've had a right fuss, haven't they, in Scotland after it was introduced this week.
Oh,
VAR, welcome to
our world.
Yeah.
Took a bit of time to get a few decisions right there, that's for sure.
It was an interesting one, the Hearts Celtic yesterday. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. 5 Live, the World Service from the BBC. And we'll have more reaction to the earlier games. So if you're on your way home from any of those matches that were played earlier, we will hear from more of the managers and the players at half-time in this match. Tottenham playing it out from the back. Longley to Sessegnon. Ryan Sessegnon coming into the side for Perisic. And Spurs now with Bissouma in the centre circle. Loan forward from him. Kane with a little touch off to Skip. And then back to Kane, who tried to give it back to the run of Oliver Skip, but Botman was able to get there. Just the pass from Kane was a little short. Dyer, though, steps forward. The Spurs have it now on the right-hand side with Emerson Royal. Nutmeg on Willock. And then crossfield pass high to Sessegnon, so that's one wing back to the other. Sessegnon gets it down, takes on Trippier, takes him on again, gets the cross in left-footed. Kane goes for the header, defender was in there as well, half cleared. Bissouma goes for goal on the volley, just took a touch, it dropped and he went for it on the volley, but over the top by, what, a yard and a half.
Yeah, good play from Emerson Rowe, a little cheeky nutmeg on Willock, and then a good diagonal ball to Sessegnon. Sessegnon gets half a yard and Kane makes a good run. It was good defending in the end by Fabian Schär and then by Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, a nutmeg on the the former Arsenal man in the Newcastle lineup.
Always
could
nice,
be,
isn't
could
it,
be
John?
seen as playing to the crowd. It's a goal kick, and at half-time we are going to hear from none other than Aaron Danks, the interim manager of Aston Villa, who, according to Pat Murphy, Clinton, Aaron Danks was very much milking the 4-0 victory that Aston Villa had over Brentford. That, as you and I were saying off-air earlier, I wonder what Steven Gerrard was thinking when Aston Villa found themselves 3-0 up after 14 minutes, after the struggles they've had under his management recently. So we'll hear anyway from Aaron Danks, Liam Cooper as well, the Leeds captain. We've already heard from Jesse Marsh. If you want to go back on the live radio on Sounds and rewind it, that would be, what, about 10 minutes, in the 10 minutes before this match kicked off. The Leeds manager, the under-pressure Leeds manager, Jesse Marsh, as I think we have to call him. And we'll hear from Ralph Hasenhüttl as well, the Southampton manager, after Southampton became only the second team to take points off Arsenal this season. So Southampton 1, Arsenal 1. So that means Arsenal 28 points now, Manchester City on 26 at the top of the Premier League table. So that's all coming up at half-time. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. It's been quite entertaining so far, Clinton.
No, it's been a good game. Both teams, obviously Newcastle, I think for the first 10 minutes were the better team, but Tottenham are growing into this game, John.
Yeah, and it is Spurs who've had all the chances, really. There's been a bit of a shoot-on-sight policy from Tottenham, maybe taking a leaf out of Manchester United's book after they were there at Old Trafford on Wednesday night. Bissouma forward to Bentancur, and now Skip on the right-hand side passes the ball forward, but Pope was very quickly out of his penalty area and got to it, left-footed, just straight downfield. Dyer with the challenge on Wilson, but Almiron is now dispossessed by Bentancur, and so Spurs played up towards Kane, who was challenged by Trippier, and then Kane in again. Almiron goes down very easily. And referee Gillett says, get up, to the Paraguayan, and Spurs are just playing it out from the back. Sessegnon turns and gives it back to Longley. Bissouma now dropping deep and carrying the ball forward away from Wilson and passing it out to the right-hand side, and then a first-time ball from Emerson Royal, looking for Skip, but Botman was there alongside him, and Botman just tackled it out of play for a throw-in to Spurs, almost up level with the edge of the Newcastle box. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Bissouma. Wilson forces him to turn and go back to Eric Dyer, and now Longley, shortened forward from him to Bentancur, back to Longley again. Another French international central defender, incidentally, Clément Longley, on loan from Barcelona. Willock's ball, no, that's got way too much on it. Looking for the run of Joe Linton, that just gives possession back to Tottenham.
Yeah, he's moaning at Joe Linton. It's poor from Willock. He's got to be better. He's got to keep possession because Tottenham are starting to dominate. I tell you, he's making good runs from Tottenham's midfield and usually sits more. Skip, he's the most advanced midfielder this afternoon so far.
Yeah, Oliver Skip. He had a calf injury, which is why he's not really been much involved this season. It's his first start of the season. Came on as a substitute in the last 4 games. But yes, playing in a very advanced position. Still only 22 years old, Oliver Skip. Could well have a full international future ahead of him, as Joe Linton lifts the ball over the top, but Wilson in an offside position, so the flag was up, and it's a free kick to Spurs halfway inside their own half.
That's the only thing Newcastle haven't done, is got Callum Wilson into the game much. As I say, they've been good in possession, but they haven't got him in, and he'll probably fancy his chances against Eric Dyer and Longley in a race. So they need to try and he'll play on the shoulders, and he's trying to find that precise pass to get him in behind.
Yeah, quite a blow for them, isn't it, to have lost their record signing, Alexander Isak, he's played only 3 times. Oh, back pass from Dyer! Goodness me, that was so close. It was wide of Lloris, and it was wide of the foot of the post by what, a foot?
He put some pace on that, Eric Dyer. It was played back to him, and I don't think he's looking. I think it's a comfortable pass. He overhits it, and Lloris was backpedaling. He's lucky that was the wrong side of the post.
That was on target, it was in.
Oh, it was definitely in. He wouldn't have saved that, Lloris. There was too much pace on the ball.
So it's a cheap corner. Newcastle score from this. Eric Dyer and Tottenham will only be able to blame themselves. Trippier to take it. Back here at his old club, Kieran Trippier, if you remember. Trippier out swinger, but in time-honoured fashion. It was Eric Dyer who actually got there and headed it away, took command in the air, and then Almiron has a waft goalwards with his left foot that lacked. I mean, that was convincing no one that. It was 6 yards wide.
I know he scored a lot of spectacular goals recently, but that was a bit too optimistic there, John.
Well, if you don't buy a ticket, as they always used to say. Full times in the Rugby Union in the Premiership, Sale 13, Harlequins 29. And in the United Rugby Championship, Dragons 32, Ospreys 25. And also full-time in the Rugby League World Cup, it has finished Lebanon 32, Ireland 14. Commiserations, Clinton, losing out to Lebanon. As Bissouma plays the ball forward from the halfway line. I'm not sure he meant it to end up where it has, but it has, at the feet of Sessegnon on the left, and Sessegnon has beaten Longstaff, and he's taking on Trippier now, who forces him back out of the penalty area, and Sessegnon puts his foot on the ball, rolls it nicely, back to Longley. Longley's cross to the back post, is headed away by Botman, and it comes out to Sanchez, who miscontrols it, bounces under his foot, groans from the home supporters, and then Longley is almost dispossessed by Almiron. I think we should draw a veil over that list.
Yeah, let's not. I don't think we should talk about that. Let's move on, because that was a bad, literally 10 seconds.
Let's talk about the Lebanon.
Yeah.
Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Son is challenged by Guimaraes. That was sturdy. Bounces for Longstaff. Bentancur puts his foot in, but got the ball. Bounces out of play. Longstaff is suggesting that might have been a foul by Bentancur. Referee Gillett was having none of it. Here's Bissouma. In this role today, Bissouma has had very much more the Bissouma of Brighton about him, don't you think?
Yeah, and that's where he wants to play, but Hojbjerg plays there and has done such a brilliant job so far this season, so it's difficult to dispossess him in that position, but that is where he wants to play. That's where he's effective.
Harry Kane does well on the halfway line, puts 3 Newcastle players out of the match. Skip takes it forward, plays it across the edge of the box. Sessegnon with a shot, but then the cover was there from Cher, and it didn't even actually get to Nick Pope in the goal, who was diving down to his left, because Cher stuck out a Swiss right leg and put it behind.
He drops so deep, Harry Kane, and you want to see him in the box, but you know why he does, John, because he's the one who can pick that pass. A good run from Skip, good touch from Sessegnon, but good defending from Fabian Cher.
Corner for Spurs. I've got this as their first corner of the match.
Yeah, you're right.
Son from the left-hand side to take this. Tottenham crowding players at just beyond the penalty spot, between the penalty spot and the edge of the 6-yard box, so there's lots of blue and gold for Newcastle in there as well. Here it comes, punched away by Pope in amongst all of that crowd, and Skip turns it back in. Bentancur with a shot that's blocked, comes back to him, couldn't get the shot in. Dyer's there, he shoots, that's blocked by a sprawling Trippier, who just threw himself in front of it and blocked it away to the far side. And then over there on that right flank, it's also blocked by Byrne, out for a throw. Well, that's wholehearted defending from Newcastle.
Yeah, very good defending, and Byrne done ever so well. It's a good block there where Dyer was going to have a shot, but it's good pressure now from Tottenham. They're growing into this game now, John.
It's like all quiet on the Western Front. There, they were all, that's that. You hear it, don't you, about that, as Son is picked up for a foul on Trippier on the halfway line. But there is that, you can see it there, little periods of play like that. This absolute determination from this Newcastle defence that's doing so well this season to, however you do it, to not let the opposition through.
Yeah, you can see why they haven't conceded a lot of goals. The back four are really tight together. The fullbacks don't really get across the halfway line that much. If it is, it's Trippier and Burns tucked in to make it a third centre-half. They're resilient, that's for sure.
Clinton Morrison with us on 5 Live in the World Service from the BBC. We're always there on BBC Sounds. 20 minutes of the first half to play. Free kick then, after that Son free kick that certainly disputed by Tottenham. And Spurs holding an extremely high line. Trippier takes a high free kick to the edge of the box. It's headed across by Byrne. Wilson got to it, and as he was swinging a foot at it, he sort of sliced it up, and he's been caught there as well. There were 2 defenders in front of him. He's gone straight down Wilson, and Newcastle have put the ball out of play. He was trying to...
He's trying to volley it, and I think he must have got a bit of contact on his ankle as he's made contact. So it's a good header from Botman. Yeah, and it's It's Lenglet who just catches him on the top of his ankle just as he's about to have that shot. Oh, it's after. So Wilson gets the shot away, and then he catches him on his ankle after.
Yeah, it's like the ankle or the bone on the top of his foot. And so that'll have been painful.
Yeah, very painful.
But hopefully he's okay. He's on his feet. I mean, that would be a concern, obviously, for Newcastle.
Oh, they don't want him to be injured. No, Isak. And he is important. He's important to Newcastle, Callum Wilson. He needs to stay fit as well. Get a run of games going.
Yeah, this is his 8th appearance of the season. So this is the 5th in a row. But it's always been an issue. Podcaster now, of course, with us on the BBC.
Yep.
Callum Wilson. Long ball. This is one for Wilson to chase, but he won't be able to catch it because it's bounced through to Lloris. And Wilson continues his run there and sort of grabs the arms of Lloris, even though he'd long caught it. So the Tottenham fans are onto Callum Wilson. But it all calms down. Yeah, the Footballers Football podcast.
Is it him and Mikel Antonio? Oh, that should be fun.
Yeah.
Them two together.
Yeah, carving a niche. They'll be after your job in a minute, Clinton, if you're not careful.
I know, they're coming for me.
Yeah.
I'll hang them up soon though, John. Don't worry.
Hold them up.
All right.
Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Here's Bissouma on the edge of his own penalty area, giving it back to Davinson Sanchez. And Sanchez long and right-footed. This is for Son to chase, but it just drifts out of play on the halfway line. It's a throw-in to Newcastle. So it's still Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. As I say, 6:06 will follow. I'll let you know when the lines are open. We'll presumably be hearing from either Robbie Savage or Chris Sutton at half-time. So there's about an hour of 6:06 taking your calls. And then coverage of the United States Grand Prix live from Texas. Our whole team are in Texas right now. And we'll bring you commentary on the race tonight with Carlos Sainz on pole and the new world champion Max Verstappen second on the grid. And the race is due to begin at 8 o'clock, so that's on 5 Live sport tonight from live from Texas. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Bissouma back to Eric Dyer on the edge of the D, right-footed and long from him up towards Son, headed forward by Botman, who got there first. Spurs, of course, operating without Richarlison and Kulusevski. And that's quite a loss, those two. Forward from Longley. This is for Son to chase. Pope's come out of his box and just backed away and volleyed it high, not out of play. So Emerson Royal heads it forward into the path of Kane. Kane shoots straight into the legs of Cher. Comes back for Spurs again. Bentancur has been able to find Emerson. Joe Linton puts in the challenge. No free kick, says referee Gillett, feeling that he got the ball there. And then it's played forward for Newcastle down the right-hand side. Right.
It was good. It was brilliant defending from Joe Linton. He did get the ball, John. It was brilliant back-tracking there from Joe Linton.
And Newcastle come forward now, up to Trippier. Trippier passing it beyond Longley. And so Almiron has made a run out towards the right-hand side. Almiron down again for Trippier. Trippier's crossed the outswinger, which is headed up and away by Eric Dyer. And then Sessegnon heads it away, but that's just given possession back to Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes, new father he is. The baby was born on Friday, to Joe Linton. Back it comes now to Bruno Guimaraes, centrally. Little slip pass to Longstaff, who was 25 yards out, but he was dispossessed by Bentancur. And Bentancur has released Harry Kane, and Harry Kane sprinting away downfield. Cher in front of him, into the box now, shoots, oh, saved by the foot of Pope. The England captain denied by the England goalkeeper Pope. It comes out to Son on the edge of the area. Kane again, lovely turn, and then stretches, manages to direct it away from Willock, and then back to Bissouma, centrally again. Davinson Sanchez, away from Joe Linton, and Sanchez has crossed to the back post. Sessegnon heads it across the box, but it bounces straight into Longstaff, who is then fouled by Skip, and it's a free kick to Newcastle on the edge of their own box.
Yeah, it was a brilliant break from Harry Kane. Poor from Longstaff in Tottenham's half. Anyway, giving the ball away, sloppy in possession. He hasn't started well enough for Newcastle. Well, Harry Kane, he just drove one-on-one with Fabian Schär, and Schär didn't go and engage. You kept backing off. And once you get in the penalty area, you can't tackle Harry Kane. Great shot, but good save from Nick Pope. Really good save from Pope.
Just stuck out a left foot. It was a real Nick Pope save, that, wasn't it?
It was with the feet, with the old big size 12s.
Yeah. Just stuck out his left leg and made the stop. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Lots of great goalkeepers have been adept at saving with their legs over the years. I think Pat Jennings was one of them.
One of the best.
Yeah, at that, I remember, I think. Well, mind you, we couldn't remember what was happening 2 hours ago, could we?
Nah, we got our memory back now.
We have, yes. Here's Bruno Guimaraes. 15 minutes to go to half-time. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0, but it's been quite entertaining. Trippier back to Cher, and then Cher's pass over the top. Wilson onto it. Lloris comes out of his box. Wilson made contact with him. Wilson goes for goal and puts it in the net. And
Great
Tottenham
finish.
are going to complain about this.
Nice.
No question.
For me, I don't think it will be a foul because he takes a touch. Wilson just stands his ground. He just stands his ground. And once he gets into that position, it's a fantastic finish from Callum Wilson. I don't think it will be overturned, John.
Referee Gillett is definitely sticking to his guns here, but almost all of the Tottenham players are around the referee. Newcastle are celebrating the Callum Wilson goal. There's a yellow card being shown to Bentancur, presumably for something he said. And Tottenham here, they'll be in trouble for this because there are 10 Tottenham players, including Lloris, the captain, and actually now they're almost all there around the referee.
Watch it
Super
again,
finish from Wilson, though.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Watch it again here, John. Lloris takes it. Oh. See, we were. I tell you where we were earlier on in the season, John, at Nottingham Forest when West Ham's goal was disallowed when Antonio ran into the defender. But I think Callum Wilson's just standing there. I don't think he actually leans into Hugo Lloris. So it's a big decision for VAR to have a look. But it's a fantastic finish, by the way.
Yeah, brilliant finish from 25 yards because it bounced out. Wilson was able to, while Lloris was down on the ground.
If you know what he does, John, if he you see when Lloris takes the touch, if Wilson leans into him, then it's going to be given as a foul.
Do you know, that's a really tough call.
It is a tough call.
The ball's played over the top. Lloris comes out of the penalty area. It's Lloris who gets a touch first of all with the top of his right thigh.
He does, yeah.
Wilson is bearing down on him, and the two of them then
collide
together. They collide.
Yeah,
and
they collide.
It's as much Lloris into Wilson as it is Wilson into Lloris. And
Look,
the decision here is,
but
you see there's an arm.
It's the arm. I think if the arm didn't go up, that's the big question that VAR were looking at, is because of Callum Wilson's arm. This could go either way. Do they want to overturn the referee's decision? That's the big question for VAR.
Yeah, and still the players are milling around. VAR are looking at this, obviously. The referee is now
calling the two captains.
Yeah, well, he's going to speak to Trippier and
no, they're
Harry
Kane. The goal for a possible handball.
Goal's given.
Yeah, look, it was a handball. They weren't even doing it for the foul. It's the handball.
Goal's given.
It has to be given. He doesn't move. He doesn't move his body into the goalkeeper. They were checking for a handball.
Newcastle take the lead. Callum Wilson has scored his 4th goal of the season, and Tottenham are 1-0 down here against Newcastle United. Tottenham, who have not lost on this ground. Indeed, they've won every game that they've played on this ground since April, but it is Tottenham 0, Newcastle 1. And it's a controversial opening goal, Clinton Morrison.
No, it is controversial, but for me, the goal has to stand. It has to stand because Callum Wilson doesn't run in the path of Hugo Lloris. And the VAR wasn't even checking the foul. They were checking a possible handball from Callum Wilson. The only thing you could say, John, is his arm's out there. He's put his arm up, but he's not moved his body in the way of Hugo Lloris. Hugo Lloris should have just moved him out of the way.
Well, that's one that will split opinion. I'm certain of that.
Oh, for sure.
If you are a Newcastle United fan, you will feel that there was absolutely nothing wrong with it and that it was just a collision. If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll feel that Callum Wilson has impeded goalkeeper Lloris.
And there is a fan amongst us here as well, a Tottenham fan, John, and he said that the goal was the right way. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So there is a fan amongst us.
Well, maybe then I should say some Tottenham fans would say.
Yeah.
Tottenham 0, Newcastle United 1, and the Newcastle fans are celebrating and they're in joyous mood. Bentancur now to the left-hand side. Sessegnon with a cross right over the penalty area, and actually Emerson Royal will do well to keep that in, which he hasn't, and it's cheered as it bounces out of play by the Newcastle fans who are in that corner. Lots and lots of black and white striped replica shirts we can see around that section in the where there is an exit from the stadium down there as well. That's where the Tottenham players and the manager all come in before the game, which is quite a I don't know whether you've ever witnessed that, Clinton. Indeed, whether you've ever been here early enough to see that.
No, I was here early today. They come in from round there and they walk round here, see?
And they all come round.
They all
and
come
they show
round.
on the big screen.
Yeah, yeah.
And they play the instrumental version of The Boys Are Back in Town.
Yep.
And here's Son, but they're 1-0 down. Son, who's had a series of chances in the match, as have Tottenham, but it's Callum Wilson who scored with that goal. 25 yards, it was an excellent finish. After that collision between the two of them, Wilson managed to recover, got to the ball 25 yards out, and even though the defender's coming back, Lloris was there as well, he lifted it over the top of all of them and into the net. So 1-0 it is. Bentancur playing the ball out towards the right-hand side. Emerson Royal getting the ball down. He's got support behind him from Davinson Sanchez. This is going to be a test for Spurs now. Bentancur against this Newcastle defence. Well, they'll need better than that. Bentancur passed it straight to Almiron, and Wilson takes a good first touch, and he's up against Dyer now, to the edge of the box. Wilson placed it square. Almiron's onto this, but a heavy touch, and then he ran into Sanchez, and Spurs were able to clear. And that was a good opening for Newcastle, and Almiron wasn't able to take advantage.
He wasn't, but I don't know for the life of me why Callum Wilson, he's got Eric Dyer one-on-one. The touch is brilliant from Callum Wilson. He just scored a fantastic goal. Go and take him on and be positive and get your shot away. But it was good play. Almiron had a poor touch, but Newcastle will sit back now. They can sit back now and wait for Tottenham to come out. And Tottenham struggled to come out and break down teams.
Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. Just noticed on my score sheet here, I've put down the scorer of Newcastle's goal as Clinton Morrison.
I wish I scored a goal like that. I like that, yeah, John. But we can just say that I did score. That was a great finish.
Yeah, you can't claim that one. So I've got my Tipex out, and you've had that goal taken away by the dubious. There's never been a more dubious goal scorer. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 1, and here's Joe Linton on the left-hand side. Back it comes towards Bruno Guimaraes. Yeah, they are. This is the first time I've seen Newcastle live this season.
Yeah, me too. They look a very good outfit, don't they, John?
Don't they just? Seen them on the television, but there's nothing like seeing live sport, is there? As Bruno Guimaraes plays the ball over the top, Joe Linton's in an offside position. He's going to have a go anyway. Oh, he very nearly buried it in the top corner. I think it might have clipped the outside of the post. That was a fine effort, but. The offside flag was well up at this point. Now, here's an interesting one. Ben Foster has had a word on Twitter about this, and he says, Ben Foster, England goalkeeper, says this Callum Wilson goal has to be disallowed. The goalkeeper is the player in control of the ball. Just going to keep an eye on Longley, who's got the ball on the edge of his own penalty area. Dyer plays it away. So Ben Foster says the goalkeeper is the player in control of the ball. Newcastle are coming forward again, but there's an offside flag up against Almiron. So Ben Foster says the goalkeeper is the player in control of the ball. If he beats the striker to the ball and the striker is in the way, unfortunately it's a foul. There's nothing the striker can do about it, but it's still a foul. If an outfield player knocks it past an opposing player and they're in their way like that, it's a foul every single time.
They are given outside. They are given. Sometimes they are given, but sometimes someone just stands their ground and it's not given. And I feel the reason they didn't overturn that, John, is because he didn't move his body into Hugo Lloris. I understand Ben Foster. I'm not gonna argue with him.
Do you know, I think another point there, I'd like to, we'll see it again at half-time as Spurs played forward towards Skip, but that's dealt with by Botman, who turns it out to the left-hand side. I think another little point there is that as the two of them are coming out, Lloris has got there, and the two are actually decelerating.
Stop, yeah, they stop.
They're decelerating towards one another, and then they sort of bump
into each other,
and Lloris goes down. So I think that is a factor, that they're not going full tilt into one another.
If he carries on running and continues at the pace, Callum Wilson, then it's a stone wall foul.
Yeah, Tottenham 0, Newcastle 1. Newcastle coming forward again, they're looking for a second here. Longstaff to Almiron. Almiron now back to Longstaff on the right. Longstaff chips it to the back post. There's no one there in a blue Newcastle shirt. And Spurs can get it away through Emerson Royal. And then Bruno Guimaraes slides in to put the ball out of play.
He's a player, by the way. Bruno Guimaraes is a player. Like you could see earlier on in the season, they'll talk about Real Madrid linked to him. He's got that kind of ability that he can go and play anywhere he wants to. He's an outstanding footballer.
Yeah. £40 million or thereabouts they spent on him from Lyon in January, And he's another one who's a big favourite. He'll be in the Brazil squad as Almiron gets away from Sessegnon and then beats Longley, and Almiron scores! Brilliantly from the angle! What a super goal from Miguel Almiron! Away from two defenders, he still had Lloris to beat from the angle, but he tucked it away on his left foot under the goalkeeper superbly, and Newcastle now lead here at Tottenham by 2-0. And this long 10-match winning streak that Tottenham are on here is under severe danger. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2, and Almiron's just scored his 6th of the season.
Yeah, the kick out, the kick from Lloris is not good enough, but Sessegnon's got to be stronger. Almiron, Longstaff gets there, and then Almiron's there, and Sessegnon doesn't get back in. Almiron, but it's all about Almiron. He does well. He goes past Langley like he's not there. It's poor defending from Langley, and once he gets into that position, John, you can see that's a person that's in great form. He just tucks it under Hugo Lloris. Fantastic finish.
A really delightful finish. Goalkeeper came out, went to ground, but he managed to just tuck it away underneath him. And there we are, scored the winner in midweek against Everton. Now he scores Newcastle's 2nd goal here, and it is Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2. Tottenham, who've won all 7 matches they've played here this season and have won their last 10 at home since actually Brighton came here and won in April in the Premier League. It's a long way back for Tottenham from this. 2-0, they lost at Manchester United on Wednesday. Now 2-0 down at home to Newcastle.
And they ain't really got much that they can bring on because they're apart from Lucas Moura.
Long ball forward to the edge of the area to Kane, but Trippier comes across and heads it back to Nick Pope, who's made important saves. The goalkeeper, you know, they've done their job at the other end first of all. And now, if Tottenham are going to come back into this and turn it around, Tottenham have got to score, well, at least 3 times against the Premier League's best defence this season.
Exactly, and that's going to be difficult. And every time when they come out and they're open, Newcastle will try and play on the counter-attack.
Newcastle are thinking of more goals. Almiron looks full of running down the right-hand side, although I'm not sure there's ever a time when he doesn't look full of running.
Oh yeah, he's always been running, but he's running even more now, John, that he's scoring goals full of confidence.
I mean, I've seen him sometimes when he's been and played for Paraguay in Asuncion on a midweek, and then he's back, and you'd think he'd been laid up in front of the television all week with the energy that he has. But this one ends up back with goalkeeper Lloris.
Tottenham fans they'll get booed off at half-time for sure. They're not happy, the Tottenham fans, because they feel like they're overplaying. And down this left side, they have a problem with Langley and Sessegnon. They can't handle Almiron.
And then Dyer hits a pass under no pressure. That's an unforced error by Eric Dyer, passing the ball above head height to Sessegnon, who jumped for it, had no chance of keeping it in, and it's a throw into Newcastle 10 yards inside the Tottenham half.
Yeah, Conte's put his hands out telling them to like slow down and relax, but you can't relax. It's because it's the heat of the battle, and you hear the fans saying play forward quickly. That's why Eric Dyer makes that mistake.
Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2. A very, very good afternoon so far for Newcastle United and Eddie Howe. Here's Longley, who's easily beaten by Almiron. Just ran past him.
Poor defending, John. He did it. His body shape was all wrong. He knows Almiron wants to go on that side to come onto his left foot.
Half-time approaching. We're in the 44th minute. Floodlights are switched on, and suddenly the place seems illuminated under these gloomy grey skies. And Bentancur plays the ball over the top through the middle. Basuma's onto this, but Newcastle are there in numbers. Still Basuma's able to give it back to Sessegnon, square to Bentancur. And Bentancur, that's a nice pass to Son, right side of the box, but there are lots of blue Newcastle shirts back in there, and he has to go back to Skip, and then Skip's pass is a little short to Sanchez, and Tottenham are forced all the way back towards the halfway line, and it's that man Almiron again who's forcing Dyer to go all the way back to Lloris, who miscontrols it and has to turn and chip it forward to Longley, and now Dyer up towards Kane. But it's this Newcastle energy.
Oh, and it's Almiron. He like chases a lost course and then makes Lloris make a mistake, they go back. The fans start getting on the Tottenham players back. But you're right, John. The energy from the start from Newcastle has been brilliant, and it's the first time I've seen them live. this season, and they've been outstanding.
They've really unsettled Tottenham here on their home ground, which has been, well, it's been a fortress for them since April.
It's because you know why? Tottenham are usually hard to beat and don't concede that much goals. They've conceded 2 now. They have to come out now, John.
Yeah, and Tottenham, you know, Tottenham, there will be long and loud complaints about the goal, the opening goal that was scored by Callum Wilson after a collision between Wilson himself and Hugo Lloris outside the penalty area. But referee Gillett, I think he had a good view of it as Almiron plays it into Sessegnon. That might well have been a handball, but it's not given. And Tottenham bring it forward, but then it's lost by Son, and Newcastle are back in business with Bruno Guimaraes, and he turns and gives it back to Trippier behind it. Trippier low and infield to Willock, and Willock through the middle, touch from Wilson. Guimaraes again, but Tottenham this time are back in position. Almiron has the touch on the right-hand side. And then Bruno Guimaraes lifts one over the top for Almiron. I think he'll get there. He tries to volley it up and high and across, but it was out of play.
That's the worst thing he's done all afternoon. He's been brilliant, but great ball from Bruno Guimaraes, and he just can't keep it in, Almiron. And he did keep it in, but his cross wasn't good enough. But they've been excellent, Newcastle. I'm so complimentary of this Newcastle team, how good they've been, because Tottenham are a very good team at home, and Newcastle have made them look ordinary in this first half.
And Clinton, you're talking about, you know, the options who can come on and change this on the bench. Perisic, Lucas Moura, Brian Hill, in terms of the forward players who are on the bench.
Not really much, is it? Option. Lucas Moura is just coming back from injury. They are missing Kulusevski big time, because he's the creative spark that makes things happen.
Great half for Newcastle. Kane away from Bruno Guimaraes, and that's a free kick. Isn't a great deal in that, but that's been given as a free kick to Tottenham.
Not happy Harry Kane, by the way. He's chuntering to the referee.
Yeah, and you might have heard that Alexander Mitrovic scored again for Fulham in their 3-2 win at Leeds, so that means Mitrovic is level with him on 9 goals in the Premier League this season, hasn't he? Just he's answered a few critics there, hasn't he? Basuma long and forward with him with this free kick. Spurs would love a goal before half-time. It's played across by Emerson Royale, but Kane can't get there. Shea got there first. Comes out to Basuma. We've already had 2 minutes. There are 3 minutes of added time, and we're into that 3rd minute now. So last chance for Spurs to score before the break. Son on the right-hand side. Back to Emerson. His cross is deflected into the path of Bruno Guimaraes, who volleys it away downfield. Oh my goodness! There's a lightning fork right above the stadium.
Did you see? Yeah, the lightning.
Did I see it?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to hit me. Sessegnon long and forward to Son. Son pulls that down brilliantly, gives it back for the shot from the edge of the penalty area from Bentancur, but that was blocked by yet another defensive block from the Newcastle players. It was Longley actually who was up there on the edge of the box with the shot, but another super block by the Newcastle defenders. And there, listen to this reaction from the Tottenham supporters. And immediately Spurs go to referee Gillett. Harry Kane, Eric Dyer's going there as well to the referee with his orange shirt on. And they are complaining. Well, we know what they're complaining about. They're saying that opening goal should have been disallowed. But I don't know about you, Clinton. I feel that's a decision there, that the referee Gillett, has had a view of that. And I think it's an incident that even though VAR had a look at it, this is in terms of the collision, the referee has called it, and I think that is one where you say, is that a clear and obvious error? And
I think that's why they've made the decision.
Yeah, because as you said at the time, actually VAR were looking to see if there was a handball by Wilson, which clearly they felt that there wasn't. Yeah, therefore the goal stood.
Yeah, and you're spot on. And it was a hard decision. They checked it for a few minutes, but I think the decision was the right one in the end. But Tottenham can't complain about that. They've been nowhere near it in this first half. They had a spell for 10 minutes. Newcastle have been the better team and deserved this lead. They've had a few where Nick Pope made a good save, but they need to get their big players in. And I look at their back, they're 8 players apart from Kane and Son. They need to get forward and help them too. It was the same at Man United in midweek, but credit Newcastle, been outstanding, John.
Well, Tottenham are looking now at a very bleak week. 2-0 at Old Trafford on Wednesday night when they lost to Manchester United, and now they are in danger of losing this great winning streak that dates back to April. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2 at half-time with goals from Callum Wilson and Miguel Almiron.
Thanks, John and Clinton, for all the talk about Hugo Lloris and the boos at half-time, the spotlight very firmly on him. That was a pretty good half from Newcastle, who have been rewarded for their discipline and courage.
Yeah, Newcastle have been they were outstanding. Me and John have mentioned it in commentary. First time we've seen them live. They've been brilliant to a man. Every person knows their job, and you can see why they don't concede goals. They're nice and compact. And you got a striker up front in Callum Wilson who can score goals, and a person who's in brilliant form in Almiron. It's going all according to plan at the moment.
And that's just it. They've absorbed everything that was thrown at them, because however Tottenham finished that half, they started it looking really positive and really good, and they looked so threatening on the transitions.
No, they did, and that's what Tottenham liked, the transitions. Kane and Son were excellent, causing problems. Son had 3 shots in the first 10 or 15 minutes, and Kane had a great run where Pope made a save. So they were looking really threatening. And then after that, Newcastle weathered the storm and started dominating possession. Bruno Guimaraes in midfield just running the show and causing problems. And as I said, Almiron on the right-hand side caused Sessegnon all kinds of problems, and Langley, the third centre-half. And Callum Wilson, you've always got a threat with him up front. I know people will talk about should the goal have stood or not, but once he's in that position, it's a fantastic finish.
Just for the record, by the way, I just had a look on our Magic app. And VAR did first of all check that goal for a possible foul, so that was the first check, and the second check was for possible handball, but both were rejected.
I thought you were going to say you were checking the weather app after the thunder and lightning, to be honest with you. But you could hear the thunder rumble on just before the boo started. So at half-time at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Newcastle lead Tottenham by 2-0. And don't forget, you can catch all the incidents if you want to see them in that game so far, and Match the Day from 10:30 with Mark Chapman, Alan Shearer and Jermaine Defoe. We're going to hear from Aaron Danks after Aston Villa's 4-0 win over Brentford, and the Leeds United captain as well, Liam Cooper. And that follows the Leeds defeat to Fulham 3-2 at Ellen Road. Questions over the future of Jesse Marsh. Robbie Savage, he's going to join us to talk about 606, and that is after the latest news with Cart Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Rishi Sunak is leading the race to become the next Prime Minister. The former Chancellor has the backing of 146 MPs, including Tobias Ellwood.
When you get people like myself and Steve Baker, Kemi Badenoch and Suella Braverman as well, all coming together to support Rishi Sunak, that shows the party is wishing to unite, recognising, though, that if we're not united, then we are divided. And if we're divided, as I say, we don't govern well.
Allies of Penny Mordaunt, who's also standing, say Boris Johnson has asked her to drop out and back his campaign. He needs the support of 100 colleagues to get into the ballot, but only 57 have publicly endorsed him so far. He's still not officially declared that he's running. While the Labour First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, says the only way out of the current crisis is a general election.
Any fair-minded person looking at the way in which the Conservative Party has itself become ungovernable would feel that the way to get a legitimate mandate for the very difficult decisions that are now to be made is to put your case to the people and let them decide.
Defence Minister Ben Wallace has spoken to his Russian counterpart Sergei Shoigu about the war in Ukraine. During the telephone call this afternoon, Mr. Shoigu expressed concern that Kyiv could be preparing to use a dirty bomb to provoke Russia. Moscow has not provided evidence to support the claim. A Russian warplane has crashed into a residential house in Siberia, killing both pilots. It's the second such incident in 6 days. A woman has been stabbed to death and another seriously injured at a house in East London. Police are searching for a man who is believed to have been known to both women. And a powerful hurricane with winds of 120 miles an hour has hit Mexico's Pacific coast. The authorities have warned of dangerous storm surges, landslides and flooding.
Essential football listening.
Great ball! And it's a great goal!
Europe's elite club competition.
Double Bill Tuesdays are back in the Champions League. On Tuesday, RB Salzburg host Chelsea. Kick-off 5:45. And from 8, Borussia Dortmund take on Manchester City. And on Wednesday, it's Spurs against Sporting Lisbon. Kick-off 8 p.m.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League.
This is 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport.
It's 5:25. I'm Juliette Ferrington. Welcome back to 5 Live Premier League Sunday. It's been a manic afternoon. We're into our 5th commentary game of the afternoon. Spurs 0, Newcastle 2 at half-time. After that, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. They'll be taking your calls on 606 08 085 909 693 if you want to call. If you want to text, it's 85058 or it's hashtag BBC 606 on Twitter and the socials. Robbie is with us. But before we hear from him, let's get some more reaction to one of the big results of the day. Aston Villa, the perfect start to life after Steven Gerrard. They beat Brentford 4-0 at Villa Park to record only their 3rd win of the season. Gerrard, of course, was sacked late on Thursday night following that defeat at Fulham. First team coach Aaron Danks has been taking charge and he's been speaking to Pat Murphy.
What did you say to them before the game?
I can't remember. Lots of different things. No, we just asked them to play with a little bit of belief. We asked them to play with passion and purpose in everything they did, and we asked them to bring energy. And we knew that it wasn't just going to be about 10 players or 11 players today. It was going to be about the bench. It was going to be about the subs. If we wanted to sustain it, and I thought they were all magnificent. I thought the players coming into the game were really good for us just to keep that momentum.
You've been a local lad, you know all about the ache that Villa supporters have for success, 1996 and all that. What do you think you could do about that, getting that belief back?
Yeah, listen, we're a growth club. We're on a journey. I'm excited to be a part of that. We've got great tradition and history at this club. We've also got some really exciting young talents. We're on a journey. We just want to keep moving forward. We want to keep growing and keep getting better.
Is it too simplistic for us to say that Villa played with a handbrake off today compared with other games this season?
Listen, I've been around the group for the whole season and for last year. We could never question their work rate or their effort or their ethics. They've been really good. Listen, today things went our way. We started the game fantastically, a really well worked set piece goal. Just that and the atmosphere in the ground just give the players the belief just to keep going and keep pushing through with it.
That's Aaron Dangs talking to Pat Murphy. Robbie, what did you make of that then?
Jules, firstly, can I say, Jules, what a fantastic addition you are to the 5 Live presenting team. You may, honestly, Jules, this is the first time I've heard you present. Fantastic. Listen, I can learn a few things off you, Jules. Honestly,
it's just
Jules,
for fun.
Fantastic.
It really is just for fun.
Jules,
just sort of pop in and pop out.
You're brilliant for it, Jules. Honestly, fantastic. I'm just saying that, Jules, you are brilliant.
Oh, you're too kind. You can send me the WhatsApps later, although you have sent them me now. I'm just not reading them.
No, I just want to say that, Jules. So anyway, on Villa.
Yes.
4-0, listen. Steven Gerrard loses his job, doesn't he, when he's on the motorway, and then they turn in a performance like that. And you've got to say, where was that performance under Steven Gerrard?
Yes,
playing with the freedom.
Was it?
Yeah, but listen, we talked, was it bounce back ability, whatever the term is, that these players have obviously gone out there and they've put a performance in 4-0. But Steven Gerrard, listen, why couldn't Steven Gerrard get that performance out of those players? Because if he could have, he'd still be in a job. So a remarkable performance from those Villa players. 14th now. Jules, a great performance. Performance.
Well, if they call 08085 909 693, they can actually tell you why and maybe what they want in the future. Thomas Frank has been linked with it. He was asked about it after that defeat, which probably wasn't the perfect timing, but he said, the only thing I feel is pain, all the rumours, I'm not spending any more time on. A manager who could be under the cosh, facing an uncertain future for sure, is Jesse Marsh. Leeds losing to Fulham. Fulham coming from behind to win 3-2 at Ellen Road. That leaves Leeds in the Premier League's bottom 3. Stephen Wyeth has been talking to Liam Cooper.
Well, Liam, what's your immediate reaction to another defeat and one which turned the mood pretty sour inside this stadium?
No, angry, disappointed. We let ourselves down, and when we're on top in games, we've got to take those chances, and if you don't, the pressure comes and they score off basically 3 set pieces, and it's not good enough.
Yeah, defensively, I guess all 3 goals were avoidable, weren't they?
Oh yeah, they are avoidable. We've got to be much better in those areas of the game. Can't give teams chances like that. It's disappointing. We've got to rectify that quickly.
A lot of fans left before the end. Those that remained were clearly angry. What sort of message do you have for them from the dressing room?
Of course we understand their anger. It's not been good enough. This club needs to be winning games and we're not at the moment. Giving ourselves too much to do, and we need to get back on the training pitch, work hard, roll our sleeves up, and that's what we've got to do. We know what's expected of us and we've got to go and do that.
The pressure obviously mounting on the manager. Do you expect a change to be made? Do you expect to be consulted about something like that as captain?
No, we're fully behind the manager. We believe in the manager. We start the game very well, get the first goal, and then concede a stupid goal, and that's down to us, the players on the pitch. And backs against the wall now. We've got to come out fish flying and go get a result from somewhere.
And Robbie, a quick one on this, because listening to Liam Cooper there saying that they're with the manager, Leeds without a win in 8 games. Jesse Marsh saying he's spoken to the board tonight. They are backing him. He says that we are together in all of that. What do you make of that? Because I imagine not only Aston Villa fans will be calling you on 606, but you'll be getting a few Leeds United fans as well.
It's so difficult, Jules, isn't it? Last season, listen, you're an avid listener to 606. Arteta out after 4 games. I know with more games this season, already this season, Rodgers out. The amount of fans called, we've had Jesse Marsh out, but the Leeds fan who phoned up when they beat Chelsea, called myself and Chris lazy pundits. Listen, he might be right, but, because we predicted Leeds would go down. Where's that Leeds fan tonight? I want him to give us a call. He was a lawyer, Jules. 08085 909 693. Leeds are in the bottom 3. Managed under massive pressure. So I think it's going to be a lively 606. And Newcastle, Jules, just going back to Newcastle, it's not a foul. Clinton's right, John's right. I'm watching the TV. Les Ferdinand said it. The referee got it right. Jamie Redknapp, however, said it was a foul. It's never a foul. It was a correct decision. Well done, the referee. I don't know why VAR has to get involved in that. Perhaps it was looking at handball. Correct decision. Listen, finally, Clinton's got one right.
So Hugo Lloris made a mess of it then.
No, Jules, I was just about to say, Sab's got something right. And if Sab's saying, and Sab has praised you about being a good presenter, teach him a few things. Saying, George, please.
Well, you can text 85058 hashtag BBC 606 on Twitter if you're a Leicester fan as well. Maybe you want to call after that huge win at Molineux. 4-0. I was going to say there's a storm brewing at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I think there just is a storm, full stop, for the second half of Tottenham against Newcastle. Newcastle leading 2-0. To talk you through the next 45 with the music in the background is John Murray and Clinton Morrison.
Well, thank you, Juliet. Yeah, and since you last heard from us, some of the scenes that we've witnessed inside this stadium because of the weather have been extraordinary. If you were listening at the end of the first half, the grey clouds were just beginning to roll across. There was a flash of forked lightning, and then those grey clouds rolled over. And the cockerel up there, which is floodlit, the skies above it, the last time I saw skies like that, Basil Rathbone was looking for the Hound of the Baskervilles.
John, what are the Newcastle fans doing though?
John, I just saw bare-chested men.
Well, then, the lightning's flashing now. Then the rain started, and the rain coming down inside the stadium. There were spectators down in the front rows who had tiny little umbrellas and flimsy cagoules, absolutely saturated, and the Newcastle United fans in their section peeled off their shirts and were bare-chested. So that is the scene that we have inside the Tottenham Stadium now. The second half begins. Newcastle United leading by 2-0, and actually many of the people in the lower sections have not come back to their seats. I think they're staying on the concourses. Well, either that, or if they're Tottenham fans, I'm not sure if they might have gone home.
We'll give it 5 minutes because some of the Newcastle fans are not in here because that was packed out. But they have to be here. Surely they can't have gone home, John.
Well, it's torrential, absolutely torrential. The rain sweeping down on the Tottenham Stadium, and Spurs in this second half have got an enormous job on their hands if they're going to get anything out of this match. They're facing Newcastle, tightest defence in the Premier League so far this season, and they're 2-0 down. And it is a goal kick to Newcastle. So Spurs, no changes at half-time. Loris, the goalkeeper, the captain, Sanchez, Dyer and Longley, the three central defenders. If you weren't listening earlier, injuries to Højbjerg and to Romero, so they're not involved at all today. Emerson Royal on the right, Sessegnon on the left, Bentancur and Skip with Bissouma in the middle, and then Kane and Son up front. And Newcastle winning a free kick. Bruno Guimaraes has been fouled halfway inside his own half. And the Newcastle side, Nick Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, the back four. Guimaraes with Longstaff and Willock either side, and then Almiron on the right, Joe Linton on the left, and Callum Wilson through the middle. The goals scored by Wilson and Almiron, and Newcastle coming forward now looking for a third. Joe Linton to the edge of the area, he's left Skip on the ground, he plays it to Willock to his left as Newcastle attack towards the end where their supporters are, and again the rain almost becomes heavier than ever. Almiron on the right hand side, Trippier's cross comes back to Almiron, his shot hits Longley, comes back to Almiron, and it hits Longley again with his hands behind his back and spins and bounces away wide of goal for a Newcastle corner.
Yeah, you thought Tottenham would have come out in the second half and had the momentum, but it hasn't. It's been Newcastle where they left off in the first half. They've been excellent.
Newcastle fans there now, I mean, there are dozens and dozens of them now with their shirts off. They'll all, of course, have seen on social media that this has attracted attention, although I know it's something that Newcastle fans have done over the decades. Corner for Newcastle on the back post, headed across the box by Botman, it comes out, Almiron slices it horribly, but actually he's found a teammate on the left-hand side, cross into the box, and it comes back to Fabian Schär, and now Botman nearer the halfway line, down below us. Joe Linton, crossfield pass from him, out to the right-hand side. Sessegnon stretches for it, heads it away. Trippier, Newcastle have started strongly here, leading 2-0. They're going for a third goal that would surely finish this off. Longstaff near the halfway line, back to Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle, they're actually toying with Tottenham. Now it's square to Guimaraes, another mighty flash of lightning above the stadium. Square to Longstaff, now to Joe Linton on the left-hand side, the other Brazilian with the bleach blonde hair. Guimaraes, square to Willock, he had a little look there, but he plays it square. Trippier is there, Trippier with the cross, that's only half blocked away, the ball hanging on the edge of the area, but Bissouma is able to nod it further away. But Newcastle dominating it, absolutely dominating it.
They can't get the ball, can they, John? Tottenham can't get the ball, even when they're making clearances. Newcastle are picking up the second balls.
It feels, the way that this second half has started, the only thing really that can save Tottenham would be a waterlogged pitch.
Just about, yep, spot on.
Here's Joe Linton on the left-hand side, his cross comes off Emerson Royal and skitters behind into the advertising hoardings, and it's a corner to Newcastle. 4 minutes played in the second half, no change. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2, a scoreline that would take Newcastle into the Champions League places. They go fourth in the table, above Manchester United and Chelsea. They'll be above Chelsea on goal difference. That would feel like quite a moment for the new Newcastle.
Big moment.
Corner from the left. Trippier backs up, but then takes it short, gets it back. Oh, that's a great ball in, and it is headed away for Tottenham on the edge of the 6-yard box by Longley, who came across.
Offside.
So it's a free kick. Offside given.
To be fair, you know what I've seen with Conte? Other managers do it, he doesn't. When your team's not playing well, make changes, John. There's not, and I know you can say Lucas Moura ain't 100, but you can bring on someone like Perisic, who gives you more going forward. Lucas Moura, bring these players on when it's not going well.
Well, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton are going to want to hear from Tottenham fans after this, unless, of course, we have a transformation. And Spurs coming forward, and the cross from the left-hand side from Sessegnon, far too close to Nick Pope, who just falls forward out of his 6-yard box and catches the ball into his chest. So Tottenham 0, Newcastle 2 is the score. You're listening to us on 5 Live and on the World Service and on BBC Sounds as well. Great noise inside the stadium, but I think the Newcastle fans are creating a good deal of that. They are truly buoyant and in celebratory mood, and I think most of the spectators have now returned to the lower sections of the stadium.
It's a big queue to get the old, coffees or teas at half-time.
Throw in for Newcastle that Dan Burn takes back to the halfway line to Sven Botman, 6'4", 22 years old. He's not in the Dutch squad. Louis van Gaal hasn't selected him yet this season. He was in the under-21s. And here come Newcastle again down the right-hand side. Good work from Longstaff, deep cross. Joe Linton at the back post, heads it, but it's blocked behind.
That could be a penalty.
It struck the arm of Emerson.
Yep.
They're saying that it was Emerson Royale's hand or arm that it struck when it was headed back across. All of the Newcastle players have gone to referee Gillett. We're seeing a replay of it. Oh,
it's going to be given because his arms outstretched. It's going to be given. You've seen them given. Listen, I feel for him because he's trying to do defending, and you can't sometimes help it, stretch your arm out, but his arm's out. Well, it's going to be given.
The recent issue has been, hasn't it, with a couple of these.
Hasn't given.
Well, the issue has been, Clinton, about the proximity.
Yeah, all right then. So I seen one at Newcastle a few weeks ago where Dan Burn is not looking and his arm's out like that. But then obviously he's about, as you said, he was about 5 yards away from it, John. So
but then last weekend, the feeling was, the message was put out that the proximity was important.
Fair enough then. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know where that leaves us.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm confused, just like you.
Anyway, it's judged that Joe Linton clearly was. There was nothing Emerson Royal could do about it. However, it is a Newcastle corner, played into the back post. Almiron with a shot, saved inside the 6-yard box by Lloris. That was a good stop because that came through a crowd of players. Spurs scrambled it away, but now Wilson again in the box, shoots, and the block this time is from Sessegnon inside the penalty area. Tottenham are clinging on here. Newcastle are really threatening a third. But Spurs break away through Son. Son racing down the left-hand side, now cutting into the penalty area, and his cross is blocked behind for a Tottenham corner. Spurs need a goal.
Yeah, this second half is going to be lively now. It is, and Newcastle are the ones that are pushing it. It was a good save from Hugo Lloris, from Fabian Schär's shot, and they were lucky that there was no takers to put the rebound in, but good run there from Son.
Could be a crazy game in these wet conditions. Floodlight flashing above us here, end-to-end stuff. Newcastle chasing a third goal. Tottenham trying to get a toehold, and with all of that lightning, it's like some sort of hammer horror that is going on. That's how it'll feel for Tottenham anyway. Horrific. In comes the corner, flick to the back post, it's headed in! Spurs have got the goal! Harry Kane is there! A yard out to nod it in, there was a defender with him, and Spurs have got a goal back. Newcastle's lead is cut to 2-1, and Harry Kane has scored his 11th of the season for Spurs.
He does what he does. He's flicked on. He's just played onside by Callum Wilson. He just gets the better of Kieran Trippier. He's too strong, and that's what Harry Kane does. Comes alive in and around the 6-yard box. Game on, John.
It's Kieran Trippier who was with him at the back post, his England colleague, but Kane turned him. Got goal side of Trippier, who was leaning into Harry Kane. In any case, he was almost on his back when Kane, I mean, that was inches out that he headed it in. They are looking at a possible offside, VAR.
I thought Callum Wilson's back leg maybe might be playing him on, but we'll have a look at. Well, we can't see a replay yet.
This has not been given the green light yet. They're looking at offside, just looking to see if we've got the lines anywhere here. And now we're seeing the pictures, we're seeing the VAR pictures that Stuart Atwell will be looking at Stockley Park.
You've got to see who it comes off first, though.
Yeah, which is what they're doing now.
I think they're checking to see. I'm not sure. It comes off is that a Newcastle player? And then it might have touched Davinson Sanchez on the shoulder. That's what they're looking at. To see, they're looking to see if it touches Davinson Sanchez there in the middle of the goal. Because if it touches him, he's offside.
I'm not sure you
can see. But how can you see from there?
I'm not sure you can tell definitively if
that's why they keep
Sanchez.
Looking.
This is the crucial touch. It's like the second contact, if there is one.
It's the second contact they're looking at, because the first contact is onside. It's if Davinson Sanchez touches it there. But it looks like, for me, he completely misses it.
The pictures are not definitive.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
You can't see the ball changing direction.
No, you can't. Because if he does get a touch, it would change, unless it was a flick of the egg. Goal given.
Goal given. Yeah, I think they had to there because there wasn't sufficient evidence.
You're right, yeah. Spot on, John.
So the goal stands. Harry Kane's goal timed in the 54th minute, although we're now in the 56th. And it's Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. And Harry Kane, how often have we said this over the years? He's got Tottenham out of a right hole in this match.
Listen, Harry Kane's been outstanding this season. You know why people not talk a lot about Harry Kane this season, John? Because the guy up in Manchester's been so brilliant. Haaland, that's why we don't. But his goals this season have been outstanding. He always gets Tottenham out of jail.
Well, that is Harry Kane's 10th Premier League goal of the season, and it's his 11th for Spurs in all competitions. So Harry Kane hits double figures in the Premier League. He's now just 7 behind Erling Haaland. Just the 7. Long ball forward from the right-hand side. Mind you, he might not be finished in this match yet. Cross from the right-hand side for Spurs from Emerson. And Kane was in there, but Pope stepped forward and was able to catch the ball ahead of the England captain. So Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. And as the Americans would say, Clinton, I think we've got a change of dynamic.
Yes, we have. Big change of dynamic. This is going to be a great game now, John.
Great noise. I know that for sure. It's a great place to watch sport, this. Sometimes the Americans are here. Newcastle coming forward to the edge of the box. Wilson gets his head to it, but can only glance it out here to the left-hand side. Willock, that looked like a foul on Skip. That's not given. Willock's going to go for goal. Takes a little flick off Wilson, but couldn't get enough on it to deflect it in. Remarkably, really.
Yeah, if he gets more on it, John, it's a goal. Hugo Lloris is beaten. He runs across Lenglet, and he is onside as well. It would have been a goal. He doesn't get enough. It just glances the outside of his left foot. And if he gets more with his right foot, he scores. He's unlucky, to be fair.
Any touch and that was in. Now Tottenham are saying that Son was bundled over when the ball was played over the top to him. Referee Gillett, he's got his hands full here with this. And he says nothing doing. Nick Pope picks up the ball under pressure from Harry Kane and then overarms it out to Botman. And now Newcastle start again from the back. So 2-1 it is. The Harry Kane goal came from a corner from the left-hand side. It was Botman, the Newcastle man, who got his head to it. And the crucial question was whether it got a flick off the Tottenham man, Sanchez, in the middle, before it was headed in from point-blank range by a falling Harry Kane. But VAR couldn't see a touch from Sanchez, so the goal stood. So Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2 is the score. Tottenham, who during the course of this 10-match winning streak here inside this stadium in all competitions, they have got themselves out of 1 or 2 sticky situations, but 2-0 down against Newcastle. But it does feel entirely different now. Here's Bentancur on the halfway line, passing it forward to Sessegnon. Sessegnon now along the edge of the penalty area, but straight into Cher, who clears, and Cher's found Almiron, and Almiron running free. Sessegnon's trying to get back at him, he's fouling him, and he's pulling him back. And as a result of that, it's a yellow card for Ryan Sessegnon.
And I can guarantee in 5 minutes, Perisic will be on for Sessegnon. Because now you've got to be careful, but you've just been booked. Almiron's causing a lot of problems, and I feel like his crosses in the final third hasn't been good. And right on cue, I can see Perisic running back to the dugout. I'm not a manager though, John.
Maybe one day. Have you got that pro license yet?
Nah, I've got the A. I need to do the pro.
Yeah, right, okay. That's on the agenda, is it?
Maybe one day, if I have time. Don't have no time at the moment.
That's what's known in the business as keeping your options open.
Yeah.
It's a free kick then for Newcastle. This has got entertainment written all over it, this
definitely.
next half hour, so don't go anywhere. As Newcastle play the ball in, it was a short free kick which was whipped in, but went all the way through to Lloris. So Tottenham start again. Son, who had a brilliant start to the game, but he's tackled by Bruno Guimaraes, and that's adjudged to have been a foul. And Bruno Guimaraes doesn't like it. He throws the ball away, which other referees, I think, would have produced a yellow card for that as a sign of dissent from Bruno Guimaraes. We're just seeing it again, Clinton. Correct decision for a foul?
I'm not sure. I think
went to ground.
He went to ground. He didn't really get much of the ball, but I don't think he got Son. Son was waiting for it. Substitution's been made.
Yeah, Perisic is on. Is it Sessegnon?
Yeah,
yes,
Sessegnon.
Yeah, off the far side. So Perisic is on in that position. The veteran Croatian who has won things all over Europe, and he's on the left-hand side. So Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. As Emerson Royal was challenged by Dan Burn, he went down. Tottenham fans wanted a free kick, not given. Emerson Royal's cross comes off Botman, bounces behind into that great south stand to our right. Corner to Spurs. Son takes it short. Spurs are trying to up the tempo here, keep the game going, put pressure on Newcastle. Emerson Royal challenged by Willock. Emerson tried to thread it through for Son, but that was cut out by Almiron, who put it out for a throw. Another throw in for Tottenham. So that change from Antonio Conte, the first of the match. Perisic on. More substitutes to come, I'm sure, before too long, as Sessegnon is still walking round behind the goal. He's getting quite the ovation there as he makes his way around. You'd have loved that, Clinton, wouldn't you, in your day?
Yeah, I didn't like coming. Yeah, of course I would have. But yeah,
milking the crowd.
Of course, definitely, John.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I didn't like when we were playing. We had to go off on the side. I'd have loved it.
You would. Man, sometimes you wouldn't.
No, sometimes I wouldn't if it was away fans.
It's a corner for Spurs then. Son to take this. They're trying to suck it in, that huge stand behind the goal down to our right. Son raises his arm. He looks a little bedraggled down there. Son's deep, high, corner to the back post. Is headed down by Kane. Comes back to Kane! And he volleys it high over the top. But if he'd put it in, it wouldn't have counted because the offside flag was up anyway. And it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, I think from Son's corner, it curled it just out, I think, John. That was it. Yeah, it curled it. I saw his flag went up straight away.
And now Newcastle are on the slowdown. So Nick Pope is being told to get on with it by referee Gillett. And now Nick Pope, in the manner of all goalkeepers in this position, is saying to him, so where is it I need to take this from? Is it there? No? And then succeeds in wasting time. And Pope plays it downfield. It's headed forward by Bentancur. A little bit of indecision for a moment from Botman, but he volleyed it away. But Byrne couldn't get it further away. And Emerson now back to Skip, and Skip's cross, that was blocked initially. There was a touch from the defender, who was Willock, actually, back inside his own penalty area. It's put out of play by Guimarães. Spurs take a quick throw, and then poor touch from Basuma. Ball bounces out, and it's a throw in to Newcastle. 2-1 Newcastle lead. This is 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. For 5 Live listeners, the lines are open for 606. If you're on your way back from a match, Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage would love to hear from Tottenham fans, but also Villa and Brentford fans. Villa 4-0 winners, finished Leeds 2, Fulham 3. They'd love to hear from you as well. Southampton 1, Arsenal 1, Wolves 0, Leicester 4, the final score at Molineux. And earlier in the Championship, 2 big wins, Swansea City 2, Cardiff City 0, Watford 4, Luton 0 in the Championship. So 08085 909 693, the number to call for the 606 phone-in, which will follow before live coverage of the Grand Prix from Texas tonight. So Tottenham with a free kick halfway inside their own half, which is played across out to the left-hand side. And here comes Perisic down the left flank. Perisic, 2 Newcastle players with him. He goes past Kieran Trippier, memories of the World Cup semi-final. Those two, beats him, gets the cross in, but bounces back to Trippier, who's challenged, and in the end it bounces out of play for what is given as a Newcastle throw-in. Lucas Moura, Clinton, the next Tottenham player to come on. I thought we'd see him at some stage.
Yeah, I think it's the right time. Definitely, you're in the ascendancy now. Bring on another attacking player.
Yeah, he's had an injury, but now feeling his way back. And then Skip puts in a challenge which fouls Willock, but referee waves play on, gives Newcastle the advantage. Still Willock is down, but Almiron's got it just outside the box. Back to Bruno Guimarães. Basuma forces him to give it to the right-hand side. Almiron is there. And then the ball is played back through by Trippier. Longstaff in the box. Almiron just beaten to it by Langley inside the penalty area. Still Newcastle with it on the right-hand side in the blue and gold. Ball played forward. Thought there might have been an offside flag against Longstaff. No, it's not given. Spurs still haven't got it away, and in fact it comes to Bruno Guimarães, who plays it across the penalty area, a stretch away from Dyer, and then an important piece of play there. That was superb from Bentancur to beat 2 men and take it downfield, but then Joe Linton was back there with the covering challenge for Newcastle to win it back for the visitors.
Football at its best. Brilliant feat from Bentancur, does ever so well, but Joe Linton, outstanding. He has one play, he's improved massively since Eddie Howe's coming. His work rate is phenomenal.
Yeah, and he's and there's a yellow card in there for... Was that Skip for the foul? It was.
Skip. I think he'll come off now for Lucas Moura, more than likely, if he really wants to be positive.
Moura than likely. It is Skip. Called it again, Clinton. Yeah, absolutely. So off comes Oliver Skipp. It was his first start of the season, and Lucas Moura, who comes on as a substitute for a 4th consecutive match, but he was out from August until this month. So Lucas Moura not scored in his last 24 appearances for Tottenham, as he takes his position up here on the right-hand side going forward for the time being, although he's just dropping in centrally. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2 is the score here in the rain, in the storm of North London. And Lucas Moura is given a welcome to the game by Bruno Guimaraes, who comes across and gives him a right bump with his hip and sends him flying. 2 Brazilians together, no love lost there. As Tottenham try to work it away from the back. Son, I think he might have been fouled by Cher. That's not given. And Cher, lovely change of feet, low shot, and Lloris is able to go down to his right and make the save.
And Cher's wonderful, a brilliant little step over.
Oh, and then Lloris's clearance has been blocked by Wilson, who's going to be yellow carded. This will go down well. Callum Wilson, who was involved in that controversial opening goal when he was adjudged not to have fouled Hugo Lloris. So you'll see it all on Match of the Day tonight with Mark Chapman. That's after the news on BBC One this evening, so you'll be able to talk about everything on 606 08 085 909 693. Read about it as ever on the BBC Sport website, on the football pages. Watch the highlights, Match of the Day 2 tonight, and then download the 5 Live Football Daily podcast in the morning. You can subscribe for free from, altogether, BBC Sounds. Moura is fouled inside his own half. By the way, just to give you prior warning, and Wilson's thrown himself to the ground. I think he's... and there's a slip centre field by Bissouma, who just delayed, missed the ball and fell over, and Newcastle are coming forward with Almiron, who plays it back to Trippier. Trippier, as the rain continues to fall heavily on this part of North London. Tottenham played away downfield, but Botman's heading it back to goalkeeper Pope.
It kind of feels like they've weathered the storm at the moment, Newcastle. Like, literally weathered the storm.
I don't think that storm's over yet.
It's going to come again.
Yes, Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Spurs with Moura centrally, and then Bissouma through to Kane. Kane crouching forward as he does, head down. There's only one thing on his mind, and then he gives the ball. Perisic with a shot from the left-hand side, but it was straight at Pope, who was able to put feet wide apart, lean forward, and then scoop the ball up into his chest.
Yeah, it's good play from Harry Kane. He delayed that pass, and you're thinking Perisic on his right foot, can he bend that past Nick Pope into the far corner? But it's a comfortable save from Nick Pope.
So 2-1, the Newcastle lead. Newcastle, who've lost just once this season, and if you remember, that was actually a goal from Fabio Carvalho at Anfield in the 8th minute of added time. That's their only defeat in all competitions. With this scoreline, Newcastle would be in the Champions League places. But this is not over yet. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Here's Wilson through the middle. Wilson back to Willock, and then Willock lifts it over the top towards the left-hand side. Joe Linton gets the ball under control into the penalty area. One way and the other he goes. Looks for Willock. Willock, his cross is blocked by the recovering Emerson Royal, who deflects it behind for a corner.
Yeah, it was really good defending. And very, very, very good defending there. Good play from Joe Linton there. And Willock was just going to square it, and I think Callum Wilson had a tap in, but good defending.
Corner for Newcastle from the left. Kieran Trippier trots across there. 20 minutes to play. Still the rain tumbles down through that curving roof of the Tottenham Stadium. Trippier to take this. Tottenham have got everyone back in there, almost everyone in the 6-yard box. Here's the corner into the back post, which is headed back across. Lloris comes for it, gets a hand to it. It bounces down. Cher blasts it across the penalty area. What on earth? He's blasted it.
You summed that up brilliantly, John. What on earth? He just needed to clip it back in. I don't know what he was doing.
Looking to drive it in low, wasn't he?
Yeah, but it was way too high.
He almost put it into the hospitality boxes. So play back underway. Ball bounces out of play on the halfway line. It's a throw-in to Newcastle. Yes, I was going to say, just to give you prior warning, with the World Cup 4 weeks ago to go today, it'll begin. During the World Cup, the 5 Live Football Daily will turn into the 5 Live World Cup Daily, and all 64 matches will be on 5 Live, Sports Extra, Sounds or the World Service. So all 64 matches, you'll hear commentary on them live from the World Cup. Here is Dyer in the Premier League, sliding in, and there's been I think a clash of shins between him and Joe Linton, so I think they'll both be okay. It's just Dyer slid in and there was that contact, and ball's out of play for a throw.
He did come in with a bit of an injury, wasn't he? An injury doubt, but he seems like he's all right. He's being clever, Joe Linton. They're buying time, a bit of time for his team. Yeah, it was a knee problem, wasn't it, that he picked up, that he came off with against Everton during the week. Alan St Maximin apparently is not too far away from coming back, but not involved for Newcastle today. Their next match is against Aston Villa at St James's Park next Saturday. Playback underway. Both Dyer and Joe Linton are okay. Lloris clearing from the ground. The score is Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Newcastle were 2-0 up at half-time and then started the second half brilliantly. Weren't able to get the third goal, and Harry Kane nodded one back. And now Joe Linton does well, plays it forward, but too much on it, and it rolls through for a goal kick. So goal kick to Tottenham, and Lloris takes it short to Eric Dyer. I think the expectation is that he will be in the squad in Qatar, having started England's 2 matches last month. Long and forward down the middle, that's headed away by Botman, and then Longstaff, dispossessed, Kane and Moura. Lucas Moura with his white shirt outside his blue shorts, back to Bentancur, and now Perisic on the left-hand side. Perisic against Trippier, steps forward, puts in the challenge, and it's a good one from Kieran Trippier, and Newcastle have got it back. However, Perisic is in there again, but deflects it out of play. So good, isn't he, John? Kieran Trippier, he's been outstanding, to be fair, all season. One of the best players for me in the Premier League, especially defenders anyway, and his delivery going forward, brilliant as well.
Well, I think if it was that England game against Iran tomorrow, as opposed to 4 weeks tomorrow,
he would be playing,
he would be playing, yeah. Because of the obviously Reece James seems to be out of the picture with his green hair. And did you see that yesterday?
Yeah, matching jacket.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
I did see that.
And so he's injured. Still hasn't given it up, but big loss for England. And then Kyle Walker is obviously hoping to be fit. Ben White was involved again today for Arsenal in the goal that they scored. Lucas Moura playing it through the middle, but Son is challenged by Joe Linton. Just feel that the match is setting itself at the moment for
a big
finale.
Yes.
Bruno Guimaraes back to Almiron, and then in comes Perisic. It's hooked forward for Spurs, but by Basuma, but Pope is going to allow it to run through for a goal kick, and he's going to take his time here again. Sometimes I get this, you know. I totally understand, and I see why they're doing it, slowing the game down. But sometimes that also just gives the wrong impression, doesn't it?
It does,
that we're clinging on here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it for Joe Willock, who came on as a substitute in the last couple of matches. He'd not been very well, I believe, as well. But he is off, and taking his place is Jacob Murphy, who made way today from the starting lineup. So Murphy is onto the field, and that means Joe Linton drops back into what's now become his more familiar position in the left of that midfield 3 for Newcastle. So Jacob Murphy is on. Goal kick, Newcastle taking as long as they can to take it, which they do. Finally, now 15 minutes to play. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Ball out of play, throw in for Tottenham. In fact, it's given us a free kick, which Emerson Royal takes. Just a little foul. Back to Dyer. Rain comes again. Sanchez across the back line. Dyer to the far side, to Longley. Now Perisic, still deep inside their own half, and that's been charged down. Out of play by Longstaff.
It's just the momentum, kind of the substitutions have took the momentum out of the game for Tottenham, haven't they, John? I'm saying they're the right substitutions, but it just seems it's gone a bit flat for them again.
That's Clinton Morrison Premier League goal scorer with us here on 5 Live and the World Service. Here's Moura into the challenge. Tottenham win it back. Bissouma over the halfway line, rolls the ball to his left. Perisic to Son down the line. Son twists and turns. He's got 2 Newcastle players with him. Cher goes to ground and puts it out of play for a Tottenham throw, which Son takes back towards the halfway line. Chested down by Longley. Longley back to Dyer in the centre circle. I think that next storm might not be too far away. Dyer curls a long ball. Emerson heads it back to Moura. Moura inside the penalty area. Joe Linton went with him and did well, actually. There was enough in on that. And Joe Linton goes down, wanted the free kick. Lucas Moura with the challenge. Emerson got the ball caught up underneath his feet. And Bruno Guimaraes is going to run it away. Lucas Moura does brilliantly well to avoid him. And then Emerson into Kane inside the box. Back to goal. Gives it to Son. Son shoots. It's blocked. Shouts for handball. Referee Gillett immediately says no handball, no penalty. Newcastle have got it with goalkeeper Pope.
Nah, it's like Newcastle didn't want to clear their lines. Guimaraes, Joe Linton, they all could have cleared it, but nah, I don't think that there's much in that. No way.
And Bruno Guimaraes it's Joe Linton who's down inside the box. That was a brilliant little moment in there, wasn't it? Where Guimaraes on the ground tried to swing his legs and take Lucas Moura
out,
who danced over the top of it. Brilliant. Well, it's been fun, this, hasn't it? There's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. And just the way that it's gone, you know, on a stormy afternoon as well like this, I think storms affect people, don't they? So they say.
Yeah, it does affect people. It does affect a lot. Yeah, it does.
They do say that. So
it affects me.
Dread to think. And we've got, I think it just has that feel that we might have a little bit more madness to go.
Yeah, there is. There's definitely another goal in this, John, that's for sure.
So don't tune away. So I hope it doesn't peter out to a 2-1 Newcastle win now, otherwise we'll be getting letters from all around the World Service. Right, Joe Linton is just having to come off the field. And he's another trooper, isn't he? He's had this injury. He's gone down twice now in the second half. He's received bumps and bangs. Tottenham take the throw and Harry Kane helps it back to Nick Pope in the goal to our right. So we've got just over 10 minutes to go. Lines open for 606. There's so much to discuss today. 08085 909 693. They'll have a great debate. Robbie and Chris over the disallowed goal with some of the listeners. I'm sure there will be Tottenham fans who will ring in and will be absolutely certain that goal should have been ruled out, that opening goal for Newcastle. But likewise, there'll be Newcastle fans as well with the opposite view. Tottenham are going to bring on 2 more substitutes, Doherty and Davis, so 2 defenders coming on.
I don't get that. Literally, I don't like for like substitutions. You need a goal. I know there's not a lot of attacking options, but Ben Davis is the centre half. Is he going to have a big impact in scoring an equaliser? I might be wrong. Do you know what I mean, John?
Yeah, well, that's what the Tottenham fans will be saying, I think. Many of them in this stadium. Newcastle have won a free kick, a foul on Bruno Guimaraes by Lucas Moura on the far side. I think he was giving him a little bit back from an earlier incident. And actually Almiron has gone down as well there. I think he might have been caught maybe by a swinging arm in the neck, in the Adam's apple, but he's okay. And so it's a free kick to Newcastle. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Newcastle United 2. Newcastle with this scoreline would move into the top 4, and they would be just 2 points behind Tottenham in third. But still time to play yet. 10 minutes of it, plus added time. Newcastle, here is the free kick. Played in towards the near post, takes a flick off a Tottenham head. Eric Dyer was after it, I think it was him. But Bruno Guimaraes is back in possession in the full-back area, the Tottenham full-back area. Takes on a defender towards the byline, and then is actually holding off Langley with an arm. And he was complaining about it, but Newcastle still in possession as it's played back. Longstaff now to the left-hand side to Bruno Guimaraes, who is fouled by Lucas Moura again, who very chivalrously goes across and offers him a hand, and it's only a throw-in, it's not a free kick. Good challenge then. Right, so we will have Davinson Sanchez and
Longley
off. So the two central defenders who came in are off. So Ben Davis is on and Matt Doherty. And Tottenham coming forward with Bentancur. Kane with a touch. Lucas Moura tries to send it through to Son, but on this wet surface now, this very heavy surface, the ball sort of held up and Cher was able to slide in and put it out of play. 2-1 Newcastle lead. 9 minutes plus added time to go. Emerson Royal hasn't helped Eric Dyer with that pass. Well beyond him and behind him. So Eric Dyer had to go and get it. So Spurs now with Dyer. Long ball forward. Botman's got his head to it, but that header carries the ball up into the penalty area, his own penalty area, and it's caught easily by Nick Pope.
I don't know. Conte must like Emerson Royal loads, to be fair. Must like Emerson Royal loads. Must do.
Well, he's now part of what is effectively a Tottenham back three
now, yep.
Emerson Royal on the right-hand side, Dyer in the middle, and Emerson Royal now, after Dyer won the initial header from Pope's clearance, Emerson Royal turns and plays the ball back to Lloris, to our left. The Tottenham captain. Couple of touches, then long and left-footed. Lucas Moura wins a good header. It's over the top of Son though. Cher heads it forward. Bruno Guimaraes hikes the ball right-footed over his own head. Dyer heads it forward. Cher gets a header for Newcastle, and the ball bounces out towards the far side where Tottenham keep it in play. Bissouma is being put under pressure by Longstaff, but that's well played by Bissouma, finds Bentancur in the centre circle, and now Emerson Royal to Matt Doherty, who's taken over as the right wing back, and then back to Emerson Royal. Newcastle have dropped right back behind the ball. That's a poor pass forward from Bentancur, but it bounces back to Tottenham. Dyer, Bissouma again in the centre circle, inside the Newcastle half, to the right hand side to Emerson, who's then closed down by Murphy, and so Dyer has to hit a long pass. That's blocked forward by Longstaff. Eventually the ball bounces to Kane. That's a lovely pass from Kane to Bentancur, who glides forward and plays the ball forward to Doherty, but I don't think Doherty can reach that. No, the ball runs away over the white line and behind and through for a goal kick. It's like a fielder chasing a ball to the boundary that he was never going to get.
Never, so you just give up on it. You have to. Yeah, but it's good play from Bentancur. He's frustrated with himself because he's picking up little pockets, and Nick Pope's going to get booked now.
Yellow card. Yeah. I think there was nothing more certain than a yellow card for Nick Pope than torrential rain would follow those black clouds that rolled over the stadium at half-time. So Pope is booked, and he's still wasting time, which the Tottenham fans are helpfully pointing out, and Antonio Conte as well, who's put a black baseball cap on with all of this rain. He's also making the point. Back it goes. You'll hear Antonio Conte and Eddie Howe during 6:06, and it'll be a happy Eddie Howe at the moment with this scoreline, and he's applauding down there because, again, great work from Newcastle's forward players, putting pressure. It was Murphy this time who forced the error from Emerson, who passed the ball out of play. So it's a throw-in for Newcastle. Dan Burn to take this throw on the left-hand side. Burn to Joe Linton. Joe Linton, long and leggy.
So good.
Yes, isn't he?
So good.
Keeping the ball, even though he's got Tottenham players all over the back of him. And then Murphy, I could hear him shouting from here. There was no free kick, no foul. Referee Gillett wasn't buying that. And then Doherty plays it across his own penalty area. So Ben Davis, freshly into the action, passes it forward towards the left-hand side. 6 minutes to play, less than that actually. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Spurs facing their second defeat of their week. The first time they'll have dropped points this season. Doherty on the right-hand side. Doherty forward to Lucas Moura, who's got some space now and chips it across to the back post. But Trippier was able to come forward and head it away with Perisic arriving behind it. Bentancur now, back into the centre circle. Dyer carries it on and then uses on his left-hand side Davis. And then it comes from the Welshman to the Englishman. Crossfield pass by Dyer, that's good. Into the path of Moura, lovely touch from him as well, but Murphy went with Moura and blocked it out for a corner. And Spurs looking to take this quickly. Nick Pope tries to alert his defenders to it. They should be aware anyway. Moura takes it to Son, and then Son plays it into Murphy and wins another corner. Numbers 4 and 5 for Spurs in the second half alone.
They're pushing. Here comes the storm now.
They are. Less than 5 minutes to play. Son with the corner, curling out, swinger, headed away by Cher on the edge of the 6-yard box for Newcastle. All the players still up there. Perisic plays it in right footer. That's got a long way. Down with a header just wide. But actually, the flag was up.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. He probably knows he should be hitting the target there, Eric Dyer, but yeah, the flag was up. But they are pushing at the moment, and Newcastle look like there's a lot of tired legs out there. Eddie Howe will probably want to look to his bench to make a few changes.
Just feel that the temperature's dropped again, which could mean that there will be another meteorological storm.
I'm glad you said that. I had the coat off the whole time, and I was thinking, should I pull it on? But there's only 4 or 5 minutes to go.
So we might have a storm both on and off the field. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. 6:06 to follow. 08 085 909 693 to book your calls with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton for an hour or so before we go live to Texas and the USA Grand Prix. Here's Perisic down the left-hand side for Tottenham, swings over the cross. Kane with a header, but 2 defenders with him, Botman and Cher, and between them he couldn't direct it down on target, and it was over the top by 2 or 3 feet.
Yeah, it would have been had to be a fantastic header to score from there, but no, it's a good play from Tottenham, good ball in from Perisic as well. And 2 substitutions now, John. I think Shelby and Chris Wood are coming on.
Yep.
Callum Wilson's one.
So that's it for Callum Wilson, who scored the opening goal, his 4th of the season. That's 4 in 8 appearances this season, and he's taking his time. And Tottenham are furious that Callum Wilson has taken such a long time to get off the field, and actually Bissouma is trying to force him off the field, he's trying to push him off the field, and referee Gillett comes across and says, look mate, let him go. It's Emerson Royal actually who was trying to push him off the field. So he's off eventually, Callum Wilson, and then Shelby coming on for
Bruno Guimaraes.
Right. Bit of a surprise?
Not really, because he's been going down and feeling his calves and that. I think he's just tired and maybe suffering from a bit of cramp there.
Randall became a father for the first time on Friday.
That is hard work as well, John.
Not as hard work as it was for some involved in the process. Right, Shelby is on for Bruno Guimaraes. John Joe Shelby, who is making his first appearance since April. It's a hamstring problem, actually had an operation, and here he is now back into the action for the first time. I saw him get sent off against Tottenham last season. Remember, it was the first match after the takeover, and Callum Wilson scored that goal in the 2nd minute, and the place went absolutely bonkers. But Tottenham actually won the game and then beat them 5-1 here last season. Spurs coming forward, 2-1 down in this match. Newcastle get it away. Son tried to allow the ball to run, and then Wood is tripped on the halfway line by Emerson, who is not on a yellow card, so he is booked now. I did wonder whether he was one of the players who were on a yellow, but no. So Emerson Royal is booked for that trip. I don't know how he could complain about that.
So all he does is talk the whole game. He needs to do his job better instead of talking and wanting to argue with every player that's coming off the pitch and getting substituted on.
So you've told him, Clinton.
I don't know if he'll listen, but that's my opinion on him.
Yeah. Some would say it takes one to know
one. Exactly.
Free kick for Newcastle. Wood is after it, the New Zealander, but Tottenham get the touch on that, and Bentancur down in his full-back position. Joe Linton arrives on the scene, of course he does, and blasts the ball forward, trying to get a touch off Bentancur, but he hit it straight into the Tottenham fans. This will be a fine result for Newcastle if they see this out.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of time added on though.
There will, yeah.
I think it could be 5-6 minutes.
There should be, as Joe Linton is 5 minutes, could be more. And there's groans, that's what the Tottenham fans are thinking. So we're into 5 minutes of added time. 5 minutes of added time. Boos for that. Newcastle are going to waste more time with the taking of this latest free kick. Actually, Shelby does take it with the outside of his boot. Newcastle are going to play it to the corner flag. But Wood is dispossessed, and that was the end of that. And Tottenham have got it back and can start from the back. Dyer playing it across to Davis. Ben Davis now back in field towards Dyer. Dyer thought about the long pass, uses Emerson. Emerson now approaching the halfway line, slips the ball forward to Lucas Moura, who just plays it back to Emerson. So Emerson again shapes himself and passes it to Doherty. And Doherty's ball to the edge of the box. Trippier's able to come across into the D and launch it back out of play down the right-hand side. Antonio Conte comes across, actually pats it back to Doherty. Dyer now. Dyer rolls his foot over the ball. We haven't quite had that Storm on the field that I was expecting. And there we won't have it with that pass from Emerson either. That's beyond Son, and Nick Pope is actually going to come forward and then tease Harry Kane and allow the ball to run past both of them and through. And Harry Kane actually runs past Nick Pope down the little slope, gets the ball from in front of the hoardings and throws it back into the 6-yard box.
I'm not going to argue with him, is he, Nick Pope? When they're on international duty, Harry's the main man.
Yeah. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Nick Pope, who is on a yellow card here, so... Mind you, when do you ever see a second yellow card for time wasting? Never. Long and forward, eventually, from Pope. Bentancur heads it forward. Botman got his head on that. John Joe Shelby, with the outside of his boot again, hits it forward, but Dyer's able to head it back. Tottenham have to hope that they're going to get a chance in these final 3 minutes now of added time.
They've not created a clear-cut chance, have they, John, since they've Harry Kane scored?
No, not enough really. Those early chances that they had in the match, very good save from Pope, from Harry Kane with his legs, and Son had the early opportunities. Pope made a very good save from Son as well, from the angle. But back it goes to Lloris. Long from Lloris now through the middle. Kane flicks it on. It's played forward by Dyer, who's gone up there. He's gone forward, Eric Dyer, now in these circumstances. Tottenham trying to salvage a point. And then there's a foul on the far side.
And I think it's going to be a
Perisic.
foul. Yeah, I think it's Trippier that's going to get the free kick.
Perisic and Trippier came together, and it's a free kick for Newcastle. And Trippier's going to stay down here. It's the right decision as well. We've just seen it again. And Trippier is just taking his time to get up, and that means that another minute has gone by. 3 minutes of added time. 2 minutes to go. Tottenham 1,
you know what
Newcastle
you say,
2.
John? You always say in these moments you always get one big opportunity, but I can't see it.
I'm not sure.
I can't see it. No, I just can't see it at the moment. Newcastle defended brilliantly.
Mind you, we've swung one way and the other on that. It was going to be a brilliant storm. That didn't happen. Now we're saying they're not going to be another chance. We're as bad as Robbie Savage.
Exactly.
For goodness sake.
Keep changing our mind.
Here's Doherty. Doherty back to Emerson. Emerson square to Dyer. Dyer now opens his legs and hits a long left-footed ball towards the edge of the box. It's over Moura. Dan Burn towering over Moura. Easily got his head to that. And Joe Linton's going to run it away, but he runs it out of play on the halfway line. Eddie Howe looks like a drowned rat. And he's got that hood down the back of his neck, which is very limp. Botman heads it forward. Comes back to Bissouma. Bissouma now forward, comes away from Kane, bounces through Nick Pope's quickly out to the edge of the area and drops on the ball. And that is 4 minutes of the 5 of added time. Tottenham are facing a first home defeat since April. The first points that they've dropped in the Premier League at home this season. It's 5 out of 5 here in the Premier League this season until today. So that would leave Manchester City and Arsenal as the only sides to have won all their Premier League matches at home this season. Long forward for Newcastle. Newcastle fans want a foul for Dyer on Wood. It's not given. Well, this is it. It's got to go forward now. 4.5 minutes of the 5 added, and they haven't created that final chance.
Ooh.
And then the pass from towards Perisic down the left-hand side from Davis. That's cut out, and Newcastle can run this away. They could actually take this away down the right if they could. Towards the corner flag.
Take a big touch, Longstaff, and then just run it into the corner.
But he didn't, and Newcastle have conceded possession. But poor ball forward from Bissouma, that's cut out. And now Jacob Murphy is fouled. Lucas Moura takes it on, but no, the foul is given. Correct decision by referee Gillett.
That's it, John. I think that's it. Newcastle putting this right in the corner.
Well, I think we know the theme of the interviews that'll follow this match. You'll be able to hear Antonio Conte and Eddie Howe on 606. They'll hopefully be coming on live. Lines open 08 085 909 693 to talk about what has been a terrific victory for Newcastle. They've won here at the Tottenham Stadium by 2-1. Spurs lose a match here for the first time this season, and the Newcastle players go into a huddle and celebrate together. They won it in the first half with that controversial goal from Wilson. Almiron made it 2-0. Harry Kane got one back in the second half. But it's Newcastle's day, Clinton Morrison.
And fully deserved, to be fair. It was always going to be hard going in 2-0 down. You had to respond. Tottenham did respond, and their main man Harry Kane got that goal, but can't be too reliant on Harry Kane and Son all the time. Other individuals have to step up to the mark. It's not about Tottenham, it's about Newcastle. Fantastic performance. Individually they were brilliant. Collectively as a group they were outstanding. Credit must go to Newcastle and the fans and Eddie Howe. Brilliant this evening.
Well, what a match. What an afternoon. And Newcastle United, Newcastle are in the top 4. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2.
Will Hughes with the free kick, left side of central midfield. As 3 minutes minimum additional time has been added to the game. Hughes switches it towards the right, looking for Tompkins, headed up, and it's come through Bowie. They've got players in the middle, and Crystal Palace have won a corner. Milivojevic will be the man to take it. Almiron is in the D. He's the most advanced Newcastle player, joined there now by Bruno, because Palace have a couple just on the edge of the box. Saint-Maximin isn't picking anybody up. The rest are in the middle. It's high towards the penalty spot. It beats Tompkins, then Almiron controls and lifts it away. Bruno goes to run after it, collides with Hughes, gets to the ball. Bruno being fouled. Hughes is going to get yellow carded because he's thrown the ball away. Trippier with the free kick in the second of the minimum 3 minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle. 0-0. Trippier.
Get up
towards the left side. Joelinton heads on, but heads behind.
Unlucky.
The header went straight. It's actually kept in by Johnston. He was in a hurry to get to it, wasn't he? Hasn't been in a hurry about much else in the second half. Wood standing next to him. It's a long kick from the goalkeeper. One bounce, and Nick Pope gathers, throws it out. We've got about a minute of the minimum 3 to go. Lascelles to Botman and back again. Trippier on halfway, he's got space. Bruno inside, he's gone long, and Willock might fall nicely for him. It's gone backwards off Tompkins. Willock tried to let it go could have let it go for a corner maybe, kept it in. Looked for Wood in the middle, Palace clear. Trippier for Bruno. Hughes with him. Bruno fouled by Hughes.
Tell you what, Hughes is all over him. He can't run, Hughes. So he just fouls all the time. That's twice.
Last chance surely for Newcastle before we have to go to penalties. Trippier, diagonal ball from the free kick. There's players free at the far post, they can't get there. Bruno has it in midfield, gets around a couple of Crystal Palace men. Bruno goes for a shot from 25 yards, and we will have penalties. It's finished 0-0, and the winner of this tie will be decided in a shootout after neither team could manage a goal in the 90 minutes. John Anderson.
Yeah, look, he brought all the big guns on. We got a little bit better. Pace was better. You bring better quality on, it's always going to be the case, and that was it. But we didn't really create too much, to be fair. Palace sat back, but we didn't have the guile. The movement wasn't there up top either this evening. So, yeah, as I said at half-time, you always felt that one goal would probably win it. But we've gone to penalties, and it's a lottery now, isn't it?
BBC Radio Newcastle will bring you the shootout live in full, so stay exactly where you are. Newcastle and Crystal Palace fighting it out for a place in round 4 of the League Cup. There have been a number of other third round ties tonight. Let's get a full run through of all the latest scores and possibly some full-time results now from Colin White back in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Reza. None of them are actually full times yet. Newcastle United the first to finish, but a couple of other games that look like they will be going to penalties. Blackburn have just equalised late on at West Ham United. Ben Brereton in the last couple of minutes. So it's West Ham 2, Blackburn 2. A couple that are now full times actually as I speak. Wolves have beaten Leeds by 1-0. Boubacar Traore in the final 5 minutes. And Nottingham Forest 2-0 winners over Spurs. Renan Lodi and Jesse Lingard. With their goals they survived the red card late on as well. Still playing at the Emirates, but Brighton are 3-1 up at Arsenal. Southampton won, Sheffield Wednesday won in that one League One side that took the lead halfway through the first half, but one each as that one looks as though it's careering towards a penalty shootout as well. 2 8 o'clock kickoffs, so they've still got a good 10 minutes left at least. It's Liverpool 0, Derby 0. Liverpool making all 11 changes in that game, and Manchester City are 2-0 up on Chelsea. Riyad Mahrez and Julian Alvarez. There will be time after the penalty shootout is finished though to go back through all those confirmed by that point full-time scores. Razor, it's all yours again.
Thanks very much, Colin. A reminder that after the game, our Newcastle United podcast will be available. You can get it either by following us on Twitter at BBC Newcastle or find it on BBC Sounds, the Newcastle United podcast with analysis and reaction. Not a good record, penalties, Newcastle. I think it's 1 win in 10 shootouts. They were victorious at Newport a couple of years ago when they were going back to Watford, in the League Cup. They've gone out on penalties quite a few times. Last season Burnley we mentioned, but they've had shootouts in each of the last 3 because there was Leicester here before that in 2019. The 2 captains, Lascelles and Milivojevic, are with the referee on the halfway line, sorting out, I think, which end the penalties will be taken at. They're going to be at the Leazers end, which is where they were last season in the Burnley game, away to the left. So Newcastle will have 5 who are selected, and then shootouts work in the normal way. Chris Wood, I think, is going to be first. He scored a penalty to win the game in the Premier League against Wolves last season, on target at the weekend, and he'll get them going.
Yeah, it's a long walk from that centre circle to the penalty spot. Referee having the word with goalkeepers, telling them what they can and they can't do. In the meantime, Chris Wood just stands edge of the penalty area, ball in hand.
And Sam Johnson,
moments.
All in pink, gets himself ready, white gloves and white boots, bangs his studs against his left-hand post, and now Chris Wood puts the ball down and will take Newcastle's first penalty. Wood with his right foot as the goalkeeper moves along the line. Good scores! And that is a very well taken penalty by Chris Wood. Went to the goalkeeper's left, Johnson dived the other way, bit of height on it, plenty of power. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the boos ring out. Milivojevic comes to take it. Remember him missing one at Selhurst Park. Carl Darlow saved.
He scored one here, a winner in the Premier League a few seasons ago from the spot. Milivojevic first for Palace. Nick Pope wearing green, bounces up and down on his line. Milivojevic, it's saved! Pope with a brilliant one-handed save, diving away to his left, managed to push the ball clear with his right hand, and Newcastle lead 1-0 after 1 penalty each.
Poor penalty, good height for the goalkeeper. the way he performed tonight, I wouldn't have let him take a penalty, by the way.
Kieran Trippier on as a sub is next up for Newcastle. Hands on hips, having a think about it. Goalkeeper with outstretched arms. Trippier with a run-up, has scored, buries the penalty inside the right-hand post.
You see, that's the difference. Trippier's gone with power. Milivojevic has gone to place it, no power in it. Keeper goes the right way, but he's not stopping that.
Will Hughes, the Crystal Palace midfielder, yellow carded late on in the game. You don't fancy him?
No.
Left-footed?
No.
Places the ball on the spot. Fans at the Leazer's end behind the goal trying to put him off. Hughes' penalty is in.
Good penalty.
And he just clipped it across to Pope's right. The Newcastle keeper went the other way. And it's 2-1 Newcastle after 2 penalties apiece.
Yeah. Joe Linton comes forward to take the next one.
Joe Linton scored in the shootout with Burnley last season. Chris Wood was on target for Burnley in that, incidentally. And he has scored a penalty in a Premier League game against Manchester City a couple of seasons ago in the 4-3. Now he faces Sam Johnston. Joe Linton for Newcastle to make it 3 out of 3 successful spot kicks. It's in.
Oh, you don't stop them either.
And Joe Linton driving it home, went to the keeper's right. Johnston dived towards the ball but couldn't reach it. And next for Crystal Palace is the defender Joel Ward. Nick Pope with a save from Milivojevic. Hughes scored the second penalty. Ward with Palace's third. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. League Cup third round penalty shootout after a goalless draw. This is Ward, and he sent Pope the wrong way. Went into the bottom left corner of the goal, and Pope dived to the other side, as he has done for all 3 penalties. And that is now 3-2 to Newcastle after 3 penalties for both sides. And Nick Pope hands the ball to Sven Botman.
Penalties have been excellent. Quality.
This is going to be a left-footed effort from Botman. Johnston pointing in one corner. Botman
saves it.
Has played it straight at the keeper. It's a save from Sam Johnston, and he didn't have to move. And Newcastle unsuccessful for the first time in this shootout. Botman's effort saved.
Poor penalty, wasn't it? Just went straight down the middle, but no power on it either. Matete, who's been running on empty for the last half an hour.
This to make it 3-3. Jean-Philippe Mateta, the Crystal Palace forward, short sleeves and gloves, red boots, and a penalty that is saved by Nick Pope. And it's 2 penalty saves from Newcastle's goalkeeper in the shootout, and Bruno Guimaraes has the chance to win it.
That is awful. The kid hasn't got the strength to stand up, and it's an absolutely woeful penalty.
Bruno from 12 yards to send Newcastle into round 4 of the League Cup. Pope dived to his left to make the save, as he did for the earlier stop from Milivojevic, and now Bruno can be Newcastle's match winner in the penalty shootout. Here he is. It's over the top.
Dear, oh dear.
He's put it over the bar. Bruno has missed. Would you believe it?
Oh dear. That wasn't even close.
That wasn't in the script.
That was... Well, there's no words to describe that penalty. He had a long run up, then he stuttered, and then it was just whoa.
Referee telling Pope to get back on his line. Malcolm Ibui, the Palace sub, the young winger, on late in the game. If he's unsuccessful, Newcastle go through. Pope with outstretched arms, touching the crossbar. Ibui left-footed, save! And Newcastle United win. They go through by 3 penalties to 2. Pope, the hero, with 3 spot kicks saved. And Bruno and Botman indebted to the goalkeeper after they were unsuccessful with theirs. They are into round 4 of the League Cup. 10 penalties, 5 went in, 5 didn't. But Newcastle win after a goalless draw, John Anderson, on penalties by 3-2.
Yeah, some excellent penalties, some woeful penalties, that's all you can say. Thankfully, they had more woeful penalties than we did. I mean, that one at the end, really poor. Why they don't just put their foot through it? But look, when it comes down to penalties, it's a lottery. You know, it's who keeps the bottle, who comes out on top. And tonight, it's been us. It wasn't the greatest game in the world, but that's the way it is. Somebody's got to win on penalties, and on the night it was us.
But for once it's Newcastle, so that's 2 wins in 11 penalty shootouts. And after losing last season here in this fashion, they have turned it around in their favour with a win on penalties. Boué, the player whose kick was saved, is being consoled by his teammate Mark Gahey as he walks off the pitch. Bruno in particular, but Botman as well, will be hoping that they've got a penalty miss out of their system before the World Cup.
Oh God, yeah.
Because they both may be required to take them. Certainly Bruno, maybe more likely. You fancied him all day to win it and be the hero once again, but he just scooped it over the bar. It's surprising.
It was probably the worst penalty of the lot, because it was a huge run-up that he took, then he stuttered, and he waited, and then it was nowhere near, it wasn't even close. But look, we're through, and in cup competitions, that's all that matters.
Round 4 now for the League Cup for Newcastle. The draw takes place tomorrow night, and that will be after the tie between Manchester United and Aston Villa. So we won't find out yet who Newcastle play, but we'll know tomorrow night. Eddie Howe and his players and staff are walking around the pitch and thanking the fans for their backing. Nice to be able to do that after another success, although it was a draw in the 90 minutes, but also twice this week with Chelsea on Saturday. The final game of a brilliant first half of the season. Nick Pope there having a laugh and a joke with Loris Karius, who was the unused substitute goalkeeper this evening. Pope with 3 saves in a shootout. I mean, that is, well, very meaningful indeed, and helped them go through.
Don't get carried away, Ray.
3 saves. He saved 3 of them.
Yeah, but the penalties were woeful.
Yeah, but he went the other way, the wrong way for the other 2.
Yeah, but they weren't great penalties. I think he'd have been disappointed if he hadn't saved them. You know. But look, that's what he's there to do. He's there to save them. But look, it was a lottery at the end. As I said, penalties, that's what it comes down to. It's all about who keeps the bottle, who's got the bottle to go and take them. And we came out on top. Wasn't the greatest game in the world. Didn't expect it to be, you know, with all the changes that happened. But we're in the hat for the next round.
The next round will be in the week leading up to Christmas, so round 4 ties will be played in the week beginning Monday the 19th of December, so midweek they'll have a match, and that will give them a competitive fixture a few days before the Premier League resumes on Boxing Day after the World Cup break. We'll have the match against Chelsea live here on BBC Radio Newcastle on Saturday. 5:30 kickoff will be on an hour before at 4:30 to build up to the game, and TalkSport on all this week 6 till 8. You can have your say on Newcastle and Sunderland, and we'll have our Newcastle United podcast available later tonight on BBC Sounds. They have gone through, United, to the 4th round of the League Cup, a goalless draw with Crystal Palace, and in the shootout, Wood, Trippier and Joelinton scored. Botman had an effort saved, Bruno over the top, but Nick Pope saved from Milivojevic, Mateta and Eboue, and Newcastle United have beaten Crystal Palace on penalties 3-2.